Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with a Monday show with everyone's favorite, uh, taking the first day of Hanukkah off to celebrate his Jewish heritage, Adam Friended.
What's up, guys? How you doing? We have a very special guest today, Phil Labonte from All That Remains. What's up, Phil?
Hey now, it's your boy PSA
Oh,
Sitch here
oh
with a
no.
Monday show
You gotta
with
turn off the
everyone's
stream, Phil.
favorite.
Is that me?
I'm assuming it was Phil,
Oh,
or was that you, Adam? Who was that?
I
That
don't
was
know.
terrible.
Oh, I
That
think
was
that was
Anyway,
terrible.
me.
okay, don't worry about
Hi.
it. Hi, Phil. What's up?
How you doing? That was my problem. I had the in my audio runs from a different computer. So I have a
Mm-hmm.
Pro Tools rig that all my audio runs through. And I had the link open to the stream that was sent on my Mac. So that goes into my
No
PC
worries.
Gotcha. No
when you
problem.
start.
As long as
So
it wasn't me.
my
I'm
apologies.
my
No,
hands
that
are
was
clean.
me. That was all me. That was me. I'm the professional guy that's supposed to be a professional musician that works with audio stuff. He's the guy
Mhm.
that blew it.
Nice.
So
Well, I
Phil,
want to first of all, I want to
yeah,
thank you, Phil. Phil was on Timcast, and he cemented in Timcast audience that me and Adam, not Jonathan Haidt, that me and Adam created the elephant rider metaphor,
which is awesome. It's great.
which I really appreciate.
You know, now that you mention it, I am aware that Jonathan Haidt did come up with it.
Sure.
And because obviously I've heard you guys, I got it from you guys. I heard you guys talk about it. So yeah.
Let's just keep that to ourselves.
You know, he's got accolades and he's written
I
books
know.
and he's got enough.
Exactly. You know what?
fine.
I like it. You're
It's
right. He
fine.
has enough.
He's got enough. It's fine. If he really wants it, he'll call you or he'll send. There's plenty of ways to get in touch with you guys. He can send you DMs. You guys have Twitter, email. I'm sure that if it's an issue, he'll let you know. Otherwise, it's yours for now.
Nice.
I think it's fine.
I mean, we basically popularized it, so I mean, we get
That's
some
true.
credit, right?
I mean, I'm the one that I thought of you guys when I told the story. So
You did use the proper labeling of the show too. I noticed a lot of people were like,
No.
people said, have you see there's the show is named Sitch and Adam, but everybody refers to us streaming together as Adam and Sitch. So I mean, it's both are technically correct.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I don't know that one feels particularly right or more correct than the other. Sitch and Adam, Adam and I don't think it. I don't personally. I don't feel like one is more compelling than the other.
What a centrist answer. Look at this.
I love it.
Oh, don't worry. I'll talk about how much I wish that the world was an anarchist world pretty soon.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I didn't say that I think that it'll work. I'm just saying I wish.
Sure.
I did-
sure. Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice, right?
You
Yes.
did mention anarchy, and you know you can come back on the show again. Obviously, I was surprised. I mean, I listened to Timcast, and there's like lots of stuff to talk about. And not only that, when we started DMing, you were saying, "Hey, it seems like you changed your position on MMT, so you're even in on like the MMT drama."
I am aware. I listen to you guys, and I also I'm open to different ideas as much as I have my own personal things that I like and desires and wishes and stuff. I'm also aware that I share existence with billions of other human beings that get a say too.
No,
So
how dare you?
I know. So as much as I can say I want this or I wish this or this is what I would prefer, you have to work with what you've got, which is a lot of opinions. So
Yeah.
you know, I try to listen to other people and take in new information.
So
But
much.
I'm very anti-commie though.
Yeah. So are we.
Peace.
That one of the reasons why I, kind of was interested in MMT is because it seemed like a pro-capitalist position from the left, which is so crazy these days. It's like, oh my God, that's exactly what I want. So, but we don't have to get into MMT, obviously. Everyone is obviously very bored by MMT.
Yeah,
all
no
the
one wants to
time.
talk about
Yeah.
MMT.
So
Yeah,
let's,
that's true.
I just thought it was interesting. So what are we talking about today, Sitch?
So there's been all this Twitter drama recently that's been happening. The big thing, besides all the Twitter file stuff, which I think we might, or I might have a conversation / debate with Connor, counterpoints about that tomorrow. But today we'll be watching a series, another Gauntlet. You know how much Adam loves to watch mainstream media clips of them just lying back to back to back. We all know Adam just loves it. He craves it. Every day he wakes up in the morning, he's like, I wish Sitch would make me watch mainstream media just lying again and again.
Can I just have a bowl of mainstream bullshit, please?
Yes.
I read like half a Slate article today, and I swear to God, I just wanted to fucking kill somebody. I was like, what the hell? People take this slop in?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so the big story obviously was Elon banned. There was a account that was tracking his jet, ElonJet, that was tracking location of his jet and where he was supposedly flying. Elon banned it after, I think, a month earlier, saying he wasn't going to ban it. But then, of course, the story is that some weird-looking Antifa gentleman was tracking or chasing the car that he thought Elon was in, but really,
Sitch, did you say he's? I'm sorry. Did you say he's actually an Antifa guy?
Well, he looked like an Antifa, like he's wearing like the black outfit. I don't know. We don't know who this guy is.
Are you talking about the guy that was actually physically following him, not the guy that created the ElonJet?
Yeah. Sorry, the guy that's following him. Yeah, because Elon took a picture of the guy and he's like, "Does anyone know who this is?"
Yeah, I saw the video and
he's wearing like the black getup. So maybe just wearing the random black getup. Maybe he's cosplaying as a ninja, but he looks like he looks kind of like an Antifa guy. But so anyway, that guy was supposedly chasing Elon's car, who he thought was Elon's car, and apparently him or someone else got on top of the car, and Elon's son was in it. So this prompted Elon to ban the ElonJet account. And then the following day, all these journalists that basically hate Elon's guts and tweet about him 24/7, a bunch of them, they tweeted out not only that this story was happening, but then they tweeted out links to where someone could find the ElonJet account still up, whether it be on Mastodon or Facebook or Instagram. And so Elon banned all those people too, though temporarily, because he obviously reversed the ban a couple days later. But of course, when those journalists were banned, the entire mainstream media went insane. Oh my God, what an attack on free speech and journalism. The journalists are under attack. America's burning. Everything's falling down. Now, of course, all of this fear and anger was all completely silent when the Hunter Biden laptop story was banned off Twitter. Something that, could have actually have information that's important to the public. But when it comes to banning Elon's jet, which no one should really care about, that's the biggest travesty in, American press since the Red Scare. So,
well, it's a news story where Elon is 24/7, right? In case some crazy wants to go, take care of business for these political pundits, right? That's the goal here.
I don't know. It's just it's totally insane to me, totally hypocritical. And so I watched a bunch of MSNBC coverage on it, and I was shocked at the amount of kind of lying and deception and how they were reporting the story. So that's what we're going to watch today.
So gross.
I know.
Get ready.
Get ready.
It's going to make me so mad. I'm going to violate TOS.
don't do it.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm not. I won't. I promise.
So first,
you're on your best behavior.
Yeah, just relay all your TOS violations directly at Adam, and I think we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
First up is Ari Melber.
He's now blatantly using Twitter to ban or censor his own critics, journalists, and others. We're going to get into that next.
So this is the way they frame the entire thing. Oh, he's banning his critics.
I know.
It's because they're daring to criticize Elon. That's the narrative that they're pushing right now.
So insane.
Turning to a story that sounds like it's about media, but it's also about you and democracy, because Twitter, well, you may have noticed, it's part of our civil and civic discourse, and sometimes uncivil. Elon Musk,
as soon as they start saying democracy, it's a con.
Yeah, all of that. I mean, how can you really vote in a democracy when you don't have all the information about the Hunter Biden story? It seems like that would be relevant to how you vote. The whole idea behind when they start trotting out the democracy thing, but yet they're hiding information that hurts them democratically. It's just the ultimate hypocrisy.
It's frustrating.
Self-own and hypocrisy. He said he wanted to get Twitter to help
As he says, you're the hypocrite. No, you.
advance free speech. We told you at the time that was not true, and it wasn't, and it isn't. But here's the big news. And this matters whether you're on Twitter or not. Musk has now suspended the accounts of 8 independent journalists, meaning he's booting them from a platform that he said was going to advance free speech. He is using the excuse that some people somewhere were revealing the location of his family, which could be a real and
Some people somewhere is literally every Antifa associated account on Twitter that existed.
Yes.
Yep.
different
Well,
thing. but
it's
all
not
these
just some people somewhere. I mean, that's what the jet was doing. It was tracking his jet in location, and then somebody, was chasing a car.
Yeah, and
Well,
Yeah,
it's not
infinite.
private information either. That's the first thing that they always dump from the story. Like evidently it
Well-
was private information, but the guy,
Mhm.
figured out the jet number so he could take the private information and make it public.
all right. So
Mhm.
I've heard people say that it is public info, and then I hear people say it's public info in that it is not like TSSCI government military secrets. Like if I understand correctly, you have to know where to find this information. You have to have some information that is not just like look it up in the phone book kind of stuff. It's not like you can just like, if I understand correctly, you can't just Google where's Elon's plane and get before this guy created the app that or whatever it is that tracks it. Before that, you couldn't just Google where's Elon's plane and it pops up, right? This guy had to create this specific tool to track Elon's plane, right?
Well,
Right.
I think he used process of elimination, didn't he? Sitch, you want to?
Well, my understanding is that so when they say it's public information, that's like it's one of those like it's technically true, but it's also kind of a lie in that like there's no government website where you can go like that has everyone's planes tracking, and anyone could just go to this website and they type in like Elon Musk plane and then it pops up. That essentially, that's not the way it works. Essentially, what my understanding is that there are message boards and forums where a bunch of aviator enthusiasts, I guess is what they call themselves, basically draw upon like all these different resources all across the internet to kind of piece together this information about what plane is going where. And they kind of compile it all together using a bunch of different techniques and a bunch of different information that's all technically publicly out there, but not easy to necessarily access or all put together. And they put all this information together, and from this collaborative effort, you can come up with, where Elon's jet is. That's my understanding of what.
I mean, just right off the bat, it's the whole situation, right? In my estimation, the whole situation is the point is to intimidate Elon Musk.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So
well, I don't think that the person that started the ElonJet thing, that wasn't their intention. I don't believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
yes, I would probably agree with that. But I think that since he's purchased Twitter, because the ElonJet thing was years, it's been multiple years, right? Yeah.
Right.
And it wasn't an issue until he did something that the organized left, because even if there's not like actually like a big building that says the left that you go in and you get the left telling you what to do, like there's still a general organized direction of movement. I guess the way that Antifa accounts coordinate and stuff like that, they operate like cells, and I understand that. So it's not technically coordinated, but the goals seem to be always the same throughout all the different Antifa accounts or groups or whatever you want to call them. So
Well, they have an ideological direction that they can just push for. So,
and intimidation is part of that, right, Sitch?
of course.
Yeah.
Mark Hughes.
I'm under the impression though, even though because Elon I think was paying so that his flight numbers were private, so that they couldn't be disseminated on this website or whatever.
The same thing.
And they have, so there's a number of people that pay for this service, this private thing. And evidently he was using some sort of process of elimination to figure out which number was Elon Musk's. So I mean,
that's part of it too.
Public information. Like that's,
well, you could say it's, I mean, if basically when they say it's public information, what they mean is technically someone can figure it out using only publicly available information. But that'd be like saying, like, imagine if someone like cracked open the Zodiac killer case or something.
Right. Yes.
And then using what was just publicly available, they like figure out who the Zodiac killer is. And then they're like, haha, I discovered the murderer after, like decades. Mm-hmm. That'd be like the news saying, using only public information, he discovered who the Zodiac killer was.
It's or who the Zodiac killer is public information.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Right.
It's public information in the way that like your cell phone number is public information, right? You don't give, if someone you didn't give your cell phone number to calls you on, like actually makes your phone ring, you're bummed out. You're like, I don't want to get phone calls from my mom, and I love her more than anybody, right? Like, so if someone I don't know is calling me, I don't answer it, and I feel intruded upon nowadays. I feel intruded upon if someone calls me without a message first. It's like, this better be important. So just like that is public information, it's still one of those things where nobody wants it to get out and nobody's happy when it gets out. And everybody feels like they should kind of control, and nobody wants, like I bought Tommy John underwear, and I made the mistake of giving them my phone number. Now they send me text messages and ads and shit. Yes, I don't like that. And my phone number, yes, is technically public information. It was my dumb ass that gave them the number. I understand that. So I only have myself to be mad about. But like Elon Musk's plane number is not public information in any sense that a person would have thought public information was prior to the explanation given that is given to make it okay that they track Elon's plane now or to justify, so it's so dishonest. And
it would be kind of like if you gave your phone number out to 8 different companies and each company had like 1 digit of your phone number somewhere.
Yes.
And a bunch of internet sleuths like went to each site, figured out like the one number, and they compiled together and they said, aha, now we have Phil's phone number. And they started calling you. And then the media's like, Phil's phone number was public information.
No, and then they showed up on my porch.
Yeah, exactly. Right. So
it's very dishonest. That public information is doing a lot of heavy lifting for the dishonesty of these smear merchants.
And that's the excuse to justify what is clearly illegal activity when you're going to try and intimidate people.
Well, yeah,
it is clearly, it's in the intent is to intimidate him. And anyone that denies that, see, this is why I'm like, I understand where the authoritarian impulse comes from, because it's like, oh, this person's just going to lie to me. They're intentionally lying. Mm-hmm. Everybody knows they're lying, but what are you going to do? They're just going to be like, nuh-uh. And then like, so you're like, okay, well, then the answer is the boot, but you can't, well, I don't, as a, if you're a liberal or a libertarian or believe in individual rights and stuff, you don't want to use the boot, but the only thing that seems to work is the freaking boot.
What the boot? Yeah. What? Like,
like put the authoritarian boot, put the boot down on him.
Okay.
You got to resist though. You got.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. Because everything gets worse. Like I remember when like in 2015, I was the guy arguing with my friends in like big bands and stuff. Like people were like, oh, it's okay to hit Nazis. I'm like, yo.
Oh my God.
This whole punch Nazis thing, do you know where this goes? And then
they're like, what are you, a Nazi, Phil? What are you afraid of?
I literally have friends. I lost friends, multiple friends.
Ouch.
Don't talk to me anymore because, blah, blah, blah. They went on to become communists. So I had lost nothing, but actual, like friends were like, they're just like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And, you can't think this or whatever. And I'm like, you can't be a liberal and say it's okay to punch Nazis. You can't, those two things do not go together. Yep. You can be an authoritarian and say it's okay to punch Nazis. That works. I think that's a bad approach, because then everybody starts punching and then you just end up with violence.
Yeah, because it's so easy to just label someone a Nazi or fascist and then say, oh, well, then it justifies violence against them. So.
Which is exactly what's happened.
Yep.
You know, I mean, if it wasn't okay to punch Nazis in 2015, Elon Musk would not own Twitter today.
True.
Journalists did that according to the available information. The ACLU says this is a purge that undermines free speech. EU officials say it's an arbitrary suspension of journalists, and they're warning of potential sanctions.
Arbitrary.
This is what censorship looks like. It also is a kind of a modern day Animal Farm, because this is the thing he said the old bosses did that was bad. Indeed, he said this was going to be all about helping free speech.
Hold up a second. He just actually admitted, well, he didn't admit that they did it, but he at least acknowledged that this is not like the first time that there has been complaints of banning for unfair reasons and blah, blah, blah. He's acknowledging that those things existed prior to, which they never acknowledged before Elon Musk came on to.
He's acknowledging that Elon complained about it, not that it maybe exists.
Yes, I don't want to overstate. So
not that it was actually real.
Yeah, Elon was just complaining about this thing that didn't exist, but now Elon's doing that thing that didn't exist, but now exists because Elon's doing it. Yes, exactly.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you.
And I'm going to call it Animal Farm because, whatever.
Well, I think it's very important for there to be an inclusive arena for free speech where
and again, they're framing this as free speech.
I know.
When a dude's on the car that his child is in. It's like, free speech, free speech. Well, I mean, the point was to get someone close enough to him to make him have to do something to go back on his free speech commitment so they can say, like, that's the whole game. Scare him, make him a liar. In the media, we have evidence he's a liar and we can spin it. And then you get the population turned against him, which is, I'm not a Trump fan. I'm not defending Donald Trump, but that's exactly what they did to Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm. I mean, right? I don't think it's that, I don't think it was intentional in that way. I think it was just some asshole thought that they were going to fuck with Elon. And that was basically the extent of their thought process. I don't think they Machiavellian were like, this is going to make him ban, ElonJet from Twitter. I do think that, I think I disagree. I think, and even if it wasn't that person in particular, I think generally people know, and I guess it's the same stochastic terrorism argument or similar to it, right? People know if you go ahead and put his information out there, etc., then hopefully someone will do something. Right. Right.
And so then once someone does something, then hopefully it'll scare him. So I mean, granted, this is all like hoping and these are assumptions and stuff, but assumptions not just by me, but these are things that other people are assuming too. Because I mean, if you listen to James Lindsay, they're taught this is a different topic. It's not the Elon Musk topic, but he's talking about don't give them drag Floyd. Have you heard that at all?
Yeah, right.
So don't give them, because the left is looking to instigate and looking to provoke a reaction. The reaction they wanted.
You mean the George Floyd equivalent for the trans community? I think that's what.
Yeah. The point is,
which is a little scary. I mean, obviously,
absolutely, he's right. I mean, James Lindsay is not wrong. Yeah. There are people, because once you start, and I don't want to get off onto this topic because I'm sure it's something that we would end up talking about or could end up talking about very easily. But the whole with the LGBT stuff and the groomer stuff, you're talking about kids and people just like Elon Musk lost. He's less reasonable because it's about his child. That's the way everyone is. Someone out there is going to think that some drag queen or whatever, someone somehow made their child do something or whatever, and they're going to go grab a gun and take it into their own hands. And that's the last thing anybody at all wants. Yeah. The right doesn't want it. The left doesn't. The left does want it. That's the scary part. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the drag Floyd thing. You get someone attacked, and that's the point is everyone knows that these things can happen. And that's what is the hope with the Elon situation. They're hoping that his information out there will get someone, his information out there combined with people casting this as Elon is bad and et cetera. You set the narrative, and then hopefully someone will react. And it's the same thing that Lindsay is worried about with the drag Floyd, and it's probably legitimate.
Yeah, I did see. I don't know what to label them. I did see some very, very far right accounts that were actually criticizing James Lindsay and Wokel Distance for like.
Well, they'll criticize Wokel
out.
just for being Jewish.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're like, oh, well, you're supposed to take, bend over and take it. Essentially referring to the grooming stuff. But we're going back to the Twitter stuff. I think the irony here the hypocrisy from the media's perspective is that they're trying to create this narrative like, oh, Elon Musk is a hypocrite because he said he's in favor of free speech, and now he's banning ElonJet stuff.
Yeah.
And journalists. Which, first of all, it's like they've been criticizing Elon this entire time for not banning enough things. They're like, oh, he's allowing too much hate speech on the website. He's allowing too much anti-Semitism on the website. Blah, 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 blah. Like, he's not banning enough. And then finally, when he bans something that's not about speech, well, I guess it is about speech, but it's more about like a physical
security.
It's about security, something that creates like a physical action in the real world. Then suddenly they're all up in arms. Oh, Elon's such a hypocrite. He's not in favor of free speech. Like, again, as I said a million times, no one's a free speech absolutist. Okay, the media is not going to complain that Elon Musk, it's not going to be like Elon Musk said he's in favor of free speech, but he's banning, child pornography from Twitter. What a hypocrite! Like the media is not going to say that.
Some of them might.
They will eventually. In 10 years,
maybe eventually. But it's just so preposterous that they're like, oh, Elon's a hypocrite. He said he likes free speech, but now he's banning things. Oh, he's doing the thing we want him to do, but not about the things we wanted.
I live in New Hampshire, and I live in the foothills of the White Mountains, and there are some really high cliffs, and I listen to this stuff, and I want to climb to them and jump off them.
No, don't do it.
It's so tiresome. In Minecraft.
There you go.
Twitter has become kind of the de facto town square. It's just really important that people have both the reality and the perception that they are able to speak freely within the bounds of the law.
By that standard, and Twitter's a private company, he can legally do what he wants, but by that standard, well, he's failing his own standard. It's one of several things I want to get into with a very special panel to end the week that I told you I'm excited about, an all-star Fallback Friday. Jeremy O. Harris, the award-winning playwright, screenwriter,
Look who it is.
Slave Play broke the record for the most Tony nominations ever to date.
It's Michelle Goldberg.
Are you talking about Goldberg?
Oh, that's me. Oh my goodness, that's the monk
from the monk debates.
Yes.
Oh, Nelly.
She's gonna have lots of interesting things to say.
We are in for a roller coaster of stupidity and hypocrisy, ladies and gentlemen.
She's still a Russian gator.
I can't believe
this
I know. All these years.
Let's go.
I like also they brought on this guy who wrote like a Broadway play. I'm like, what is he like? Just some random playwright. They're like, hey, listen, you're a black guy. Why don't you come on
like,
MSNBC and talk about this like random story?
Holy cow! They got his play in the background.
Yeah, it's just such a weird thing. Like I was like, okay, whatever.
He's also gone on to produce the play Daddy. Out Magazine says he's a savior of modern theater. Damn. And he's also on screen. He's in the Netflix hit Emily in Paris, which has a new season premiering next week.
That's Sitch's favorite show there.
Of course.
He loves that show.
I watch it religiously.
And back with us is our friend, the New York Times columnist Michelle
Chris
Goldberg,
Tucker,
part of
right?
the Pulitzer Prize winning
How dare you.
She's been reporting.
No, that from the Fifth Element,
That's Christian.
right?
Ruby Rod.
There you go, Ruby Rod.
Yes. Hubris.
From all over the world is the author of 3 books, including the award-winning Means of Reproduction. You guys are both impressive. How about that?
You should get that book, Adam.
I know. I was thinking that same thing. I got to read that book. That book has probably 1 million excerpts we can enjoy on the show.
You could literally
Great to have
just open the book and read the book to the stream and just make jokes and laugh.
Yeah, just randomly pick a page. You'll find something funny, probably.
Yeah.
You both here. I want to hear what you're doing and what your fallbacks are, but we start with you on Musk.
So Okay, so I actually am.
Once did he just say, "I want to hear about you and what your fallbacks are"? I've never been in a situation where I'm promoting a new record and then they say, "What happens if people don't like this?"
Is that what he means by fallback?
I'm not sure, but that's what it sounded like. And I'd be like, "Well, I guess I'm gonna go to Taco Bell or something." I mean,
yeah, wow. He's
what
just
if
up
this
front.
sucks? What's your fallback, Lynn?
I
What's
didn't even
plan
notice
B?
that. That's so weird. Why did he ask that?
I don't know.
Okay, well, okay, maybe he means let's give him a benefit of the doubt. Maybe he means like if Twitter fails, like what's your social media?
Okay.
Oh,
Maybe that's what
maybe.
he
Okay, all right.
That would make a little bit of sense.
I don't know, man, but I was just like, did he really ask that?
I'm not sure that there is an issue of censorship here. I think that before, when you had the right so up in arms about acting as if it was a First Amendment violation when Donald Trump was kicked off Twitter after inciting an insurrection, or various moderation decisions that they made with regard to white supremacists and vaccine deniers and various other figures, it's always been a
vaccine
private company,
deniers.
and there kind of are no constitutional questions. The questions of Twitter's outside power, I think, is an antitrust question.
Yeah. I think the FBI is a constitutional question.
And one we should be asking a lot now that we see how the capricious whims of one man-child can completely change the public discourse.
Emphasis on child.
In the
man-child.
But I also think that...
Look at the personal attacks. Just
I
up
know.
front with the personal attacks.
I know.
This is news.
It's like, yeah, that is what's crazy. This is on the mainstream nightly news. His son, some guy like attacks the car that his son is in. So he does this thing. You can agree with the action or not, but to be like, oh, he's a man-child for doing this. It's like, what is wrong with you?
If someone was
no
tracking,
empathy or sympathy for anyone.
If someone was tracking Zelensky's location, do you think they'd call him a man-child for being upset about that? You think they would?
No, or like, I don't know if any, like, does Biden have grandkids or something?
Yeah,
if any of Biden's grandkids, someone did this to them, of course they would be like, they'd be like, how dare Elon Musk not, how dare they allow
this
that?
person.
Look at the way that
Biden's
they treat
grandchildren be tracked.
No, Hunter Biden. Look at the way they treat Hunter Biden for Joe Biden. I mean, like they're like, oh, his family, etc. They're kinder to Hunter Biden than they are to Elon Musk's infant.
Yep.
In a way, what he's doing is kind of showing how absurd and kind of the depth of bad faith in the free speech complaints about the old Twitter regime. Not just because he's doing exactly what he accused the former leadership of doing and has been kind of trying to embarrass and expose the former leadership for doing, but also because, again, nobody thinks that, these journalists' First Amendment rights are being violated. I think that he has made a decision about what kind of platform Twitter is going to be. It's not the global town square. There cannot be a global town square. It is rather, the kind of sandbox of one right-leaning, red-pilled,
All you have to do is be pro-free speech to be right-leaning. And I'm kind of getting to the point where, like, I guess I'm okay with that. The left is claiming to be not pro-free speech.
Yeah,
like,
it's weird.
That is I mean, just the narrative, right? So it's one thing to be like, oh, we need to moderate, we need to have, guardrails, et cetera, et cetera. They aren't as careful with their language about free speech anymore.
No.
They stop giving lip service to, or they're starting to stop giving lip service to liberal principles.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're being undermined by all the socialist crap. That's
but I feel like that's something that your average normie, because everybody that's that's here, the chat and everybody watching this, they're all we're all very, very online.
Not me.
Your
I'm
average
normie. I'm a total
your average normie doesn't realize. I mean, there's a guy in my mentions today that I was arguing with, and it was about the Matt Taibbi releases. He had responded to something Matt said, and I was just like, do you understand why you got ratio? Because it was like, why is it a problem that the FBI is working with Twitter? And I'm like, that's an illiberal thing to say. And it didn't occur to him that he was illiberal. He kept saying, "Oh, you're a GOP guy and you're just a standard right winger and blah 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 blah." And I'm like, do you not understand that you're calling yourself a liberal, but you don't understand what a liberal is?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that happens all the time.
And it's becoming more. I feel like that's becoming more prevalent. And I mean, I just want to. I guess I'm just like, I told you so.
I think unfortunately that's probably the way it's always been. It's because the average person doesn't, they don't know what liberal principles are. I don't think they even know what conservative principles are. The way that people define themselves as liberal or conservative or whatever is just, oh, what is the Democratic Party saying? What is the Republican Party saying? What is my team saying I should be doing? And they just kind of like follow that like a lemming. And so you get into these weird situations, was like what you're bringing up is, you have a lot of people on the left are basically stupidly just lemming themselves off the cliff of liberal values, kind of following this woke socialist siren.
And they're not even
yeah. Well, that's the thing. They don't even understand what they're doing. They don't understand what they're following. They don't even understand the principles that they're adhering to. I mean, it's the same thing with like, there's so many people who, libs of TikTok, they put out some video clip of who's the lady that AOC hid in her office.
She hid in the lady's office.
Yeah, Katie Porter, was that her name?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. She had a clip.
Porter.
She had whatever her name was. She had a clip of that lady, and they were doing some sort of congressional hearings. I don't know what about, and they were talking about some of the groomer things, and essentially she was complaining about how, they're labeling all the LGBT people groomers, right? We've heard this many times.
Yeah.
But Libs of TikTok took the clip and she sort of, I would say dishonestly, kind of wrote the tweet to say that Katie Porter was essentially saying that it's wrong to attack pedophiles' identities, which is not.
I think I saw that she was
really
she was like on a Zoom call, right? She wasn't actually in front of Congress.
I don't know if she. Oh yeah, she was on a Zoom. She was it was at home or something. Yeah,
Libs of TikTok attacked Katie Porter.
Yes, and I was like, and so I tweeted. I'm like, that's not what. That's not what.
Oh
she
no,
said.
I saw your tweet. That's why I saw, because I saw your tweet.
Right. And so I was like, that's not what she said. She said, blah 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 blah. And it was interesting because then a lot of, it's funny because I was getting the NPCs from both the left and right in my mentions now. Because the right-wing NPCs were saying, that is what you said. But then it was funny because the left-wing NPCs were saying, they were praising me, saying like, oh, it's just, the Republicans calling, everything CRT and groomers and woke, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, actually. And so some of the left-wing people who were at first supporting me, I was like, well, no, they are teaching, gender ideology and CRT and blah, 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 blah. And it was interesting because they would start fighting me on this. And they would say, oh, I'm just regurgitating right-wing Republican talking points. And when I would go down the Twitter chain with them, they had no clue what CRT was. They had no clue what gender ideology was. They don't understand or what queer theory was. They just hear the word queer and they think, oh, it means you support gay people. And they had no idea what it was. But just because they had been so primed by the news to say like, oh, if you're against this, it's because you're racist, they just would eat it all up and then regurgitate that to me on Twitter.
Yep. It's frustrating as hell. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I'm sitting here in my seat cringing, thinking about times when people have done the exact same thing to me, and I'm just like, oh, yeah.
Right. But I know, I remember what I was going to say. And so, but regarding, though, I will say this regarding, she called Elon Musk right wing. I think that Elon has made some mistakes. I'm so glad that he bought Twitter, even though he's now probably going to step down as CEO, which was really probably always the plan. I don't think anyone thought he was going to be CEO forever.
He said he was going to find a CEO. He said this in the very beginning. He wasn't planning on running it himself. So
that's why I think his Twitter poll of should I step down as CEO is so hilarious and actually pretty smart, because now he can be like, see, I stopped being CEO because I, believe in Twitter and I took a Twitter poll. I let the people decide. It's like, well, no, that was always the plan. But anyway, I think, so even though I'm glad he still bought it, I think he has made some mistakes in terms of, I would like whoever runs Twitter to be politically neutral publicly. Obviously, privately, everyone's going to have their biases, but publicly to be as politically neutral as possible. And I think by him telling people to vote Republican in the primary, I think by him telling that they should prosecute Fauci, I think he's pushing himself in the right-wing box. Now, I think he's doing it for a specific reason. I think because if you remember, the second Elon, assumed control of Twitter, everyone in the mainstream media and on the left was basically saying, Twitter's dead, Twitter's dead. All these advertisers pulled out. He was getting, like, before he changed anything, before he did anything, he was getting attacked relentlessly.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, this is my headcanon, I think that if you're like running Twitter or some kind of massive company, unfortunately, we live in this world where it might be impossible to be neutral in that sense. You might have to have one side protect you. You might have to have either the Democrats or the Republicans protect you. Because even the government, even Biden was talking about, like, we're going to look into Twitter now that Elon has bought it, whatever that means.
Can I pause you 1 second, Sitch?
Yeah.
The only reason I want to is because I want to push back on the idea that, or at least offer the idea that, and I know that I am definitely very partisan, and I'm very, very anti-democrat and anti-communist and leftist and blah, blah, blah. But still, do you think it's fair to say that before Elon bought Twitter, it was very left-leaning, which I think we can all agree with. And so for him to pull it back to where he is, he really hasn't said anything that is particularly right-leaning. It's only right-leaning in the context of the left controls the narrative. So there are people that are anti-vax on the left and on the right for different reasons, and some for the same reasons. And you're talking about far left and far right, and in the center right or whatever. And there are people that are pro free speech on the far left and on the right. And I feel like Musk really, as much as because it's been so left leaning for so long, the Overton window makes him pulling it to the center. Now, granted, he did all the stuff you said is true. He did say go vote Republican and et cetera. But I'm not so sure that, though, aside from going to vote Republican, and he said vote Republican only in response to how heavily influential the left and Democrats are, I'm not so sure that any of that stuff in a context where the left wasn't so dominant in the overall narrative, I'm not so sure that it's so right wing.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we might just have to disagree on this one, because I just think, I understand he said you should vote Republican because he wanted there to be essentially a counterbalance in Washington to the Democrats having control over everything, essentially. And so he's like, oh, go vote Republican. And I understand that, but it's still, I don't want the CEO of Twitter, or Facebook, or YouTube telling anyone who to vote for ever.
That's
and,
fair.
We would like freak out if Jack was like, in 2020 was like, go vote for Joe Biden, right?
That's fair.
Like,
but what about,
that's really gross.
What do you feel about what I said outside of him being the owner of Twitter?
Well, I mean, if he just wasn't the owner of Twitter and said it, I don't care.
Would you say? I mean, I'm saying the idea of it only seeming very right, him only seeming right leaning because of the context of the left. Does that?
Well, no, I think. Well, I mean, obviously, that what you're saying is true to some extent, because Twitter, it's like Twitter was left leaning. I agree with that 100%. But it was left leaning like in its policies and in its how it would like ban people and things like that. I don't remember anyone from Twitter who was high up on Twitter explicitly saying like, go vote for Joe Biden or something. I don't remember anything like that. And so I think that if he's coming out here and he's telling people to go vote Republican, he's telling people that, Fauci should be persecuted. To me, he's really playing towards the red team. And then also a lot of the comments he's made about the Twitter files, which as I said, I'm probably going to talk to Connor about that tomorrow. I think he's sort of hyping them. I think he's being somewhat hyperbolic about them in order to play up to the red team. And what I was saying was, I think the reason he's doing this, I think, is purely pragmatic. I think if you were the CEO of Twitter, you can't, unfortunately, you can't exist as like a politically neutral entity.
Right.
Because if you do, and you can blame the Democrats for this or the left for this, because they definitely, I think, put Elon in this position. Before he did anything, just by buying Twitter, they started attacking him, like rabidly attacking him. And so he probably thought, hey, I'm being attacked so much by the left. I need someone to protect me. And unfortunately, the only person to protect him from the Democrats and the left is to go to the right and the Republicans.
Yeah.
And so I think he's been kind of, what he's been doing, he's been kind of signaling to the right and the Republican Party, hey, I'll, protect me, essentially, from the left. So I think that's why he's tweeting.
Remember when you were the party of big business? Look, I need protection.
Right.
Well,
Okay.
the Republicans are pretty populist now. So as a business owner, you kind of do feel like your ass is out in the wind, right? I mean, if you've got two populist parties in Washington, D.C., you're hung out to dry,
maybe
right?
populist in name only, right? Like, I'll believe it when I see it.
You don't think the Republicans are populist now?
They say, no, like the voters are. I don't know. I don't trust that the politicians are actually populist.
Right.
So
I don't think there's been enough populist kind of Republicans that have actually won elections. I mean, there was some like rebuking, even though of the Republicans that did win in the midterms. If I remember correctly, there were some rebuking of the kind of populist right-leaning people, wasn't there?
There was.
Or am I misremembering it?
No, you are definitely correct. The issue in terms of if you're just looking at like the populist lens, it'd be difficult because a lot of the people that identified as more populist also were big in terms of being very big Trump supporters, being very big in terms of the election was stolen narrative. And so it's like, well, did the people not vote for them because they're populist? Probably not. Like, people don't think of things. I don't think the average voter thinks of things ideologically like that. They might think, oh, this guy's crazy. They might think, oh, this guy can't win because he's too extreme. They might think, oh, I don't like all this election fraud talk anymore, blah, 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 blah.
They're undermining
So I don't know if it's like
elections.
the populist part that is what didn't get them elected, but
yeah.
The format for 200 Donkey Kong dollars says, I recently found your wonderful show. Thanks for talking to David Smith on Ukraine, and thanks for being Team Truth. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, and tell Phil that ATR is fucking awesome. Not Alone is a fantastic song. Season's greetings from the socialist utopia of the DK. There you go.
Wow.
Thank you. I love you.
The DK is the Danish kroner. So there you go.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Oh,
So from
I tell you what, Scandinavia and Danish is part of that is part of Scandinavia, right?
Close enough.
Yes,
I guess. I'll say yes. I'll say yes.
The Danes are from the Netherlands, and anyways, I think so. But that part of the world, this time of year, those people are made of stern stuff, man.
Freezing,
it is,
isn't it?
Yeah, and it's dark. Like, so before we got started at 4, like the sun was setting, like it was almost gone.
Wow.
And like today, I think today's actually the 20th, right? The 19th, tomorrow's the 20th. That's the solstice, so the shortest day of the year. Man, they're in Scandinavia, the days are real short, man.
They're high up there. Yeah.
Short. Oh man. Anyways, sidetrack, sorry.
Sion Ari Kale for $10 says, one of the craziest excuses I've now heard for people going hard on Elon is, quote, why isn't he in the car with his kid? Clearly he cares more about himself than his family. That is insane.
What? Oh my.
That's insane. Obviously if you're a busy billionaire, you and your family are not together 24/7. So Lord of the Brains for $5 says, I agree with this LGBT rock star guy who probably listens to Depeche Mode. He seems to have an understanding of their modus operandi. Well, there you go.
Who said that?
Lord of the Brains.
Okay.
Who was always
One of our
being
chief
contentious.
antagonists. Yeah.
Yes, but at least he agrees with you.
Sweet.
Kind of antisocial plutocrat, and we should treat it like that.
Oh my God.
I think that there is something.
He's an
Antisocial
anti-social
plutocrat.
plutocrat.
Oh my God.
Okay.
I was looking up. I know we just paused it for like 20
I
minutes,
know.
I just want to say it's funny.
What
I
a
was looking
zinger.
up, because Keith Urban was one of the guys that got banned from Twitter, and I was looking up like his past because I remember he got in trouble in the past before, and the reason he got in trouble the first time when he was on, I think it was MSNBC or NBC, was because he had made, it was like 2005 or something, and he had made a political campaign contribution of a couple $1,000s without permission. And that was the big controversy. Like, how dare he do this? How dare a news reporter make a political campaign contribution? And then they said, oh, we felt like his coverage of, the primary 2004 or whatever was too, he seemed to be inserting his political opinion too much in the conversation.
Oberyn? Of course.
Yes.
That's like his modus operandi.
Yeah, but I'm like thinking like, holy shit, in 2004, like this was a scandal that a reporter inserted his opinion in the story and then donated a couple $1,000. It like in 2004. And I'm like, now that's like, of course, that's what everyone does.
Yes. Yeah.
I remember I started getting interested in news right after 9/11. Right? Like 9/11 happened. I'm 24 and I'm just like, holy F, the whole world is, who knows what can happen, because some stuff that I saw in comic books just happened right on my TV, right? Like I was like, wow. And so I got super into news, and I was every day after the tower, well, from when the towers hit, for what seemed like 10 years after, I watched MSNBC every day. And I remember when Joe Scarborough was an actual Republican and had a show in the evening. Right. Olbermann had Hardball, and I used to watch all of them, and they all seemed reasonable. Yeah. And I was like, I was fairly, I had a fairly positive opinion of Bill Clinton growing up. He was, I was a teenager, and he smoked pot and he played sax on MTV, so he was kind of cool. Got a BJ. And, it's always nice. Yeah, and I was cool with him until the whole impeachment, when he he lied under oath, and I was just like, okay, well, he lied, so he's gonna have to resign, right? Because Nixon didn't even get impeached, and he resigned, so obviously Bill Clinton's gonna resign, and then he didn't. And I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was astounded. And so from then on, I was like, okay, well, the Democrats are the party that lies until WMD in Iraq. Yes. And then I was like, oh, they're both the party.
They all lie. Yeah.
Everybody lies.
But I watched MSNBC go from what seemed like a reasonable, normal, pro-America, normal news channel, and I watched it just degrade and fall apart until the point when they didn't have, where even the Republicans, like Joe Scarborough now he's a Democrat, he sounds just like any other Democrat,
yeah, we're gonna watch some Joe Scarborough
I can't wait to tear Scarborough.
Yeah, he's really lost it, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has.
Trump drove him insane.
Yep.
What'd you say?
Trump drove Scarborough insane.
Oh no, it was not Trump.
Oh, you think he was crazy before then?
Yeah, so it was Trump driving Mika insane, and then Mika driving.
Mika Brzezinski got in his brain through his peen while they were both married. And then, he's hanging out with.
It seems accurate to me.
I don't know, because whenever when I see them, like, he cuts her off so much. It's like,
oh, really?
Yeah. I feel like he just doesn't take into consideration anything she says. But who knows? Maybe in the bedroom, maybe she's on top in the bedroom. Who knows?
She's the boss.
Maybe.
Just because he's in charge in the relationship doesn't mean that he wouldn't sacrifice all of his principles for that punani.
You don't know. Maybe it's golden down there. Maybe it glows.
Right? It's like opening the box.
This is a very A-team perspective. I kind of like this. It seems like I've made this argument before, and Sitch has been like, "Nah, that's not the case."
Well, you haven't made it about Joe Scarborough, but you have about.
Well, I made it about pretty much every guy. That's
exactly. Well, it's funny whenever there's a relationship and someone changes their political opinion, it's always the fault of the other partner, whether it's a girl or a guy. Oh, they're corrupting them.
Look, Harry sold his guns. Harry. Prince Harry, like Meghan said, sell your guns.
Now, Harry, I agree with you. Listen, Harry, I'm not gonna. I agree with you on Harry. It's a whole different thing.
He was so cool. He was an attack helicopter pilot who was royal, and he was all badass. And then he marries her, and she's like, "I'm gonna mock your family and everything about you, and you're still gonna love." I mean, I know this is a different topic, but how can you be like, oh, she literally mocks my entire family and everything about my history, and I still love her? Really?
Must be some fantastic sex.
Magic. It's magic, dude. Whatever it is, she makes his toe curls just right.
It's like, no, it's like it's like a classic movie. He's the stuffy royal, and she's like, I'm going to show you what it means to be American, to be free.
What's very clear about what's happening with Elon Musk and Twitter right now is that, you know, obviously the left has been very good at digital spaces for a very long time. Like, you know, it's how we corral the youth. It's how we sort of like create. I mean, I love that the right is so obsessed with meme making, and they make memes like we made them like 10 years ago. You know, like they're always like a decade late. And I think that what he's trying to do, obviously, you know, with his relationship to Zax and Theo, is attempt to like make Twitter more hospitable to feelings of fashion, like the rising fascism and like the rising tides of the right, and sort of deeply erode what he calls the woke virus, which I think is just like liberalism, right? Like, you know, like
so
yeah, that's painful right there.
You know, it's so, I forgot that that's exactly what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
He thinks wokeness is liberalism. He has no, like, this is a problem. People have no understanding of what wokeness is whatsoever.
Yeah.
At all.
So wokeness is illiberalism.
Yes.
It's so illiberal. I forget who it was that made this argument. I heard someone making it, but Jon Stewart Jon Stewart got on CNN and famously said, Tucker Carlson, you're hurting America. Stop hurting America. You know, like
that.
You know what you do?
Yeah.
It was on Crossfire.
Yeah.
It was great.
And like Jon Stewart, by relentlessly mocking everything conservatives and the right did, literally hurt the credibility of any conservatives, which means any good policies, which there are definitely good conservative policies, any good policies that conservatives ever present are laughed at automatically and just disregarded. And Jon Stewart has the audacity to say that Tucker Carlson's hurting America.
Do they link any policy somehow to racism or sexism or homophobia? It's like, can't we just have a policy talk that doesn't have to do with race or sex?
James Lindsay is right. All you got to do is just call it racist until you control it.
Yeah, it's sad because it is very effective politically, but we have to break this cycle at some time.
The worst thing about that is it means people have to stop being afraid of being called racists, and that gives cover to actual racists, which is so it's like the situation we're in is so bad, and it's such a difficult thing to fight against, because yes, you do have to be like, I don't care that you're going to call me a racist, but what that means is actual people like friggin' Nick Fuentes end up getting, oh God, can we talk about how great it was when he was just about to get his chance on Tim Pool and Kanye's like, cut that thing off. God, it was so good. Anyways,
I mean, he was super good on Alex Jones though, so I feel like he got his revenge.
I didn't see the Alex Jones ones, or I only saw part of it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I only watched like the Kanye highlights.
Oh man,
because Nick Fuentes doesn't. He says the same thing. You know, it's like once you know what.
You've heard it all. You know, before.
Kanye is the one that's fun, but you know, I mean, it's. I'm sorry, I lost where I was going.
That's okay.
It's okay. We might actually watch. I don't know if we will. We might actually watch. Nick Fuentes went back on Alex Jones, just one-on-one with him.
Did he?
They
really?
kind of go back. Yeah, and.
Oh yeah,
that's what
you said we were going to play.
That's what we were going to watch today until all this news broke.
Did Jones call him the F slur?
He did not. No, unfortunately. But it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of interesting conversation. It was insane because like literally every 10 minutes, Alex Jones would break for commercial, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? So
he's capitalizing on Fuentes being there.
It seemed like that was their normal show procedure. They just break for commercial every 10 minutes. I don't know how anyone watches InfoWars if that's the case, but.
There's like on the clip, they use liberal synonymously with progressive, though. So they don't necessarily understand that liberalism is a specific form of progressivism, which is based on individual freedom, individual rights.
Well, I mean, again, this is the issue. People don't have principles. They don't really understand their principles. They don't really understand what any of these movements are about. And unfortunately, it's like almost impossible to to change, not to change someone's mind. I've done it, but like to change a stranger, to like have a mass changing of people's minds on the fact that wokeness is illiberal would basically require someone like Jon Stewart, who's not going to do it, unfortunately, because he's been basically consumed by the woke mind virus. But you'd have to have some really big name on the left would have to come out and publicly explain how wokeness is illiberal and, go really hard against it. And I just don't see that happening.
Adam, can you explain to me or elaborate on an idea that you said? You said liberalism is a form of progressivism?
Well, the idea of individual... The idea of
explain what you mean.
Well, I think, a conservative outlook was generally that people didn't have a lot of individual freedom. Like society basically put you on a path and you were going to fill whatever your designated role was, right? Mother, father, everything was really gender specific. And then liberalism came along and it was the idea that we were going to maximize individual freedom, which was a progress, a step in the individual rights direction. We kind of take it for granted these days, but there are a lot of people on the right that they want to go back to a society where we don't have the kind of individual freedoms that we have today, which, you have to keep that in mind when you're talking about liberal versus conservative. So there are people that think we have too much individual freedom. I'm not one of them. I like a lot of individual freedom, obviously. So does that make sense?
I think the thing with progressivism is that, technically, if we're going to use the term as the most proper way possible, Teddy Roosevelt was a progressive, like in the whenevers. So
the progressive era.
Yeah, like that. People don't really use the term that way. I think essentially what happens is like, we have the term social justice warrior, and then that kind of falls out of favor. Then we have the term woke, and then that kind of falls out of favor. And so it seems like progressive has kind of just become like the stand-in now for woke. I don't know if people are using the term like in the most correct possible way.
Progressive is now a slur, basically?
Well, I think it's just
conceptualize it as a slur, personally.
Yeah, I think it's just basically a way of saying woke, essentially. That's how I perceive it.
Well, so the way that I used to be a slur because of Rush Limbaugh would be all day long like liberal this, liberal that.
Well, and it's unfortunate because he basically poisoned the well against liberalism.
Yep.
Which he didn't anticipate. 30 years later would actually be very important against communism. But here we are.
Yep.
So when I think of liberalism, Phil, I think specifically about maximizing individual rights, almost like a libertarianism type thing.
Yes. So I do too. And my thought process is, or my interest in what you were thinking is more on your conceptualization of the word progressive, because to me, again, I'm super steeped in James Lindsay stuff right now. So for me, when you say progressive, that describes the left leaning historicism, where they believe that there is an end to history that is progressing to the communist utopia. So in as far as my understanding, the way that I conceptualize it is, if you're a progressive, you're progressing somewhere. And where you're progressing is probably, if you ask people, it's probably in their mind, they have some kind of idea of a society where everybody's taken care of, because it's never something that's really well thought out, or very rarely is it well thought out. So it's some kind of like imaginary, Star Trek communism kind of thing that they're talking about, right? So it's a loose idea that they haven't put a lot of thought into, but they'll still behave as if they're heading towards communism.
Well, this is why I don't like the anti-capitalist stuff, because even Marx thought capitalism would lead to superabundance, which was the thing that was supposed to make it so you had the Star Trek utopia. So all the talk about how, we're living in late stage capitalism and we have to get rid of capitalism makes no sense to me. I'm like, late stage capitalism is when capitalism is providing so much that nobody's complaining about anything. Like, we're not there yet.
Yeah. So anyways, that's the reason I asked you, because my conceptualization of progressive is a slur, and it is that you're looking to essentially create new socialist man, You know, it's very Nietzschean. We're trying to make the Ubermensch, the overman, the new man, remake humans that can be socialist, right? Remake humans so that way everybody's equal, so that way nobody has want, so everyone thinks the right thing, because essentially that's what you have to have a socialist society. And that was what Marx and I know Nietzsche wasn't a socialist, but he was thinking about the overman, the perfection of humans, right? The man that's better than humans now. And that was the only way you could progress society, by having a man or humans stop focusing on themselves the way that they did and focus on the true humanity and humanizing yourself and stuff. And so for me, anytime anyone's talking about progressives, they're always talking about perfecting society and perfecting man, and that's why they're always wanting to control thoughts. And
I'm thinking of progressive or progress in terms of just maximizing individual freedom, which I do think fits in with the conservative framework, because they're not necessarily in favor of maximizing individual freedom. They're more worried about the downfall of society than individual freedom. I think the more individual freedom you have, the safer society is. But that's kind of just an intuition that I think conservatives lack. I do think it's like maximizing individual freedom does kind of decentralize power in a way that I feel makes people safer, and also puts, I think of societies like a giant human resources problem. And you have certain people that are going to be good at certain things. And really you want to get rid of any obstruction from any person to be able to do any particular thing. And just when we had, narrow gender roles and all these societal expectations on people, it was a huge problem, because people who might be good at something completely outside of what society wants them to do could never achieve that thing. So now that we have this society where we've completely maximized individual freedom for everyone, people can maneuver their way. And the internet just supercharges it, because you can make these kids can make these relationships all over the place with, academics and working together in groups and stuff like that. It's fucking amazing. So I don't know. I feel like that is going to foster a lot of at least technological progress. But I obviously, both of us do not believe in blank slateism. There is a certain amount of the problem that I have with progressives is they tend to think, people are all these, not self-interested, magnanimous saints. Yeah. And that's just not true. It's a nice thought, but it's definitely not accurate.
Sure.
Conscientious, existing with other people, and it's making me nervous, but also, like you said, it's not a First Amendment right. I think we should just make a better app.
Yeah, I really think people should just leave Twitter. I thought that for a long time. I felt like Twitter was pernicious before Musk owned it. I feel like it's more pernicious now. And you see these debates about, well, we should stay and fight. This isn't a battlefield. This isn't, Occupy Wall Street, right? This is you're fighting for the right to make content for Elon Musk to monetize,
to make money, right?
Yeah, and I understand people. Whatever, I use Amazon Prime. People interact with kind of immoral corporations all the time, so I wouldn't judge anyone who's doing that. But I don't think it's a good thing to do.
Yeah, fight to what end? To make a bunch of white guys in Silicon Valley richer than they already are.
I know, what a fucking racist.
Why? Why? What's the point of that?
A bunch of white guys.
Because racism against white people is socially acceptable. That's the point.
Can you imagine saying that? Just
the NBA is comprised of a bunch of black guys.
I know, it's just to make a bunch of black guys millionaires.
Yes.
God, what a racist thing to say.
I know.
I'm short. I thought it was all because they're fucking tall. I had no idea.
I actually think it's more fun. I love the chaos of the first week of Musk, when all of these young kids were changing their name to Monsanto and totally destroying the stock market.
That was funny.
More of that on Twitter, and less of us trying to save it to make it to build our audience.
It was also funny that Count Dankula was stuck his giant penis.
You guys raised such an
interesting
story about these
it's glitching out
for
me. What's going on?
I'd hit pause and
refresh the
committee meeting for
Roger that.
What was that? What happened?
Story about these criminal.
It just started. I hit pause and it started.
That they're able to.
Did you press pause on the button or on the window?
On the window.
Oh, you have to press it on the button, not the window.
By that
On the
It's
button.
still going nuts. Like I'm waiting for it to.
Here, wait, reload the
legally do what he
browser.
wants, but by that
How are
standard,
you guys? You guys got it? Has it chilled out?
Okay, yeah. Do you have like an auto click or something on your?
Not that I
Story
know
about
of.
these
It was like you had like an auto click going like or
I know.
something. So
That was
Um,
awesome.
All right, I'm jumping back in.
I felt like I had a
about these criminal.
flashback.
Oh, it's still doing it.
In the man shot.
yeah, wait, yeah. That's why is it doing that?
I don't know.
wait,
I just
it's
closed
not.
the window.
Okay.
Right. So the here, I'm gonna close the.
It's stopped now for me. So
Well, now he's not here. Try
Okay.
refresh, like close the entire browser or something.
Okay.
That's so bizarre. I've never seen that happen before.
All right. I closed the
What do you-
browser.
Destiny.
Tifa's hacking your computer.
Do you listen to Destiny at all, Phil?
I do not.
Okay. You saying you perceive progressive as a slur, which I mean I kind of do too. I wouldn't call myself a progressive, but Destiny all the time calls himself a progressive, and he's like so proud when he says it. I think.
Because it's Sitch's law. People are using the word to mean different things. He
I know.
means like, left liberal who's in favor of universal health care option and using the government to enact, social policies that he likes, essentially. That's how he's using the term. And then when Phil hears it, he's like, you're a socialist.
Essentially, yes.
Which is like, I think that's how a lot of people use it. That's the problem. People
Destiny
use
is
words
not
to
a
mean different
socialist,
things.
though. Obviously,
No, he's not.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. People are using the same word to mean different things. So
Okay, I'm back in, and I think we got it good.
okay, good.
So if you guys, I'm not going to touch anything right now, but
But I also
All right.
think that
it's going.
in a way, what he's doing is kind of showing how absurd
Where
and
were
kind
we?
of the depth of bad faith in the free speech complaints about
No,
its
wait,
power.
you skipped something, didn't we?
Or when you had public
Where
discourse
were we?
for doing.
He's right about there.
There's something what's very clear about what's
Go to the part where
happening
he
with-
mentioned.
You guys are
Wait.
both in
Moderation to company in what now free speech,
Jeez,
but
Sitch.
rather,
What's going on here?
Trying to find
it's how
where we
we
were.
corral
There's
the
a
youth.
glitch in the
It's how we
matrix.
sort of like create. I mean, I love that the right is so obsessed with meme making, and they make memes like we made them like 10 years ago. Like they're always like a decade late.
Like,
and I think that what he's trying.
What is this Animal Farm thing in the Chiron? They're like animal. What is Animal Farm?
Well,
have
his
to do
his
with
point was that like because Elon says he's in favor of free speech, but now he's banning people, he's a hypocrite, just
Right.
like the pig in Animal Farm. It's all double, double
Wasn't
speak.
Animal Farm based on like a socialist metaphor? I feel like it was.
Yeah,
It's supposed to be.
Oh, okay. Huh.
It's
Is
not.
this Animal
It's a
Farm?
bad. It's a bad comparison.
The
Ari's
general
really
pig?
stretching here. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And okay.
Trying to do, obviously, with his relationship to Zax and Theo, is attempt to like make Twitter more hospitable to feelings of fashion, like the rising fashion.
Feeling of fascism. That's exactly what people want on Twitter.
I know. I just go to Twitter and I go, look at all these fascists feeling so
It's
comfortable
so
about being fascist on
crazy.
Twitter.
Hyperbolic much? Jeez.
And like the rising tides of the right, and sort of deeply erode what he calls the woke virus, which I think is just like liberalism, right? Like like conscientious, like existing with other people. And I'm really
The woke people are so conscientiously ready to exist with other people.
I know. Right?
I just have to laugh.
How many times have you guys run into that though, where like someone says something and then it's like, oh, it's just being a good person, and you're like,
What?
it is so incredibly not just being a good person. Like, oh, if you misgender someone, which I use whatever pronoun someone wants me to use, I'll use them, just so long as they're like, I won't use neo pronouns. I'm not like, if you want me to call you Zer, I'm gonna run away and do my best to not be around you because I don't want to misgender you, but I don't want to know you either.
Fair.
Serious.
I mean,
Seriously.
I totally agree.
Fair enough.
Because I mean, think about it. Like, look, man, it's a lot. It's a lot of. If I have to, like, use
I know
a
it's
special,
a big ask.
It's a big ask. Like,
It
what are
is.
you doing? Like, why am I hanging out with you? Like, am I hanging out with you because I got to work with you? Okay, I'll make it work, and I'm not going to make a stink. But are we going to hang out on the weekend and Zer's going to be there? I'm staying home.
I am too. Yeah.
I'm sorry. So, anyways.
It's making me nervous, but also, like you said, it's not a First Amendment right. I think we should just make a better app.
Yeah, I really think people should just leave Twitter. I mean, I thought that for a long time. I felt like Twitter was pernicious before Musk owned it. I feel like it's more pernicious now. And you see these debates about, well, we should stay and fight. You know, this isn't a battlefield. This isn't, you know, Occupy Wall Street, right? This is like you're fighting for the right to make content for Elon Musk to monetize,
to make money, right?
Yeah, and you know, I understand people.
Elon Musk wanted to set up a program where content creators could monetize Twitter in some way, shape, or form, exactly like YouTube. Yeah,
right.
Which, yeah, I'm in favor of that. I spend way too much time on Twitter anyway. Like it would be nice to make ad revenue, right?
Well, it's funny because she's kind of going like, "Oh, Twitter was bad before. We should get rid of it." It's like, okay, everyone says that because it's true, but like it's like crack. No one's gonna get rid of Twitter.
Yeah,
especially
no least of all
crack. Yeah, least of all the journalists who are the most addicted to Twitter in the entire world. So this is just like this fanciful, naive notion.
Yeah, yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, the Twitter has the network effects that some other app is definitely not going to have. It's not as easy as they make it sound. Oh, let's just all go over to this other app where nobody is
there.
Yeah, nobody's complimenting us all the time on how great we are.
Well, no, it's just like the whole point of these apps is you have to go where all the people are. That's the entire point.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. All the people sucking up to you.
Everyone's not going to go to Mastodon or Truth Social or any of these other things.
Can you imagine? Yeah, just migrate over to Truth Social, you guys. It'll be great.
But whatever, I use Amazon Prime. You know, people interact with kind of immoral corporations all the time, so I wouldn't judge anyone who's doing that. But I don't think it's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, like, fight to what end? To like make a bunch of white guys in Silicon Valley richer than they already are? Like, I actually think it's more fun. I love the chaos of the first week of Musk.
She just did kind of like say, "Hey, I'm really terribly unprincipled."
Did she?
She kind of just glossed over. Yeah, she's like, you know, everybody, you know, I use immoral corporations and I know they're immoral, so I wouldn't judge anyone for using immoral corporations. Well, if they're immoral, idiot, they're immoral. I mean,
they're
obviously
immoral by their standards, but they're not really immoral.
No, yeah, exactly. I mean, but the thing is, it just shows that, you know, it just goes to speak to the fact that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like they're not principled at all.
Yeah.
So.
Of Musk, when like all of these, like, you know, young kids were like changing their name to like Monsanto and like totally destroying the stock market. I'm like, more of that on Twitter and like less of us trying to save it to make it to build our audiences. There are different ways to build them.
You guys raise such interesting issues, and Jeremy, I'm also curious because you come at this as a storyteller, what you think about the fact that what Musk wants to be, and part of that right-wing plutocracy wants to be, is what they are not, which is fundamentally inclusive, right? Free speech, I believe, properly understood as inclusive.
Yes.
It means, different ideas or people who seem different are actually allowed to interact, which was not always
actually allowed to create security risks for my children.
but I think a traditional progressive value.
Yes.
And the meme thing you said, which is just kind of be cool, fun, and creative, which is, I think, the joy.
Well, it's weird. It's what he said was kind of telling, and I don't know if he meant to show his hand there. He said free speech was traditionally a progressive value. He didn't say it is a progressive value. He said it was traditionally.
You're right.
So that implies that he, on some level, is accidentally acknowledging the fact that it's not anymore, or at least it's not, you know, being portrayed that way on Twitter or in social media anymore.
This whole bit is full of tells of just the most awful people.
Yes, it's very interesting.
We're gross and disgusting.
Well, to me, it's so insane that, you know, for going to the Hunter Biden laptop story again, which is, you know, all the rage now because of the Twitter file stuff. I don't remember. I'd have to go back, but I can bet. I can almost guarantee I would bet someone $10,000 that if we went back in time to that, 2020 in October, and we looked at Ari Melber's show, he wouldn't be saying it's a total travesty, a total censorship of free speech is under attack because, Twitter blocked the Hunter Biden laptop story and banned Trump's press secretary, and they banned the New York Post handle.
Not. Yeah.
We see any of this stuff for a story which, regardless of whether it amounted to anything, regardless of whether you believe it or disagree with it, it's still newsworthy story that had something to do with the election. Where this is like fucking nothing. It's who cares where Elon Musk's jet is? It's such irrelevant to the world.
Yeah.
But no, it's just an excuse that they can go to attack Elon, and they get their panties in a twist because how dare a journalist be banned from Twitter, even temporarily? Oh my God.
They love the jet stuff because the jet stuff makes Elon Musk uncomfortable sleeping at night. That's why they like it. It's so
I think it's just because journalists were banned, and they get everyone gets their panties in a twist when it's their people. Like, remember when Congress, there was some I don't remember what this was. There was some problem where all the flights were backed up or something, and the Congress people couldn't get their flights home for the weekend, and they immediately passed some bill to fix the problem, like instantaneously. You're like, oh, because it affects them. Of course they act. It's the same thing with this. Like, oh, this affects journalists. Oh, well, we have to circle the wagons now.
Yeah.
So.
Joy, and I know it's hard to even imagine joy on Twitter, but the joy of some of internet creativity is all of that, right? What does it tell you as if I may, and don't take this the wrong way, but as
oh no, what's this? What I feel like something is going to happen here. What is this?
He's gonna ask him out.
No, he's gonna say, listen, I don't want to take this the wrong way, but can I tell?
That's funnier.
Can I tell my white friends that you're my black friend?
I feel like that's what's going to happen here.
Is it okay?
Is it okay? Are we friends?
I just want to go back to my white liberal friend and say, listen, I have a black friend and he writes Broadway plays. Okay. Like Hamilton.
Don't take this the wrong way. Okay.
Yeah. Don't take it the wrong way. Though.
Don't play the race card on me, dude.
Can you imagine how valuable that is to a New York shit lib?
Oh, I know,
right? Exactly.
Oh my God, look what I have. I have a friend that does. Oh God. I feel racist even saying it, but it's so gross.
It is gross.
Like, I don't even want to verbalize it.
That's what's going to happen here. Sitch, I haven't seen this clip, but I feel like it's so weird. He's got to completely butter it up.
It is strange.
He's like, I don't remember what he asked. Yeah.
I don't remember what he asked.
I've noticed you're black. It's like, okay.
Can I call you my friend? You're cool. And I want to point out that I noticed that you're cool. That's what he's going to say.
Don't take this the wrong way, but can I touch your hair?
No. Oh, no.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Immediately cuts the commercial.
Ari, don't do it.
And Kanye's watching this going, no!
Look at Michelle. Michelle is like,
do it, brother, don't!
Michelle has what's about to happen suspect.
Michelle senses the danger here.
Yeah, she's like, what's going on?
This is a problem because you have to make race the center of every issue. And at the same time, it's so much. It's so terrible.
I don't remember what he asked. I don't remember. I don't think he says anything about race, but it feels like he's going.
No, he just says you're cool. I guarantee he's just like, he's not going to mention his race. He's going to be like,
don't
you're cool and you're a playwright. And the race thing is going to be kind of like in there and obvious, but it's going to be like, you're hip and you're cool. Can I call you my friend?
We'll see. I think he's going to be like, you're not a journalist, you're a playwright or something. But we'll see. We'll see.
Imagine joy on Twitter, but the joy of some of internet creativity is all of that, right? What does it tell you as if I may, and don't take this the wrong way, but as a cool creative?
Oh, you were right. Holy shit, Phil. You were totally fucking as a cool creative. You totally called it. He's a cool creative. Oh my God, that is such a dog whistle. Like, as a black creator. Holy shit.
He wants to put him on like his shoulder and be like, look at my friend. Look at my black artist of friend. Me.
As a cool
I am so good and so not racist. And he is so not a stereotype. Like, just gross. Just disgusting. And people would get so mad when someone said that Barack Obama was articulate.
Oh, I know.
It's the same thing. The same thing.
It is.
Like,
It
if he
totally
just
is.
wanted to say, like, you know, how do you take this story
This is
as like
so
a
bad.
writer or as a playwright? Like, he could have just said that exact thing.
Don't
how do
take
you,
this
as
the
a
wrong
playwright?
way.
Yeah, as a playwright,
Why
as
do you
a
say don't take this the
storyteller.
wrong way?
Yeah, as
You
a
would have to see
storyteller.
a human fucking being for that. Pardon my French. Sorry.
It's so, yeah, because he could have just said, as a storyteller, how do you take this story? But he didn't. He said, as a cool creative. That's such a weird way to phrase that. But okay.
Look,
It's
but
a thing that I can show my friends.
he's
Right.
he's look at the look on his face. He's giving him the, and you know what I mean by that, right?
Yeah.
He's like,
Even the hand.
you know what I'm saying, right?
He's like, don't attack me. Don't shoot your lasers at me. Listen. Okay, I will deflect all lasers that say racism on them away with my hand.
Oh man,
He's using the force. You will not call me racist.
this is so uncomfortable. I mean, he did say the white guy make more white guys money thing. So
That's
Ari's
true.
on his Ari's
true.
thinking, oh, next time I'm gonna be on the list.
That's true.
I'm only cool because I'm wearing Bodhi right now.
What does it tell you that even someone that rich and powerful still seeks the impression of that, which is why apparently he feels the need to lie about the goals of the platform for his management?
Look, he calls.
I don't even
Elon
understand
Musk-
that question.
He calls Elon Musk a liar.
I know.
Oh, that's so painful. What did Elon lie about?
I think
Maybe
he's
reversed
saying.
himself on the jet thing.
I think what he's implying, and it's very bizarre, he's saying that despite Elon Musk being a billionaire, he still needs to feel like he's part of the cool kids club of, you know, the elite progressive coastal elitists, I think.
Matt-
That's how I interpret the question.
I watched an interview with Matt Taibbi on Russell Brand's channel, and Matt Taibbi said something interesting that I really hadn't heard before. He was like, you know, Matt Taibbi's obviously been a journalist for a long time, and he said, you know, when I interview people, there's always this uncomfortable moment when I turn the tape recorder on because people get a little gun shy. They're like, this guy's going to take me out of context. He's going to, you know, say something I didn't say. But with Elon Musk, he was like, he could tell Elon Musk was just a guy who didn't give a fuck, like, which was such a refreshing thing for him because he didn't care. You know, he didn't grill him about what he was going to say or what he was going to do. He didn't mind him recording him. So I feel like that goes against this narrative that he wants to be in the cool kids club.
Right.
Like, I
right.
feel like he already knows he's in the cool kids club.
Well, the thing is that no, it doesn't. Elon Musk decides what is and is not in the cool kids club.
Exactly.
The
Yeah.
guy that builds rockets that
Yes.
land the way that you watched sci-fi movies when you
I
were a
know.
child. Like when you do that stuff, like I'm sorry, like it's cool that you wrote a play. That's cool, dude.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
let me land spaceships without humans driving them on ships at sea and do it over and over again,
Right.
and then I'll come and I'll check out your friggin'
Yeah.
play.
I love that. It's like, yeah, you did a play. That's cool. Listen, your play, that was a really good play. I made a rocket land on its butt with
I
a
know.
computer program. Okay.
Like when you watch
They're
the boosters
so
come back to
amazing.
Earth,
I
it is.
know.
I could never get tired of watching it on my phone. I can't even imagine what
I
it's like
know.
to see in person, to watch them come down. And I swear to I mean, I'm pushing 50 here. So it's like that when I was a kid in the 80s, that was like, oh, so it's like, this is seeing this stuff. And any of these people talk like, I get that there are people out there that are like, oh, you know, don't do billionaire worship. Fine. Don't worship billionaires. But the guy that's literally changing the world with like a microchip that's going to allow people to, you know, allow people with damaged spinal cords.
Neuralink.
That's going to work. He's putting rockets. He's installing the internet in the sky.
Yep.
And you shouldn't really be impressed by the guy. In fact, you should dislike him because he bought Twitter and let someone that I didn't like back on the platform.
Well, that's the difference between like billionaire worship and worshiping a guy who's actually doing something. Because like nobody likes Tony Stark because he's a billionaire. They like Tony Stark because he makes all this fucking fancy shit. And Elon Musk is doing that exact same thing. It's like, yeah, you wrote your play, my robot rocket just got back from refueling this space station. It's it's a completely different ballpark.
It is so, like, the arguments surrounding Twitter, they're so incredibly small compared to the actual, like, things the guy's doing. Because really, this is like he's building the first ships that can go to other continents. Like, that's the kind of revolutionary thing that he's doing, right? Like, there was one guy, like, that got a rowboat that made it to the moon a couple times. He's trying to install the infrastructure to make interplanetary travel a reality.
Yeah,
that's a big thing, and it matters. It's the biggest thing probably since they decided to go and see if the Earth was really, round. It might be bigger than going to the moon. To actually set up
Earth is round, Phil. God,
you'll
just believe anything they tell you, huh?
I don't want to insult any of my any flat earther friends. Yeah. But I'm not trying to distract the conversation, but the context here of, like, oh, they're mad about Twitter and he's bad because of Twitter. It's like the stuff the guy is doing is really, really, really much bigger than this.
Sure.
Totally.
Well,
yeah.
I think you essentially have, it's kind of like high school. These people have never grown out of high school. You have a bunch of journalists, specifically, like, northeastern coastal journalists, who basically view themselves, it's a lot of projection. They view themselves as, like, we are the cool kids club. Everyone wants to be part of our club. And so through his own, like, ego and projection, he assumes Elon wants to have anything to do with them.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, no. I mean, Elon's doing something that's way cooler than the garbage that you're doing, producing every night. So.
Well, I mean, I think it means that we still haven't left high school. Like, none of us have, right? Like, he is always going to be the weird, South African kid who was, like, in the corner of whatever private school he was at, thinking up codes and getting called a dweeb, right? And, like, not getting the prettiest, coolest, fastest girl to, like, take his number. And I think that, like, what people have always seen is that, like, cool
he wants to get laid and get out of there.
Artists, like musicians, like, are at the center of the conversation, no matter whether you're in high school or whether you're at the Met Gala. Damn. And I think that that's kind of what this all boils down to. So you're saying he has, like...
The ego is just like, oh, everyone wants to be part of our New York elite, left-wing, artsy-fartsy journalist / we make play club. It's like, well, there's lots of people out there that don't give a shit about any of that. They also do very cool things that are often much cooler than things you're doing.
Yeah.
It's so egomaniacal.
Yeah.
The projection.
Like, maybe the best car to pull up to high school, but then if he's still sitting in the wrong spot in the cafeteria, life's no fun.
Yeah, I mean, like, he got booed at Dave Chappelle. I'm shocked you didn't play that, but he got booed at Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle, a man who loves rich people and, like, has like, sort of a social.
Like
there's a little socialism in there.
Associated with
little commie.
It's terrible.
Little dig at Dave Chappelle.
Rich people. Maybe? He loves rich people.
Himself in his later years as, like, sort of the only person he's fighting for.
This from the guy that just earlier, when Ari gave him a compliment, he pointed out that he was wearing a designer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He was like, oh, rich. I'm only cool because I'm wearing this.
Bodhi.
That's a great catch. Yeah.
So he's like, oh, look at, but because it's, you hear people that say, oh, the champagne socialists don't, they only hate rich people because they have more money than they do because they're always rich. It's so, the stereotype when it comes to the socialist mindset is it's so right on the money.
Yep.
Yeah. Bodhi produces one-of-a-kind handcrafted clothing cut from antique fabrics, Victorian quilts, grain sacks, and bed linens. Oh,
that's what he's wearing?
Yeah, Bodhi, New York. Come on, Sitch. Get some culture.
How much is his
Hold
jacket?
On. Check out my grain.
How much is his jacket?
Look, I'm going to get in big trouble here. My friends probably have a bunch of grain sack shirts.
That's all right. We can still dunk on these guys.
Ew, these are like the ugly. They have, like, I'm looking at their website. They have some ugly ass clothing. It's like $2,000 for, like, a quilted. Looks like your grandma's quilted jacket from, like, 1974.
$2,000, and he's in a position to talk smack about Elon Musk's money.
Well, I don't know how much his jacket is. It could even be more than that.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
But
this guy has money. It's so weird to think, oh, we hate rich people, but you know, obviously we're in the 1%. So
he's probably in his he's late 20s, early 30s. So he'll be, if he's not a millionaire now, he'll be a millionaire by the time he's 35, 40. He's set for life, right?
Yep.
Like all he has to do is just not, mind his P's and Q's and not lose his job and not piss off his boss and whatever. But like he's going to be fine. And like he's sitting there talking smack about Elon Musk because Elon Musk has so much money, which the only reason, and again, this is so frustrating about socialism, he's not rolling around in $1 billion. Like he has things that are worth money. And like he owns things. It's like it's all in stuff. If you went and tried to sell it all, it wouldn't be worth as much. It's so dumb. Sorry.
Just looking at this stuff makes me hate. Zoomer fashion is just.
I'm gonna put this.
Right now.
I'm gonna put
it's
this.
Bad.
So bad.
I got to put this jacket on the Sitch avatar. I mean, it's just.
Are you looking at the one with all the patches?
It's too insane.
Like Zoomer fashion right now is so god awful. It's like let's all look like.
Let's
all look like grandfathers from like the late 70s. Grandfathers and grandmothers from the late 70s. It's like, what are we doing? What is this? Can we not? This is worse. Okay, I thought fashion, so in the 90s, when everyone was wearing, in the early 2000s, everyone was wearing like all black and like the giant jeans that were like, you could smuggle like an entire zoo inside. I thought that was bad fashion.
Those are
awesome.
I
thought that was bad, but like the Janko jeans, I thought that was bad, but this is like a whole new level of like terribleness.
I never wore Jankos.
How dare you? How dare you live through the time period and never wear Jankos?
I never did. I was a metal kid. I was poo-poo. I did wear baggy. I was wearing stuff that was fairly in style, but I was never wearing the big old baggy.
Not quite the Jankos. You never got exactly to the Jankos. Yeah.
Never got those. They never did the big open like bell bottoms on the end. In fact, in the early 2000s, when I was wearing bell bottoms, there are some of our early videos. I'm wearing like girls' jeans that are bell bottoms when it was not in fashion to wear tight bell bottoms, but.
You get that jacket off me right now.
Come on, this
ugly jacket off me right now.
We may have to crowdfund this jacket for Sitch because I think it's like $3,000.
How much is it? $3,000?
I think it's. Wait, this one's only $1,500. This one's one of the cheaper ones. So
yeah,
there you go.
I bought a jacket yesterday and it was $200, and it's a North Face and it's super warm.
Nice, yeah.
Right, but that's like it's like an
it's a functional jacket.
It's like this is like a little tiny piece of cloth. It's like
he's in no position to criticize Elon Musk about his money.
This looks like something
he's wearing
literally
Bodhi, though, so
literally these jackets look like things you would find at Goodwill. I'm not even joking.
So it's expensive and he's got terrible taste too. Great, awesome, thanks.
Terrible.
Look, it's vintage, Sitch. So.
Vintage. Okay. We took this beautiful Victorian quilt and we ripped it up and made an ugly jacket with it. Thank you, Bodhi.
Or is the rights of rich people or something like that. It's a great piece. You should read Roxanne Gaye's piece about it. But he goes there thinking about this very cool, the classic best comedian.
No, he said Roxanne Gay. Oh. Roxanne Gay is like just the biggest swokester in the world. Yeah, giant progressive bubble.
Living right now will be this stamp of approval. He'll get the stamp of approval, and instead he got met by thousands of boos. And
that's wild because David Chappelle's audience at this point is very anti-woke, right? They're not there for, but I think that. And then you saw
is his audience really anti-woke?
You almost felt bad for him.
I mean, I imagine there might be some people that are again anti-woke with Chappelle, but I don't.
Not overwhelmingly.
He walks.
I don't. Yeah, I think she's wrong.
Being like, no, it was only 10% booing. It was 90%.
That's what everyone always says when they get a hashtag. That's what everyone always says. Yes. It wasn't everyone there. And you're like, we didn't say it was everyone.
And there is a kind of pathos to what Elon Musk is doing, right?
Yes.
He sort of he wants so badly the approval, and the people that he wants the approval of is kind of astonishing, right? You see him in the...
They tell on themselves. Again, I don't want to keep going back to the same thing, but it's like, they talk about, he wants approval. And it's like, this guy is literally out here doing things, right? Like he's out there building rockets and doing actual stuff to try to help humanity. That's the point of Tesla and all. That's the point of all of this stuff. And they're like, oh, he's only doing this so that way he gets approval. It's like, you people are so like, they're just their projection is so incredible. The iron law of woke projection
applies to every.
It's so sad because I always say this: Elon Musk has done more for climate change than any publicly elected person in office.
100%.
He started 3 companies all based around climate change. Tesla is electrifying the transportation sector, the solar company, and like the backup planet company is SpaceX.
The backup planet.
Yeah, I mean, who else is working on climate change like Elon Musk? But he gets absolutely zero credit for it. It's crazy. Well, he gets zero credit for it because it goes against their narrative. It's like they have this worldview that only government can make change in the world, and that the private sector, is capitalism gone bad, and that capitalism can't do any good in the world. It's just, consumerism and the death of Western society. So Elon Musk completely goes against that.
Yep.
I sent you a shirt.
I know, the Florida man shirt.
You have to bring it up.
I know. Sitch. Send this to Phil, too, so Phil can see it.
This is a $500 Florida shirt.
Oh
I know. It's pretty cool, though. I mean, it's not too bad.
It's so ugly.
Oh, really?
Oh my God.
Oh, I swear I've seen
Sitch wants his shirt bad, guys.
Oh yeah.
It's actually not terrible. The new comedian is it not Alex? He's young.
Alex Stein?
No, not Alex
Alex
Stein.
Stein 99? Come on, Pimp on a Blimp?
Yeah, that's not the guy I'm thinking of. It's not Alex. Andrew Schultz.
Oh, okay.
I'm positive I've seen Andrew Schultz. If he's not if it's
wearing
not that
this shirt,
if it's not that, it's one real close. I swear to God, I saw him wearing that, and I could totally see Andrew Schultz wearing that shirt.
Oh man,
Sitch, you could do it. You could pull this shirt off.
No way. Oh, this is horrible.
Look, this shirt is like an aphrodisiac for women.
I want a big I want a big shirt that just got my state at the bottom. It's like the little dick of America hanging at the bottom of my shirt.
I sent CT asked about sending her the link so she could do a little remaster.
I sent her the picture I was talking about.
A little remaster of your avatar. See if we can make you look ridiculous.
I shouldn't have sent it there.
Donald Trump acolytes and Charlie Kirk, various.
You're saying he's reading his internet comments.
All these weird. He reads them and then he sort of begs for approval from them. It's really an astonishing spectacle, and it seems like part of the reason he bought this thing was just so that people would have to pretend that he's cool.
Well, Jeremy,
these people are like insane. This is so. There is nothing in anything he's ever said that would lead anyone to believe this. It's like these people saw the Facebook movie. Remember at the end of the Facebook movie, it's like Mark Zuckerberg, oh, you lost me?
I think Phil dropped out for a second. But continue.
At the end of the Facebook movie, like Mark Zuckerberg's character is like refreshing. He's trying to get the friend request from his first girlfriend back. And he's just refreshing it.
No.
And then you find out that like that's literally all a lie, because in real life he was with his girlfriend before he made Facebook, and it was the same person he's like married to now.
Oh,
so
really?
And so the whole narrative in the movie is a literal lie. Like these people saw that movie and they think that's true, and they just project that narrative onto like everyone that runs any sort of company. So they think Elon Musk is just sitting there. He's like refreshing Twitter, seeing if his ex-wife, accepted his, or has refollowed him back or something.
Yeah, interacting with people on Twitter is kind of what Twitter is all about. So I'm like, what are they even talking about?
I know.
It's just funny that they pitch that as a bad thing. Like, yeah, he interacts with other people on the social media platform. That's what social media is for.
Well, it's like they're so ego driven that they're like, oh, someone who's in a high position like Elon is interacting with the riffraff.
I know.
He must be desperate.
That's why imagine this. They're trying to paint him as he's the out of touch elitist, but they come off as the out of touch elitists.
Yeah.
How cool is it that Elon Musk is constantly responding to people?
I know.
Did you see Jeremy? The quartering was trying to get the job as CEO of Twitter.
I did see that. Yeah. Listen, man, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
A for effort, man. I give him props for going for it.
There you go.
Drake not say back and forth to Italy, my comment section killing me. He did say and it's, when you're that big and you're reading your comments, you're also revealing something.
Yes.
We got.
Look at this fucking
You like
elitist
that?
scumbag.
It's interesting, yeah.
I mean,
If
I
you're
read
that
the
big.
comments. Sitch doesn't read the comments, but I read the comments. So
I'm too big for the comments, Adam. I don't know if you know this. I'm too big for the comments. Oh, the plebes. I don't want to hear them. I've never read or comments or interact with people. Oh man, I'm such a big deal.
Comments are a mixed bag. They really are. You don't know if you're going to get gold or you're just going to get haters. So it is.
Right.
I mean, I do it because I've gotten a lot of really good feedback in the comments. Sitch doesn't do it because he's never experienced that. So, which is probably a better position to be in. I really should stop reading the comments. I know you guys don't want to hear that, but I don't think I actually could. I don't think it's possible for me to stop reading the comments at this point. So you don't get as much hate in the comments, Sitch, because people know you don't read the comments.
That's exactly it. That's the move.
Yeah. So they send a ton of hate my way because they're like,
So what you gotta do? You gotta do, Adam.
Will read this.
Adam, you should say you're not going to read the comments, and then secretly you just keep reading the comments.
Well, I mean, I like to respond to people that are cool. I mean, I try to incentivize cool. I try to respond to people who leave good comments.
Right.
You know, to incentivize that.
That's
kind of
good.
Thing. Yeah. Phil is back, but I think he might have run off to the bathroom or get a cup of coffee or something.
Yeah.
Or two left in the whole week.
Yeah.
What else is on your fallback list?
Well, right now, I've been thinking a lot about Tory Lanez. Speaking of Twitter and like Tory Lanez's stand specifically, I think that they need to fall back.
Tell us about the trial.
Okay, so right now, Megan Thee Stallion is.
Okay. I stopped here because
Bombshell interview with Megan Thee Stallion.
Bunch of
Ex-pal
stuff that's
played at
completely irrelevant
Tory Lanez's trial.
So
what? She shot somebody? Megan Thee Stallion did?
Megan Thee Stallion did not shoot anyone. Don't worry.
I mean, she was. I mean, I never heard of her before.
Right.
She-Hulk, but
that's true. I didn't either.
Now
but
she's
that's 'cause
everywhere.
I'm out of touch.
Okay,
so next,
shooting people full of holes. But
there you go. Next, we'll watch the Joe Scarborough segment.
Joe and Mika, right here.
Joe and Mika. Yeah. Hopefully, Phil comes back. Let me read some super chats. Cyborg for $22 says child pornography is not free speech. If it violates someone else's rights, it is not a right of yours.
True.
That's like implying that the right to bear arms gives you the right to use them indiscriminately. Your rights end where someone else's begins.
True.
Well, no. So that's actually not quite true.
Oh no! Don't Sitch. Let's just move on.
Well, no, because it's actually important to this why this free speech absolutism is a position no one actually has.
Right.
So obviously, the act of the creation of CP is not protected by anything because the act itself is illegal.
Because it's illegal and
it's also
damaging, violent.
Right.
Yeah.
The question is in terms of the reproduction and posting of it, which is deemed illegal, and that's fine. It should be illegal. But by saying that action should be illegal, you are saying that there's an underlying principle there, which is the harm of children, is more important than the idea that there should be some sort of absolute free speech position that people can do or post or say whatever they want. That is what is happening right there. And that's fine. It's the same thing with libel and slander. Libel and slander, you could say it's my free speech that I can lie about people, in whatever space I want. And then you say, well, wait a minute, we have libel and slander laws that say, well, if it, meets some criteria, then that overrides free speech and that the action is, deemed not protected. So that's my only point.
Mm-hmm.
So people don't like to conceptualize it that way. And I understand like shorthand when people say like, oh, I'm a free speech absolutist, generally what they really mean is that they're just in favor of siding with free speech generally in most situations, which is fine. I mean, I think that's where most people should be. That's where I am. But I just don't think people think about clearly exactly what that term means. And then it gets you into these weird situations where, with like Elon and stuff. Because obviously, he's not, Twitter is not a free speech absolutist platform, and nor should it be. So,
oh look,
I don't
Amber
think any
Turd is
platform should be,
trending.
but- Amber Turd, that's good. Salty Trisket for $5 says, quote, sometimes a hypocrite is nothing more than a man in the process of changing. Some guy. Yeah, no, that's a great point. And I was going to bring that up too. They keep calling Elon a hypocrite. And it's just like, just because he changed his mind about something, that doesn't make you a hypocrite. Like Elon could say, I'm fine with the Twitter account tracking my jet being on Twitter. And then something happens, some physical real world event happens to him that makes him change his mind. That's not being a hypocrite. That's literally changing your mind. What would make him a hypocrite would be if he banned the ElonJet thing. Now tracking him, but then like, I don't know, say there's some person that says, I'm going to track AOC's car wherever she drives and post her location. And if he said that was acceptable, then you could say, okay, he's being a hypocrite, right? The rules that apply to him don't apply to anyone else.
Yeah.
But simply changing your mind does not make one a hypocrite. So,
well, I think he banned some other jet trackers that were for more nefarious people and people, so he wouldn't be a hypocrite. Which,
yeah, my understanding was that he banned anything, all the jet trackers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if he left like Jeff Bezos tracker and he said it's fine to track Jeff Bezos, but not me, he could say, okay, hypocrite, right?
That'd be pretty hilarious.
That would be pretty funny, but. Chaotic Entertainment for $20 says, even with all his screw-ups, I'm glad Elon shook everything up for a while. Signed, an S-Class member of the A-Team. PS Sitch, have you played RimWorld? If no, fix that. I have not played RimWorld, no. I've heard about it. People have recommended it to me. I've never played it.
RimWorld.
But yeah, no, I mean, I'm glad. I'm glad as well that Elon shook things up. And I think Twitter will be in a far better place. You know, I trust whoever he gets to replace him at CEO will be far better than whatever Twitter was before. So,
well, he has a good idea of what it's going to take for Twitter to be successful now, which is going to make finding a CEO difficult for him, I think, because he was posting that he didn't think anyone could take the job right now and manage to keep Twitter alive. So
right,
maybe that's true, maybe that's not true, I don't know.
Right.
He's such a focus of people's attention. Just maybe having a different front man would be useful.
Hi, guys.
Back, Phil.
What's up,
Hi.
Phil?
My internet is, I live in the woods, so my internet acts like it sometimes.
Good for you.
Okay. Okay.
You don't have Starlink yet?
Yeah, exactly.
No, you know, I bought the house that I live in 2013, and it didn't have internet until 2 years ago.
Wow.
Like actual wired internet.
Wow. Yeah.
Because I had to actually, it was, when you build a house, you hire a general contractor. He's the guy that knows everybody's phone number. If you're just like, oh, I want to install internet into my house, who do you call?
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me literal years to find the right phone number.
Wow.
And then
you looked it up on the internet.
It wasn't that easy. It took me, I had to get in touch with someone that was actually from the construction company. And I didn't know who the construction company was. So I actually had to call, I was calling down to the town and stuff. It was a nightmare. Anyways, I'm not going to waste my time.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you have internet now.
I am too. I'm trying to get into the Watcher and I don't know. There we go. I'm in.
Seems like you're in.
I'm in the system.
Ready to go.
Spencer Harmon for $20 says, the quote, public info is the cross-reference info. The quote list the guy is starting with isn't public. Oh, well, there you go. So there you go. Yeah, this whole idea of it being public is not accurate. FP69 for $20 says, this is the mirror opposite view from Fuentes. He wants political dissident allowed, but anti-blasphemy laws. MSNBC wants doxing and pedophile sympathizers to be allowed, but political dissidents against progressives banned. I think that's pretty, well, they wouldn't agree to the pedophile sympathizer thing, but it's an interesting way to phrase it. It is the opposite of Nick Fuentes' position. Yeah. Which is hilarious too. And I think that was very telling when him and Ali Alexander were on InfoWars, and Alex Jones is like, he's big free speech, and they're like, no, we're against it. We're against free speech. We should be allowed to speak our mind, but we're anti-free speech. I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting position, but sure. Mystery guest 01, our circuit uncle, thank you so much for the $100. Says, happy holidays, fellas. Well, thank you. Happy holidays to everyone.
Yeah, thanks.
It is the second day of Hanukkah for those that are celebrating, and Christmas is right around the corner.
It's coming up next Sunday.
Yep.
Which I guess we're not going to stream on Christmas Day.
We could do
gonna
Monday
another
again.
Monday
maybe.
show.
Yeah, maybe we'll do Monday again.
All right, get us through the holidays.
So now we move on to Joe Scarborough.
That means, I
What?
guess Saturday night is going to be New Year's Eve, and New Year's Day is going to be on
Sunday.
a Sunday.
Yeah. So we'll all stumble into stream hungover.
It'd be great.
I can't wait to
First
watch that.
2023.
Yes. Yes.
You're working on some new music for 2023, right, Phil?
I hope so.
What's
God,
your
I hope so.
fallback, Phil, if this doesn't go through?
Life of an artist, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, the life of an artist working with other artists is the thing. Especially,
oh my God.
There's 5 people in a band, and
Yeah.
boy, it's like
I think-
wrangling cats.
I think Sting famously said being in a band is like being married but without sex, which is like, okay,
That's
sounds
true.
horrible.
That makes sense. Yeah.
It is. It's a pain in the butt. I mean, obviously, like, it's the coolest job that you could imagine, but at the same time, like, dealing with the things you have to deal with, it's a little tedious to be like, hey guys, can we do some work this quarter? And that's it's the price of success or the burdens of success. There's a phrase that I've heard people use, but it's like we're fortunate to be in a position where we've got a career and we have income from records that we put out a long time ago, and if we don't have to run out and put out a record or run out and grab whatever tour, so that way we can pay the bills. And that makes some people comfortable, and sometimes it's hard to get people working, and then families happen, and you got a new kid at home, and there's no reason to go anywhere because you don't have a boss. So those kind of things happen, and life happens and stuff. So, but I'm praying to God we put a record out next year.
You just got to get a bunch of mushrooms and lock yourself in a closet and just hammer
Lock
that
them
shit
in the
out.
closet. I'm ready to go. I'm all kinds of irritated. I can write a bunch of lyrics, man.
It's hard for me to imagine being artistically productive writing song lyrics or music while on shrooms, but maybe that's just me.
I used to do it drinking when I drank a lot. I'd do it completely hammered.
Drinking, I understand. Not sure.
Drinking
Shrooms, you're not sure.
do seem to go hand in hand a bit.
Shrooms is a little distracting. You're gonna be like, let me think of song lyrics. Oh my God, my shadow is the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life.
Honestly, I'm a terrible rock star. The only drug I've ever done. Well, no, I've smoked marijuana and I took ecstasy one time because I was dating a stripper and we had sex and it was kind of fun. But that's it. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. All right. So,
I mean, that's that's usually pretty high up on people's best experiences of all time.
She was
a stripper.
She was
on
a lot
ecstasy.
of fun, and doing the ecstasy with her was a lot of fun. I wouldn't do it again.
We don't advocate
her
drug
or
use
the
here.
ecstasy, but it was fun to do it.
Sitch, you don't advocate sex on ecstasy, Sitch? What do you?
No, here at the Sitch and Adam show, we do not advocate any drug use.
Literally
of any kind.
sounds anti-American to me.
No, we don't advocate drug use of any time.
Weren't we just talking about individual freedom?
I'm looking at the YouTube policies, Adam, and I'm saying that we do not support drug use.
Right. Oh, yes, of course. Yes. Yeah.
Jeez, take a hint, Adam.
What are we talking about?
We're talking about Joe Scarborough.
Right.
Available just like they do on the Home Shopping Network. More on that.
Did you buy any of the Trump NFTs?
Oh, yeah, I got them all. You didn't get them, Sitch?
No, I didn't buy any. Well, actually, listen, I went to the website and I illegally clicked right-click, save picture as.
No way.
Are they actually NFTs? Like, are they on the Ethereum blockchain and they're legit?
Yeah, they're legit NFTs, yeah.
Donald Trump sold legit NFTs in the worst bear market the crypto industry has ever seen. Like, Bitcoin is going to lows that it's never seen. Like, this is uncharted territory. Things are going crazy in the it could be a head and shoulders on the, I mean, it could go to $1,000, and Donald Trump sold out of Ethereum based NFT.
It's ridiculous. Locked out of your FTX account. You just lost $150,000. Buy my NFTs for $100.
Do you want to buy a
$100
picture of
pop.
Donald Trump in a spacesuit?
Yeah, it's so bad.
He sold out.
I know.
Yeah, he did. And and not only that, apparently I didn't even know this was a thing. So maybe I'm just out of the loop because I don't follow any of his NFT stuff. So you can sell NFTs, but have it so that the original creator still gets a cut every time it's resold.
Yes.
Yep.
And so apparently they did that with these. So he's making bank supposedly because they're people just buying them and reselling them.
I don't think
it's a really cool technology,
works, but I don't know.
Like I think the NFTs are going to be like in video games and stuff. I think like in like Destiny or skins and stuff like that. I think eventually that stuff's going to be NFTs. Like there's going to be an actual value.
That sounds awful.
Well, I didn't say it was going to be good, but I think that it's going to be.
I think there's future for NFTs. So obviously the crypto stuff needs to get worked out first, but I do.
It says the Trump collection trading volume is 900 Ethereum or about $1.08 million. Its floor price is 0.19 Ethereum.
1.8 million?
1.08 million.
Oh, wow.
So there you go.
It's not a lot of money, though.
I mean, for a picture of Donald Trump, I guess it's a lot of money, right?
Yeah, but I mean, as far as I think he has 100 million in his campaign coffers. So I mean,
yeah, but this isn't so. But here's the thing: I don't think any of this is going to campaign at all.
No,
it's all
this is
going
free
into his
money
own
for
pocket.
him.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll take it. I'm down.
Later, let's talk about Elon Musk and Twitter. The Twitter accounts of several journalists who have been covering Elon Musk are suspended this morning. Hours after the accounts went offline, Musk claimed in a tweet the journalists had been involved in.
I used to watch Joe Scarborough every morning, and part of the reason that I used to watch this show is because they would have people that I thought of as the serious political actors, right? Like the people from the speaking of Brzezinski, Mika's dad, Bolton was on there, and even though I didn't like Bolton, and I've never been a Bolton fan, like he was
Bolton is Brzezinski's dad.
No.
Oh, okay.
No,
and Bolton.
Zbigniew Brzezinski was Mika's dad. His nickname was Big. I think he wrote for Carter. I think he was a speechwriter for Carter. But either way, he's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations and very very big behind the scenes in Washington and stuff. And people from the CFR or from the intelligence community and it was thought of as the serious Washington morning news show for a lot of years. Yeah. And
what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's still the same people. It's still the same the people that are supposed to be serious. They've just so thoroughly discredited themselves. I mean,
yeah,
MSNBC, I used to take it very seriously. I was like, even though it's left leaning or whatever, it's like it's still the serious network, and I would watch it because even though I didn't always agree, I was like, this is kind of where the serious people go. And then Donald Trump came in, and he's just like, no, these people are not serious, and I'm not serious either. Check it out.
It's interesting because when I was going through clips for this, I watched basically all of like a day's worth of MSNBC coverage on the story, and I noticed that the story, like the shows that were on during the afternoon, even though like there'd be obviously still bias when they're talking about it, it was far more like just saying this is what happened. But as soon as you got to like the night, or I guess this is the morning too with Joe, but as soon as you get to like the big names that you've heard of, like Chris Hayes, Joe Scarborough, Ari Melberg, like when you get to the main people, all the objectivity just goes right out the window, and it all just becomes like this. It's just like they're basically just YouTube podcasts on television now.
Wow. I noticed
there's no like even pretending to be objective journalists at any point.
I agree 100%. I noticed when the midday stuff. I don't know when the stuff that you watched was airing. I don't know how current it was, but I did notice that the midday stuff became even more left leaning as the day and night stuff became, in my opinion, unwatchable.
Oh yeah, no, like it's basically like it's by comparison, it's less, but it still is obviously less. Yeah.
In doxing his location and placed his family in danger. Musk later tweeted the suspensions would last for 7 days. In other tweets,
we're gonna watch Matt Binder.
Oh God,
he was on. We'll watch him right after this one. He was on MSNBC complaining about this.
He is so frustrated. I watched him on Tim Pool. The first time I ever had like any kind of experience with the guy, I'd heard his name. The first time I ever saw him, he was on Tim Pool, and it was such a frustrating thing to watch. I'm like, he's so dishonest. He's so dishonest.
Yeah, I saw you tweet. What were you listening? The other day you tweeted like you were listening to him and you were driving you crazy.
I've been listening to a lot of the spaces that about the Twitter release that Ian Miles Chong and that Mario guy put on Twitter and stuff. So
okay, so because guess whose show he was on MSNBC, which we're gonna watch right after this.
I don't know.
Yes.
No. Actually, it's perfect. Like it honestly, it couldn't get any more perfect of a meme.
Yes,
that is great.
The biggest racist on television.
Yes,
the biggest idiot on network news. The stupid, like she's not only is she like dishonest, she's stupid too.
She's like the left's David Duke in my eyes. Like I don't really see any difference between her and David Duke.
Did you see? I was gonna tweet it out and then I forgot. Someone sent it to me. She basically went mask off on CRT.
Almost. Oh, really?
Did I talk about? I feel like I talked about this. I don't remember if I talked
would love
about
to see that.
I don't think so.
Tweet that so I can see the link.
She said, "I'll try to find it while we're listening."
Was it? Hold on, it was on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wasn't is it Angela Davis? Who's her CRT friend that was on?
Kimberly Crenshaw.
Kimberly Crenshaw. Yeah.
You think all black women are the same, Adam? How dare you?
Angela Davis is old, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's like pushing 70.
Isn't Kimberly Crenshaw pretty old too? I mean, she's in her 60s.
But
I thought Davis was like an activist in the 60s and 70s. But I might be without. That means she'd be.
Kimberly Crenshaw is 63 years old.
Well, there you go. They're both old. How old is Angela Davis?
I'll look it up.
There you go. Make sure you're not super racist. You're only a little racist.
Angela Davis. She is 78. So considerably older, yeah.
There you go. Years. Oh my God, did she delete the tweet? I can't find it anymore.
Look, she went mask off. Of course she's going to delete that tweet.
Oh, did she delete it? Did I not save it? Oh my God, I can't find it now. I'm pissed.
No.
How could you do such a thing?
Where is it?
You had incriminating information and you didn't screenshot it? Sitch, I'm so disappointed in you right now.
She had a
Joy
tweet
Reid going mask off.
So basically, the tweet, and if someone has a link to it, Twitter, send them on Twitter. She basically said like, "Oh, they're calling CRT communism. Communism is just about being equal." Economically. So is that really bad if we're talking about being equal racially? And I was like, oh my God. So
is it bad?
Yeah, I was like, wow. It's pretty massive.
Oh, when you're calling one whole group of people evil in the context of your trying to make people
just to rebrand communism as like that's just about making everyone, that's just about finding equality for people.
There needs to be more people that are openly and vocally anti-communist, like straight up, because the fact that there are people out there that think that just entertain the softening of how brutal communist regimes have been. I mean, it's really bad because it can lead to really bad things in this country. I really think James Lindsay is onto something with the whole the cultural revolution in America. I really think that is something that is currently going on with the push, to limit free speech and stuff. There's an attempt to convince liberals that it is illiberal, or that it is liberal to be illiberal.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, I found it.
Communism definitely leads to the limiting of individual freedom, which
absolutely,
yeah.
So
a lot of people think it's the opposite, but they're
Joyanne Reid said. So Joyanne Reid said, being woke progressive means being awake to the suffering and oppression of others, and open and enthusiastic about modernity and change. It means being better than you were. For us, change is joyful and liberating. I'd much rather be us than be miserable them. them being some kind of conservatives, I guess.
The
Says, "Don't respond to-"
unspoken part is the force that
them.
they're going to apply on them to make them like us.
Right.
Did she have the
And that-
Kanye brackets around the them?
Yeah, exactly. But and also just the
Kanye
idea,
brackets.
the Kanye, but then also just the idea that all change is automatically good. But anyway,
Yeah.
so then somebody quote tweeted her saying, "No, being woke means you're pro-Marxism," which is true.
Oh
in my
yes,
opinion.
I remember this.
Right.
I do remember this. This is
And
good.
then so then Joy-Ann Reid responded with 3 crying laughing emojis saying, "Marxism is a radical theory of economic class equality. So if you apply that to race, which actually has nothing to do with Marx, but okay, let's play your silly game, it means radical race equality. Tell me
She
how
said that?
that's a bad thing."
Yep.
She said the silly game part.
Yes.
Oh,
explain
wow.
it. Explain it like I'm 5. Fascists are silly. And then so there you go. And then Christopher Rufo said,
Oh, I
"You're
know.
describing critical race theory, which previously you claimed didn't exist."
That's so funny. Rufo came in there. It's
Yeah,
like,
he
hey,
is-
remember me?
Yeah, exactly.
I look when Joy Reid says something stupid, it's like the bat signal in Chris Rufo's life.
Oh, I
Like,
know.
He is like
Totally.
swinging in
He's
to,
there.
just to ruin her.
Yes.
And I thank him for his work.
Yes, me too.
Yes.
I think we covered his interview on Joanne Reid. So
We did, yeah.
Joanne Reid. Is it Joanne or Joanne?
Joy.
Joyanne.
Joanne Reid. I'm just throwing an Ann in there for no reason, right?
No, her
No, her
Joy-Ann Reid.
Oh, it is. Okay.
There's an Ann in there.
Joy and Reid.
Joy
it.
and Reid? Yeah, there you go. The joy in a Reid to see Joy-Ann Reid.
Claimed the journalist posted his exact real-time location, which he called assassination coordinates,
Oh, good
and a
Lord.
violation of Twitter's
Oh, good Lord.
I'll go Lord.
terms of services. NBC News was unable to
Joe's like,
verify
"That's
the
not my
allegation that
congressional
his
office in
real-time
Florida."
location was in fact posted online. It's the same justification
Hold on. What? They were unable to verify that? I mean,
They were
couldn't
unable
just
to.
look-
So
That's the
I think
easiest thing in the
they're-
world to verify.
No. So, well, wait. What did he say specifically? Wait.
and a violation of Twitter's terms of services. NBC News was unable to verify the allegation that his real-time location was in fact posted online. It's the same justification.
Okay, so they're saying so. What hasn't been verified, to my knowledge, is the connection between the flight and then the person who jumped on top of his car.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm assuming that's what he's talking about.
He used on Wednesday for suspending the account that used publicly available information to post the movements of Musk's private jet. All of this goes against the promise Musk
Publicly
made to
available
run the site
information.
as a free speech absolutist, which has led to the reinstatement of hundreds of accounts associated with QAnon and other far-right groups. Many of those accounts promote conspiracy theories and hate speech. So, Joe, these are accounts he claims doxed him. This, again, the flight stuff is publicly available, but he shut down the accounts
Right.
for at least a week here.
Yeah, and these people weren't doxing him. There were some people that had large followings on Twitter who would write a negative column about him on Mashable, and then they'd get suspended, or would tweet something negative about him and then get their account suspended. Caddy K,
Some of that's true.
Again, it's.
Yeah, so the narrative has just been, oh, he's just doing this to silence dissent, which is such a lie because, first of all, there's like every journalist on there attacks Elon Musk. So if he was trying to silence dissent, he would get rid of like everyone.
Yeah.
Right. So he was just, and this is what bothers me about this. So whenever they have the journalists on or whenever they're talking about it, they say, oh, they weren't posting the docs. They weren't posting the thing. Every journalist I've seen that I looked into that I could find, they posted or brought a screenshot of a link to the ElonJet site somewhere else on Instagram, on Facebook, on Mammoth, on some other platform.
Right.
Except for one person who didn't post that, but they posted some old email address for Elon that wasn't public knowledge. So,
Oh, really?
yes.
Hilarious.
And it's funny because I'll play the clip. Like when she says that, the journalist, I forget whoever's that like interviewing her, says like, "Oh, but that's public record, right?" And she's like, "Well,"
No.
she's like, "Maybe not."
That's awesome.
It's crazy, isn't it, that Donald Trump, Elon Musk, both seem to be losing it at the same time. And
gotta get Trump in there, don't they? They just gotta get Trump.
They all
there.
do. And that's another thing. They all try to relate this like Elon Musk is Donald Trump 2.0. That's the narrative.
Well, that's because they're looking for an enemy to be their next cash cow. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. The money thing is where it's at. You hear all the stories about all the layoffs and stuff. All these people journalists getting laid off and stuff. It is not the same without Donald Trump to be afraid of, you know, or to hate, you know.
Yep, it's their cash cow. It's the
they
golden
tried
ticket.
it with COVID. They tried it with the Ukraine war. They tried it with Putin. They tried it with Musk. It's just not the same. No one has that orange glow like Donnie does.
It's so true.
Every mainstream journalist is like, they're begging for Donald Trump to run again. They're like, please run again, Donald. Please. I'm donating to your campaign. Please. I bought your NFTs. Please run again.
They're like, someone please throw your hat in the ring so he can start calling you names. Please, someone announce, please.
Oh, everyone's just staying far, far away from that.
Dude, I would too if I were. I don't know if I'd want to run, but I definitely wouldn't.
They know what's up.
The bitter irony for those people who shamed themselves and said, "Oh, we're going to look through the Twitter files and we're going to find examples of when content was suppressed." And they spent a weekend pouring through all of these documents. Well, there was this one time when they didn't amplify this or they didn't amplify. Oh, this is such a terrible First Amendment. Of course, it's not a First Amendment violation. Even suspending these accounts, if they suspend my account, it's not a First Amendment violation. It's called free enterprise. They can do with it what they want to do with their company. But all of these people on the Trump right, on the far right, that have been talking about how horrible Twitter was and how it violated free speech.
Who does he think is not far right?
Yeah, that's my question right
like
there.
Adam Kinzinger?
Yeah.
It's like if it's Bill Kristol and Adam Kinzinger, which are literally just they're Democrat foils. You know, they're I mean, I don't like to use the term, but they really are rhinos. They're only there.
Dare you?
I mean, they really are only there to be like the acceptable Republican, so that way they can be, well, you know, blah blah blah. But then they just go ahead and you know, repeat all the Democrat, the DNC talking points. Like, who is on the quote unquote respectable right?
Well,
you know,
has Kinzinger? What is he? Is he just anti-Trump, or what positions has he taken outside of Trump that would say that he's not on the right?
I don't know. Well, I know that he's talked about like the censorship and stuff like that. He's very pro censorship. He's not definitely not an America First kind of.
Because I don't know anything about him other than that he was on the January 6th committee.
He's very pro U.S. involvement in the Ukraine war. I've seen him tweet a lot.
There's a lot of right wingers that are pro that.
But those guys, those people would be the people that I would consider the not pro Trump people, like the America First people, and the pro Trump people are the ones that are.
Well, they're usually more isolationists, sure.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Kinzinger, I don't know specifically, other than he's just like super anti-Trump, and he's fairly pro expansive war. He's been pretty hawkish when it comes to U.S. foreign policy.
Said he was one of 13 House Republicans in 2021 to vote with the Democrats in the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act last year. So there you go, I guess.
He's not very conservative. I don't hear, for me, someone that is a conservative or a small government kind of guy that, you know, I can understand why they would have policy issues with, is someone like Thomas Massie, right? Like Rand Paul. Those guys are like, you know, conservatives that are kind of small government conservatives. Mm-hmm. I mean, I guess Lindsey Graham would be like the center right. That's not Trumpy, but that's context dependent, because when it suits Joe Scarborough to say that Lindsey Graham is a Trump friend, then Lindsey Graham is a Trump friend. When it doesn't suit Joe Scarborough, then maybe Lindsey Graham is the respectable senator from South Carolina who's been in Washington for a long time and knows how it is and blah blah. I don't know that there is really. I think that they just use Trump as a foil. It's like sometimes when people are doing things that they want, then they are not Trump aligned. When they're doing things that they don't want, then they're Trump aligned.
Right.
Said Kinzinger voted in 2017 to repeal Obamacare, which obviously didn't go through. They voted for Trump's 2017 tax cuts. I feel like, at least from what I'm looking at, that it's really mostly he was very, like after January 6th, he kind of became very anti-Trump, I think. So anyway.
Come out at their chests in moral indignation right before the owner of Twitter just unilaterally decides he's going to ban people who are saying things about him that may be critical.
Lie.
Yeah, big time liar. What a liar.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether being told that you're the richest man in the world day in, day out somehow warps your sense of your own invincibility. But the reality of his business decisions is coming back to bite Elon Musk. This is certainly hurting him at Tesla. It's hurting him at Twitter, too. He's not managing to make money. He's losing money from the site. Advertisers clearly don't like what they're seeing on the site. It has to be just a question of time before, whether it's Mastodon or some other site that actually operates in a more grown-up, responsible way, takes over all of the Twitter users. I mean, we will go there. Twitter is still, I find it, I don't know about you, I'm still on it. I still find it a useful tool for finding the days. It's the most efficient way for me to catch up on the headlines.
It's a useful thing when you're like, I'm on it. Are you on it? Am I alone? Hello? Is anyone else on this platform?
Yeah. Everyone's on it. Of course.
As soon as there is another platform that is just as efficient, I imagine you'll have a mass migration to that platform, and it's a question of the technology catching up with it. Because a platform where day after day it becomes about, and this is the parallel between Elon Musk and...
God, I want the journalists to so try to make that mass migration happen just so I can see
it fail.
See them fall on their face so many times. It's just going to be so good.
Donald Trump,
you're never going to overcome people's laziness. I mean, let's just be real here.
Nope.
Twitter's where it's at. It's got the inertia.
Super wealthy billionaire business people who are used to things being about them and are used to people saying that they are wonderful and perfect and that everything they touch turns to gold until it doesn't, until they actually realize the limitations of their abilities and their expertise. Right. And he is not a media platform owner. He's never done this. He doesn't know what he's doing. And he's grinding Twitter into the ground.
God! He never had spaceships literally blow up on him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's so frustrating. It's like, come on.
I know. It's just Twitter. Like, it is just Twitter.
It's just Twitter.
Like he's never it's like this. She's acting as if he's had like everything handed to him. It's like literally the guy has had to forge a car company in competition. Like, it's so ridiculous.
I know.
It's so ridiculous. And these people that have themselves actually achieved literally nothing. There's 6 of them right there have done nothing in their life.
Hey, Steele was the head of the RNC for a couple of years. Okay.
Fair enough. Point taken.
Can you imagine overpaying for a company by $30 billion? That to me is just insane. Like, I hate to overpay for anything, but $30 billion?
That's a lot.
That's a huge, that's a huge fuck up, man.
I think it's because it ties in with the whole going to space thing. I really do think Twitter. I think he wants to turn Twitter into more than it is, and I think that it ties into the fact that it's the best suited to use for communication between here and Mars. Honestly,
I don't know. I think I think he looks at the world and says what is important going forward in the future, and I think he sees that social media and communication is just so important, and that's the place to be.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it is interesting with all these journalists. None of them, they attack Elon for doing this. They call him a hypocrite. None of them has ever actually stated why Twitter should allow location data like tracking people's jets
Oh,
to
I
be
know.
allowed. None of them has ever made that argument.
That's a conversation we should be having right now in the press. Like,
Well, if they were being honest about it, they would say, "Well, I agree that it shouldn't be on there," or they would stick their neck out and say, "I think it should be on there." But they don't even take a stance. They're too cowardly to even do that.
A lively public debate over, where free speech ends and privacy security begins. Yeah,
right, exactly.
Is something that we need to have. But no, this is just a huge opportunity to bash on Elon for lies, for made up shit. It's so bad.
And I like, okay, here's a question. And like when they say, "Oh, all this information was publicly available." Okay. So technically someone could say, "Listen, I really don't like Adam Friended. I fucking hate that guy. So I'm going to buy a house."
People do say that a lot.
They do. "I'm going to buy a house across the street from Adam and I'm going to watch him. And the second he leaves his house, I'm going to take a picture of him leaving his house. I'm going to follow him in his car. And then I'm going to upload that to Twitter. And then wherever he goes in public, I'm just going to keep uploading his location to Twitter. And that's all I'm going to do all day."
I get pretty annoyed at that pretty quick.
And the thing is, like, I'm pretty sure that that's all legal and that's all quote unquote technically public information. I think it is because, and I don't agree with this.
No, there are anti-stalking laws. So I think that's where the law kicks
I'm not sure. You'd have to look at because I actually don't agree with this because people do this with celebrities. And I don't think it should be legal, but it is. Which is that supposedly when you're in public, you're not supposed to have any expectation of privacy, which again, I disagree with, but that's supposedly the law. And so if you were to show Adam Friended going to all these public places publicly, I mean, that's all quote unquote public knowledge, right? Yeah. But it's still pretty fucking weird. And you're really like, why are you doing this? Obviously something bad. You're trying to, as you talked about earlier, get stochastic terrorism, or you're trying to get someone to act in some way that's
trying to make him loose. You're trying to rattle him. That's what you're trying to do.
Right, exactly. And so it's just like, well, why should this be, even if it's quote unquote free speech technically,
why should
under
we
like a free speech
it?
absolutist position? Yeah, why should it be tolerated? What benefit does this give the society?
We should incarcerate those people.
It's just a harm. So, but they don't want to have that. They don't even want to have that conversation at all.
All of these people, all these people who've been on TV have had to deal with a stalker at one point or another.
Sure.
They all know what's going on here. It's so patently ridiculous.
I know. I've had to, like, I've gone to my post office. I live in like a real small town. So because I live in a small town, like, we all know each other. And the post office, the postmaster told me, she's like, "Look, there were people asking for your address." I'm like, "No." She's like, "Yeah,
don't give it to them."
Well, yeah. She's like, "Well, obviously," but I'm like, "Really?" She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Ooh." And so then I literally went across the street to the police. And I was like, "Yo, guys, just so you know." And I was like, then I was like, "Yo, if anyone ever calls anything in, because of, what's going on with Tim and stuff, like, not that I expect it. I'm not super steeped in the culture war, but if any, people have. There was one time where there was a bunch of Antifa people that leveraged all the band to do something, and so I'm apprehensive about anything. So I talked to the police. I was like, "Look, if you ever get any calls, here's my phone number. Give me a call first."
Right.
So
I know you were in the military, right?
For a second, like in the 90s, for like no time. It's not worth talking about. Like, I went in, I got an honorable discharge, but I was in for like, a year, nothing, didn't do anything. So
I like that. Nice, modest take.
Well, I mean, see, the thing is, like, people bring it up, and I was in like, I went in early 90s, so I didn't do anything. And like, since I went in and got out, like, people have gone to real war.
Oh,
and
I know.
Like, real things have happened. And I never, ever want to be associated with like the stolen valor people. So I'm far more comfortable being like, I didn't do anything, and just kind of being like, yeah, but I didn't do anything, and just not talking about it. Just so that way no one can be like, hey, he was talking himself up.
You don't want the accusations. That makes sense.
Yeah. So I always, I didn't do anything. There are people that actually did stuff.
You said September 11th really made an impression on you, and a lot of guys joined up after September 11th to go and, get the bad guys, obviously.
Yeah.
So. But it sounds like you were in before that, and then like discharged.
Yep, I got a medical discharge. So I was like, after like I was in early 90s, it was like 93. I got in and I was out in 94. Got a medical discharge, honorable condition. So, and because they gave me a medical discharge, I was like, I don't think they're going to want me back. And, so to me, it didn't really occur to me to jump back into it to go, fight a war, because I kind of had already done it. They'd already kind of been like, get out of here, So.
Yeah, totally.
Well, and Jonathan Lemire, he's been told how brilliant he is for the past 10, 15 years.
Yeah, by the rockets when they land.
These guys are so fucking jealous. It's all just jealousy posting.
Oh, it's just it's they're acting like he's Kanye. Like, Kanye came out and he's just saying the crazy shit. You're like, how is he saying this? You're like, oh, people probably been blowing smoke up his ass. You're like, oh, that makes sense. And it's like Elon, he's making rockets land on, fucking ships backwards. He's doing all this stuff. And it's like, well, I mean, he is pretty smart. He's pretty smart, Joe. He's been managing all these companies. So.
Providing the internet to the Ukrainians in the war currently.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Because he felt like it.
Elon has not had smoke blown up his ass, though. Elon Musk company, Tesla, has been under short attack like forever. Yes. And has succeeded despite that. So, I mean, it's not
Well, he's always getting trouble. I mean, he went on, goes on Joe Rogan and does weed, and everyone yells at him.
Yeah, totally.
He tweets out, Sitch.
He
does
tweets out
the weed.
I know. He tweets out that, I forget, he tweeted out some joke about like something stock related, and then he got like an FCC violation for, like, he just gets in trouble all the time. Like, the idea that like everyone, like, there are sycophants who just are like, Elon Musk is God from heaven, and whatever he does, they just praise him. That's true. But there's lots of people that are just the opposite, that hate everything he does and constantly criticize him. So.
True.
Renowned guests.
Oh no, he might
here.
have gone again.
And I would say,
wait, you're still here? Oh, maybe I can hear you, but you are frozen. Can you hear us, Phil?
I guess not.
Uh-oh.
Oh, come back when he comes back.
Wait a second. Elon shouldn't jump into Twitter. Does he not realize how difficult this is? Are there no lawyers around him trying to get him to stop this? Are there no... And it was like, oh, Elon does what Elon wants to do. Elon's... But I said, but doesn't he realize what a mess this is and how it's going to distract? Oh, Elon... And again, these are supposed to be some of the most vaunted reporters in Silicon Valley. Their answer to everything was, oh, it's Elon. Elon can do whatever Elon wants to do. Elon's great. We love Elon. Elon's one... This is what the toughest Silicon Valley reporters were saying about Elon Musk, right? And so
talking about blowing smoke up the ass. You know who's been getting a lot of smoke blown up his ass? Joe Scarborough.
Okay.
What is this, like, incoherent rants? Like, there's no point to it. He's just he has like one point and just kind of repeating it vaguely again and again and again. Like, what is happening? What am I listening to?
Yeah, where's the commentary here? What's your point, Joe?
They blew smoke up his ass. They blew smoke up his ass. Let me tell you, they blew smoke up his ass. I don't know if I told you this before, but they blew smoke up his ass.
What color was the smoke?
Oh, that smoke? It was very blue because they blew it right up his ass.
they blew smoke.
It's like, Joe, let somebody else talk, Joe. Come on.
No, look, it's called the Scarborough Show, okay?
Look at the damn sign. It says Joe Scarborough. It doesn't say Mika.
They got like 18 people on this show, and they can all shut the fuck up. Joe's talking.
Actually, what is the name of the show? I don't even know.
I mean, it looked like there was like 8 people. It did look like a lot of people.
It's called Morning Joe. It's not even Morning with Joe and Mika. Just Morning Joe, motherfuckers.
Yeah. It's all about Joe. Listen. Yeah. Most of these people are egomaniacs. It's so...
I know.
It's so sick. Everyone's blowing smoke up Elon's ass. Where's the smoke for my ass? I'm an important journalist on the MSNBC. I like a little smoke.
Machine. Joe's feeling a little empty right now.
I like smoke. Who doesn't like a little smoke?
Exactly. Mika, you gave me my morning smoke.
Yeah. Pucker up. You know how I like it.
No wonder Elon Musk finds himself where he is right now because everybody's told him he was great. And by the way, when Caddy said being called the richest man in the world might actually impact your worldview. Day after day after day, Alex Corson said in my ear, he said, I'm willing to take that experiment on.
Oh my God. They're even bragging about how fucking jealous they are.
I know.
Holy shit.
I know.
Look, you can call me the richest man in the world. I'll be the richest man. Just sign me up. Sign me up for all those riches.
So,
I'll take it. I'm good.
if Elon wants to give Alex Corson all of his money, we'll see how it goes.
I think Alex would be a great steward of that
He's
money.
been
This poor guy's a guest on the show, and he's like, he tries to speak. He's like, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm still talking.
He's been fed not just by sycophants inside his companies, like telling him how great he is. He is fed by sycophants in mainstream media.
Yes.
Yeah, who? Yeah, where? What? Look, he had to get a bunch of independent journalists who everyone's pissed at just because they dug through his Twitter files.
Yeah.
Look, everyone's pissed at Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss.
Yeah, they're calling them all
angry at
like
these
evil
people.
right wingers now, just because what they're doing.
Yeah. Oh God. In the Slate article, it was so demoralizing. They said, they claim, Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss claim that they're not right wingers, but are basically indistinguishable from Adolf Hitler. It's like, what the fuck?
I think, first of all, let's all be grateful that Walter Isaacson is going to write a fantastic book about Elon Musk underway right now. But you're right. He has certainly achieved remarkable things with Tesla and with the space program. But this is off the rails. And someone said recently, and it's apropos, that you could take almost any headline right now that has Musk's name in it and swap out Musk for Trump, and it would still feel apropos. The chaos, the ego, the insults, and the fact that he is bringing down an institution.
I think, oh, wait, no, I thought I heard Phil.
Well,
this is
maybe
funny
I
that
think
they're
my joint
comparing him to
wants to
Trump.
go.
I was like, this Twitter, all of this has got to be good for Twitter engagements. I mean, Elon
Sure.
has to be looking at this stuff and going, oh, look, our numbers are down. Here, let me tweet some really quick. Here, let me get our numbers back up. How are our engagements with the mainstream media? Oh, here, let me put a poll up. I'm thinking of quitting as CEO.
No,
The Twitter is not the Republican Party, but it certainly feels
There he is. What's up?
Connect.
like we're in the dying days of this platform unless something changes quickly. And that's what this is. And that's a shame. To Caddy's point, I use it too.
Welcome back.
What's
I
up,
got
Phil?
squirrels chewing on your internet line.
Yeah,
That's cool.
It's a great.
very standard for out here in the woods.
You're welcome to stick around as long as you like, obviously, and you can dip out whenever you like too. I just figured.
I appreciate your hospitality, and I'm enjoying your company. So
yeah, okay,
Thank you.
good. You know the routine. Phil is an honest. I mean, we get a lot of guys that come on this show, Phil. They claim to be fans of the show. They really do. They claim.
Right.
Yeah. Phil told us like he usually falls asleep at the end of the show, which I think that's
a
pretty
true fan.
standard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I go to I literally like will put it on kind of like as I got tinnitus, so I'll put it on as background music and I'll listen to it as I go to bed. And then usually in the morning I wake up early and I'll kick to like the last thing that I remember, and I'll listen to you guys as like when I go to the gym in the morning, because Sunday's kind of slow and Tim doesn't come out with his first video until like 9, and Carl doesn't the Lotus Eaters don't come out until later in the morning, so I'll watch the end of your show while I'm waiting for people to get up and do Monday's stuff.
Look at this, man. He's a regular member of the community here. He
Listen,
listens to
I'm
all
just
of us.
I'm impressed that you can fall asleep to the soothing sound of my voice.
It's not your voice. It's everyone likes my voice. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Oh, okay. That must be it.
To catch up on the
Are you back in the room, Phil? I think you are.
Going in right now.
headlines. It's a great way to talk about things that you're working on, but it feels corrupt and
Look
toxic.
at this.
The number of the hate.
Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. Look, Michael Steele. He was a Republican chair
RNC
of
head,
the. Yeah, RNC. Okay.
Yeah, they're gonna tell people that this is a bipartisan
Because they got Michael
panel.
Steele there? Oh, okay.
Joe Scarborough and Michael Steele make it bipartisan because those are the Republicans. Which is ridiculous because they're all of the same opinion on almost everything.
Yeah.
And they're still going to say, oh, it's bipartisan, which is maddening because obviously, you know, it's just for show.
Well, it's like it's the same thing with Steele. Who was McCain's campaign manager that became an MSNBC pundit afterwards? You know what I'm
I can't remember. I know who the
Steve Schmidt.
Schmidt. There you go.
Oh my
It's
gosh,
like
Schmidt, he's so terrible.
Yeah, you can watch it. Like when they first go on, you know, they're like Republican. Like when they first join, they're Republican. They're actually giving like a conservative standpoint. But as the years go by, it's like slowly, because they're getting paid by like MSNBC, it just drains out of them, and they just become like exactly like everyone else on the network.
So, all right, like I have a little bit of experience in the Washington, D.C. area because I was married to a woman that worked for, she was in the military and then she worked for intelligence companies. So
you're a deep stater?
Wow. No, I'm not. She wasn't. But so she had a clearance and she worked with, have you ever heard of Palantir?
That's like a...
Isn't that
Peter
like
Thiel's
a word that is forward and backwards the same?
No, but...
It's a lobbying group, right?
A palindrome?
No, a palindrome. That's it. Palantir is an actual platform. So it's it's an intelligence gathering platform. And so Peter Thiel made it, right?
Wait, Palantir? Palan?
Yeah, it's called Palantir.
They fucking named that app. That's from Lord of the Rings. They fucking named that after the whole dude.
I went into the offices at Palantir and the whole fucking place, like, so the videos that you see of the girl that was telling about her day at Twitter recently, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, the TikTok. I saw that shit 10 years ago because my ex-wife had this, you know, she had this job working for this. It's a you know, a Silicon Valley startup. Palantir was, and it was an Intel. And so they like she deployed for the Marine Corps. She deployed multiple times, but she was Intel, and so when she got out of the military, she worked Intel for Palantir. And when I walked in, dude, they had a Lego Death Star that was like 3 foot wide on the catering desk or table that had like a bunch of food. She's showing me the bar that's in the building, and there's the little pods where they can sleep because if there was an emergency and they had to do like national security stuff, they might have to stay there.
Right.
And like the gym and like all, like it was so laid out, and she's making, you know, boatloads of money. I sat down with her and her friend one time. This person, they were talking about creating a platform, and the conversation started like this. It was, well, if I'm going to start a new company, or if I'm going to leave the company that I'm at, I need to make this. And they spent at least an hour talking about how much they needed to make. And I laughed, and and the guy was like, "What's so funny?" And I was like, I've been in a couple business meetings myself, and I've never been in a business meeting where the people start talking about how much money they have to make before they even decide on what they're going to do. They didn't have the platform in mind yet. They just knew that there was money they could get. They had clearances, and they could come up with something to sell the government.
Wow.
And that's the way that it goes all the time. There's money to get, so come up with something that you can sell to someone that has access to that money. The insider, like the whole insider thing that goes on in Washington, it is every bit as disgusting as you can imagine, and it is 100% true.
You know who started
Homeland Security
Palantir?
money?
Oh yeah,
You know who started Palantir?
Peter Thiel.
Peter Thiel, yeah.
Elon's
buddy, Peter Thiel.
She was so jazzed to be working for Peter Thiel because he's one of the cool guys in Silicon Valley.
Well, it's funny because like the Palantirs in Lord of the Rings were like, oh, you know, they were the magic seeing stones, but it was like Sauron had them too. So if you look through them, he could fuck with your mind. So they're kind of like evil. And so to me, it's like you're going to name a company that's supposed to be analyzing like data and like, you know, tracking things as like after the the potentially evil magic from Lord of the Rings. That'd be like naming your AI startup Skynet. Just like a weird. It's just like I don't know. I wouldn't name my company that. I guess. But.
The office that they had in DC was called the Shire, and the office that they had in San Francisco, I forget what they called it. It was a different one, but it was another thing from Lord of the Rings.
Bunch of
like
nerds.
All nerd stuff. Yeah. All I mean, hilariously. But the office rooms were named after people from Top Gun. So one was Maverick and Rooster and Joker and stuff. So.
Okay. Well, I give him a little credit for that. That's kind of funny.
Speech has dramatically risen in recent days. And yesterday, Steve Herman, one of the reporters who's been suspended from Voice of America, all he did, his offense, was simply tweet the link to the publicly available website where you can track planes. He doesn't even write about Musk, but simply tweeting that link was enough to get him suspended off Twitter for at least a week.
Wait.
Publicly available website where you can track planes. He doesn't even write about Musk, but simply tweeting that link was enough to get him suspended off Twitter.
Yeah, so okay, this is so bullshit because it's like, the website's publicly available, but it's exactly the same thing with the Hunter Biden laptop story. You could go to NewYorkPost.com, go look at the story, but that doesn't mean you could post it on Twitter.
Right.
That was the whole point. And so it's like, if Twitter says this link is a violation, and you want to make an argument, and this is the thing, none of them make an argument whatsoever about that it should be allowed. None of them make that argument. They didn't even try to make that argument. They just say, oh, it was available somewhere else on the internet, so it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, they're dishonestly portraying the narrative, so they can't really make the argument without showing that they're dishonestly talking about the information.
Yeah.
For at least a week. And as much as we all have sort of treated this platform as like the town square, the public forum, it's not anymore. It's Elon Musk's, and he's going to do with it what he wants, and it's bad for the rest of us.
Well, I'm with Caddy. I still go on it. It's the most efficient.
When all this like, oh my God, they're just so shrieking. They're so, it's so terrible. This is the end of free speech. None of these people complained whatsoever for all the years before Elon Musk, where Twitter was, banning people for misgendering, was deciding, whether COVID information was truthful or not, was banning people for posting stuff about elections beyond the Hunter Biden stuff. Like all that stuff is totally fine. And I didn't hear any of them complain when we found out that Twitter was shadow banning, Charlie Kirk or a lot of other conservatives. Just radio silence. But oh no, you dare ban a journalist who posts a link about
I don't agree with
ElonJet,
shadow banning, but Charlie Kirk.
It's just like, oh, that's just the biggest story in the world. It's everything. Twitter's under attack now. There's no free speech anymore in our country.
Way to get news, and I still love. I can go on anytime, 5-10 minutes, can fly through there, get updated on what's going on. But Willie, if it goes away tomorrow, it goes away tomorrow. I'll just find different ways to get news. That's the thing. It's like if we have to walk away from it, we walk away from it. I hope it.
That's why they're doing this bit, is because it's not a big deal. That's why they're using this valuable television time to talk about Twitter, which is not a big deal.
Yep, exactly.
It stays. I hope he can fix it. I hope maybe he can sell it, but life will go on without Twitter.
Absolutely, and that's why I'm there too. It's a great news feed. You follow reporters, you follow news organizations, you follow politicians, and it's a way to have a sort of a streamlined news feed. But we'll find another way if it goes away. It's such a mess right now. It's hard to even sometimes.
And the thing is, like, they can go ahead and shape their Twitter experience however they'd like. I mean, it's always been 100% customizable.
But I can't post links to Elon Musk jet. Okay, so
that's depressing. Come on, how am I supposed to dox Elon Musk?
How am I supposed to scare his kid?
Yeah, look, I want to intimidate Elon Musk. What the fuck? Freedom of
speech. I can't give his kid nightmares if I can't find out where his plane is.
They're showing you replies from people you don't know. It's hard to wade through all that. We've been asking, I guess we'll just keep asking smart people what he's up to here, why he's doing this, why this genius, this guy, Thomas Edison, as some people have said of our time, why is he doing this? Thomas Edison wasn't working on the incandescent light bulb and then running into the town square going, prosecute Fauci. He was inventing things. Elon Musk should just invent things.
Yeah, still ahead on Morning Joe.
If Thomas Edison was talking about prosecuting Fauci, that'd be pretty impressive. Because
that would be pretty prophetic, huh?
Pretty prophetic. Isn't Thomas Edison didn't he really he didn't really create a lot of things himself. I thought he basically just had other people working for him. And
it's funny that he mentioned Thomas Edison, isn't it? Because Thomas Edison is the guy that fucked over Tesla. Stole a bunch of
there you go. That's
stole a bunch of his stuff.
That's true.
Tesla died poor and penniless. This is one of the reasons why Elon Musk called his company Tesla, is because he's like, Tesla totally got fucked over by Thomas Edison.
Yep.
And I want to make it right. Look at what a social justice warrior this guy is.
I know.
A retiring Republican congressman didn't.
Okay, so that's it for Joe.
Oh,
now
where's Matt Binder? Come on.
That's where we're gonna go now.
The Thursday night really worked. One of
The
those
Geico
journalists,
caveman.
Musk suspends 10 journalists who've been covering his.
You could see I was very lazy.
No.
I was very lazy when I recorded this. I didn't re-edit off. I just took the Fraps video, not Fraps, that's old from a million years ago. The OBS recording and just uploaded it directly to YouTube.
It's great. I love it.
I love how it's called the Thursday Night Massacre.
I know they have a Wikipedia page. Oh, it's so cringe.
Is that still up? Because I heard they were going to take that down.
The Wikipedia page is still up, but they removed the Thursday Night Massacre part of it.
Oh my!
Oh God, I'm so glad that there are people that got screenshots though.
They're it's people dying in Ukraine, and they're like, "But we got kicked off of Twitter for 24 hours."
Well, the Thursday night. The night massacre thing. Okay, this is a reference to, and we talked about this before. This is a reference to when, let me see if they got rid of it. Oh, no, it's still up. They just got rid of the Thursday Night Massacre. It's a reference to when Richard Nixon basically wanted them to stop investigating Watergate, and so he essentially fired the Attorney General. Because the Attorney General wouldn't stop the investigation into Watergate. And then the Deputy Attorney General, who became the Attorney General, wouldn't stop the investigation either. So Nixon fired him. And then I think the third guy, who was Bork, he eventually did cancel the investigation, and that's what had Congress get involved. So to compare something like that to this is just insane. Like a question about our the foundational ethics of the presidency and what the office should be doing, an investigation into him. They're going to compare that to Elon Musk banning people for posting doxing links, essentially, on Twitter.
Nefarious exploits, demonstrating once and for all.
But that's part of the narrative, because they're spinning up this narrative that these reporters were investigating Elon Musk.
Yes,
they're
just doing their job
of him. Yeah,
they're just doing their job,
which is just ridiculous. They were basically trying to intimidate him, publicly intimidate him.
Well, they were essentially sticking their tongue out at him and going, "Meh." Like you could report on this story and say Elon Musk is, not allowing people to post links to the ElonJet. You can say that without posting the link. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but here's the key words. You can search for it on Google.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what Matt Binder would say, right?
Free speech really worked. One of those journalists joins me next.
One of those journalists.
Journalists in finger quotes.
Look, Matt is so stoked that he's on.
Oh, he is. He's so happy to be there.
He's like, yes, look at this.
Somehow, Elon Musk managed to turn Twitter into an even bigger dumpster fire overnight by suspending, without warning, the accounts of several journalists from CNN, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and other outlets, many of whom...
Did they get a warning? I mean...
No one got a warning, no. But they all knew what they were doing. And when I was looking through this, because... So Elon banned the Jet account the day before.
Right.
And then they were all the people that got banned, they were all reporting it. Everyone knew what they were doing. There was no surprise. They weren't shocked. They weren't like, oh, I didn't know this was against, because they were all, if you go through their timelines, now that they're back and you see their previous tweets, they're all talking about this incessantly. They're all going, oh, Elon's not letting people post these links. And the next tweet is,
so they
here's a link to the thing.
Specifically.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they all knew.
Yeah, they all knew. It's just this total sham that they're pretending like they didn't know.
Here's the link that he's not allowing us to post. Right
100%.
here.
100%.
That's so bad.
Cover the platform or Musk himself. The self-proclaimed free speech absolutist told a group of journalists in a Twitter Spaces chat that those reporters were doxing him, violating the rule he made just a few days ago banning private jet trackers, which, mind you, is public information. And when the journalists...
Oh, God, I hate that. I so hate that. Because
public information.
It's not public information.
On that call...
Look, is Joy Reid's home address public information? I doubt it. I mean, she probably has gone to great lengths to make sure her home address is not on the internet.
If there's still a phone book printed in her area, that it might be.
Yeah.
Right.
A lot of these wealthy people do go to great lengths to make sure their address is not on the internet. So,
yeah.
Challenged that claim, Musk left abruptly and then proceeded to shut down the Twitter Spaces feature altogether. Banning journalists is a bad move on its...
They also, none of them... I think one of them did. I don't remember which one of them. None of them explained the whole Twitter space shutdown. They're like, oh, Elon Musk was so angry about having to talk to journalists that he shut down Twitter Spaces. It's like, well, no, it's because someone, Matt, I think it was Matt, who got banned, was able to exploit a bug somehow and still get into the Twitter Spaces. And that's why Elon left, and that's why they shut down Twitter Spaces, was to fix the bug.
Oh, really? Is it back?
That part of the story,
yeah,
it's back now, but that part of the story gets unreported. So,
of course,
they make it sound like it's gone altogether.
No, it's back.
But
do you like the Chiron? Elon Musk's twisted idea of quote free speech.
Yeah,
it's so as if they would like it if it was like actually true free speech.
Yes, yeah, like
the
oh my god,
exactly.
He doesn't like free speech. Well, you don't want free speech either there.
Yes.
Yep.
The whole time that he bought it, they've been complaining that he hasn't been censoring people.
Right.
And now that he censors someone, they're so mad about it.
It's because of the wrong people. It's Herbert Marcuse all day long.
Totally.
All I see is Herbert Marcuse, repressive tolerance. I have told more people about that essay. And honestly, I know that human beings are hypocrites, but we all are. I'm fully aware that we're more hypocritical than we are not hypocritical. When we don't, I know that with my writer part of the brain. I still know that they are making a justification for doing it, and all of the left broadly generally thinks that because the right are the bad guys, it's okay to give them the boot.
Yep. That's the sad part.
Right. I mean, if Elon went actual like free speech absolutist, I'm going to allow everything on Twitter, like they'd be pulling their hair out.
Yeah, Kanye'd be back, and there'd be all, like, there'd be all kinds of like
all the slurs
racists,
would be back,
like real racists, not just edgy boys, that are trying to say stuff to like people that would have like what seem like reasoned arguments for racism and stuff. And like
all
like
the COVID people would be back, like they'd be losing their shit. Yeah,
so they're just it's just so dishonest.
Yep.
But it's made even worse by the fact that in the months since his takeover of Twitter, Musk has reinstated the accounts of thousands of users who have spread far-right conspiracies, as well as noted white nationalists, anti-Semites, people who were spreading COVID misinformation.
Who's the white nationalist on this list here?
Andrew Anglin.
Andrew Anglin, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I like that in the same list we have, next to Andrew Anglin, the actual white nationalist, we have Donald Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Roger Stone. Loomer is a weirdo. I don't know. She's pretty racist. I don't know if she's a white nationalist. And then you have Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
what the fuck? And he's the Babylon Bee? Really? It's the Babylon Bee.
And I mean, and to be honest with you, I know that like I understand. I at least can wrap my head around how the left looks at Veritas as dishonest, because early in O'Keefe's like the old stuff when he was like dressing up and stuff. Like, I get how
The pimp
they
days.
will. Yeah, the pimp outfit. I get how they're like, okay, this guy is dishonest then. But since then, he has been doing stuff where he's not the guy doing the dressing up, and he's done real journalism. So to act as if he's, something he's not is, again, very frustrating, seeing him and Peterson and well, I mean, I don't know who the rest of them are.
Sitch and I always fight
Babylon
about
Bee are
O'Keefe. Sitch,
Well,
I like O'Keefe, but
I
Sitch
think
doesn't
O'Keefe
really like
should
O'Keefe.
100% not be banned on anything at all.
Of course.
But I do think he's incredibly dishonest. So
Right.
But listen, you can have dishonest people. I think all these fucking people are dishonest.
Do you think the Veritas videos are dishonest, or do you think
I do.
O'Keefe is
I do.
dishonest?
I think because my problem with the Veritas videos is that they never show you, at least the ones that I've seen, they never show you the context of the conversation. So it's like a clip of someone saying something crazy, and you're like, oh my God, how did this guy say this crazy thing? How did the conversation come to this point? And then we never see that. So I'm like, well, wait a minute. What is it like? What is happening in this conversation? Why would someone say what they're saying? Why would someone supposedly like admit to doing some criminal behavior or something with no context?
He just cuts the boring part out.
Yeah, but that's my problem. It's like, wait a minute, what is happening here? Are they cutting out the part where like the hot woman's like, it would be so hot if like you totally censored the Republicans, and he's like, oh yeah, baby, I totally censored the Republicans all day on YouTube, and then it just cuts to that, and you're like, wait a minute.
Is it always a hot woman though? I've heard a lot. I've seen a lot of his videos where like the voice that's speaking to the person is a male's voice.
I have seen that, but then it seems like they're gay, so I don't. I just project it.
You're like, either way, it's sex, man.
It seems like it, and I could have swore that he's even admitted to doing
this. Is it? It's stuff going in and out of stuff.
Yep,
That's it.
The Project Veritas Tinder account is red hot.
I could have swore that he's admitted that he'll intentionally send like attractive people to go like try to extract information.
Good for him.
Guys, so.
I mean, that's the way it works, right? I mean, that's how you get.
Yeah,
the
but
information.
all I'm saying is this: I would have all my criticisms of Project
Sitch is
Veritas
worried he's going to
would
be in a
go
Project
away.
Veritas
That's right.
video one day.
They would go away if he would just release the full conversation so that I could see it for myself and feel confident and comfortable that like it's not being taken out of context. Essentially,
I don't feel the same way about it that you do, but the ask that you're making seems so small.
It's not yes, exactly. If
such
you
a
have nothing
small,
to
tiny
hide,
little
just show it. I mean, it's not like it's going to hurt him to well, unless he's lying, obviously. But,
exactly.
So
I just think he has he's too big now and has too big a reputation to really screw around like that, to like selectively edit and stuff. So I think the incentives are wrong.
What are you talking about? The mainstream media has a way bigger reputation than him, and they selectively edit all the time.
Yeah, but he's fighting against that. He's literally saying.
Yeah, but that's not what your point. Your point is you said he's too big, so that it'd be too dangerous to doing so. I'm like, no, it's literally the opposite. What do you mean?
Yeah, but
I think in the context of in the context of the broader media, he can't. The bigger media, there is so much big mainstream media that if he does anything that is outside of that is not on the up and up, they're going to use it to discredit him at any chance. Now
that's true, but how would you know if
some
no one has
disgruntled
access to
employee
the full
is gonna
footage? So
some disgruntled employees.
It's kind of like with who is that guy that that Australian guy who
Jim Jeffries.
Was that the guy who went on that went on that kind of Comedy Central Daily Show
He's
kind
a
of
comedian
thing? Yeah. And the guy totally chopped up what he said out of context to make him look bad. And the only reason we know is because he secretly recorded it himself. And if he hadn't done that, we would never have known. Or he would have said that, but who would have believed him?
Yeah.
So.
Fair enough. And again, like I said, it is a very, very small kind of ask,
And I think he used to do it, way back in the day. He used to do it, and then he stopped. So,
got too many complaints.
And of course, the former president, who was kicked off the site for fomenting a violent insurrection in an attempt to overturn an election. Those people got their accounts back, but the reporters whose job it is to hold people like Musk to account, or who have shared information about private plane locations, which I can't stress enough is publicly available to anyone.
I can't stress the lie enough. Let me stress the straight up dishonest part.
Yeah, they believe it though. They totally believe it. Oh, it's just public information.
Yeah, they probably do.
Well, none of them, they really don't really go into detail about the guy who jumped on the car either. A lot of them just leave that out of the story altogether.
Of course, they don't want to make Elon Musk sympathetic. What do you?
I know.
He's the enemy.
They get the boot. Joining me now is Matt Binder, reporter from Mashable, and one of the reporters whose account was
the Geico
banned.
caveman.
Look, it's Bender.
The Geico
right,
caveman.
He does look like the Geico
caveman.
caveman.
Geico caveman. This is Bender cleaned up. Like, actually, this is him. Like, it looks like he actually trimmed his beard a little bit. He didn't brush it. Notice it's lopsided.
Yeah.
Tucked off. But, because he still looks like...
Is it Binder? I've been calling him Matt Binder for, like, ever.
I don't know.
Well, she said Binder, but...
And this is his adoptive son? Who's the other guy?
They look like adopted brothers. Like,
why is that funny? It is funny. I don't know.
It is funny. I don't know why though.
Because look how young his face is.
I know
that is
the
a
kid,
baby face.
He does. He looks like he's 9 years old. It's like. And here's Matt Binder's 9-year-old business partner.
Take your kid to work.
I mean, Matt looks pretty young himself. He doesn't look like an old man, but
of course. But okay, come on.
She, co-host of the iGen Politics.
Look, it's his co-host. Okay, come on, chill out.
Not Lance. I thought Lance was what happened.
Podcast and host of the podcast On the Move.
Wait, is Binder from the Surfs?
Welcome.
No.
But when we talked to him, they were together. So I assume that they had some kind of relationship.
Terrible.
Bender and Lance have both been on the show. You should.
Yeah, I know. They're so it's work.
Yeah.
It's exhausting.
Matt threw Lance under the bus on the porn question.
Big surprise there.
That's an interesting development.
Oh, throwing people under the bus? Weird. The left? Oh, you don't say.
I mean, you'd think it'd be the other way around, though. You think
you would, but it wasn't.
Lance would throw. Yeah.
No.
To the show. Did
Thanks
you?
for having me.
Sure. I have my own theory about why people were banned, and I'm wondering if it.
Oh my God!
My own
Please
theory.
Tell me she tells her own theory.
Oh yes, my theory.
I have my own theory.
I bet you that you could guess it in one guess.
A theory. Someone else gave it to her.
I bet you could guess in one guess what her theory is.
I'm not sure I can.
It's Elon Musk is banning people that are critical of him and criticizing him.
Oh, that's like everybody's theory.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. It's just like
because he's a racist.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, how do you link this to somehow him being racist?
Yeah.
He's like,
I don't think she does. She doesn't go that far.
At any point, you retweeted the clip of Elon Musk being booed, because it seems like that might be part of the issue that Aaron Rupar faced, is that he was making fun of him. That seems to me the more Occam's razor answer for why his site was banned. But what do you think was behind your banning?
Does it seem that way to you, Joy?
Yeah,
really,
no doubt.
Joy? Jesus.
Didn't they say?
Right. I mean, it's unclear right now.
They gave an explanation, right?
They've already talked about the everyone is aware that there is a situation going on with the plane,
right?
And the whole bringing the Dave Chappelle booing in, that is only to bring up the fact that he got booed at the Dave Chappelle show,
right?
You know,
but that happened after the banning, like even after the reinstatement, right?
Did it?
I don't know.
No. Well, no. That was before.
Dave Chappelle getting booed was before. Oh, okay.
Well, Elon getting booed. Elon boo.
Or Dave Chappelle.
Dave Chappelle. That was before all that stuff, wasn't it?
Okay, I don't know.
Elon Musk booed at Dave Chappelle show amid Twitter anger. December 12th. Oh, maybe it was after. I don't know.
Yeah, it's after. Exactly.
Come on. I don't know if the timeline all this.
Look, I have Elon News Tracker in my feed.
Oh, okay.
I know what's up.
No, exactly.
No, because it wasn't about that. It was about they were saying they think the boos were based off of Twitter laying off people. It wasn't based on the journalists or something. No, it was because it was right after he did the "My pronouns are prosecute Fauci." That's probably what it was.
Yeah. Which that tweet? Oh, I'm not in favor of that tweet.
Right.
It's just like
I'm only not in favor of it because it was kind of a little cringy.
Yeah.
Well, it was cringy. That is true.
Don't post cringe. If you can.
Dan with the boost for $20 says, listening on my way to the office Christmas party where I'm sure I won't need to fire anyone for an HR violation tomorrow. Merry Christmas and happy whatever Kanye's enemies celebrate. Well, thank you, Danimal.
Hilarious. Yeah. Thanks for the super chat. Happy holidays, obviously. Don't fire anyone the day before Christmas, Danimal. Jesus, have a heart.
I know.
And if you do, put it up on Instagram and tag me.
Oh my God.
Phil, that remains official.
It's gonna be a libertarian Christmas.
Was behind the banning. Twitter suspended my account shortly after I simply shared that LAPD statement from, CNN's Donnie O'Sullivan tweeted it out first. Basically, the LAPD says Elon Musk claims that, he was his family was accosted by someone who he thinks was tracking his family via that Elon's jet tracking account. The LAPD says that, they never heard from Musk. They reached out to him. He hasn't gotten back to them. And there's no, police report on record. There's no incident filed. Donnie O'Sullivan from CNN was shortly suspended after he shared that statement. I simply screenshotted that statement and put it out myself, letting people know that Donnie got suspended right after sharing it. And then I was suspended shortly after too. Elon Musk
so this is very, 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 very dishonest, Matt. I'm calling you out, Matt.
Matt Binder, dishonest? You do not say.
Because, if you listen to his words carefully, he says, well, Donnie Sullivan, who was a CNN guy, he got booted off of Twitter right after he tweeted out this, this supposed report where he talked to the LAPD and they said that they weren't aware, that Elon Musk had not contacted them about making a criminal report yet about the guy in the car. Okay. And so what he's trying to say by that is he's trying to imply, well, that's why they got banned from Twitter. That was the last thing he said before he got banned, right? But that's not the question. The question was what got you banned. And something can get you banned, but it's not the last thing that you tweet out, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it's very dishonest for him to frame it like this, like that's what got him banned. Because if you actually go back and you look at what Donnie Sullivan tweeted out, he didn't just tweet that out. Before that, he tweeted out a link to Mastodon, the ElonJet Mastodon account. And he tweeted out, he said, here's his tweet from December 14th. He says, Donnie O'Sullivan says, the account is still on the obscure free speech platform Facebook with a link to the facebook.com/ElonJet page.
Right.
Okay. So he tweeted out the thing he's not supposed to tweet out. And right before that, he tweeted, looks like Twitter changes policies specifically to shut down ElonJet and other accounts that track rich people's planes. So he tweets out the policy change, and then he immediately tweets out the link to it on Facebook.
Hilarious. He's like, here's the policy change, and let me just try to get around that policy change.
Right. And then, Pikachu shockface. I got banned? What? And then Matt over here, he said...
Screenshots it.
He says, remember Elon Musk's first Twitter files, the one about Twitter blocking links to the New York Post Hunter Biden story? Elon Musk is using the same thing to block links to ElonJet on other platforms right now. The exact same thing. And then he posts a picture of how, people couldn't DM the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Right.
And then right next to that, he posts a picture of him trying to link the Elon Musk Jet Instagram with the full URL in the picture and it not going through.
Oh my God. So he basically has a screenshot of the link.
Yes, he posted a screenshot of the link of the thing you're not supposed to post to get around that you couldn't post on Twitter because Twitter would automatically block you. So he just posts a picture of the link.
Right.
And then, what a Pikachu shock face surprise. He gets banned. Oh my God. Why? Why did I get banned? I have no idea. Oh no. It must be because of this completely other thing. It couldn't be because of the one obvious thing I did that got me banned.
Right. Yeah.
It's so hard to be a liberal when there are people like that.
Well, the good news is
you just know they're lying.
Right.
And it's like, all you want to do is just stop being a liberal just for a little while.
You want to authoritarianly put the boot down is what you're saying.
I don't want to violate terms of service.
No.
But sometimes Matt Binder makes me think about violating terms of service.
Listen. I'm not in favor of anything. I just want the people to be called out. I just want to be like, this is the problem. This is what's so gross. They go on.
I want people to care when you call them out. I want people to care. That's the thing
about it.
It's you're right, but unless people care that they're lying, then it's like people talk about the Constitution and oh, the Constitution protects you, blah blah blah. The Constitution only protects you if people care.
Yeah.
Like the First Amendment only protects your right to speech if they care. Now, granted, the Second Amendment has a little more oomph behind it, but that's the only one. The rest of them are straight up. Everybody in society has to agree, and the law has to actually act in a way as if it matters. Well, and the more, in my opinion, the more people like this have influence, and the more this attitude is accepted, the less people care. The further down the road to authoritarianism we go. And eventually, eventually you get into Second Amendment fundamentalist cliches,
Yeah.
Right. Well, before this gets clipped, I'm going to say I do not support attacking Matt Binder.
No.
Okay.
No.
I completely denounce anything like that.
No.
Thank you.
Obviously. Yes. It's not an endorsement. It's talking about how frustrating it is when you, as liberals, we can all approach things, and even if we disagree on things, like you and I know that you and I disagree about some of the stuff with January 6th, right? I know that. Sure. I think that Trump went too far. I think that Trump didn't go far enough in trying to prevent it, but I don't think that it was an insurrection, and et cetera.
Well, we don't think it was an insurrection. That's
I thought you guys said that it was.
No,
of course not. No,
because I thought
not the riot part. No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then maybe we are closer. But either way, we can talk about it, and we can agree on what is true. In fact, I know that if you talk with Binder or Joy Reid or whatever, you can't even agree on what's fact and what's not.
Yeah, that's the problem.
And if you can't, and that's the thing, it's because of the philosophies that underlie the positions. A liberal philosophy comes to arguments from a certain perspective, and I this is something that James Lindsay had talked about. Again, I know I keep bringing him up, but if you're dealing with people that don't believe that there is truth or there is honesty, that it's all power games, like Peterson says, if you're dealing with people that only believe that it's power games, the only option is the boot, because it's about just power. So the liberal is left in a position where it loses.
Right.
Liberals I think lose to authoritarianism because they will not do things that it takes to defeat authoritarianism.
Well, they'll only lose if the authoritarians can get enough people on their side.
And we have
I don't think we're there yet.
No, we're just well on the way with,
I think part of the reason that everyone on the mainstream media is lying about the story shows that we're not there yet. They have to lie about the story in order to get, to promote this narrative. They're not just saying, oh, yeah, we posted this stuff, but fuck Elon Musk.
I would push back on that, because you hear stories about people in the Soviet Union. They say that, oh, we knew they were lying. They lied to us, those kind of things. So I don't know that I agree.
Yeah, but so the thing with the Soviet Union is you don't need to get the majority of people on your side. You have to get a energetic minority that has, violence on their side.
Do you feel like that's not
in
the
the
case
U.S.'s space, you would need the army or the military on their side, which I don't see this happening. But
I think it's a different situation too, because, and I know what you're talking about. Preference falsification is what they call it, when everybody knows that the mainstream media is lying. They all know that it's lies.
I don't think they do. But here's people that are watching, and I've had a conversation. I've never in my life had a conversation with someone on the left who is kind of in the liberal media bubble, who knows the media is lying to them.
They don't. I was going to say that's what the big difference is. The big difference is they want the lie. They literally believe it as truth because they're so wrapped up in their own narrative.
Right.
Where in the Soviet Union, they were yeah, they're lying, it is what it is. We all got to just get along, right?
Well, they knew because they had to, because they get killed if they did.
Yeah, if they didn't go along with the lie. Yeah.
Right.
Here, they're just like, what? Pay me to go along with the lie? This is truth. Gobble, gobble. Like, they suck it down like it's, of course.
To me, the difference is like, kind of with this story, is I think probably, I don't know, like we all kind of envision that there was a magical time period, and maybe this is true. There's a magical time period, you know, in earlier news days where people agreed on like the facts.
Yep.
And maybe because we had a magical time period where it seemed like our news, at least the TV news, was less biased. I think the newspapers were probably always biased, but and so maybe that was possible. But I think throughout most of human history, probably the disagreement was on people disagreeing on what the quote unquote facts were,
right,
and how to interpret them. And the thing that bothers me specifically about this instance is it's not even like people arguing about the facts. They're just literally lying, and they know they're lying. You know, Matt knows he tweeted out that picture of the Instagram account with the ElonJet thing. I'm assuming he didn't forget that he tweeted that, right? I'm assuming he didn't forget that. But that's
like
what they all did.
He came on Joy Reid and was like, "Oh yeah, I tweeted out a link to the ElonJet thing. I thought it'd be."
But
funny.
they all like, and so we have a clip too that they can watch where Donnie Sullivan is on CNN, and they just lie. They're like, "Oh, I was just tweeting about the story." Like, well, no, but you also tweeted out you tweet out the policy change, and then you tweeted out the link violating the policy change, Donnie. That's what you fucking did. You know you did that. And they're just lying straight up to the audience about what's happening here.
Yeah, why don't they say, you know, it's freedom of speech to dox Elon, and that?
Yeah, if they want to make an argument,
yeah.
If they want to say, listen, I tweeted out the link because I believe that I should have the right to do it, blah, 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 then make that argument. Don't be a bitch about it. Don't lie about it.
I mean, that's what they did with the Hunter Biden and the normies will see it.
Yeah, I guess, but this is like usually when the media lies, it's more subtle. Like they'll kind of they'll frame something in a very specific way. They'll, you know, kind of leave out a little bit of information. You could say, well, maybe they interpret it that way because they're politically biased, blah, blah, blah. But this is just blatant, straight up. These journalists are just not being honest.
In your face lies.
Very in your face. If you go out and actually try to find the tweets. And, you know, Carl suggested something that I think is so intelligent, which is that if Twitter bans somebody, they should post the screenshot of the tweet that got them banned and the exact reason.
Oh, that.
And the reason that Twitter should do that is because then this would immediately shut all this lying down. Because it was like difficult for me to try to find the tweets that got them in trouble. It's like a lot. You have to do all this digging because none of the newspapers, you know, actually show you any of this stuff. But if it was right there on Twitter, you click on their banned account and it's just giant. When you clicked on it, showed you exactly what they did and why they got banned for it. They couldn't lie because it'd just be right there. It'd be too hard for them to lie about it because anyone can see it. They can only lie because that information is like hard to find.
Could you take over their
just big old red stamp letter across the top?
Yeah, they should take over their banner. They should take over their banner and be like Doxer, Matt Binder. Do like a arrest report. That would be great.
It turns into a mugshot.
It looks like a mugshot.
They could do that with AI, right?
They could.
Mugshot. Internet doxer. God, you'd never live that down. That would be so awesome.
There'd be all kinds of Twitter accounts popping up to track who was banned for how long. Sending out notifications.
Yeah.
Because we doxed, we shared doxed, you know, private location information on the website on Twitter, but I never did that.
Well,
look.
Yeah, well, you know,
it kind of did. I mean, you kind of did.
Scared a screenshot of it, right?
You did give a screenshot of the Instagram link, but okay.
When Matt came on, weren't we talking about the doxing of libs of TikTok? I believe that was the topic that we actually talked about.
Were we talking about that today?
I think so.
About that today.
No, when Matt Binder and Lance came on, I think we were talking about.
Yes, you're right.
And
that was what we were talking about.
They were making excuses about the doxing of the libs of TikTok as well.
Yes, that was it. Because I said, because that's what I was saying. I was like, there's no, you know, this is a person who has not made any information about themselves public, blah, 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 blah. And you're right. I totally forgot about that. Matt and Lance were justifying it, of course.
Yeah.
It was totally fine to do that.
Well, she didn't set up her website privately enough, and it was public information, and you know.
Well, no, because that was even more like removed. Like you had to do all sorts of forensic digging to figure that one out.
Well, Taylor Lorenz was bragging about how, it was, this was her original screen name, and it was just so easy to find. So therefore,
Taylor Lorenz is so old.
Yeah.
Oh, bold or old?
Old.
Oh, is she?
I just hear. I love to put that idea.
Is she not
out
allowed?
there.
Is she not
She's
allowed
not
to
that
be
old. I think she's like under 40 or just around 40. But someone was talking about her like she was 55 or something.
She's younger than you.
No, she's totally younger than me. Everyone's younger than me. Though.
She looks like a cartoon character.
I like the idea of Taylor Lorenz having a narrative out there that she's old on Twitter and her getting all neurotic about it. Because everyone knows it's not really true, but it's like you could just convince people that she's like, 60.
She is she is a skateboard meme all the way. Like, hello, young people.
Yes. Well, I think that's the key aspect of the old Taylor Lorenz thing. Because she you look at her profile picture, she's wearing like this, like rainbow striped shirt. Like she's trying to look very young in all her pictures, and you're like, this lady's like almost 50.
That'd be like if I was wearing eyeliner.
Yes. Well, that'd say
cool.
many things.
Well, okay, yeah, and I was thinking like the 15 years ago, the eyeliner and the hair thing.
Exactly. If you were in a hair,
you wore some eyeliner, right? I mean,
I never wore eyeliner.
You
no.
never did, not even on.
Never wore the Jankos.
That's like
never wore
such a
the
rock
eyeliner.
star thing.
The thing is, like, where we come from in New England, like, is very blue collar.
Okay.
So,
gotcha.
like, West Coast was very glam oriented, and that's where you see, like, the guys that are wearing eyeliner and that were like, they would all look kind of punk rock. And then you got from the East Coast, you had bands like us or like Killswitch Engage or like Lamb of God that we were all basically trying to look like Pantera. Right. And Pantera, when like after they took the makeup and stuff off, because like I'm old enough to remember when like grunge came out and it was no longer cool to put on a show. Right. If you looked like you were enjoying being on stage, you were wrong.
Right.
You had to look like you were moping. Right. You had to look like you were wearing your brother's clothes.
Zero effort. Yeah.
Yeah. You can't, like, you can move around, but you can't like if you had fire or sparklers or too much lights or anything, if you looked like you tried at all to look halfway decent or tried to put on any kind of theatrics, because it was such a strong reaction against glam metal, and so like all of the people that I was into musically, it was all like the bands that were not into the glam, and it was the bands that were heavier and they wanted to be normal blue collar dudes. So it was a lot of hardcore kind of kids, like that kind of vibe. So I was never, I dressed like I was more like a hardcore kid. I never wore the makeup or whatever. So
not listen to that eyeliner music.
Yeah, I never had it. I was not that rock star.
This is interesting. So the Washington Post has posted some long article about the Elon Musk incident. That Taylor Lorenz is like tweeting out like crazy because she thinks it somehow exonerates her or something. It doesn't if you actually read it. And so they've identified the people in the car that did what they did.
Really? Oh, wow.
Which I didn't realize. And it's interesting because they said that one of the people in the car is apparently like insane.
Right.
Who, it says, in his communications with the Post, Collado said he was a driver for Uber Eats, but also made several bizarre and unsupported claims, including that he believed he was being sent coded messages through Instagram posts, that Elon Musk was monitoring his real-time location, and that Musk could control Uber Eats to block him from receiving delivery orders. Okay, so one of the people involved in this is obviously insane, right?
Wow.
And so this would be like, okay, so you say, wait a minute, this should be evidence that maybe you shouldn't be tracking his location. But here's the thing. In the article, they never say whether they asked the guy how he found Elon Musk.
Why wouldn't they ask that?
That would be the number one question.
Thing I want to know.
Yes. Like, did he use the ElonJet? Yeah.
Because they don't want to know.
Or maybe maybe he said yes. I don't know. It's just weird. Do you think that would be the one question you'd ask? Right?
They asked him and he gave the wrong answer, so they had to censor it?
I don't know. It doesn't say. It doesn't say, and that's very interesting to me. So
we need to get an independent journalist on this.
Because
We'll
they make
call
a big
Matt
deal to
Binder.
saying like, oh, in the beginning of the article, they make a big deal saying that the gas station that this occurred at apparently was 26 miles away from the LA International Airport and 23 hours after the ElonJet account last located the jet's whereabouts. And say, okay.
That's
but then why don't you ask
right in the ballpark of
but then,
the place
right,
to
but then
be,
you
right?
but then you say, well, wait a minute, then how do you find him then? Why didn't you ask him that question?
Yeah.
So I don't know. And also, this does say that the police were called out to the gas station when this occurred.
You know,
the
they
original
filed a police
people were
report. He said he was going to file charges.
right. So, but when they were saying, "Oh, the LA Police Department said there no crime report had been filed," they made
Well, yeah,
it
but it was
sound
Matt
like
Binder saying that though.
right. But I think what happened was it's technically true. There was no quote unquote crime report filed because no one was arrested when it happened. So they still called the police out,
right?
And the police were there, but there was no quote unquote crime report.
Is it possible that he made a distinction between a crime report and an incident report?
It's possible.
Is that
probably very likely?
I mean, I don't know that the police make it. You know, if there's an actual crime committed,
it is the incident report.
You know, I don't know if the actual police station would make a difference or would make a distinction, but
I think.
Well, here's the thing: I don't know if the LAPD gave a direct statement because you're getting the LAPD statement through Donnie O'Sullivan, who already lied about not sharing the link. And he just says LAPD's threat management unit is aware of the situation and tweet by Elon Musk and is in contact with his representatives and security team. No crime reports have been filed yet.
No crime reports.
Yeah. So I don't know. So you're right. There could be an incident report. There could be some other report.
What the hell is a crime report?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. There's been no crimes reported because there was no crime, but it was an incident because he didn't it's not illegal. Technically, what if stalking Elon Musk isn't illegal? Maybe it's illegal that he jumped on the property damage if there was damage, but there might not have been anything damaged, so maybe there wasn't a crime. Maybe they would just have an incident. This happened. Yeah. This is the person. And again, this is just me saying maybe. I don't know. There might not be a difference according to the LAPD. This is just
I think it depends on the department because according to random guy who answered a Quora question that has a lot of upvotes, it says generally a police report indicates a report of a criminal offense and an incident report indicates a non-criminal situation.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Maybe it is.
So there could be some difference. So there you go.
Traffic is an incident report.
And I wouldn't trust Donnie Sullivan to tell us the straight facts on that one.
Yeah. I mean, any kind of nuance that they can use to massage the story to say what they want to say, they're going to take advantage of.
Right.
Does Matt's son speak in this piece at all?
He does a little bit, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Liam S, thanks so much for being a free. Was here for 5 months. Says Taylor Lorenz sold her soul for a painting that resides in her attic, which is getting younger and younger each day. She misunderstood the agreement.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh wow!
There you go. Stuck for $2 says Elon will make Vosh the CEO of Twitter. I'm calling him.
Oh, that would
you know what that means, right?
That would be hell. Yeah.
Tons of child porn back on Twitter.
Oh no!
It's Vosh.
Nothing but CP and horse guns.
Damn.
Egon's for $5 says the right turned liberal into a slur, which caused the left to embrace the word progressive. Yeah, that did happen. That did happen. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly
and
what happened.
Kind of, I think, turned around and bit them in the ass.
But yeah, but it's more accurate for the left now to be called progressives and not be called liberals.
Yes. But originally, I think it was just because they didn't want to call themselves liberals. They're like, we need a new term. We need something that sounds, hip and different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway.
It doesn't seem that anyone ever did it, right? And so, Victor, you use the platform. I saw that you promoted your appearance on this show on the platform. Some people are still sticking with it. But at this point, I mean, I learned about, I've tried to pull myself off. I think it's too toxic.
Of committed. They're sticking around. They're gonna stay with that newfangled Twitter there.
She's still on the platform. She's making it sound like she got off. Like, what is she talking about?
No one's getting
Oh, wait. She just said 4 hours ago. 4 hours. So this is by the way, this happened a couple of days ago what we're watching. But 4 hours ago, she says, just a note, I am no longer contributing to content on this hell site. Just retweets while it's still possible. So there you go. She's claiming. Okay, how long do you think that's gonna last for?
Just retweets while it's still possible?
How long do you think Joy Reid is gonna last before she tweets something out?
I give it 24 hours. I mean,
I'll agree. 24 hours. There you go. 48 at the max.
She's not going anywhere.
Yeah. Yep.
Elon hasn't. I don't think Elon's tweeted since the.
He just tweeted the Babylon Bee.
Did he really?
10 minutes ago, he laughed at something the Babylon Bee said, and status on Twitter World Cup. That was 3 minutes ago, so he's tweeting right now about stuff that's not super.
Everyone wants. Look, he started a storyline here. Should I step down as head of Twitter? And he started a poll. That's the storyline that's in play right now. Everyone's wondering, I wonder if
has he commented on it?
That.
I don't think he's commented on it.
No, he hasn't. That's why I was saying.
No.
Like, I was kind of wondering, like, what? I mean, he's got to kind of comment on that, right? Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe just be like, psych.
Well, he said,
can get Tom.
When he put the poll up, someone said, "Oh, he already knows who he's going to put in that position." He said he doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
Tom from MySpace.
Well, I'm sure he's looking. Tom's probably in the running. I mean, he did a good job.
You didn't see Tom's comment?
No. I did. Yeah.
Tom has been away.
Tom
yeah,
Anderson?
the real Tom. He'd been away from Twitter for like years. Like last time he tweeted was 2021. Elon says blah blah blah, and then like Tom's like he goes, depends who you get to run it, and he did the little thinking emoji. He's got 189,000 likes on the tweet.
There you go.
Tom,
Bring
he's
Tom
in
back,
the running.
baby.
MySpace Tom. It would be really funny if he was like Tom, and Tom was like, "Yo, I got the job, y'all. I'm back on the social media scene."
I told you I'd be back.
But
they made out like bandits, though.
Tom?
They sold MySpace, I think, like for $500 million to Fox News. It's like
suckers.
I know. That's like the best $500 million ever netted, right?
Yep. If you go to Tom's Twitter page, he like updated a little bit every once in a while, like not a lot, but every once in a while. He's been in like this, like Southeast Asia, like surfing and being like super pumped and happy. He's been loving life. Someone talked smack to him one time, like in like 2012 or 13 or whatever, and he's like, "Yeah, I sold it for like $500 million. Up yours, you know." Peace out. Someone was talking smack. Like, what happened in MySpace?
Wow.
It made me rich, bitch.
Yeah. Who cares if it tanked afterwards?
That's right.
And he said, "Watch me hit this wave."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, seriously. Watch me bang my hot girl or something, whatever, you know.
Watch me sink this putt.
Tweeted out that all of these folks were suspended. That's how I saw that it happened. He's one of the best in the business. We love him. But at this point...
Wait. Did she just say Aaron Rupar is one of the best in the business?
Great Ben Collins, who tweeted out that all of these folks were suspended. That's how I saw that it happened. He's one of the best in the business. We love him. But at this point, is Twitter, in your mind, worth using?
You know, I think for all its toxicity, and you said that so eloquently, I think for all its toxicity that the platform does provide, I think there are some good uses, especially for journalists and especially for, I think, academics. It provides a great resource for them. I think it disseminates information in a great way. And kind of going to what Matt said, I think it's a really confusing decision by Elon Musk to do this, because I think at the end of the day, this is someone who I believe is deeply narcissistic. And it doesn't take a psychologist to, I think, see that, you know, his pattern.
I thought Destiny talked fast, but holy shit, this is not sped up.
Mm-hmm.
He's already at like 1.75 speed.
And the behavior and the action.
Are you being ironic?
I'm not. What do you think this guy's talking like a mile a minute? What are you talking about?
No
you don't think this
way.
guy's talking very fast? He's
He's
like,
talking
he's like,
so slow.
this guy?
Yeah. He's talking slow. What are you talking
What are you
about?
talking about? Am I hallucinating? Are you hallucinating?
You
What's
must
happening
be.
here?
Actions that he's taken shows that I think at the end of the day,
Adam's
this is
crazy.
someone
He's
who I
talking fast
believe
as hell.
is deeply narcissistic. And
He's deeply, deeply narcissistic. You got to understand, this guy is just such a narcissist.
I
Do you think? I mean, is Elon a narcissist? I don't know.
Yeah, he banned someone that was doxing his jet's location. Obvious narcissistic behavior. Yes.
I've seen a lot of Elon interviews, and he just doesn't strike me as a narcissist. So he strikes me as maybe a little autistic, but
he's got Asperger's.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's come out and said that.
See, I think that might be what's going on here.
Are you saying that this guy is being a what's the word? A neurodivergentophobe?
Yeah, of course he is. Of course they're all
yeah,
bigots.
This guy is.
Yeah,
of
they're all
course. They love neurodivergency until it's a billionaire buying their favorite platform. then they hate it.
They love neurodivergency until it makes your brain smart enough to do really incredibly crazy weird things like make rockets land like that.
Isn't narcissism just another form of neurodivergency?
I mean, technically.
I kind of feel like it is.
I mean, technically, yeah.
it doesn't take a psychologist to, I think, see that, his patterns and the behavior and the actions that he's taken shows that anything that runs against his kind of worldview or his perception of the world is immediately deemed as, you're like not credible, and he kicks them off of the platform. So
what is this? Is like none of this is true.
What the fuck? I know. It's
not one bit of it.
Well, and the irony is that that's what the left wants to do. They want to say, we need to police content to see what is real and not real and make a decision and kick those people off.
Yeah.
Look at your pause. Even Binder and Joy can't believe it. They're both rolling their eyes.
Joy is mad because she teed him up for the, I don't think anyone should ever use Twitter again. And he's like, no, I think it's pretty good. Yeah, actually, I'm going to stick around, Joy. Maybe you should do the same.
I think it's good.
I don't know about that Stop Asian Hate stuff.
He's like, I think it's good, but Elon is a narcissist.
That's the look on her face right now.
I
Stop
know.
most Asian hate.
I know.
He's like, I got a little bit of Asian hate.
This
it's
is
okay
not
right now.
Phil. This is not funny. Okay, this is. I just want you to know.
I didn't. It's not me. Joy Reid's saying it, not me.
She's saying it with her eyes. Okay,
she is. I mean, I see
saying it
it.
with her
I
eyes.
see it. Matt is visibly uncomfortable here. I mean, I know what's going on. A street brawl is getting ready to break out at any second. I told you don't use Twitter, motherfucker. Did you not hear what I said?
Listen, I'm a big time MSNBC host, and you're some fucking nobody on the internet. So you better do what I say.
Well, she obviously followed him. She's like, I saw that you tweeted out the show.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of this scary stuff happening with Elon Musk. He's something who's erratic. There really is no rationalization for this, because at the end of the day, I think it's his self-image.
Matt is just totally nodding along. Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
There's a giant rationalization. It's called a security threat. Oh, God.
Totally erratic. Yeah. Totally erratic.
That matters to him most. And he's willing to, I think, burn the platform to the ground to see that happen. And so I think it's really concerning. I think a lot of people, for good reason.
Like literally, he's willing to burn the platform to the ground. Like,
I don't think he
the
is.
left has been attacking, like they've been trying to get the advertisers to leave. They've been
I know.
They've been attacking and trying to destroy Twitter in any way they possibly can. But Musk is the one that wants it to burn to the ground.
They're doing it. Yeah. Well, if you would just do exactly what they say, they wouldn't have to do all that stuff.
Right? I mean, come on.
Are getting off the platform because of what Elon Musk is doing. But at the end of the day, for myself, and I know for many others, I'm staying because, this is someone who tries to promote chaos and division. And I feel like at the end of the day, if I were to do a cost-benefit analysis, hopefully my staying on and other people staying on can push back against what.
Holy narcissism.
You brought it back. You brought it back.
Like Musk is trying to sow division and blah, blah, blah. But if I stay here, hopefully I can stay and see us through.
Yeah, what a narcissist.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
There you go.
Punishing.
And it's funny because it's also
against Elon.
It's also like, and he probably doesn't realize it. It's also an insult to Joy because it's kind of like, oh, you're leaving, you coward. I'm staying and fighting. Okay,
you're right.
Yeah,
Joy couldn't handle the pressure.
Joy, you pussy.
I can't believe she puts up with him.
Good fight.
Yeah. Joy threw up her hands. She's like, I'm going on The View, baby.
He's trying to do to the platform.
You know, Matt, I mean, he's 2 clicks away from having trading cards. Let's just be clear, right? I mean, he's just Cybertron.
Look at this. Holy shit.
God.
They're trying to make the Trump thing so clear. Can you imagine Elon doing NFTs? Like, not in
I can't as like a
years.
joke.
Yeah,
well,
you're
he
right.
did them. If he did them, it would be something actually interesting. It wouldn't be like trading cards.
Right.
You know what I mean? It would be some kind of something they would have a function, or it would be something. There would be something to them because with NFTs, they're programmable. You can, and I don't know much about them, but I know that they're not. You know, they can be more than just a picture. So,
I guess Trump is really hurting for money if he's doing these NFTs. I mean, that seems like the thing.
He hasn't been paid in 4 years, or hadn't been paid in 4 years,
or is it just? I mean, this is pretty on brand for him to just license his likeness for like whatever.
Yeah. Oh, you think he got like a big payday out of the NFT people?
Of course he did. What do you mean? It's like this is like Trump University, Trump Stakes. He just licenses his name out to whatever.
Okay.
I think the thing is that like, and I understand why you'd think that because you're thinking like a normal person. You're like, oh, if someone who was the president sold, you know, it's like when who was the president that did like a commercials in Japan? Everyone's like, oh, this is not good. Was it George Bush Sr. or something?
Really?
Some president. Some president did like commercials.
Carter?
No. Some president. I want to say Reagan, but didn't Reagan die? Like,
yeah, no, Reagan didn't. Like, Reagan was out of it by like his last year in office. He was not really, you know.
They get like a pension. Yeah, they get a pension, so it's hard to say that they really need money.
Presidents?
Well, but Trump might need money because, you know, he's got all these expensive. I mean, he's probably got $1 million a month in just bills.
He probably left office still a billionaire. But
I'm sure.
You know, so I mean, and the thing is, like, if he's got $1 million or $2 million a month that he has to pay, if you got $1 billion, like,
that's
you can pay $1 million a month.
Yeah, you're right.
Your interest on that kind of stuff, like it, like once you get to it's hard to, you know, you got to really screw up to go through that money, and just like covering your daily costs of businesses won't eat through $1 billion. You have to make a mistake or you know what I mean. So
that's 83 years for one.
Yeah. He's good.
You can spend $1 million a month for 83 years before you.
And that's if he never makes a penny off of it.
Yeah.
Well, I can't find it, so maybe I'm just hallucinating it. People are saying Gorbachev did it. Maybe it was an American president.
Gorbachev did do a Pizza Hut commercial.
He did,
you're right.
Yes. Gorbachev did Pizza Hut commercials.
I could have swore some American president did Japanese commercials. Maybe not. Maybe I'm hallucinating it. But anyway, I think the issue is that you're thinking like a normal person. A normal president would be like, I was the president.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna like license my name out because I'm like the president, right? Like there's something about the office, you know. But I don't think Trump I don't even think that enters his mind. He's just like, oh, you want to pay me to like make trading cards? That's cool. Yeah, I'm on board. Like, give me money.
Dude, listen, I don't care what anyone says about Donald Trump. Donald Trump, I could see Donald Trump in like a trailer White House. That's the kind of vibe he gives off. Like, just like he could just be the president of like
the trailer park.
The trailer park. Or like whether like I can see him playing on like really nice golf courses, but I can see him playing on like putt golf too. Like,
right. He'd have the same energy. You're saying he'd have the same energy regardless of where he's at in life.
Exactly. It doesn't matter if he's like in his gold-plated apartment in New York or if he's at McDonald's in Alabama. It's the same kind of.
Yeah, I agree completely. No, I agree completely. Right. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't occur to him to think otherwise. That's just who he is. So.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So.
CT sent you a horrible picture, Adam.
Did she?
Yes.
Do you want me to bring it up?
You can't. I can't. I'm
Too
impressed.
late because I already did.
I'm impressed that she was able to knock this out so quickly.
That's
there
pretty
I
funny.
am wearing the horrible Bodhi outfits.
Yeah, you're wearing Bodhi. Oh God, you look so good.
There's Sitch and Bodhi outfits saying it's called
even
fast
striking
fast,
a pose.
So there you go, making some JoJo poses.
You're hilarious.
I can't believe you drew this so quickly, CT. Jeez.
Come on, she's making me look
and,
bad.
And painted it and colored it and everything. That's
yeah,
really
what that? It's incredible.
I think she used AI.
Does she have does she have a Twitter? I want to follow her.
I think AI was involved here. Yes.
Caffeine Tweaker at Caffeine Tweakers or Twitter.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the same time, he's also trying to block people from promoting where they're going to. The guy who runs Mastodon got his account blanked as well, or kicked off as well, because and anyone who's promoting the links to their Mastodon or Post account is at risk of being thrown off as well. At this point.
So at this point in the story, this was before they decided that you couldn't post any Mastodon accounts. This is when only they were kicking people, and I believe the Mastodon guy did this. He tweeted out a link of the ElonJet on Mastodon specifically.
Right.
And that's what got him booted. And then after this, Twitter said that they were going to block anyone that was posting any link to Mastodon, or named a couple other social media sites. And then that got so much pushback that in like less than 24 hours, they basically reversed it. So.
Yep.
Which was a bad idea, but they reversed it. That's good.
I mean, Musk, it's one of the things that people kind of ignore is like Musk has said, look, I'm going to try stuff and things are going to work, things are not going to work, which is very in line with that Silicon Valley mindset of, move fast, try things, break stuff. It's okay if you break it because it's not the end of the world. We'll fix it and we'll learn from it,
Right.
And obviously the media is jumping at any chance they can to make him look bad,
Right. Well, it's interesting, because obviously, the media is just looking for an excuse to attack Elon. But also, I think, usually people don't expect to see, and I think it's interesting to see, people don't expect to see these changes publicly. Usually they happen, people argue about this stuff for months. Companies are very slow to change anything. It's been, focus tested to death a million times. And he's just like, no, we're just going to do it and see what happens.
Yeah, which is, to be honest with you, I think, like, I get that there are people that are like, oh, Twitter, Twitter matters, and what happens on Twitter has an impact on the world. And when Musk, and it is, there is,
fuck it.
Well, there is weight to the argument because, if you tweet the wrong thing, you can tank a stock, and that does matter. And that does happen. So I understand that, you can't just be 100%, whatever, fly by the seat of your pants, whatever. But there's nothing wrong with being like, hey, we're going to try this, and then taking feedback and being like, okay, we're not going to try it because there were people that came up with a lot of bad consequences that we didn't foresee, so we're not going to do it. I don't see anything wrong with that. But people are trying to cast it in such a
you're right, and I think part of the reason is that we live in a culture right now that is like it wants to penalize people for admitting fault or changing their mind.
Sure.
And I think that's a very dangerous society to live in.
He doesn't own this by himself. The Saudis have a big chunk of it as well.
Oh,
the misinformation that's there, the COVID misinformation that's there. This is dangerous stuff. I don't know if this is something you were covering at long length, but in your mind, what is the risk now to the value of the journalism on the platform if the risk is if he gets mad at you or he feels like you were teasing or were mean to him, you lose your access?
Right. That's sort of the issue here. Like, he via these Twitter.
It's kind of like the same thing as if you say to the wrong person that women aren't men or something. You don't even have to really, you don't even have to misgender someone. Just saying something that is opposed to the ideology or whatever, and look out, you could have got lose your account or whatever.
Those days are over though. I saw a hashtag when we were streaming earlier. Trans men are con men.
Yes,
so, like that.
Trans women are con men.
Oh, is that it?
It was trans women are con men. Yeah.
That would have never been trending in the old Twitter.
No.
It's trans women are con men. Yeah.
Yeah. Trans women are con men. I actually took a screen cap of it and sent it to a friend of mine because I saw that. I was like, whoa, this is a big deal. But the thing, I think they are. And I think that the situation with trans people is I think that's where most people are going to draw the line, because I think society is going to settle on trans people are going to have to accept the prefix trans.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? And I think that
trans women are trans women.
Yeah. And you can call them. I think most people are going to call trans women she. Most people will call trans men he.
Right.
Most people will do that kind of stuff. And I think that because of the fact that, like, if you're dealing with a trans woman or a normal woman and you go to the doctor and they're complaining of stomach pains, it makes a big difference if you're a trans woman or not a trans woman talking to a doctor, right? Like what stomach pains, what it could be. It matters a lot if you're trans or not. Like those kind of things matter. So you can't just be like, oh, trans women are women, and then go through life just saying you're a woman, and then have something where your biology actually matters, and then have a mistake.
That hashtag is a tad incendiary. Obviously, do you think?
Tad?
Yeah. Well, do you think I wonder if this, like, if it wouldn't have been as incendiary if the debate hadn't been suppressed for 3 or 4 or 5 years. I feel like people were willing to have a good faith debate about this, and then Twitter stepped in and said no, nobody can have any debate about this, and that this is where you get this kind of hashtag trending, is because the backlash is like, okay, you've suppressed me long enough, I'm just sick of it.
Yeah, but those same rules apply on other social media sites, right?
Well, I don't know about. Yeah, maybe like Facebook and stuff. Like
yeah,
that could never trend on
page.
Facebook. Yeah, I don't either.
No. So I don't know if it does or not, but I imagine that it probably if you're on Instagram misgendering people on their pages, I imagine you're going to get booted fairly quickly.
Right. Yeah.
But I agree.
Well, I feel like suppressing that is really that's where you get the incendiary stuff. It's like, it's to totally be expected. Make it so nobody can talk about it. As soon as they can talk about it, this is the way they're going to frame it.
Yeah. And to top it off with, not only is it that, you'll get booted for it. If you don't get booted, we're going to call you a bigot and try to get you fired from your job and all the other, it has become significantly more than just, oh, you lost your Twitter account or whatever. It's not like getting canceled no longer means you get booted from just one thing. Like the repercussions can be significantly greater.
Yeah, of course.
Twitter files that he's been releasing via Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss has been highly critical of the old Twitter regime's way of running things, and that way via these documents is basically, it seems like, back and forth debate between multiple Twitter employees about how to roll out specific policy, how to actually deal out punishments. You sometimes even saw Twitter employees push back against punishing certain users. There seems like some sort of healthy debate in the background there.
Is that
now
what it seems like?
Strictly things are being run by what Elon Musk feels like at the moment. He
is literally he's characterizing it as before there was healthy debate. Now it's just what one guy wants.
Well, that's exactly what he's doing. It's like, okay, when you have the Hunter Biden laptop story, which was a big story, it has actual ramifications, has newsworthiness to it, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I guess there was a debate between a bunch of people arguing. Now they all made a mistake. They all came on the wrong side of it at the end of the day, and they all admit that. They all admit that they totally screwed up with that story now. And yet Elon Musk is, getting thrown on the bus here because he decided that something that has no newsworthiness, the location of his jet, shouldn't be public information, broadcast on Twitter at all times.
And you're 100% right. And again, come back to the fact that this is still, it's all just a misdirection from the fact that they want to intimidate him.
Yeah.
All of all of our discussion about their bullshit is all besides the fact, because really what's going on is they want to scare him into either quitting or hopefully have someone come out and
right.
intimidate him in some other way.
Well, and there's like this very dishonest narrative around this that they're peddling right now, which is, oh, you know, this is going to have a chilling effect on journalists being able to criticize Elon Musk. And it's like, well, wait a minute. No, because again, the people that were banned, temporarily banned, were temporarily banned because they specifically, you know, posted these links that they weren't allowed to post, and they knew they weren't allowed to post. They weren't banned for criticizing Elon Musk. Like, yeah, the people that criticize Elon Musk, of course, are the ones that are going to post the links because they don't like Elon Musk and they're trying to stick their tongue out at him and saying, nanny, nanny, boo, boo, I'm doing the thing you don't want me to do.
Are all three of these people risking their Twitter account just by going on Joy-Ann Reid's
Yeah,
show
exactly.
and,
I don't know
like,
why. Yeah, why are they not?
bitching about? I mean, this one guy called Elon Musk a narcissist. Jesus, like I'd ban that guy immediately. I'd be like, fuck that guy. Enjoy your True Social account, bitch. Delete.
Tweet it out.
Make sure you follow Donald Trump, asshole. Actually, don't you automatically follow Trump when you start up a Truth Social?
Do you really?
I don't know.
Shit. That's
I don't
crazy.
know.
Oh, that's
Oh my
awesome.
God. You know what? I don't know. I'm so mad. I didn't know this till literally yesterday. Someone pointed this out to me. How did I not know this? You know who runs True Social?
Who?
You don't know?
No. Tell us.
Devin fucking Nunes.
Devin Nunes.
No.
Yes.
Who's that?
He was the House rep. Don't you remember? He was a House representative that was like years ago was like, I received very troubling information and I went straight to Donald Trump to tell him. And it turned out he lied and that it was actually Trump that gave him the information.
No way.
You don't remember? I was like, we talked about this. Like, we got so pissed me off. We got so many arguments with people on stream about this where I was like, fucking Devin Nunes is a fucking whore, blah, 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 blah. And people were like, no, Sitch, no, Sitch, no shits. And then what happens? He quits his government job and Trump hires him to fucking run True Social. I was like, I'm so fucking validated.
That's
so
hilarious.
Vindicated.
So he's like the CEO of True Social or something?
Yes. I couldn't believe it. I was like, how did I never hear about this? This is insane to me.
Talk about the revolving door. Look at that.
I know. It's ridiculous. But God, I couldn't believe it.
This month, that wasn't a fan of the ElonJet account that tracked his private jet. Via his free speech beliefs, he was going to let it stay on the platform. Then all of a sudden, on Wednesday, he bans the account, and then hours later,
all of a sudden, a dude's on his kid's car.
I know. He leaves out the whole motivation.
all of a sudden,
just
out of
randomly,
nowhere,
without warning.
He's like, you know what?
He's
fuck that ElonJet account.
Matt Binder is such a fucking liar.
This is bad.
Oh, God.
Twitter announces this new policy about not being able to tweet out or share private location-based information. Basically saying that Elon's jet is suspended because they broke a Twitter policy that didn't yet exist, not even giving them a chance to come back on and abide by the new policy. And then all these.
Well, okay, wait. First of all, this is like a really pathetic, like, attack.
Guy named Matt Binder.
Because it's okay, sure, but he's like, they didn't even give ElonJet, the account that literally does one thing, track his jet location. They didn't even give it. He didn't even give it a chance to not violate the policy. Well, what else was it gonna do? It's the one thing it did, Matt. What are you talking about?
Updating the weather in Hoboken.
Yeah, exactly. What is Elon? Is it going to just have is it going to have like a Lego picture of a jet from now on every time Elon's jet takes off? Like what are you talking about?
They could have done Elon's mood.
Yeah.
They could have
annoyed.
rebranded.
Just every 45 minutes to an hour, Elon is annoyed.
Yeah.
Elon is irritated.
Journalists get suspended via reporting on ElonJet.
Wait, let me go back.
exist, not even giving them a chance to come back on and abide by the new policy. And then all these journalists get suspended via reporting on ElonJet. It just so happens that, if this was some sort of mass purge, which I thought it was going to be at first, I could say, okay, maybe it was an algorithm gone wild. But when it's 10 specific journalists who have been highly critical of Musk, I mean, it's pretty clear that these were all handpicked by someone inside Twitter.
Because they all tweeted out the link. What is crazy?
I know.
Like, listen, if you think that you should be able to tweet it, just make the argument, but don't lie about, they were all handpicked. Yeah, because they all did the thing.
They picked themselves.
Yes. They all said, listen, fuck you, Elon. I'm going to post a link anyway. Oh, surprise, surprise. They got banned. What a shock.
They did the thing.
Yes. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, Keith Olbermann, but also journalists from CNN. And
did you see Keith Olbermann's tweet?
No. Was he?
His tweet was insane.
He's got to be giddy about it. He's like,
okay,
fuck you. I'm going to post whatever link I want, Elon.
It's funny because she's the only one that I heard when I was going through all this that even mentioned Keith Olbermann, because I think his was so egregious that they couldn't even lie about it.
They left it off the list. They're like, that's going to get us in trouble.
So here's Keith Olbermann's tweet. He says, here's the plan. Everybody.
Here's the plan.
Yeah, here's the plan. He says, number one. There's a number one. Here's the plan. A, everybody retweet the screenshot of the tweet that apparently got the account of Drew Harrell of the Washington Post suspended. So he's directing everyone to retweet a screenshot of the thing you're not allowed to put on Twitter.
So mass, he wants millions of people basically to tweet the link.
Right. And then he says, wait, it's not over. He says B, and recreate the tweet word for word with the link.
No way. With the link.
With the link.
So he knows exactly what he's doing.
Oh, yes. Yeah, he knows. He knows. Oh, wait, it's not over. And then part C. And link to Aaron Rupar's piece that got him permanently suspended.
Wow.
So Keith Olbermann is literally telling everyone to just recreate the exact thing that you're not supposed to recreate. And then,
these three doofuses get up there and then these three doofuses get on TV and defend it.
I know. It's just like, come on.
Didn't Keith Olbermann get banned and then come back on his dog's account or something? He has a dog that has an account.
He's got a dog rescue, but I love the fact that everyone calls it his dog's account.
Well,
supposedly it's a dog rescue account.
It's funnier if it's his dog. Like,
totally.
People do have accounts for their dogs and stuff.
They do.
Yeah.
They
like
do.
He's got the cutest dog. Everyone loves the dog, but hates Keith Olbermann.
Dogs are hard to hate.
That.
He's on his dog rescue account. What a loser. What a loser.
I typed in Olbermann to try to find his account, and it comes up, the names that come up were like Queef Olbermann.
Oh, no. They're all the parody accounts.
Yes, I was like, I'm a fan of that. It's still, and by the way, that tweet I read, it's still up. It's his pinned tweet right now. If you go to Keith Olbermann on Twitter,
they didn't even make him delete the tweet? Hilarious.
No.
Because normally they make you delete the tweet before you can come back in. They're like, delete the incendiary tweet. Did you just follow Queef Olbermann? Is that what you said?
I didn't, but I should. I should follow Queef Olbermann.
Mashable and the Washington Post. I think it's pretty clear it's a purge. And again, I go back to, I think it's because he thinks people are making fun of him and being mean to him. I feel like there you go.
They're just like, no, has nothing to do with the man on his child's car, or on the car with his child in it.
It's just people being mean to him.
There's the list. Steve Herman, Michael Lee, Matt Bender. You're on that list as well.
I'm going through Keith Olbermann's timeline. Before he got banned, he said, "You're a fucking fascist, Elon Musk. And your electric cars and your social media sites have both gone up in flames."
You'd think he would ban him for that if he was talking about banning him for being a dick.
So ridiculous.
Aaron Rupar, who I'm just going to follow him wherever he goes, whatever news site he goes to. Victor Shi, it feels like you could take like the two Spider-Mans meme and just like put two Mussolinis, because
That's because Aaron does the thinking for her.
She just called Elon Musk Mussolini. What?
At this point, you've got Donald Trump doing the playing cards. Apparently, meme had just like put two Mussolinis because Victor Shee, it feels like you could take like the Spider-Man, the two Spider-Mans meme and just like put two Mussolinis. Because at this point, you've got Donald Trump doing the playing cards, apparently copying something that the other Mussolini in Florida, Florida's governor, did first. Ron DeSantis did like baseball cards of himself, so he did these cards. You've sort of have all of these.
Ron DeSantis did baseball cards?
I never even heard of this.
Yeah.
Figures who all seem to be radicalized in the same way. And they're all kind of either fighting each other or competing to be the most powerful Mussolini. And I wonder what you, just as a young person, young guy that's out there trying to sort of work in this space politically, make of this chaos on the right.
It's really beyond parody, I think, and it's sad that we have a Republican.
Okay, wait. Okay, this talk about like people just creating narratives out of like. So it says 7 months ago, as part of a campaign thing to raise money for his campaign. Apparently, DeSantis played college baseball, and so they said like, oh, if you want to support his campaign, for the election, you could buy a college baseball card of him, to donate money to the campaign. And then someone says, oh, I bet that's why Trump did what he did. And they create like this like completely bullshit narrative like that these two events are related to each other.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So.
I hear people all the time comparing Ron DeSantis to Trump. And I think, like, how can you even do that? How is that possible?
Well, they're going to because they're running against each other. They're going to run against each other.
Well, no, but I mean, they talk about how Ron DeSantis is crazier than Trump. And just like completely
they're preparing
insane.
the narrative, right?
Yeah.
They're worried about Ron DeSantis because Trump was bad, but Ron DeSantis is even worse. And I'm going,
yeah, it's always the worst.
Like how?
Yeah, because he's Hitler times 10 or whatever. Because that's literally where we're at. Like,
no. Trump was Hitler times 10. Ron DeSantis is Hitler times 9/11.
Yeah, that's where we're at. Like, they've run out of things to insult him with. It's like you can't get worse than Nazis because you really can't, and so like what else is there?
Well, you could point to things with Trump. Trump, you could, like he said, incendiary shit on Twitter that you could point to. DeSantis?
Well, it's what they're doing is they're priming the pump because they think that DeSantis is going to be the nominee. So they're priming people because what they're afraid of, which is true, is that if DeSantis wins the nomination, people are going to say, well, DeSantis is nowhere near as bad as Trump. That's what they're afraid of. So they're like, no, he's worse. He's like Trump, but like smart. That's going to be the narrative. He's like Trump, but smart.
Remember, they called Mitt Romney a Nazi, the most Boy Scout man. The reason part of the reason you got Trump is because conservatives kept sending less and less and less offensive people. Like the left kept calling.
He was pretty offensive to the dog vote. So
yeah, right. But like like they were sending people that were very establishment, very like John McCain was very safe Washington. Conservative. And they sent Mitt Romney, safe Washington, as close to a Boy Scout as you're going to get. And they still painted him as who else is more?
Well, no, I mean, like, he was weird because, like, you're right, like his family, because he was Mormon, he was very like Boy Scout-esque, but like his job, he was like a fucking
corporate raider.
Yeah, he was a corporate raider. Like he was probably like a piece of shit.
Oh yeah, but he's still a Boy Scout kind of dude. He still probably never swore in his life.
Right.
Just because like people doesn't mean you're a piece of shit.
That's true.
Yeah, like I mean, he can be he's ruthless and cutthroat in business, but it wasn't like some kind of immoral thing unless you think
he
the
wasn't
business
fucking
itself
any
is immoral.
prostitutes. Yes.
I mean, so the thing is when you've got that guy that and they're still calling him all of these terrible things. And it's like, well, give him the guy that'll bang hookers and grab pussies.
Might as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's literally what it was. It was like nothing is working. Like nice guys aren't working. And they always get called terrible names anyway. So why not just send them a guy that is the terrible things they call him? There was a lot of people that made that estimation.
There's a certain amount of outrageousness, though. Even like the the banging the hookers and the grab them by the pussy and all that stuff. Like, it's just a general level of zaniness that when you start thinking, oh, authoritarian dictator, you're like, yeah, that's kind of the same general level of zaniness that's going on. I just don't, I don't see, like, I see zero zaniness in Ron DeSantis. So I don't feel like that narrative is going to have, I don't feel like it's going to,
it's not going to have the oomph.
It's not going to seem honest.
No.
Yeah.
Right. He's a Navy lawyer.
Yeah.
You know, he was a naval JAG officer. He was a lawyer. You know, so I mean, granted, it's not private practice, but I mean, he still understands how to argue law in court in front of a judge or a tribunal or whatever. You know, he's not a dumb guy.
Sitch doesn't think he's charismatic. What do you think?
I think he's probably the most charismatic of the people that I think might run.
Yeah, he's like...
You think he's more charismatic than Trump?
He's more charismatic than Pence by a long shot.
Well,
I think he's more charismatic than Trump now because of the baggage that Trump has.
I think we're using the word charismatic differently.
You don't think Mitch McConnell's charismatic?
No.
I don't think of, I can't think of very many Congress people that are charismatic.
Listen, I hate Ted Cruz with like deep-seated hatred of Ted Cruz. I think he's like 1,000 times more, not 1,000. I think he's way more charismatic than DeSantis.
Oh man, Ted Cruz is like reverse charismatic. I
mean, I hate him. So like, you know, but
he's like a black hole for charisma.
I'm telling, listen, I like DeSantis, okay, and depending who he runs against, I could definitely see myself voting for him. But he's not charismatic when he speaks. I don't know what to tell you.
Ted Cruz is doing the goatee thing now to try to up his charisma level.
He's trying to detract from his disgustingness.
I'm waiting for him to come out in like a Lincoln hat. Like a giant Lincoln hat. I'm Ted Cruz.
No hats. Remember, no, he'll never come out in a hat. Remember, he almost killed his child to not put a hat on.
Oh, really?
Not really. Well, not really killed, but like his kid tried to put a hat on his head when he was running for president. And
it
was very forceful because he's like, I remember, was it Dukakis or was it Mondale?
Yeah.
No, it was it was because Mondale lost because he wore that
hat. The general hat. It
was the tanker helmet.
Yes.
Mondale wore the helmet in the tank, and that picture, people blame that picture. He wore the dumb hat, and Ted Cruz.
It wasn't Mondale, it was Dukakis.
Dukakis, that's it. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. All right. And yes, it was he was
totally
people were like, oh, he lost. Yeah, it tanked him.
People
so like high risk.
For the children that don't know what we're talking about, Dukakis, he did a commercial where he was like in a tank and he had like the little like tank commander military hat on or helmet on, and
I don't think
really
he
silly.
did. Look, I don't think he did the commercial. I think he did like some news broadcast, and the Republicans ran a commercial that they put him in.
I thought he did.
Like
I thought it was a commercial
50 times or 1,000.
Well, whatever. There's a picture of him with the helmet on, and so there's been a rule that if you're running for president, you should never wear a hat. Essentially.
Never put
you never look bad.
They go places like if you go to you never go to the fire department and and wear one of their helmets. You never go to like the bakery and wear the chef's hat. Like it just never goes over well.
DeSantis wore the boots. Everyone is showing the picture of him in like the goofy white boots.
The boots aren't a hat.
So he in the picture of Dukakis, he's in the tank. So he did the photo op.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was actually driving in the tank, like head sticking out of the turret with the dumb hat on. Looked horrible.
But I think the Democrats knew that it was a terrible optically, but I think the Republicans ran a bunch of opposition ads like
did.
This is your future commander in chief. Look,
it's funny. I didn't even know about this. Apparently, in August, DeSantis did a commercial where he was wearing like a fighter jet helmet with like the little mask thing, and he's like in a cockpit, which I never saw. And everyone was comparing it to the Michael Dukakis.
Were they?
Picture, yeah. But I didn't hear about any of this. So
it's lucky that it didn't go out, or that maybe because.
Well, I don't know if people.
Well, they're gonna look it up, man.
There are things that people will like instantly sink your presidency. Like fucking what's the guy's name? His campaign got sunk because he yelled and sounded weird.
I forget his name.
The Democrat guy.
Vermont.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking of him, and I just had a conversation about him the other day.
Right. And it's like nowadays, like no, like fucking Trump was like grabbed by the pussy. Remember when that comment came out, everyone said like, oh, he's done. He's done. Completely done. It's over.
He's just like,
didn't
they
matter.
let you.
Literally didn't matter. It made no difference.
No one cared.
No one cared. And then it's like, oh my God, he paid Stormy Daniel to like cover up this having sex. He's over. He's done. Well, no one cared.
And then he called her horse face.
I know.
He paid to have sex with a woman, then he called her horse face.
Right. But you're like, is that an insult to her or you?
Like, what are you doing, homie?
You're right.
You selected her.
Yeah. So I don't think people care about this stuff anymore. We're past that.
Dukakis put the chin strap on.
He
found the
all
picture.
in.
He went all in. The chin strap.
I know. The chin strap is just, it says like, I mean, it says Riri. It's like
the only time you can wear the chin strap is if you're actually jumping out of an airplane.
Right.
Otherwise, the chin straps have to stay off. That's what all my friends that were actually in war said.
DeSantis,
wear the helmet, but the chin strap has to stay off.
DeSantis avoided the chin strap debacle. I mean, they must have had a bunch of Republicans there that were like, Dukakis, here, just put the chin strap on. It'll look good.
Make sure that thing's secured. You don't want to lose
get it on there tight.
Well, also, he's got his name emblazoned on the front of the helmet.
Let's put your name on the helmet so you won't lose your helmet. We don't want you losing it while you're... Oh, God, they totally set him up for failure. It's probably a bunch of...
Dean. No, thank you. Howard Dean was the guy.
Yes.
Who yelled.
Howard Dean did the scream, yeah.
I will say those white boots DeSantis wore, pretty ugly.
I know.
But, no chin strap helmet. So
the white boots are pretty bad.
Do you remember who else ran against Romney in 2012? It was not a good competitive field. We had Newt Gingrich. Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Rick Santorum, Rick Perry.
Oh yeah.
John Huntsman, which no one cared about, and of course, Michelle Bachmann.
Oh yeah, Bachmann.
Yep.
Very
Whatever happened to her? She like disappeared. She's still like doing it. She's still alive. Like I don't know where she's been.
They don't have to report in every day. I mean,
I don't know. She was like
hanging out with her family.
Well, no, it's interesting because it's like so after Sarah Palin, the media has been like they always try to find like the right-wing crazy woman after Sarah Palin. And it's like, then it became, so Sarah Palin, then she goes away. Then it became Michelle Bachmann.
Yeah.
Michelle Bachmann goes away. And now it's MTG. So
yeah,
it's always got to be one. They're like, maybe that's it. They're like Highlander. They have to take the other spot. Two of them can't exist simultaneously.
Sort of work in this space politically make of this chaos on the right?
It's really beyond parody, I think. And it's sad that we have a Republican Party that seems to have no policy basis and that seems to just support someone like Donald Trump. But like you said, the similarities between Elon Musk and Donald Trump, I think, are really apparent. They both, I think, are grifters. They both only care about their self-image. And with Donald Trump's major announcement.
Grifters!
Yeah. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
No, there's nothing. I just can't. Grifter. The guy builds and makes things. What on earth is that kid talking about?
Yeah. When you buy your Tesla, that's a big grift.
I can't. I mean, like, if the only business that he had ever started was the Boring Company, then maybe. But come on.
Which I think turned out to be a pretty sad and pathetic one, was that he would be releasing these trading cards, these digital trading cards. So I think it's really embarrassing for Trump to be doing this. And I think for the Republican Party, they think a lot of voters, I think, are dumber or less smart than they think. I think at the end of the day,
this is such just propaganda right here.
I know.
They're like, let's put up these goofy trading cards next to Elon Musk. Ouch.
So
I don't even think Trump likes Elon Musk. I think, wasn't he calling him out recently?
Yeah.
I don't remember. Yeah, he did. I don't remember what it was about. He said Elon betrayed him or something.
Yeah, big backstabber or whatever.
Yeah.
And no, because Elon tweeted out that it was time to move on from Trump, and Trump was like, fuck you.
Oh, yeah.
How dare you?
So
I think he
Hex
might
sent-
even like endorse Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, maybe. Hex sent me 2 Keith Olbermann tweets. One is from February of 2021. He says, this is so weird. He says, I gotta say, I lived my entire life with the stain of Russian heritage in my family.
Oh my God.
Isn't that fucking weird?
Who said that?
Keith Olbermann.
You'd think that if he was going to be like, like have an issue or if he was going to like internalize his Russian heritage, he could be like, oh, we defeated the Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to being like, oh, I hate myself.
Like, I don't know. Like, my great grandparents in the early 1900s, I think 3 out of the 4 of them were Russian descent. I don't think of myself as Russian. Like after being like 3 or 4 generations in America, I don't run around like PSA Sitch of Russian descent. Like I don't know. It's just such a weird way to conceptualize the world.
Yeah.
And then the other tweet he said is there was a clip of The View talking about Tucker Carlson and Tulsi Gabbard saying that they should be investigated by the DOJ.
Oh my God.
But Keith Olbermann says Tucker and Tulsi are Russian assets, and there is a war. There is a case for detaining them militarily. Trials are a sign of good faith and patience on the part of democracy.
See, like now, okay, so
ouch.
Like, what is a liberal supposed to do with that type of attitude?
That's very illiberal.
You say, Keith Olbermann, you're a fucking crazy person.
Yeah, but what I mean,
and you laugh at his face. I mean, I think there's a reason that Keith Olbermann is sort of like Keith Olbermann used to be big time ESPN sports commentator or Fox News commentator.
No,
and then
he was on MSNBC. Then he was on MSNBC
and he was like a big time news commentator. And now he's just like a joke.
Yeah, he is.
So
he's too volatile, to actually have a regular job.
Yeah, he's just crazy.
For a lot of the young people who I talked to, and we saw this in the midterm elections just a few weeks ago, we are rejecting this type of extremism and this type of, rhetoric. And so I think at the end of the day, for Trump being Elon Musk, a lot of people can see right through it.
They're all the same, though. I mean, DeSantis is no different. You've got Marjorie Taylor Greene calling her group the 5 Families. Has she ever seen The Godfather? They all get murked at the end of the series. What are you talking about? The 5 Families don't turn out well, but she thinks that's a good reference. I don't see much difference, dime's worth of difference between any of them. Matt and Victor are going to stick around because they're going to play Who Won the Week next. Don't miss that. We'll be right back.
Exciting. There you go. Matt finally got an MSNBC. I'm so happy for you, Matt. He got an MSNBC.
Exhausting.
It is exhausting. Oh, no.
There's more. There's so much more.
Not Chris Hayes.
Nobody should have absolute power.
Oh, Chris
More on
Hayes.
Musk's latest attempts to stifle critics next.
This is the most smuggest man in America.
I don't know if you heard that. He said Elon Musk attempting to stifle critics next. Like that's just they just lie. It's just so crazy. I don't even know what to do with it.
He's the second best Rachel Maddow MSNBC has ever had.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're living in a new Gilded Age of extreme inequality and power-mad billionaires calling the shots and dominating business as well as politics. In fact, we are just...
Remember, Chris Hayes was the one who compared Kyle Rittenhouse to Columbine.
Yeah.
So, nice gentleman.
He is an absolute piece of garbage.
Yeah.
Yes.
coming off the first experiment in this country's long...
Did he really?
I mean... We covered a cringy interview that he did with ContraPoints, and it did seem like he was negging her. So, like trying to get a date out of her by...
I'm curious as to what kind of sex he would have with ContraPoints.
Yeah. Well,
who's on top?
I'm wondering what kind, because, that's a question.
Well, considering, so the way Chris Hayes was negging ContraPoints was kind of like, he was making like he's a big deal, and she wasn't.
Yes.
But in like a weird, hey, you want to hook up way? So,
do you actually make money doing this? I mean, I'm
rich.
My
God, really? ContraPoints. I wonder if ContraPoints makes more than he does.
I thought that was possible.
I could see Contra doing. I don't know what she does on her.
She gets a lot of money from him.
Yeah, she makes a lot of money on her Patreon too, doesn't she?
Yeah, but we looked it up at the time. I'm pretty sure he makes a lot.
Wow. I wonder how many people on ContraPoints Patreon are just there because they want to date ContraPoints.
Mm-hmm. They're waiting for the OnlyFans pics to drop.
Right.
So, and apparently our good friend Kurt.
Hey, I like Kurt. What are you talking about?
His last name escapes me at the moment.
Metzger.
Kurt Metzger, thank you. He claims that he has inside information that Chris Hayes is well known for liking trans women. So,
yeah,
so he said that on stream,
if
by the way.
I wouldn't be surprised if Chris Hayes was a gay man. I mean, he doesn't strike me as it wouldn't. I mean,
I think he
married. Doesn't strike me as. Is he married? I mean, could be.
I think so.
Well, then now he's just a fucking
married?
cheater. Then
is he married to a gay man?
No, he's married to a woman.
Oh, okay.
Well, if married to a woman, unless they're
is it a trans
understanding
woman?
poly relationship,
I don't think
shouldn't be liking trans women while he's got a wife.
That's true. How dare you, Chris? You're married. You shouldn't be trying to hook up with ContraPoints.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Or
Flirting with
counterpoints for that
ContraPoints?
matter. Either of those guys.
Either of them.
Yeah.
Long history of a power-mad billionaire, by his own calculation at least, occupying the highest office in the land. It was arguably the most catastrophic failure of a presidency in our history, certainly since the Civil War, ending with an attempt to upend the constitutional republic. And now, almost a year after the end of Donald Trump's term in office, we are witnessing another power-mad billionaire.
You see the Chiron? Musk Twitter takeover shows danger of absolute power.
Absolute. I can't. Yeah. Oh, God.
What? That's what they're worried about. Come
The
on.
absolute power takeover.
It could be dangerous. You guys got to take this very seriously. Come on.
Okay.
No goofing around.
And capture the American discourse. Earlier this year, Elon Musk, CEO and founder of Tesla and SpaceX, bought the website that helped launch Donald Trump's first campaign. And Musk now seems intent on emulating Trump in his new role as head of Twitter. Last night, Musk went on a sort of Mad King off with their heads purge that some are already calling the Thursday Night Massacre.
Off with their head.
Mad King. Oh, look, there it is, the Thursday
That's
Night
ridiculous.
Massacre. Off with their head, kill them, take them all out. JMac, our surrogate father, for $20. Thanks so much. Says, hey, 40's the new 30.
True.
That's true. My wife just turned 40 and is feeling self-conscious. Well, that is true. 40's
40's the new 50's the new 40.
Of course.
True.
Mm-hmm.
We're in a good place,
concur.
guys. I think in
God.
my lifetime, like 60 is going to be the new 30.
Yeah, that's
I
going
think
to
the
be
technology's getting there.
great. I can't wait.
60 will be the new. Yeah, maybe.
60 is going to be the new
60 will be the
20.
new 40. 60, the new 20. I hope in my lifetime that happens.
60 is going to be the new like underage. Okay, that's. And mystery guest, thank you so much. Our surrogate uncle, mystery guest, 01 for another $100. Thank you so much. Says happy holidays, fellas. Not a repeat. Well, thank you. Really appreciate it.
That's great. That's a brand new happy holidays.
That's right. Double the happy of holidays.
We'll love it.
Musk suspended the accounts of several high-profile journalists who work at organizations including CNN, The Washington Post,
with their heads.
New York Times. Their alleged infraction, and it's not quite clear they actually did it because we don't have any transparency, was reporting on and sharing information about an account that
We don't
Musk
have any
permanently
transparency
banned
as he
from
puts
Twitter.
up polls and asks people what he wants to change and if they think it's a good idea and no transparency.
Yeah,
Well,
there's
I mean,
more
fuck.
transparency than ever.
If I, a random schmuck on the internet, could find the tweets of them violating it, then I think Chris Hayes' newsroom could figure this shit out, right?
Well, they would have
They
to
wanted to.
try. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they'd have to want to, yeah.
The previous day called ElonJet. Now, that account started in 2020 by a then high school student and fan of Musk, posted publicly available information about the location of Musk's private plane. It actually appears to be owned by SpaceX. This is data that is easily accessible online from
balls. Untrue.
Look at all that data. Just
Lie.
look, it's like it says Elon right there on the pink dot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look, it's all this is just online data.
Why they're like
Look at all the planes that go to Hawaii, man. Smart people.
Oh, I know. Why
well,
is
some of them
awesome.
make sense. Like, okay, so there's no. Is that Ukraine? That's like that big blank. Or is that what is that big? Is that Russia? What's that big blank spot?
Over by Russia, that's Ukraine, yeah.
Yeah. So that makes sense.
Oh, right in the middle there. Yeah, the no-fly zone. Look at that. You sit right there.
But why are there like what's going on in South America? There's all these like empty
That's
spots.
the rainforest. Nobody
is
flies
that
into
just
the
jungle?
rainforest.
Is no flying over there? Is just jungle over there?
Come on, that's the lungs of the world. Sitch.
Well, no, because look, it's not just the Amazon with Brazil. There's all those countries at the top. There's just no planes there. What's happening?
Look at
It could be that they don't have they don't open up their airspace because they're, I don't know.
America's like going crazy.
I
Look
know.
at America. It's like
America's base. Look at that.
we
We're
got
just
more
shitting planes in every direction.
Yeah. It's all over the place. We're like
Yes.
growing planes.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Basically, every plane in the sky.
Nobody cares about Greenland. Look at that. 2 planes. Tired of Greenland.
Yeah.
Come on,
Probably
Greenland.
One of those pond skippers too. Not even a real plane.
Pick your game up.
It's actually really cool to look at. This is what the real-time flight traffic around the world looked like earlier this evening on one of the sites that tracks it. The FAA requires all planes to send out signals of their real-time location and other flight data. If you think about it for more than 15 seconds, you can understand why you wouldn't want to keep that private. Having that data out there helps to prevent crashes. It keeps people on the ground informed. But according to Elon Musk, sharing that public data on Twitter is equivalent to posting.
Okay.
What a
bitch. Okay. This is such like you go to that map. Okay, that quote unquote public data map. You can't click on one of those planes and then it prints out like this is every single person.
Musk.
Yeah, like well no, like you click on he's acting like you can go to the government website, click on a plane, and it'll tell you like the passenger, list for every person on every plane, which is not true.
Nope. It just gives you a number. It's like this is the thing the kid did. He was like, okay, there's like 17 numbers here that are all private jets that are all got the secret numbers. So it's one of these jets.
Right.
And he started piecing together where those jets were like gassing up and stuff and being like looking at Elon Musk's schedule online. And he figured out what the number was.
Right. Because that was part of the thing, when Elon DM'd him to try to pay him not to do it, he said he was impressed with his ability to figure this out.
Yeah. Yeah. So he totally turned it into a puzzle and he figured it out. And then he's like, I'll just publish. Look, he's paying all this money to keep this information private and I'll just make it public on Twitter. Right?
Should have given that kid said he wanted $50,000 or a Tesla. Should have given him a Tesla.
Do you negotiate with terrorists? I don't know. I feel like he's like $50,000. I'll pay $44 billion and fuck you.
Well, the problem is that you're right. If he had given the kid the car,
other people would have done.
Everyone would start doing it.
Yeah,
because it would be a big story. So
yeah.
Quote, basically assassination coordinates in obvious direct violation of Twitter terms of service. That's a real stretch for a bunch of reasons, not the least of which is the terms of service he
but you're fine with
retrofitted to match the infraction. He added them, prohibiting the sharing of anyone's current location without their permission after he banned the ElonJet account. See how that works? And I'm pretty...
I don't understand how they keep saying it's like this is some big gotcha. Like again, like what Matt said. So they changed the policy, and then they ban ElonJet. Who cares? It's literally a Twitter account designed to do one thing. It's, they're not, as you said, they're not going to start tracking the weather in Hoboken, okay? Because they can't do the ElonJet. And I'm assuming, and I don't know because I haven't seen a report on this. Did he contact the ElonJet kid first and say, I'm going to ban you? Or did he just do it?
I don't know.
They don't even say that. That's kind of an interesting thing. You think they would say that if
that's like newsworthy, right?
Right.
Pretty sure this new terms of service is just totally incoherent. I mean, Musk would have violated that rule himself with this selfie that he posted last month saying, quote, just leaving Twitter HQ code reviewed.
God,
okay.
So
wait a minute.
Like
he literally, you just, Chris, I know it's difficult for you to remember I know because your face is so fat, it takes so much time for the sound to travel out your mouth and hit your ears. So maybe he's on a time delay. But like 5 seconds earlier, he just said, the policy says you can't post people's location data without their permission.
Right.
So if Elon Musk took the picture himself and posted it and then tweeted himself, he obviously had his own permission, Chris. It's not a violation of anything.
Yeah, you think he gave himself permission to post that, Sitch?
No, actually,
How do we
I think
know
that he was
this?
pissed at himself when he found out that he did it.
I know.
Yeah, so ridiculous.
I heard that Elon Musk accidentally raped himself the other day when he masturbated without consent.
Oh, man. But did he post the pictures?
Yeah, let's hope not.
Chris Hayes is so stupid.
I know. People have been saying this on Twitter for days now, and I'm just like, oh, please stop.
I know.
Stop. They were like, he posted his location at the World Cup.
It's exhausting.
It's like, yeah, because he knows his security situation at the time that he's posting the picture. Look, he's like, I'm surrounded by fat nerds. Nobody can get me now. I'm totally safe.
You're saying there's a lot of like cushion in case someone starts firing.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Jesus.
His terms, that was assassination coordinates for all the engineers in that room.
Look at this and the smug
But that
guy.
obvious.
Oh no, so he's saying, oh well, did every single engineer who was in that picture, did they all give their permission to question mark?
Why?
I mean, it looks like
they're demanding that everybody entertain their stupidity.
I know.
It's like they're literally they're like, okay, we're gonna say dumb things, and you have to take us seriously, even though we're clearly saying dumb things.
That's exactly the problem right there.
Yes.
Ludicrous hypocrisy didn't stop Musk, who went so far as to publicly accuse the banned journalists of doxing him, maliciously spreading private information in a Twitter Spaces discussion last night.
Showing real-time information about somebody's location is inappropriate, and I think everyone on this call would not like that to be done to them. And there is not going to be any distinction in the future between journalists, so-called journalists, and regular people. Everyone's going to be treated the same. You're not special because you're a journalist. You're a Twitter. You're a citizen. No.
That's what really got him in trouble there.
Yeah,
they were like,
"What?
I know.
How dare you?
We're just regular people. Oh my God, how dare you?"
Special treatment. You dox, you get suspended. End of story.
Now, if there's any remaining doubt about Musk's motivations, the Thursday Night Massacre also just happened to include the official kind
He called it the cringe.
Seriously?
He called it the cringe. He committed a cringe.
The Thursday Night Massacre.
The Thursday Night Cringe occurred.
Oh
yes,
no.
there you go.
on Thursday Night Cringe occurred.
Yes.
That's so awful.
Mastodon, a Twitter competitor. Twitter also began blocking many links to Mastodon, which is about as flagrant as it gets. I'm still not clear why that happened or what the half-hearted excuse is. Now,
but why is he like, oh, I don't know. I just don't know. Why did they do this? Why did they ban the links to Mastodon that was linking to the ElonJet? I don't know. I couldn't get a confirmation.
Elon should just tweet, "Bitch, I said so," and then every time someone says this stuff, they just go ahead and tweet that, right? Just put that as the reply.
Chris is like, listen, they said that the policy, you can't post the links to the ElonJet, and people were posting links to it, but I asked Elon if that's why they got banned, and he didn't respond to my personal DM, so we just don't know. We just don't know.
Can you imagine what his inbox looks like on Twitter?
Are his DMs? I hope his DMs aren't even open. Jeez, like unreadable.
I mean, I imagine that it doesn't matter if they're open or not. It's just he just doesn't go into his DMs.
Yeah, right.
I can barely manage mine, and I,
That's
have
true.
like a small amount of people.
Now, Elon Twitter, he could do what he wants with it. It's not a violation of the First Amendment. The true lesson of the heart of this story is not about Elon Musk or content moderation.
That's right. It's about his kid.
It's about what happens when an individual hopped up on his own narcissism and power and being told he's brilliant and used to get in his way.
It's just, oh my God.
Hopped up on his own narcissism and power.
Decides to rule like a king. Absolutely. That person has nothing checking him. No board, no advisors, no bureaucracy, no one pushing back. Of course, that is the world that Donald Trump inhabited for years. He ran his weird family enterprise inherited from his daddy, which was a private business with no shareholder.
Oh, and then immediately launches into Trump. This is getting so old. It's
Yeah,
like,
I know.
geez.
Well, that's the thing. Trump is getting old, especially if, well, depending on whether Trump runs again or not, he'll remain old. But they got to find somebody else to punch. So.
Spaceship Man bad.
Yeah.
There's no board.
Did you see
the Trump organization was
today? I didn't listen to any of the hearings. They recommended, they recommended charges against Donald Trump for insurrection or whatever.
I did see that. Yeah. What happened?
Like any of that's going to stick. So to me, it seems like just a total waste of time and publicity stunt. But
yeah. They don't have any jurisdiction or they don't have
I just don't think they
ability.
have a case for the charges. I mean, they have jurisdiction. They just don't have a case for the charges.
I think if they had a case against Donald Trump, they would have put him in jail a long time ago.
Of course. Yeah.
I mean, they would have put him in jail. If they could have, they'd have put him in jail when he was in office for, having the audacity to win the election.
Mastodon has 1 million active users.
I think it's going to backfire, though, because I think them charging Trump will depend. Well, actually, they didn't charge Trump. They recommended charges. So it's still up to the Justice Department whether they're going to seek charges or not. I think if the Justice Department does go after him, I think it's going to totally backfire because they're not going to find him guilty of what they're charging him with. And then it's just going to help, it's going to help him. Everyone's going to rush to his defense. And it's just going to help Trump, who's kind of fading away right now. So,
yeah, I feel like he's kind of over.
This would definitely help him, though. If I was Trump, I'd be like, fingers crossed, charge me, like, please charge me.
Because he'd be in the news every day, and he'd be a martyr.
Yep. So we'll see, because I wouldn't actually be surprised if the Justice Department doesn't charge him. Maybe thinking about that.
It would probably be smart to not charge him.
Yeah.
was run almost like a medieval fiefdom, a small circle of yes men. Whatever the boss says goes. And then Donald Trump tried to transfer that leadership style into the highest office in the land, in the most powerful government on earth. Thankfully, the bureaucracy around him, the checks and balances of American government, the courts, Congress, stopped him from doing the presidential version of what Elon Musk got up to last night. Courts, Congress, regular people doing their jobs like Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, restraining Donald Trump from the worst excesses of one-man rule.
Who's the Vindman?
Vindman is one of the more objectionable DNC mouthpieces on Twitter currently.
Oh,
yeah, Vindman was the guy. You don't remember? Vindman was the guy that originally leaked the Ukraine call.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
And then, yeah, but then now he's become very like super pro the Democrats because of it.
Oh, I gotcha.
I don't like this person. Get rid of them. Throw them in jail. We're not making distinctions about journalists. That happens in other countries. We fought a revolution to ensure it would not happen here, in fact.
They
Now,
literally
luckily, the
have
stakes are much
Democrats
lower
calling
with
for
Twitter.
Elon Musk to be just prosecuted.
It's not the nuclear arsenal. In fact, I'm almost loath to...
Like literally, we were just talking about that earlier. There was multiple Democrats talking about, let's just prosecute Musk because.
bring it up tonight. But there's a clear lesson, a very clear one, an important one on the same theme.
Yeah.
You cannot trust anyone with absolute power in any domain, no matter if it's the U.S. presidency, a social media enterprise, a cable news show, a condo board association, even a pillow company. Left unchecked, they will drive it into the ground because people...
They're making an argument against property. They're not making an overt argument, but they're making an argument against ownership.
Private, you always make yeah, I guess he's sort of making an argument against private business ownership, man.
Yeah.
That's weird.
And this is my ideology sniffer going, but that's just, that's like making the argument against free speech.
Yep.
Chris Hayes is a total commie. There's no way around it.
100%. But the thing is, they couldn't come out and make the argument against free speech right away. They couldn't just come out and say it. It had to be by degrees. First it was, you can't. So everyone knew that the N-word was off limits. And then the next one was the F slur. right? You can't say that. And then it was like you can't call trans people whatever. But it's a slowly incrementally conditioning people to think that hate speech is not free speech, slowly conditioning people that limiting speech is acceptable. And this is what they're doing now with property, with the arguments that were made against the arguments that were made for giving or ignoring rent and stuff like that during COVID. These are arguments that are intended to, there is a policy that they're after, but they're intended to slowly work away at the foundational principles of a liberal society, like property and individual liberty.
He's definitely going after like the business hierarchy. He's saying, you know, if you're a business owner with absolute power, then you're going to destroy that business.
Because the left would say that businesses should be democratized.
Oh yeah,
they should have unions involved, et cetera. Yeah, which is to me, this is just a small kind of thing that over the course of time and over like all of media kind of starting to have this will affect the general way that a society looks at things like free speech, which I think the argument can be pretty convincingly made that there is a significant portion of the United States that no longer values free speech because they believe that it's harmful. And I think that the same argument can be made to about a smaller portion of the population that believes that property is immoral. And I think that portion will grow because there is a leftist attempt to make the liberal principles that our society is based on, to make them distasteful so they can, you know, essentially foment the revolution.
Yeah. Get rid of, apprehend people's property. Free speech is not the norm. The norm is speech prohibitions and blasphemy laws and all that stuff. Yeah.
That's part of the reason why I have such a strong objection when people say that the United States is not unique or special. It is.
Of course.
Yep.
It is a unique and very special country. It is unlike any other country in world history. And if the United States, if our constitutional republic fails, then this form of government will have failed. You know, this experiment in self-government will have failed.
Yeah, that's a scary world. What other country is everyone going to aspire to go live in?
There is nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
Nope. It's just America, baby.
America's the best, obviously.
That's why I was there was a time when I'm like, look, I'm pro dissolving the US into multiple countries if we have to.
What? No, come on.
If we had if it will prevent a civil war. Only if it will prevent a civil war would I be like, okay, what was that?
There's not going to be a civil war.
No, I'm not saying.
You're saying hypothetical.
How do we debate Tim Pool on the Civil War? We want to have a Tim Pool debate on whether or not we're going to have a civil war.
I think
that would be a hot debate.
Oh my!
I think it's just a civil Cold War.
Yeah,
like, I think that
there's a cultural Cold War. Yeah,
and I think that, and I
don't think war is a good, because war implies it ever ends, but it's not a. I mean, it's a cultural evolution. It's not
never ends.
I think that Drag Floyd could set it off. So the reason I say that is because I think that it would be conservatives being like, you ain't getting my kids, and doing. I think that, you know, when it comes to like kids stuff, like people messing with your children, that's when like things that to me I would be like, no, it wouldn't happen. Once you throw in kids, then all reason goes out the window.
There's so much open trans regret now, though, that it's just like it's gonna like double every year. It's gonna start increasing exponentially. So many people are gonna.
I don't disagree with you.
God.
I don't disagree with you at all.
That's gonna change everything. Quick.
I just think that it does not. I don't think that violence from someone that's kid turns against them is off. You know, because like there are people that say that the reason that Musk bought this place is because one of his kids turned against him and is trans and turns against him.
Really?
And he says that I've heard that
really
story. Yes.
Holy cow.
Oh, you didn't know this?
No.
So apparently he has one of his kids. I don't know the details, but one of his kids is trans and it's caused a lot of problem in the family. And that is, the story that I've heard.
He's like, you caught this on Twitter.
Well, yeah, that's why he thinks that it's the woke mind virus.
Social contagion, yeah.
Well,
it's totally true.
If this, here's my thought. If that was what was motivating Elon Musk's behavior, he wouldn't have bought Twitter. He would have bought TikTok.
Yeah. Well, you can't buy TikTok because it's owned by the Chinese government. Yeah.
You're not going to buy. You can't buy anything from the Communist Party of China.
I think they should make TikTok illegal, though. I think
the thing that he saw. I think the thing that he sees with Twitter is the influence that the left has over the narrative, and that's why he was like, "Oh, this is kind of ground zero for spreading the woke mind virus." Because if you talk to people, to people from from other countries, like the U.S. is the epicenter for woke. Like it's very American. It comes out of America, and you talk to Carl, and like the way that like woke people in the UK behave, sometimes they're like, "Wait a minute. This doesn't make sense here. You're getting these things from America, and this stuff didn't happen in the UK and things." There are arguments made that make sense in an American context, but in a context of the UK, they don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? And I've heard the guys at Lotus Eaters talk about this multiple times, where the whole woke thing is very American and very based on the American experience.
Yeah, they're just copying us.
So this is really sad, actually. It says in Elon Musk
immediately. He's like, I got an article.
Well, I was looking up the transgender kid thing. So he had a child who was named Xavier, who was actually a twin. He had twin boys. And recently, this year, they decided to transition, change their name to Vivian Wilson. So they not only changed their gender, they changed their last name. And they stated that gender identity and the fact that I no longer live with or wish to be related to my biological father in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, man, that's politics all the way.
Yeah. All right. Obviously, some family issues going around there. But.
And if that will motivate a man to spend $44 billion, it will motivate a man to go and kill the person he blames for taking his child away from him.
I'm skeptical.
Oh, so I see.
Oh, you don't think? No. I'm not saying that. Oh, well, okay. I mean,
well,
maybe
no,
Musk
I
didn't,
finally
but
get
I'm sure that it didn't help.
I finally get the trans like George Floyd thing. You're saying that an angry parent is going to kill somebody, and then that's going to be like the rally cry. Because they do try to demonize the parents. That's like
absolutely,
thing.
Yeah. They're trying to demonize the parents, and really, like, look, if you're a trans person and you're talking to a kid that's confused, and you get in their head, and that kid either
it's unconscionable. It's totally unconscionable.
Yeah, because there is a segment of the LGBT lobby that intends to turn children against their parents. They wrote a goddamn song about it.
Yeah.
The Will Convert Your Children song. Like, that's a real thing.
Yeah.
Like, so they want to, if you are a parent that is religious, that doesn't want your children to be exposed to the LGBT lifestyle, there are people out there that want to expose your children to the LGBT lifestyle specifically so they will be comfortable with the LGBT lifestyle in violation of your wishes to your child. That is not a fabrication. That is not made up. That is a real thing. And that's what people mean when they say grooming. You are trying to expose my children to things I don't want you to expose my children to. Well, all it's going to take is one dude who's a little on the edge and have some trans person expose their kid to the wrong thing. And the kid says, I hate you, Dad. And Dad's like, oh, really? Well, I'm going to go kill that person that made you hate me because I love you. And it's someone else that did it. And that's the thing we're afraid of.
And the New York Times is going to run with it, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be front page news for like weeks.
I think part of the problem is that, the problem is that the trans stuff got so rolled into
the gay stuff.
rights,
yeah, totally.
movement, because like, yeah, I mean, I believe gender dysphoria is real, but I also believe it's, the rates of it were like 0.03%. Like this is such a low prevalency rate.
99.9% of the trans stuff is politics.
Yeah, of course. But so the problem is, it's like with the fact that it gets rolled into the gay stuff, because, I guess it is, legally, I guess, it's a parent can have the right to say, oh, I don't want my kid to learn about, gay people or whatever. But I think it's sad, and I think it's immoral if there's a kid who is gay, because I think that people are born gay, who has these feelings and doesn't really, know how to deal with them. And their parent is basically, because of the trans stuff, they're sheltering their kid and not, they're making their kid basically unhappy to understand who they are because of all the sort of the social contagion about a lot of the trans stuff. It's kind of sad. This is the world that we're in right now.
Sexual orientation is so cut and dry. It's like, what are you attracted to?
Well, that's
the gender identity stuff is like
complicated and messy.
What
and
does that even mean?
And,
how do you feel? Or do you feel like a boy inside? Do you feel like a girl inside? Like that's not a cut and dry question. Like what is it even to feel like a? I mean, I saw a clip today. There was some transgender person, some detransitioner, who was like, I decided to be. I didn't want to be a woman when I didn't even know what a woman was. Which is that's the fucking saddest thing ever. You can't make those decisions as a kid. Like,
no.
Sexual orientation, we've all been through this. You go through puberty, and all of a sudden, it's like you find the opposite sex attractive, right? They find the same sex attractive. So, I mean, that's so easy to ask people and to discern and to teach about. I don't know that how do you even teach a program on you may be transgender?
Well, that's just part of the problem
Right.
Part of the problem with the gender and sexuality stuff is they make conflicting arguments. The I'm born this way argument conflicts with the I can change my gender depending on the day and the time. Right. So I mean, right off the bat,
gender fluid.
They aren't. Yeah, I mean, it's stuff that doesn't actually make sense when thought of completely. It conflicts with itself. So the gender critical theory and gender theory, it conflicts with itself.
Well, it conflicts. The thing is, it doesn't conflict with itself. It conflicts with liberal ideas. And I think that's where the problem is, because it was the liberal idea that you shouldn't discriminate against gay people because being gay
it's liberal that they're born that way,
right?
Yeah, okay.
And then it's like, but then the commies come in and they're like, no, fuck it. You're not born anyway. You can be whatever you want.
Yeah.
You're a blank slate. And it totally is. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. It's complete gobbledygook.
Yep.
But the other thing you said that I want to talk about was, unfortunately, I've publicly defended the use of the word groomer on the stream multiple times in talking about ideological grooming.
Yeah.
But I don't think I can defend it anymore in good conscience after I saw both back to back. Tim Poole and James Lindsay both used it kind of the term interchangeably for just like anyone talking about anything LGBT related. And I was just like, I guess we've lost the ability to use the word groomer now. The nuance. It just seems the nuance has just died. So, which is sad, but I think that's the way the world is right now.
Kind of like the Nazi thing, just started becoming like anyone who voted Republican.
Well, yeah, the Nazi label lost it, a long time ago.
So let me articulate an idea and you bounce it off of you. So I don't know the context that you're referring to with Lindsay. And I generally believe that Lindsay, when not on Twitter, is more careful about things. Now I know on Twitter.
Hell yeah, he is. He's a maniac.
It was on Twitter. His videos is usually pretty good, but on Twitter he's like, it's wild.
I mean, because I listen to his new discourse stuff like religiously. So and that's the stuff that and I understand that like he is doing something intentional on Twitter, which is being kind of. What was that?
Is it intentional?
Well, he says it's intentional. And
he says that. He says that.
The argument that he makes is respectable people tell you what is and is not acceptable. So he intentionally says wild things to not be restricted to what is acceptable in the Overton window, because the left sets where the Overton window. That's the argument he makes, at least. That's what he says. Mm-hmm. So take that for what it's worth. Mm-hmm. But like when it comes to the stuff that he writes and releases on New Discourses, he's very clear that Groomer is about ideology.
Yep.
And to be honest with you, I think that if you're dealing with teaching kids that there are different sexualities and stuff, that's fine. But I think that going beyond, hey, there are these things, is something that should be left to the families.
Yeah.
Sure.
So making so when they do things like generative lessons, right? So they bring up things so that way you can create a conversation about social justice things. So they would say, okay, well, we're gonna talk about a math problem, and you're gonna go 100 miles to the thing and 100 miles back, and you're going with Tommy's mom and dad, and then someone might say, oh, well, Billy has two dads. Mm-hmm. And then you're talking about two dads, not math. Mm-hmm. You follow me?
No.
Does that make sense to you? No.
What are we talking about?
All right. So
well, they do that. They like put the concept in a math problem just to like trip you up. They're like,
yeah, it's called a generative.
You're on a road trip with Billy and his two dads.
Oh, yeah, I understand what you're talking. Okay,
and the point is it's so that way you can get critical theory into regular topics. So so you're getting critical theory into math, right? By talking about or you're getting gender theory in math class, because you're talking about the two dads, and why does he have two dads, and why do some people have mom and dad, and blah blah. So then you start talking about this social thing in a math class when you're supposed to be talking about math.
Right. It's like second grade math, and you're like giving problems about Nancy's polyamorous parents.
Well, again, obviously, there's a difference, like saying, two dads, referring to a homosexual relationship, and like, a polyamorous relationship, talking about something transgender, something, all these things kind of rolled together. So,
but the point that I'm making is when you're bringing that up in math class, that's why it's grooming, because you're creating the context so you can speak about these topics in a totally unrelated topic.
Listen, I understand, and that's why I defended James Lindsay's usage of the word originally, because he meant it twofold, which is that he was just talking about ideological grooming, that you're grooming people to adhere to a specific ideology, which is true, and I'm totally fine with it being used in that context. And people pretending like Groomer didn't have that context are being dishonest, because that's always had that context on top of the sexual stuff. And then the second part of it was the sexual part, because he's talked about a million times, and it's true. All the big queer theorists were totally seemingly okay with pedophilia and getting rid of the age of consent laws, because their whole, even if they themselves were not pedophiles, their entire worldview was based around just like everything normative they think is bad.
Yeah.
And they don't really
anything to foment revolution.
Right. And so they don't really see any boundaries as good. So that includes, pedo boundaries. So that's fine. I don't remember so I understand all that. And I'm not in favor of any of that, obviously, but I don't remember what the exact tweet was, because I didn't save it, because I didn't really care to. But I remember seeing he on Twitter, because he's crazy on Twitter, and I'm not sure. I know he says that because I've heard him say that. I don't buy it. I think he's just emotional on Twitter.
He just
his elephant's just the control on Twitter. But I was seeing him. He had like a string of tweets. I don't remember what day it was. It was in relation to. I'm pretty sure it was like the same day that Tim made that comment, the Groomer comment, that I was like, oh Jesus, Tim, where he seemed to imply that like anything LGBT related is grooming. And then James Lindsay kind of
one with Tim. What was the topic? I saw it, but
it had to do with it was like right after the shooting at the QAnon club. Not QAnon, the Q Club.
Right.
And I was like, oh shit. I was like, Tim, it's like really bad. Like the day after the shooting, he's like making this groomer tweet. I was like, oh man. But and then and then James Lindsay kind of had I don't remember exactly what it was, but he had kind of a series of tweets where, to me, I was reading his tweets, it looked like he had in the past, I thought, had been more careful, even on Twitter, being, making distinctions and using the term groomer to not just be like a broad blanket talking about anything LGBT related.
Right. Yeah.
But it seemed like he kind of has dropped that recently. And I'm just like,
specifically, it meant political grooming. But if somebody says, I'm going on vacation with my gay husband, and he's like, okay, groomer, you're like,
yeah, or it's like someone was like, oh, I'm trying to remember what it was. It was, I don't know, someone had just like a rainbow flag, and they're just like, something is for everyone. He's like, okay, groomer. I was like, well, okay.
Yeah, I mean, he does make the argument. He does make the argument that any of the LGBT, whether it be Gay Pride Month in June or whatever, he does make the argument that is all grooming.
Yeah, that's not. I think that's preposterous. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, the Gay Pride Month, all that stuff, you don't have problems with it. And I understand that, but I think all that stuff was created under a framework of like liberal acceptance. I don't think it was created under the framework of queer theory. So
I think you both can be right.
Well, I think queer theory gets smuggled into it.
Oh yeah,
it's happening now.
I think that's literally like everything the left started that like had a good intention,
right,
has been corrupted by the far left.
Yeah, no, I agree, but I think it's very important for us to make the distinction between the creation of something, the intention of something, and then the subversion of it.
Fair.
So
fair. Listen, guys, I am going to. Yeah, I'm going to take off.
That's
getting a bit of a headache. And
one question.
I need to go to bed. What's up?
Bob has 14 wives, and they all want to fly to Florida for their vacation. I'm just thinking of math problems that you can smuggle shit into.
It sounds like you're smuggling girls to. You're smuggling Bob's wife to fucking Sitch. If you ask me.
Thanks.
What
for
do you got going on
man.
down there, Sitch? What's up?
I'm stealing Bob's wives, obviously.
Apparently.
Now, this was a lot of fun, man.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I appreciate it. I enjoy the conversation a whole lot.
Come back again. I know you will. I hope you're going to be like a regular guest. Like Carl jumps in all the time. So feel free to jump in anytime.
I tell you what, I'm going to be around a lot. I'm probably listening. So if you go ahead and mention me and I'm there, I will go ahead and
nice.
You can shoot if you want. I'll shoot me a message and shoot me your number, or you can shoot my number, whatever, and you can just shoot me a text and be like, "Hey, Phil, you want to come on?" I'll be like, "If I'm around, I'll go on."
Cool.
All
right, man.
Awesome.
Take care.
Where should people follow you?
Oh yeah, I am Phil That Remains. So on Twitter, Phil That Remains. I'm closing in on 100,000, so give me a follow. And on Instagram, I am Phil That Remains Official, because the old Phil That Remains got booted after the election for no reason.
Really?
Yeah,
and I tweeted out Biden's jet location.
I was never political on Instagram. Like I'm political on Twitter, but like because of the band, I keep the politics on Twitter because not everybody. I mean, I can come out and say I hate commies, but that's that's about all I'm going to say for politics. Like officially for the band, but like
sure.
Because there's other people in the band with different opinions and stuff. So I don't speak for all that remains. I speak for me. So yeah, Phil That Remains. You can follow
I dropped
the band.
a link
the
in the chat for you guys in the
Appreciate
chat.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Put it in the description. So yeah, follow me.
And I will be listening, so you can talk shit about me while I'm gone.
No,
unlikely.
All right. Well, thank you guys very much. It's been fun.
Take care, man.
Take
Bye-bye.
care.
Guys.
Now that Phil's gone, jeez.
How dare you?
Just kidding. Oh, Phil's great.
So Lindsay, yeah, okay. You can't take his okay groomer away from him. That's like that's his new whoopee.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. I mean, I think there was a lot of power to the okay groomer label, but I think he's basically used it so much. It's like calling someone a Nazi.
It's become the Nazi. I know.
Yeah, it's just too much. It's just too much.
It's okay. So,
Though I wonder, unfortunately, that might be the only way to get like the mainstream media to talk about it is to make it so free. It could be a conundrum. So.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if the news talking about it's a good thing, but we'll see. Brick Nose for $20 says the Elon Musk simping is painful. Yes, Elon is a brilliant marketer, but he's also a charlatan and a liar. Team Truth should disapprove. See Common Sense Skeptic on YouTube for details. Remember how he slandered that diver? What diver? What?
I don't remember that.
No.
What happened here?
The truth about... So I have the guy's page open. So the thing with Elon, and I don't know, maybe you came in after we said this, and I've said very repeatedly, I disagree with some of the things that Elon has done said and done on Twitter. And I felt like it's purely for pragmatic reasons, because he's getting attacked by the left and the Democrats. He essentially is, decided he's going to become team right wing because he needs the Republicans essentially in Congress to defend him. That's my perception of basically what Elon's doing. So definitely don't feel like I'm an Elon simp for saying that or believing that. But I do think that it's fine. From my personal opinion, I have absolutely no problem whatsoever with him banning the jet tracking thing. To me, that's totally fine. I don't see how that's newsworthy at all. I don't see how that's important information to anyone whatsoever. And I have absolutely no problem with that being banned. And just the fact that, if the journalists who were tweeting it out want to make an argument, where they want to make an argument and say publicly they think that information should be talked about and discussed and be publicly available, then they can make that argument. But they're not even doing that. They're just lying about why they were banned. Or they're just playing coy like, well, I don't know why I was banned. I just was reporting the story. That's all I was doing. And they're just lying. And to me, that is just what's so egregious about this whole situation.
Yeah, it's the lying that bugs the shit out of us.
So,
what should bug the shit out of us? Tell the truth, right?
Yeah. Elon, I didn't know about this. Though Elon, I will say, Elon did something I thought was inappropriate. He tweeted out Yoel Roth's some dissertation that he drew, and I said this on Twitter. And he sort of accused Yoel Roth of being like a pedo groomer.
A groomer.
Which
did he use the groomer word?
I think he did. I don't remember exactly what he did, but I don't think it was. To me, it seemed wildly inappropriate and out of context. And when I was reading through what Yoel Roth wrote, it didn't seem to me like he was advocating for anything, pedophilic whatsoever. But
right.
Elon Musk calls British diver and Thai cave rescue pedo. I don't remember this. What is... Elon Musk came under fire on Sunday after launching an extraordinary attack on a British diver who helped rescue the boys trapped in the flooded cave in Thailand, calling him a pedo on Twitter. Oh, I kind of vaguely do remember this now that I'm reading this. Why did he call that guy a pedo? Oh, wait, didn't he yeah, that's right. Remember there was those kids that were trapped in some cave?
They were.
Do you remember the story?
Pedos? They were trapped in the cave with a bunch of pedos.
You don't remember this? In 2018, there was like some kids that were trapped in some cave in Thailand.
It was like some Boy Scout troop or something.
No, it was not a Boy Scout troop, but
a bunch of pedos captured them, put them in a cave.
It said 12 boys and their football coach. How'd the football coach get there?
Obvious pedo.
There you go. Anyway, and I remember that Tesla had some like robot submarine thing that they offered, and then either it didn't work or they declined it, and then I think he called them a pedo in response or something. But,
what?
It was weird. I remember being like, that was strange. But
really,
yeah.
He's like, if you're not going to take my offer, you're a pedo.
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know the exact specifics, so maybe there's more to the story. I just remember being like, that was strange. So anyway.
God, why does OBS have to be so difficult?
What are you trying to do? Oh, I'm trying to fix the thing since he left.
Yeah, I want to do it so it just goes scene to scene. I guess I should probably do this not during the show, right? But
What's scene to scene?
Because there's like a little scene tab here you can click on.
Oh,
and
I
can
see.
go to like when we have a guest on, they can get
Right.
like it makes it all professional and stuff. And then I can
Whatever.
click
We don't need
back.
to be. We're not professional here.
Well, I mean, we could be. Imagine that.
Imagine.
Look at this.
world.
This would be great.
I know.
I was kind of heartened to hear over the Tim Pool drama that Tim Pool was like, wasn't that Adam guy getting upset because they didn't have a real producer? I was like, that's baller. I like that.
What?
Who needs a real producer?
Oh, yeah.
Jeez.
Well,
We
if
need
you're
to-
Tim show, you do. I mean, he's got
Tim, we need
way
to hire
more-
a real producer. Why?
I mean, for his show, he definitely does. But
Well, then it came out that like I think he was supposed to be a producer, wasn't he? I mean,
I don't.
he himself
I
was
don't-
supposed to.
the Tim Pool drama to me is so like boring. But
Is it?
I don't
Let's
care
talk about it for 40.
No.
Need checks. They need bureaucracy. They need institutions. They need pushback in all circumstances. And you certainly cannot trust power-mad billionaires surrounded by yes men and lackeys who think they see further and better than everyone, but they always have the best ideas.
This guy is such a fucking piece of shit. Do you think Elon Musk surrounds himself with yes men? I mean, I don't
No.
think so.
Well, I mean, the thing is so annoying that like I hate when people do this, and I try not to do it. I've probably done it by trying to do it. They like take all these like little bits of information about someone. They create this grand psychological theory for their behavior,
Yeah.
like based on nothing. You know, like, what has Elon Musk done that's like, oh, I've come to this huge conclusion that he's some super narcissist, and that's why he's doing all these things that he's doing.
Yeah, it's such bullshit.
I mean, if he was such a narcissist, why would he have done the thing where he has a Twitter poll to see whether he should step down from being CEO of Twitter?
That is not
Seems
a
like
nar.
Yeah, it seems like a very unnarcissistic behavior to do. But
A narcissist move is, should I step down from Twitter? No and hell no.
yeah, and if I do, it's gonna be my decision. No one's gonna tell me what to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Can you imagine, like, Donald Trump is like, puts out a Twitter poll, should I run for president again?
Oh my God. No way. That would be the saddest Twitter poll ever.
All right.
In that way lies room. We just learned this lesson for the country. Hopefully, we will learn it in every other domain as well. But tonight, those journalists remain banned from Twitter as Elon Musk polls users about whether he should reinstate their accounts.
Yeah, see, is that a narcissistic move? Wow. Wow. Is that a narcissistic move?
Shut
I'll
up,
talk to one
Wormy.
of Musk's suspended targets next. Last night, Twitter CEO and self-proclaimed free speech advocate Elon Musk purged at least 8 journalists from the platform. Their supposed offense was sharing information about another account he banned this week that posted publicly available information about Elon Musk's private jet. These are journalists who regularly cover Musk and Twitter and say they did not violate any Twitter policies. Joining me now is one of the targets of Elon Musk's Twitter purge, Aaron Rupar, independent journalist, publisher of the Public
that
News
guy.
newsletter. We've had him
This
on the program
jackass.
before. Aaron, how are you doing?
The guy who's so famous for splicing clips and quotes out of context. They literally call it pulling a Rupar.
No way. Really?
Yeah, they do. Oh, you've been Rupar'd.
Oh, wow. What a piece of shit.
I know.
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me on.
So how did you find out that you had been suspended or banned on Twitter?
Yeah, I was actually playing on the floor with my 7-month-old, and I started getting messages around 6 p.m. here Central Time.
I like how, like, every time you ask a journalist something about them, getting canceled or getting in trouble on the internet, it's always, I was playing with my child. Every journalist is always constantly playing with their child when something worthy of news happens to them.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
You got to play it up. How good. I'm a good family man. I was
That's
just
right.
playing with my kid like I'm supposed to do.
I was with one hand playing with my child, the other hand I was stirring soup for the local soup kitchen.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
And then Elon Musk attacked.
When I realized that the billionaire who I was trying to dox got pissed at me.
He Elon Musk kicked down the door and he took out a shotgun and he just blew away my 7-month-old child.
Ouch.
Metaphorically, that is. Metaphorically, by banning me from Twitter.
Ouch.
Yesterday on Instagram and on Gmail, texting people telling me, oh my goodness, your Twitter account has been suspended. And at first I thought, maybe people were trolling me or joking, or maybe there was some sort of a technical issue. But sure enough, I pulled up my Twitter account on my phone, and at the top of my page, there was a notice that my account had been permanently suspended. And when I first saw this, I was completely baffled as to what the rationale for this could have been. I actually had a pretty low-key day on Twitter yesterday because we had a blizzard here, so my kids were home all day, and the afternoon I basically logged off. And it took interacting with reporters who were talking.
Yeah, after I linked directly to the ElonJet link on Facebook that I knew I wasn't supposed to, I logged off, had a pretty chill day.
And that'll get him.
It's so ridiculous.
He's like, I did a little light doxing in the morning, and then I was done for the day.
Oh, so funny. So Aaron Rupar, he wrote a giant Substack article about this, where he was complaining like, I did nothing wrong, blah 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 blah. And then someone eventually pointed out to him, they said, Aaron, you literally tweeted out this tweet that says Elon Musk's Jet account still lives on Facebook with a link to Facebook. To it on Facebook.
They called him on his shit. They were like, hey.
And then he updated his Substack saying, update. It occurred to me just after I published this that I did post a tweet yesterday noting that ElonJet account was suspended from Twitter and was still active on Facebook. But I find it hard as it may be to interpret linking to a Facebook page that uses publicly available information to track a private jet as violating a doxing policy. So,
of course. Of course.
And by the way, that update to his Substack took place before he went on Chris Hayes right now. So him being like, whoa, I don't know what I did. I was just playing with my child. I didn't tweet anything. I'm innocent.
What a
golly
lie.
gee, Chris.
He knows what he did.
I know.
You know what you did, Rupar. And it
To
wasn't
a
playing
number
with
of-
your child.
It wasn't me. Listen, it wasn't me. It was my kid, my 7-month-old. They're the ones that tweeted it out. I just left my phone on the floor and they just tipped it all out with it. They're very intelligent. They really don't like Elon Musk already.
I wonder why. Because they hear all day long is him bitching about Elon Musk.
That kid's gonna grow up and be like, oh my God, I wanted to become Elon Musk. All my dad did, he ignored me day after day, minute after minute. All I did was talk about how much he hated Elon Musk, and I just wanted some of that attention for myself.
She's like, Daddy, I want to fly rockets. No, you're going in the Peace Corps.
And other people who had been banned, to piece together hours later that it had to do with posting a link to the Facebook page for the ElonJet account, which you were just...
Oh, look, he's
okay, fair enough. He does admit it in this.
He's telling it. Look,
right.
he's
Okay,
coming
good.
clean here.
Good. I think it was
look at Chris Hayes' look.
It might have been because he was on a bunch of these news stations, so I get all of his interviews like muddled together in my mind.
Chris Hayes looks like he's in a really bad mood.
Yes.
About that apparently hours after I posted a tweet just noting that even though the account was banned on Twitter, it was still alive on Facebook. Elon declared that to be a violation of their terms of service, and then the next day banned me. So it took multiple hours even after that to hear anything from Twitter.
Look,
I eventually did hear from one
day.
of their trust and safety officials confirming that the link to the Facebook page was the cause of me being banned. I've been led to believe that the ban is temporary and that at some point will be reinstated. Of course, there's a poll that Elon has on his account right now asking people whether we should be reinstated immediately or in a week. So I'm hopeful that eventually we'll get our accounts back. But yeah, I was as shocked as anyone to see that this apparently rose to the level of being suspended from Twitter.
You know, it's funny.
This is so, the media outrage of this. I was temporarily banned from Twitter for doing something I knew was against the policy. We have to make this a media story about how Elon Musk is going to be like Donald Trump and he's going to just take over Twitter and he's going to be an absolute king and he's going to start beheading people and our democracy. The
real headline here is journalist has to follow TOS. It's like that simple. Right.
Journalists whine because they have to follow the rules like everybody else.
Look at the screen. Oh man, your screen pause game is on point with. Look at stuffy old Chris Hayes.
He looks like he's holding in a fart. He's like,
God, that's such a good screen grab there. He looks like
He's
a
like-
Muppet.
yeah, he just hears Elon Musk and goes,
I wish I could be that rich.
He does look, you're right. He looks like a Muppet. It looks like right now his producer has his hand up his ass and is like, Elon Musk bad. Spaceship man bad.
He does.
For years, there has been this complaint from people on the right about Twitter. They basically, the critique goes like this.
No.
Twitter was run by a bunch of liberals who enforced their liberal bias in who got to be on the site and who got banned. It sort of pretended to be a neutral arbiter, but was actually on the side of liberals, and kept banning conservative accounts they didn't like.
I mean, I would say that's all accurate, except I would replace the word liberal with woke, but yeah, that's pretty accurate. Yeah.
And Elon Musk is one of the people that subscribes to precisely that critique. In fact, has gone to great lengths to make that critique. And as far as I can tell, basically, the idea here is to take over Twitter and do exactly in reverse what the accusation is that the previous owners.
How is banning the ElonJet thing? How is that? That's not a political move. What's political about that?
It's very
nothing
personal. Yeah. It's like personal safety.
Well, look, if Elon said, okay, no one is allowed to put pronouns in their bios anymore, I'd say like, oh, okay, wait a minute. That is like just the reverse. Okay.
Oh man. That would be hilarious.
But how does Elon's plane identify? That's the real question.
Yeah.
Did, as far as I can tell. What do you think?
Yeah, and that's kind of a depressing thing is that, Twitter has been so valuable for myself and probably for you, I'm sure, as well, in networking with other journalists, in, getting perspective from people who you wouldn't normally speak to. And, in the previous era, there was kind of a sense that it had a rules-based order that, if accounts were suspended, there was a way to appeal. And I'll note that the link to appeal my suspension is broken on Twitter, which I thought was very on brand, that if you want to appeal, there's no way to do that, using the proper channels. And so I actually had to email one of the trust and safety people finding their email address independently of that. But, there was this sense that things kind of made sense and that, it was almost kind of a quasi public institution of a sort, even though, of course, it's a private company.
Okay, this is literally fucking insane. What do you say? It's insane. Twitter, first of all, the rules made sense. Like, so, that was the whole thing with Barry Weiss showing that there was, these accounts that were shadow banned. You didn't know you were shadow banned. You didn't know the extent of your shadow banning, and you had no way of addressing it.
Yeah, you had no way to contact anyone.
Right.
There was no link.
And if you asked Twitter, they would say, we don't shadow ban people. What are you talking? Of course we don't do that. So this is such a ridiculous, all the rules were just so straightforward. This is such an insane lie. Like, basically he's like, well, in my own left-wing bubble, everything seemed to be perfectly suited for my taste. So everything obviously was working well.
I was never banned. Nobody ever shadow banned me.
Right, exactly.
I got special treatment.
Right.
Everyone I wanted banned got banned. I wanted Donald Trump banned, and they banned him.
Exactly.
That was great.
Exactly.
And the appeal process was, you don't get to appeal, motherfucker. Go away.
And now I think what this shows yesterday is that, of course, the terms of service are basically whatever Elon wakes up and wants them to be on a given day. And if they want to ban someone like myself, who, I really had no investment in this ElonJet thing. I just thought it was newsworthy when it was banned from Twitter that it was still active on Facebook, because I think...
I had no investment. I just tweeted it out multiple times, talked about it constantly. Just, I thought it was funny, but I had no investment in this whatsoever. It's just,
Look, we're having fun stalking Elon. This guy's like an Elon Musk reply guy, though, isn't he?
He is.
I heard he replies to Elon like 15 times a day.
But I mean, this guy's he's a left-wing reply guy to everything.
Look, I'm just playing with my kid and replying to every single right winger on the internet all day long. That's like my job.
Essentially, yeah.
What a loser. What a fucked up life. Oh my God. I can't imagine like, oh, is Elon tweeted yet? Here, let me refresh. Refresh.
But now, see, this is helping. Now he gets to milk this for all it's worth. I was banned for nearly 2 or 3 entire days from Twitter. Oh no, look at me.
I was part of the Thursday night massacre, but somehow I'm still alive.
I like that. I was part of the Thursday night massacre.
What a bunch of losers. Jeez. Talk about trying to be part of the cool kids club.
Yeah, right.
It's like, we're part of the cool kids club because we say so. Because look, we're on TV. We're on cable, which everyone's gotten rid of now. God bless Sitch for actually having cable still.
I don't have cable.
This stuff?
I don't have cable. What are you talking?
Sitch is like, I don't have cable.
No. I don't even watch TV.
Look, come on, I downloaded this off of some
Oh no,
site.
I get this is not for you think this is from TV?
I did for a second, but
this is from some shady website.
I guess I was wrong.
I mean, no, of course, this is from a completely legal website. Of course, yeah.
Oh my God, this is the funniest part of the show.
Of course, this is totally legit.
Yeah, MSNBC are so important to us.
Yes, yes.
My God.
I could live. I mean, because of this, I could get cable and say it's a tax write-off because I'd only use it for the show.
It's true.
That's what I should do.
Cable is like so expensive now. It's ridiculous.
It is, yeah. I mean, the future is going to be everyone just gets some. They're going to get their own. Like, you're just going to buy a la carte whatever streaming services you want, essentially. Because you're right, cable is way too expensive.
I hear it's because you got to pay for all the sports channels, and that's where all the money goes.
That is, I'm assuming that's where most of the money goes. I know lots of people who only have cable for the sports channels.
Yeah, those people should keep their
That's a
cable.
big money maker. Yeah.
Sitch and I watching a football game just seems unimaginable to me.
No,
yeah, not going to happen.
Elon being, this purported free speech and robust speech advocate.
They picked the worst pictures of Elon Musk too. Look,
supposedly, of course. Yeah,
he looks so dorky.
He looks like the Joker.
Yet,
I know. Look,
supposed
I'm wearing a
free
suit.
Speech advocate.
Look, Mom, I'm in my factory wearing a suit.
Information that's publicly available was too sensitive for him to allow on Twitter, even though it was still allowed on Facebook. So,
what a fucking dick.
Yeah, who cares? It's irrelevant. It's still allowed on Facebook.
It was allowed on Facebook. Things that are allowed on Facebook should be allowed on Twitter. Duh.
It's unfortunate to see what's happening with Twitter, and I guess we'll all have to make our individual decisions about when to cut bait, and when it's no longer worth kind of sticking around on there.
Oh, damn. If only it was an individual decision. If only Elon could make the decision for you, it would be much better to my liking.
I saw, I think I had it open. Where did it go? I saw Aaron Rupert, like, really not that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Aaron. Yeah, it was Aaron Rupert. He tweeted out the Fine People hoax.
Oh, of course.
Still.
Of course.
Like, just not that long ago. I was like, really? We're still doing the Fine People thing?
That's his good. Right. That's their go-to thing.
I was like, wow. Okay.
I wonder if they believe that. It's just so hard for me. I could never. As soon as I knew the truth, I'd be like, I can't imagine. I feel like my own reputation is more important to me than, getting at the bad guys.
No, you feel like telling the truth is more important. Because your reputation, if you're in the Aaron Rupert, because if you're in the Aaron Rupert bubble, that your reputation is to just spout a bunch of bullshit. So,
but the other people believe it's true though, so you don't really risk your reputation.
Exactly.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I find it very valuable and have for a long time, and have learned a lot from a lot of people. The poll, which has been put out to find out about your reinstatement, which has a kind of King Joffrey feel to it, like, And
oh my God, King Joffrey.
So here we are. Okay, so it wasn't this is from August, but August of this year.
Mm-hmm.
So before the midterms, August 16th, Aaron Rupert tweets out, 5 years ago, Trump said there were fine people on both sides of a white supremacist rally in Charlottesville, Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
He put some link to the clip.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
Ouch.
In front of the banquet, like.
I mean, Rupert kind of looks like a white supremacist to me. I'm just saying, like, aesthetically.
Yeah, he does.
Right.
He does.
I mean, he looks like he could be Andrew Anglin's twin brother.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Chris Hayes. What's his face? What do you call his face?
This is mid coitus face.
Oh, that's him getting off?
That's him with contra.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow. Ouch.
Yes. So there you go.
He's really into it.
He is.
He's like, wow, that last tweet you did, Aaron, was really good.
It's really getting me excited.
Really getting me excited.
What about
insensitive for $20
all
says.
this has.
Oh no.
You know that these people sneaking about being banned for public info have a totally different take on the Keffel situation. Yeah, that's a great point. It's a great comparison. All these people were saying, I'm sure, saying it was so horrible that if Keffels was being doxxed, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes to Elon, you know, fuck him, fuck Elon.
Yeah, didn't they all try to get the farms removed from the internet?
They did, yeah. They all went out of their way to try to get Kiwi Farms, or they did successfully. I think it's back up, but they were successful in getting Kiwi Farms blackballed from a bunch of things for these for doxing, supposedly, which I don't know if that was ever in evidence that Kiwi Farms was the site that was the site. Well, no, I think they were the site that was doxing, but that was not the site that the person who swatted Keffels was from a different website. I think that's what was yeah. So.
This is the thing. This is kind of the black pill about all this stuff. People have no principles at all. They just care about
their team.
Who is getting doxxed. They're like, oh yeah, doxing is great as long as it's against my enemies. Oh, but doxing against me and my friends, end of the world.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's what you said is so true, that tribalism is the first epistemology that everyone uses to kind of view the world through that lens. It's sad, but once you're aware of that, you can become free of it. But if you're not aware of it, then you're basically a slave to it.
Yep.
So
Aaron is still that slave.
Aaron is a slave.
He was like, I was just playing with my kid, teaching him how to be a moron, just like me, teaching him to be an ideological slave.
Now say the word Nazi. Nazi.
Yeah, exactly. What do you do all day, Dad? Oh, well, I reply to people on the internet.
No, he's like, you know that movie, what's it called?
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, I'm totally blanking. The Quentin Tarantino movie.
Yeah, that's a good movie. I like that movie. The Kill Bill movie.
No, he's like, he goes to his kid's like, what do you do all day? And he's like,
Forrest
you know that
Gump?
movie Inglourious Bastards? It's like, that's what I do. That's what your dad does all day. He's like the guy from Inglourious Bastards. And it's like, wow, you shoot Nazis all day. He's like, yeah, I fight all the Nazis all day. And then the kid becomes old enough to actually like understand and go, oh, how disappointing.
Daddy, you told me you were a war hero. The culture war.
The culture war. What war did you serve in? 2022, the Twitter war.
I was part of the Thursday Night Massacre.
He's got
lost my account for 12 hours.
And Rupert's got like a purple heart.
Oh man.
Shirt.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's a purple Twitter bird upside down.
Yep.
He's like, this was me. Where were you on the Thursday Night Massacre? I was playing on the floor with my child.
They're all pulling the I'm going to move to Canada card too. They keep saying like, hey, we'll all have to individually decide when things are just too horrific for us to stand. I mean, as it is, he's like begging to get his Twitter account back. How can you throw that out there when you're like, oh, thank God I got my Twitter account back? You're like, yeah, I'm going to leave. But it makes no sense.
Yeah.
To me, is about this sort of like the kingly whims, but it's also about, you know, the critique here that the right has of Twitter is just identical to the critique of the quote liberal media that's developed under the Nixon years, particularly by Roger Ailes, who developed it and developed it, you know, working for Nixon, and then would go on to found Fox News, right? The idea is, you know, they're pretending to be unbiased, but really they're all libs. And the only thing that's really unbiased you can really trust is if it's run by us conservatives. And I think that's basically what's happening here, right? I mean, and the only question is how much that matches the world of social media.
So again,
nothing bias happened.
Right, but that's why this is so crazy. Again, you know, and I've, you know, called out, I don't agree with a lot of things Elon Musk has said because, and I don't agree with him saying that because basically by saying them, it puts, even if he is being impartial in how he's managing Twitter, by making those statements, it's really bad optics because it means no one's going to trust you essentially at that point. Now, I don't think a lot of people would trust Elon anyway, but still, I still think you have to operate neutrally and in good faith ways as possible. But in terms of the actual policies that he's done, what has he done? What evil right-wing policy has Elon Musk enacted? Is it because he brought Trump back on Twitter, even though Trump doesn't even use Twitter? What's the evil right-wing policy?
Well, he brought all the other accounts back too.
Oh, he brought Jordan Peterson back, and all those.
Well, Jordan Peterson was never really gone, but
Babylon B.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, they weren't really gone either, but he did bring Carl Benjamin back.
That's right. He brought Sargon. Oh, the right-wing Elon Musk. He brought Sargon back.
But I mean, Carl was like wrongly kind of terminated. I mean,
True.
Yeah.
Where it actually matters what the user base is and who the users are, because you don't control all the programming there the way you do over at Fox News.
Yeah. And I think the other thing that's important to note here is that this will very likely have a chilling effect on coverage of Musk. You know, as you mentioned earlier, myself, I've done a couple newsletter articles being critical of him, and, you know, reporters who have been critical of him in the.
Look, you are on a show right now talking mad shit, calling him a fucking narcissist, calling him King Joffrey from fucking Game of Thrones. What the fuck are you talking about?
Listen,
what are you talking about?
All I'm saying is that Elon Musk is an egotistical, narcissistic, tyrant, insane person. But I'm not sure people will be, you know, brave enough to criticize him going forward in the future.
This is going to have a chilling effect. You're so full of shit. You're so full of shit.
I know.
Look, you're not chill. You're basking in this. You're loving this. They have no fear of Elon Musk whatsoever.
This was probably the best boon for these, you know, journalists' career ever.
Did you see Matt? He was so
Matt was beaming.
I'm
he was
on
so
MSNBC.
Excited. Yes.
Thank you, Elon. Nobody is afraid of Elon Musk.
No.
They're like, how do I get banned again? Holy shit. Please, Elon, ban me. No, don't leave as CEO.
Exactly.
Stay.
In the course of their reporting, we're among those banned. And now we're going to have to think twice, you know, if our accounts are reinstated before we post something that's critical of him, or even just, you know, down the middle reporting that could be construed as being critical of Twitter, because apparently we can be banned for any reason.
As if these guys could post anything down the middle. As if they could actually do down the middle reporting.
Right. Who would trust these guys at all?
These companies don't know how to do down the middle reporting. That's ridiculous.
Reason whatsoever. The tweet that I posted that
you
led
see
to
the
me
Chiron banned by Elon Musk. Twitter suspends journalist who covered Elon Musk. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's one way of saying it, I guess.
I mean, it should say doxed, but
yes.
And as I mentioned earlier, when I posted it, did not violate the terms of service. Only hours later, after Elon changed them, did it violate the terms of service. And so, you know, if you can kind of operate in that way, you know, it seems like almost anything that you post could be construed as violating the terms of service retroactively.
Look, I mean, the whole doxing thing goes way back on the internet. So, I mean, if you're doxing people, you're playing with fire already.
Well, but he's acting like, so does he's acting like, oh, I just tweeted out this link and I had no idea you weren't allowed to do it. I had no idea. And he said, well, then wait a minute. Why did you literally were reporting that ElonJet got canceled and banned off of Facebook. I mean, off of Twitter. And that's why you said it's still up on Facebook with a link.
Yeah.
Okay. So don't pretend like you didn't know what was happening.
That's
don't pretend
hilarious.
like you don't know that it was banned and that you weren't supposed to post it on Twitter.
ElonJet got banned, but you can still find it here.
Yeah, exactly.
Click on this link.
Exactly.
Save it to your bookmarks.
Yes.
Yes, if you could create laws that didn't exist at the time people broke them and then accuse people of breaking them, then you don't really have any sort of legal regime to speak of. Yeah, I mean, I think, A.J. Liebling, who's the great New Yorker writer for decades, famously said about the inherent contradictions between free markets and a free press, that freedom of the press belongs to those who own one. And there is a version of that on display with the mad Twitter king this evening, Aaron Rupar. Thank you very much.
The gall that like MSNBC, at least especially at night, as you've been watching, it's so insanely biased in their reporting. So insanely biased. And the idea that they think they're in this position to criticize, we can criticize Elon Musk is such a biased individual. He's such a mad king. Oh my God, he's so biased. Like, they're the most biased news organization out there right now.
Hell yeah, they are.
It's like ridiculous.
The Mad King.
The Mad King, Elon Musk.
What's he doing that's so mad?
He's banning people for posting links to where his airplane's landing. This is very important, newsworthy information for us to,
Of course, we all have to know, what gate Elon Musk is
Thanks to
getting
you,
out
though,
at.
that we're getting a head start. If you were on Twitter last night, you watched in real time as...
Oh, my God. I can't take it. These people are so far up their own asses.
He's like, dun, dun, dun. You watched in real time. Oh, my, real time. In real time.
First, there was Pearl Harbor. Then there was September 11th. Now, if you were on Twitter, you saw in real time.
It was like 9/11 times 1,000.
Exactly.
The Thursday night massacre.
A bunch of left-wing journalists lost their Twitter accounts for 12 hours.
Oh,
look,
my God.
They were really worried that they might not get them back.
Elon Musk suspended journalist after journalist, many of whom have appeared on our shows, who've been...
Didn't Obama throw that journalist in jail for like months because she wouldn't give up some source? You remember that?
Oh. Yeah. What was that about?
I mean, she was probably just in a day jail where she could go home and just hang at home.
Are you thinking about a journalist? Or are you thinking about the trans lady?
No, a journalist.
That leaked I forgot their name.
Chelsea Manning?
Chelsea Manning.
No, it was a journalist.
What journalist did Obama put in jail?
Some journalist that wouldn't give up some source on something or other. These people were in Twitter jail.
Reporting on Elon Musk's changes to the platform. I'm going to have more on how the future of Twitter comes down to the whims of Elon Musk and how his critical failure to understand the First Amendment could further erode democracy in this country.
What?
Elon Musk, the multi-billionaire owner of Twitter and self-described free speech.
The guy who's used more Twitter polls last month is the one that's eroding democracy. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutist is facing bipartisan criticism from lawmakers and threats of sanctions from the EU after suspending the accounts of at least 8 journalists on Thursday without warning, accusing them of doxing him. Now, if you don't know what the term means, it means slightly different things in different places, but Twitter defines doxing as, quote, sharing someone's private information online without their permission, end quote. Typically a pretty bad thing. And on Twitter, it's considered a breach of the company's rules. The New York Times reports that those suspensions, quote, came a day after Twitter suspended more than 24 other accounts, including an account belonging to someone named Jack Sweeney, a 20-year-old college student behind something called ElonJet, which tracked the movements of Mr. Musk's private plane. Each of the suspended journalists had written about the plane tracking account or had tweeted about it, end quote. Now, keep in mind, in America, commercial airspace is controlled by the government, and tracking planes in real time is not only legal, but it's available to anybody with an iPhone for free. Information about planes in the air is not private information. I currently have 2 apps on my phone that can do that right now. Elon Musk...
So first of all, as we've said multiple times, not true. Not true at all. Secondly, why the fuck does he have apps for tracking airplanes on his... Why does he have 2 apps on his phone for tracking airplanes?
Well, he's probably talking about tracking like commercial flights.
Why? That's a random thing to have on your phone. Why is he like, I have multiple apps on my phone for tracking airlines? Why are you tracking airlines?
Well, because he's a jet setter, man. These guys fly all over the place, dude.
I guess it's weird. It's a weird thing.
I've got my Southwest Airlines app that tells me when my flight is going to get there on time, and I've got my my American Airlines app that tells me.
Is that what he meant?
Yeah, I'm sure. Look, these guys are dipshits. Like, not only that, it's all of the traffic has. They have a plane number. They don't have identifiable information on the number.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous. Look, this is all just public data. Liar.
Yep.
Was confronted about the decision to censor the accounts in a Twitter conversation that was hosted by a group of journalists, including some who had had their accounts suspended by him.
Showing real-time information about somebody's location is inappropriate, and I think everyone on this call would not like that to be done to them. And there is not going to be any distinction in the future between journalists, so-called journalists, and regular people. Everyone's going to be treated the same.
But Elon, it couldn't be done to us because we don't have a private plane. You don't understand. It's only done to you because you have the private jet.
Power plus privilege equals docs?
Yeah, no, that's basically what it is now.
Drew and Ryan Mack from the New York Times, who were banned, were
There you go, guys. PP equals D. That's the new formula.
PP equals D? That's not, that can't be in a textbook.
You don't like that? PP equals D?
No, that's definitely
power plus privilege equals docs. PP equals D. Yeah.
No, that's not good.
I think that works. I think the left should be very on board with PP equals D.
Okay.
They were reporting on it in the course of sort of pretty normal journalistic endeavors. You consider that like a tricky attempt at ban evasion?
Okay, wait, this is such a okay. Normal journalistic endeavors would be to report on the story.
Right.
And just say, oh, Twitter is now, saying you can't post this information.
Right.
Right. And they could even say it's even though this information is available on other websites, right?
Right.
But no, posting the direct link to the thing and saying it's still up here, nanny nanny boo boo. How is that like normal journalism?
I know. Can you imagine like reporting on Ukraine? Remember when Zelensky was in hiding? They were like, Zelensky is in hiding now at this address.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's like, what the fuck, you fucking morons.
Yeah.
I mean, you can report that he's in hiding without reporting his
exactly. They're reporting where
location.
Yeah. Oh, exactly.
Yeah, you could tell this story just fine without linking to the fucking website. Look, you tell what the website does. Yeah, it's a doxing website. The Jesse Singal did this when he was talking about the Keffel stuff, and he didn't even want to mention the other website because he's like, oh yeah, this is way worse than.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So he managed to do it without mentioning it.
Yep.
He's like, yeah, there's this really bad website out there. No one should use it.
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you the name of it, but that's not important.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty simple. Journalists, you got to walk them by the hand.
I know.
You show the link to the real-time information, ban evasion, obviously.
Hi, joining us now is Roger
I love
McNamee,
it.
longtime Silicon Valley.
I love that he logged off and all the journalists were like, some journalists asked him another question for 5 minutes. Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. He pulled the doomer.
He did. Oh, so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. He doesn't care about your questions. You have the answer. Don't be fucking idiots.
Yep.
Investor, managing director of Elevation Partners. He's also the author of the New York Times bestseller, Zucked, Waking Up to the Facebook Catastrophe. Roger, I was thinking about you last night as I was watching in real time reporting by my colleague Ben Collins on Twitter about the fact that so-and-so, this journalist has now been suspended, this journalist has now been suspended, and in the moment we didn't know what it was about. And then we learned that it all had to do with reporters who were covering this guy who had been telling
Almost got it there. So it's so weird.
Where Elon Musk was flying.
What?
His thumb is like the same shape as his head. It's like his thumb and his head.
Go back. I wasn't looking.
His thumb and his head are like, it's like his thumb is a little head.
And in the moment, we didn't know what it was about. And then we learned that
hey, you keep messing it up.
It all had to do with reporters who were covering this guy who had been telling you where Elon Musk was flying. This just does fall into the category of Elon Musk said he wanted a town square where everybody had equal and fair voice. But in fact, that's just not true. He just wants some people in his town square and still doesn't really have a good understanding of the First Amendment.
So, Ali, I think what Elon Musk really wants is a soap opera in which he is the star and the only actor that matters. The camera should be on him all the time. I think the details are going to change, but there will be a constant escalation as he seeks attention for everything he does. And so I think that the current discussion where people are trying to parse what are the new rules under Elon, is it okay to talk about something as a journalist, or do you in fact have to censor yourself? I think all of that.
This is such bullshit. I hate this shit.
What do I? He said that you can't post this doxing information. What do I do? How do I report on this story? What am I going to do going forward? Oh, my entire career as a journalist is ruined.
I know. It's so easy. You just think, am I doxing someone in this story? No? Okay, well, I can report.
That misses the point. Elon Musk does not believe in journalism. He does not believe that,
you know, were all these people out? I'm sure they were all totally fine with, Libs of TikTok lady being doxxed. I think they all made fun of her for claiming to be doxxed. If I recall
they did.
So
they were like, "What? It was public information. Everyone knew your name. It was on your own website."
Exactly.
To criticize what he's doing. And so journalists whose job it is to call power to account are, in his mind, the enemy. And he is not alone in this. This has become...
I know.
It's our job to hold these people to account. We're so noble.
The mind reading here is just off the charts. In his mind. It's like, what the... It's so insane. This guy has the NPR voice, too.
He does.
He just wants to tell you very calm. Look, in Elon's mind, everyone is out to get him because we all hate him and he knows it.
And we're all out to get him.
because we are all out to get him.
Yes.
A trope among billionaires in Silicon Valley. They really believe the press is unfair to them because the press sometimes questions their motives, sometimes questions their actions. And I think in this particular case, what we have going on here is a direct attack by Elon Musk on journalism and by extension on democracy. And
oh my God.
It's a direct attack at him.
They're totally trying to January 6 him. They're trying to advocate for him to get deleted from the platform.
Yes.
We need to get Elon Musk off of the platform.
I think policymakers and journalists have to go to battle stations here.
What does that look like?
Oh, look at that. Like, we need to...
policymakers.
Yeah. We need to nationalize Twitter.
Yeah, so I love this guy's so full. So all the years of the left doing, whatever censory stuff they want on Twitter, and they're saying it's a private platform, they can do whatever they want. And now he's like, no, we need to go to we need policy now. How dare Elon ban a journalist for doing something that they knew they shouldn't be doing?
Journalists should be held to a higher standard. Like, journalists should not be doxing people.
No,
they know they don't. They won't even mention. Look, when they say unnamed sources, that's because they don't want to dox their sources.
Right.
like battle stations? Because you've often said that social media is kind of incompatible with the informed electorate that one needs to preserve democracy. So one might glean some days that you're kind of down on Twitter and Facebook and the things that they've done. Why do we need to bother to fight for this? Would it matter? I thought to myself last night, I don't know why, I suspected I might get suspended from Twitter. And I thought, I don't know if I'd care all that much. I'd miss the people I interact with on Twitter, but does it matter?
So you didn't know this, but Velshi was best friends with every single reporter, quote unquote reporter, that was banned from Twitter. So he was just sitting there all alone. He had no one to talk to. He's like, I miss all my good friends.
They were his,
that I've never talked to and didn't know before.
They were his crew.
Yes.
The ElonJet account followers.
The ElonJet crew. We had a special name. We called ourselves the Jet Setters.
Yeah.
We had a special name. We had jackets and everything.
We all complained about Elon Musk in DM rooms together. It was magical.
And now we have to go to Discord.
Just imagine them on Discord. That'd
I know.
Great. Discord, they'd never figure it out. God, it took me forever to figure it out.
That's true. That's a good point.
I'm still learning.
They'd be very confused.
I think there are a couple of things we need to understand. We have tried over the past 10 years to run an experiment with highly centralized communications on the internet. Because remember, the decade from 2000 to 2010 was largely about much smaller spaces, often with volunteers doing the moderation to protect whatever culture that group was trying to maintain. We then had a small group of companies led by Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and a few others who created giant global products. And in these things, there were no guardrails. There were no safety nets. And the moderation was consciously done centrally.
It's just like the Matrix. If you unplug yourself from Twitter, you die.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Yeah. No guardrails. This is a very unsafe area.
Because the reality of these things is that hate speech, disinformation, and conspiracy theories, those things are actually great for their business. The more inflamed the discussion, the more valuable, the more engaging the site is. And so these companies wanted to pretend like they were protecting.
Okay, so this fucking guy, this Jagoff is like, we need to have the government come in. They need to regulate hate speech and conspiracy theories being on Twitter.
Yeah.
But you got to protect the journalists that are posting links to show where ElonJet's plane is landing. That's what's important to protect.
Yeah.
But all this hate speech and conspiracies, get rid of it all. Take it all off.
Yeah. Doxing is hate speech. I mean, it is. It totally is. I mean, if you're going to define anything as hate speech.
Sure.
Well, I mean, it's even, I
wouldn't say it's, I don't think it's hate speech, but it's not good.
It's like stalking, threat. It's like physical threats.
Well, it's done. I would say it's done. What is the point of it?
Look, if I say, look, I know where you live. What am I saying?
The point of it is to intimidate someone.
Yeah.
That is the point of it. Yeah.
It's
which is what Phil was saying.
intimidation.
Right. And that is exactly the point of doing it. 100%.
Yeah. But he's cool with that.
Yeah,
He's
that's
like,
fine.
That's just, it's so journalists need to physically intimidate billionaires. That's what we do.
We're speaking truth to power.
Yeah.
People, when it
P plus PP equals D, remember? PP equals D.
I don't know how you can forget that. It's so simple.
In fact, they were doing just the opposite. And I think the thing we have to look at with Musk is he's taken that to a new extreme. He's not pretending to be fair and balanced. He's not pretending to respect the rights of others. And we shouldn't.
What the fuck? He's not pretending to respect the rights of others. To dox people. Jeez.
Not afford to him the attention he is craving here. We should recognize.
Oh, it's all about the attention. Just got to get the attention.
Wait, yeah, literally banning people for posting a location of your private plane. Isn't that the opposite of wanting attention? You're saying you don't want attention.
Yeah. No attention, please.
Yeah, exactly. Like, don't look at me.
I said, you know what? It's probably time to move away from centralized squares and go back to highly distributed ones where, you know, you have a chance to have trust, where you have a chance to have civil discussions where things can get exchanged. The most important thing, Ollie, and this
their idea of civil discussion is you agree with me.
No, but this person is too old or too stupid to have this conversation.
I know. I was thinking
We need to go away from centralized squares back to like individual distributed ones. Okay, do you understand that the entire fucking point of social media is that you need to have everyone together so that they can communicate. Like it literally cannot function unless it's a centralized thing. Like what is he like? What the fuck is he talking about?
Oh yeah, you gotta have like a centralized platform,
right?
Like,
unless you're gonna have
like
a bunch of
1,000 Twitters,
right?
where no one can find each other and have any kind of dialogue.
How would that even work? Because you could say, okay, even if you could imagine some mystical.
I'm on Twitter 5. Well, I'm on Twitter 18.
Right. Even if you can imagine some mystical, magnanimous groups of individuals all across the country. Say they all made their own individual Twitters. Okay. So it's decentralized, right?
I love
How is that going to work? And say that they all, because they're so magnanimous, they're so not driven by profit, that they make it so all these individually run and operated Twitters can all communicate with each other. Okay, so they're all, you know, right.
What's the
So say that
policy between them?
How is the policy going to work? Because on one person's Twitter, you're going to say, well, it's illegal or not allowed to post X. But then they communicate with someone where that person can post those things. How's that even going to work?
It's not going to work.
Oh, it's not going to work because it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's a stupid idea. This guy doesn't know what he's fucking talking about.
You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb here. And I'm going to say we're going to find this guy on pedo Twitter. What do you think? I'm thinking Mr. Whispers here. I'm thinking
Mr. Whispers. I like it.
I'm thinking he's got his own mind for what kind of decentralized Twitter he wants.
You're right.
To be.
Mr. Whispers.
Look, they don't allow that kind of stuff, Mr. Whispers, on Twitter either. So you better be careful.
This guy wrote a book about Facebook. It has to be stupid, right?
I don't know.
Like Roger McName.
Let's look it up. Let's look it up on Audible and do the 1, 2, 3 on the sample. Come on.
No.
It turned out great last time. It's got to be amazing.
It did, but that could have been a fluke. So
I'm telling you, every time you listen to one of these crazy people, the sample is just like off the charts insane. Because they got to pull in the wokesters. They're like, look, this book is super woke.
Here's what it says on Amazon. It says, if you had told Roger McNam 3 years ago he would soon be devoted himself to stopping Facebook from destroying our democracy, he would have howled with laughter. But here we are.
Ouch. What was his name? What's the book?
Zucked.
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 Is that like a fucked thing?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I found it. Go to Zucked. Just do a 1, 2, 3. Come on, it'll be great.
Okay, let me find this.
Waking up the Facebook catastrophe. If it sucks, if it blows, we'll just we'll abort mission.
We'll abort.
This book is from February 2019. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Of the same. This is a story about trust. Technology platforms, including Facebook and Google, are the beneficiaries of trust and goodwill accumulated over 50 years by earlier generations of technology companies. They have taken advantage of our trust.
Okay, this is too boring. I can't take it. Are you still going?
It's boring. No, it's boring. Well, here's interesting.
Mr. Whispers is boring. I couldn't imagine this book even being entertaining for woke value.
This is interesting.
New York Times bestseller. What? Oh, go ahead.
So apparently I think he mentored Mark Zuckerberg. So maybe he's just maybe this is some sour grapes.
Oh, it really?
He's an esteemed venture capitalist, according to himself. Wait. Wait, what is? Oh, okay, yeah, no. I thought he wrote the article. No, someone wrote the article. He's an esteemed venture capitalist who supposedly helped Mark Zuckerberg, and he says mentored him. So maybe he feels like Zuckerberg zucked him. He's like, now this is like revenge.
I like this review here on Mr. Whispers. Important story made almost unbearable. This is an interesting and important story, and the author certainly has the credentials and inside knowledge to make the story believable and relevant. But Audible should rethink allowing authors to read their own work. I have attempted to listen to several books read by the author and found the experience trying at very best. Yeah, that's true.
That's good. The worst performance, unbearable.
Everything. Yeah, totally.
Just read it. The reading style is terrible. The worst ever. Audible should control this better.
Yeah. Oof. Mr. Whispers.
Come on, Mr. Whispers. I mean, if he went by the name Mr. Whispers, but
he's competing for a job on NPR right now.
Someone says, I have an extensive Audible library, but I've never taken the time to write a review until reading this book. Zuck had great potential, but was ruined by overt liberal bias throughout. The author, as an early advisor to Facebook and well-connected in Silicon Valley, is well qualified to cover the topic. Here we learn about the myriad ways Facebook works to maximize ad revenue at the expense of the social good, including filter bubbles, where what we see is guided by our biases. Unfortunately, the author apparently lives with his own filter bubble, where it must be completely obvious that Russia changed the outcome of the 2016 election.
It's a Russiagate book. Holy shit.
Because Hillary lost. Wow. Now, is that what happened? Hillary lost and he woke up to the Facebook evils. And when providing a list of pejorative terms used to describe the public perception of Twitter, the word Trump was considered pejorative. It was comforting to note the author felt that the 2018 midterms were not interfered with, presumably because the Democrats did fairly well. His over-the-top admiration for George Soros and Nancy Pelosi also gave me a bit of nausea. As a result, I found myself questioning many of the premises presented as obvious truths since there was little evidence to back them up. This is unfortunate as the book brings to light some critical issues as our time regarding the power of Facebook, Google, and Amazon and the need to rein in their control of the marketplace.
Yeah, that's what sucks most. Right now we need unbiased journalism more than ever. We really do.
Yeah. Yep.
'Cause shit's happening.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's hilarious. If really that's what I wonder if that's what happened. He's like, Hillary Clinton lost, and he's like, oh no, Facebook is evil now.
Well, that's what they, I think we covered the meeting with Google where they were like, oh, we're responsible. Trump is president now.
That was pretty funny, yeah.
We could have totally monkeyed with the search engine results and changed it, and we didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is the thing that NBC and every other journalistic organization needs to understand. You cannot back down to this guy. I mean, there is a situation inside NBC with the extraordinary reporter, Ben Collins, who has been temporarily suspended from NBC for comments he made on Twitter about Elon Musk.
They suspended.
He tweeted out the link.
But no, wasn't Ben Collins the guy that got suspended from... You said some reporter actually got suspended because he was just too partisan. That's not Ben Collins?
What?
Ben Collins didn't get... He said...
See, with the extraordinary reporter, Ben Collins, who has been temporarily suspended from NBC for...
Temporarily suspended from NBC. Not from
Twitter.
Twitter.
He misspoke. He meant from Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
comments he made on Twitter about Elon Musk. And journalistic organizations cannot be intimidated. This is no different than the Pentagon Papers. This is no different than Watergate. It's a different kind of attack, but the scope is the same. And
is this the guy? Wait, is this the guy? So I always hear Scott Adams talk about it's the same as it's no different than Watergate guy. I've heard him mention this guy a million times. He never says the guy's actual name. Is this that guy?
The dipshit Watergate guy? Maybe.
Everything is worse as Watergate. I can't believe this is the same as Water. Is he fucking for real? What the fuck? Like okay, wait a minute. The president had people break into the physical location of his opponent's campaign to try to steal documents and then try to cover it up. And he thinks that's the same as banning people for violating the policy of posting the docs of your fucking jet on Twitter.
Yeah, he's high.
What the fuck? Bro. You need to calm down.
Yeah. He needs
And Ben
to
Collins
chill.
did. Yeah, he does. And Ben Collins did tweet out the link. They all did. This is why this is so frustrating. They all tweeted out the link.
It was all a big game to them.
I know.
Tell us we can't dox your jet. We'll show you. Neener,
I don't know what
neener.
happened.
It's just
Not
funny
only that-
because it is all very childish.
Ben Collins also tweeted out Keith Olbermann's tweet. Where he told everyone to retweet the thing.
Ben Collins did?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
It's so ridiculous.
NBC now has to recognize all journalists.
What?
I thought you tweeted out something about some guy who got fired from Washington Post or something because he was just too partisan.
I
but-
tweeted out someone fired from Washington Post
or some newspaper, but
recently.
I don't know. Maybe I was drunk.
You probably were. I tweeted out that there are people that were saying, so the New York Times had a crossword puzzle that
Oh, I
people
saw that.
had the it has like a swastika. It's not like it's a swastika, but it's not a swastika. Like has other things on it in the crossword puzzle, and people were like, "Oh, it's intentional," and I'm like, I really don't think this is intentional. But
You don't think it's intentional?
no,
That was totally intentional.
I don't think it was intentional.
Kanye was in charge of that crossword puzzle. What?
Journalistic organizations have to understand that they have to protect their people in this moment. That what Ben Collins did is not only legitimate journalism, it was essential journalism. And I stand with Ben Collins and every other journalist who is trying to do their job in the face of this unrelenting assault, not just on the First Amendment, but unrelenting assault on democracy. This is our one chance, and we've got to get it right.
Guys,
well, as you know, Ben and you and I often appear together having these conversations about Twitter.
And there is no one better on these topics than Ben. And the thing is, what he did was completely standard inside Twitter.
It was completely standard to tweet out the link to the thing that you were not supposed to tweet out anymore. That was completely standard. Yes.
Roger, thank you for the work you do. And of course, thanks to my colleague Ben Collins for the reporting that he's been doing on this as well. Coming up today, Russia.
There you go.
I found a picture of Roger on his music page.
Oh, he makes music too?
Yeah, of course. Come on, this guy's got hippie written all over him.
He does, yeah. Mr. Whispers. Mr. Whispers worse than Watergate.
You gotta understand, democracy is under fire here, okay? We're all gonna die soon.
Oh my
God. There's even better pictures. Oh shit. Oh shit.
It's worse than Watergate.
The tech investor with the band.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, you're gonna love this one.
Oh no.
There you go. Here it is.
Oh no.
Mr. Whispers. Look, he's got his pajamas on. You know this guy followed the Grateful Dead for like 3/4 of his life.
Mm-hmm.
Is that wrong? I mean, I feel like he could. When did all these freedom-loving hippies become all against freedom?
As soon as they thought they won.
I guess you're right.
Yep. Everyone's in favor of freedom when they need it.
Mm-hmm.
And as soon as they don't need it anymore, they're like, freedom? What's that?
Yeah, no doubt.
Freedom's for the losers.
Freedom? You guys don't need this is democracy.
Insensitive for $20 says Ben Collins is also suspended from his journalist job. He was also found out to be donating to Keffels. He's about as unethical as it gets. Oh, that was the guy that was potentially donating to Keffels? Interesting.
Oh, this was her secret investor?
I think he denied the accusation.
Oh, it was Ben Collins. I remember. I heard it was a different Ben Collins, though.
Well, he says it was, not him. But
Roger does a stream here on YouTube, a Saturday stream. I think we might have to.
I might have to check it out.
I think we might have to stream.
We might have to watch him whisper his way through a stream. I don't know if you know this, Adam, but Elon Musk, he put mayonnaise on his fries, and it was worse than Watergate.
I mean, mayonnaise on fries are pretty delicious, so I don't know if I'd call
It's
that
worse
worse.
than. We need to. There needs to be a full-on investigation to prevent this tyranny, Adam. This is worse than Watergate. This is worse than 9/11. And if 9/11 and Pearl Harbor had a baby, Elon Musk would be that baby.
Look, can we follow Roger around the internet? I mean, it seems like if he's cool with doxing and everything, he shouldn't mind if we're like brigading his stream, right?
Right.
Come on. Live a little.
So
Live
okay,
a little
here we
bit.
Go. So thank you, Insensitive. So he was suspended from so the guy they're talking about, Ben Collins, the guy he was blowing smoke up his ass, was suspended by NBC for mocking Elon Musk on Twitter. It's a New York Post article. It says NBC News has indefinitely barred tech reporter Ben Collins from covering Elon Musk and Twitter.
Yeah. You didn't post that? Somebody else posted it because I was like, hilarious. This guy's so fucking biased that his actual boss said, fuck off. You can't do this anymore. Yeah, they
stop.
Fully put him in a timeout. And you have all these sycophants on MSNBC talking about, oh, he's Ben Collins, a national treasure. What are you talking about? Ben Collins, the biased journalist that even NBC recognizes there's a problem.
I know. How bad is that?
I know.
Collins was told earlier this month by higher-ups at 30 Rock that his tweets blasting Elon Musk were not editorially appropriate.
Yeah.
According to the news site Semaphore. I'll click and see if they have the actual ones. I'm curious what he said.
Yeah.
Collins has been yanked off the air from NBC and MSNBC, but remains on staff. He has been actively tweeting and retweeting the latest developments related to Musk's controversial decision to ban. So I guess he's not listening to his bosses.
Yeah, he's pissed. He's like, Elon got me fired.
Right.
Rage tweet.
A source
Look, here's his jet. Get him.
A source close to the situation told the Post that Collins, who has more than 100,000 Twitter followers, was repeatedly warned by management at NBC News over his opinionated tweets about Musk.
This is hilarious.
The source said Collins was reminded of the company's journalistic guidelines. So that's the problem. See, this is the issue. He works for NBC, not MSNBC. If he worked for MSNBC, they'd probably be like, yeah, go fucking crazy.
They would love it. Yeah, of course.
The source said Collins.
God.
I know. He was reminded of the company's journalistic guidelines that bars reporters from expressing their personal views on topics they are assigned to cover. Well, at least I'm glad NBC apparently has this going for them.
NBC.
This is
as biased as can be.
I know. While Collins is sidelined, he will not be permitted to report on Twitter or Musk across NBC platforms, including over-the-air cable news outlet MSNBC and NBC News online site and social media handles, the source told the Post.
Yeah, where's all the reporting on this?
Let's see. Do they say what he... So he made fun of Elon for not knowing that James Baker was working for Twitter until later. Okay. That's not too bad. Wow. What did he say, though? What are the tweets? What are the tweets, guys? What are the evil tweets he said? Well, anyway, it's funny that if his own boss said what he did was so egregious, they're suspending him. And this guy's like, oh, he's just an American hero. He's just an American hero.
Yeah.
He's single-handedly stopping Elon Musk from enacting another 9/11.
Yeah.
Like, okay, buddy.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
We're in real danger here.
Yes.
We need to get Ben Collins back out there tweeting. Someone has to reply to Elon Musk. Someone has to do it. I'm busy with my band, okay? I got a big crop of indoor weed going. That's almost near harvest. I don't have time for this. Someone has to speak truth to power. Look, Ben Collins is almost unemployed. He has plenty of time to do it. Oh, no.
So this...
oh, no.
This video, Aaron Rupert put this on his own YouTube page.
I know. I saw that. I was like, what?
So this is how much Aaron likes this piece.
Breaking overnight, Elon Musk reinstating the Twitter accounts of most of the journalists he had just suspended on Thursday. In typical Musk fashion, he relied on the results of a Twitter poll that asked whether he should bring back the
hates democracy, threat to democracy.
Journalists.
Don't you like Chris Hayes is going on like, this is what happens when you have a madman in charge who doesn't listen to anyone, who just does whatever he wants. Meanwhile, Elon Musk listened to a random Twitter poll that decided whether to bring these people back or not.
I know. It's hilarious. There's like 7 million people in the poll.
I know.
It's like,
it's literally the fucking opposite. It's literally the opposite of that whole tirade that Chris Hayes went on.
Did 7 million people vote in Florida? I don't even know. It's like some of these small states, they didn't have 7 million people.
Of course.
Claims revealed his location, and the people said yes. In reality, some of the banned journalists had simply tweeted links to the account at ElonJet that shared publicly available information on the location.
In reality, they did the very thing he said they were doing.
Yeah. I just
listen to that.
Yes. In reality, some of the banned journalists had simply tweeted links to the account at ElonJet that shared publicly available information.
In reality, they just did the very thing that they were accused of doing.
Yeah. I just don't like that publicly available is like,
not true.
That's basically saying no big deal.
Right.
Like in reality, they just tweeted no big deal information.
Well, as I said, if I followed you around whenever you were in public and only in public, and I followed you around and I put your location everywhere,
like the paparazzi,
like the paparazzi do to some celebrity, is that? I guess is that publicly available information? I guess technically it is.
I'd punch you in the face, man. I would be like, no, you're not going to do that anymore. You're not.
I don't understand. To me, and this has always been my position. I don't think that just because you're a celebrity. It's because you star in a movie means that suddenly you have to give up your privacy. I don't think any of that paparazzi shit should be legal, and I don't understand how it is legal. Doesn't make any sense.
Well, the reason it's legal is because people know that they get like a lot of perks from being famous, so they want to harass them a little.
I think that those rules should only apply to politicians because they're public servants. So if you want to go photograph politicians and hassle them like paparazzi, I think that's fine. But I think that should be part of the job of being a public servant. I don't think that just because you star in a movie or something or you're an athlete, you suddenly give up your right to privacy to exist in the normal world. But
yeah. I mean, I understand the moral intuitions behind it. It's
location
like,
of Musk.
Is that what? It's just jealousy.
It is. It's driven by jealousy. Of course.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah. He's
this
got
whole
it good enough.
Thing is driven by you have a private jet? Fuck that guy.
Yeah, essentially. You're probably right.
Yeah.
Well, it's all, what is it, Adam? What is it?
Yeah.
It's PP equals D, baby.
PP equals D, huh? Private plane equals doxing.
There you go. Look, it works on multiple levels.
That wasn't what you said?
No, it's power plus privilege equals doxing.
Oh. Private plane's easier.
There you go. See, it works on multiple levels.
Private plane equals doxing.
You got multiple PPs equal multiple Ds, okay?
Of course.
At the end of the day, Adam, all the PPs equal D.
It's private jet. The self-proclaimed free speech absolutist said back in April that he hopes his worst critics stay on Twitter because that's what free speech means. Just 8 months later, we have Musk himself doing the censoring in a stunning display of hypocrisy. He even made it impossible for users.
And a stunning display. So how is it hypocritical? What is explain it? Explain it, lady. What is hypocritical about it?
Wormy's upset, so I'm just like yelling
To
at him.
tweet out links to Mastodon, Twitter's emerging competitor. And how's this for irony? Musk recently employed some right-leaning journalists to expose what he claimed were efforts by the company's previous owners to censor conservative views.
Liar! Do you like that? She just called Barry Weiss. She's called fucking Barry Weiss and Matt Taibbi right-leaning.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Man, you should look up that Slate article. It's so bad.
They're
They
both pretty
claim to be left leaning, but you
they're
can't
both pretty
tell.
left leaning. Fuck, like,
look, if they don't, if they don't do what we want them to do, then we don't call them left leaning anymore.
I know.
Gotta understand.
No, right leaning journalists. They dare go against our narrative. But this is exactly what you said. The lens in which people view the world primarily is just tribalism.
Yeah.
So if you're against the tribe, well, then you must be with the other tribe.
Of course. Yeah. You're not using the proper epistemology. We all agreed we were going to lie together in more ways than one.
Is now calling out Musk for ruling on, quote, whims and biases. Some Fox and Friends hosts.
Oh, no. At 2 Barry.
So this tweet's it. So I said, so a lot of people like this tweet. A lot of people, most people liked it. A couple people had a problem with it. With what I said, which is I said, whether you agree or disagree with Barry, which by the way, I do disagree with what you said here. But,
sure you did.
But whether you agree or disagree with her, you got to give her props. She's not afraid. She's not this is what you want from your journalist. You want your journalist to not be afraid of the hand that feeds. And I give her mad props for, Elon is giving her Twitter file stuff. So I give her mad props for basically not it would have been very easy for her to essentially just cowtail to him.
Did you hear how the story ends?
No. How's the story end?
Elon
Did he kick her off the Twitter files?
No, he unfollowed her.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know if she's going to get any more access to the Twitter files.
Well, it was actually Elon's response to this, I thought, was pretty sad.
You're just a virtue signaler.
Yeah, he said he was virtue signaling. I was like, oh my God, that's so lame.
Know.
Like, okay.
I'm glad Phil filled us in about the children aspect of it, because maybe that adds a little bit to the, because I do think
the trans kid thing.
Yeah, I think his behavior is a little manic. It seems.
I mean, it does seem manic, but I don't know. I would be hard pressed to believe him buying Twitter has anything to do with that. But I guess
didn't want.
It's possible.
As soon as he realized he was overpaying, he didn't want. He didn't want to buy it.
Yeah.
Some Fox and Friends hosts, along with conservative pundit Ben Shapiro, are also questioning Musk's recent moves. Joining me now is one of the independent journalists whose Twitter account was suspended, and he's a friend. Aaron.
Look how sad he is at his Twitter account. Look, democracy is canceled, and Aaron Rupart's sitting there with a big fucking shit-eating grin on his face.
Look, I'm famous.
Democracy is canceled. This is so bad. Can't you tell by the fact that I look so distraught?
Holy shit.
Aaron Rupar. Aaron, good morning. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us. First, I want to get your reaction to the news that Musk reinstated you overnight, as well as some, if not most, or if not all, frankly, of the accounts that he has suspended.
Yeah, I'm really glad to be back. I ended up being suspended for a little over a day, and the amount of support and well wishes I received was really overwhelming and kind of affirming of just how great my Twitter community is. It did prompt me to get busy on post news. So that's one silver lining from this, is that I'm trying to branch out and get on different platforms, because as we're seeing now with Elon Musk running Twitter, we can't really rely on the platform at this point to have transparent rules or to have processes that make sense when things like this happen. I was heartened that the poll.
What didn't make sense about this?
Yeah, what was not transparent?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like, you don't tweet out the doxing link and you're good. It's that simple. I mean,
turned
it
out
seems
such a
transparent to me.
It seems pretty straightforward. It's pretty easy to understand. And again, if they don't like that policy, make an argument. None of these fucking guys, not a single one of them that I've ever heard has actually made an argument for why that should be allowed on Twitter.
I mean, I think he should test it out. He should tweet the link out a couple more times and just see if it see if
it's really bad. Yeah.
Well, he could do some really incendiary tweet at Elon Musk. It's really mean, and then wait a day and then tweet the link out and see which one gets him banned.
Well, then Elon only got rid of him because he tweeted the link, so that's the only reason.
Sure.
Way where we were all reinstated, or at least most of us. I know that there's some who haven't been reinstated yet, because usually when Musk runs those polls, they seem to turn out the way that he wants them to turn out. So when
he rigged the voting. Oh, okay. I mean, the vote went in our favor, but he generally rigs the voting, right?
Did he rig the one about stepping down, I wonder?
There you go.
Was that rigged?
It's so funny. Like, Elon does a Twitter poll. It doesn't go in the way he wants, so it's rigged. But when it goes against when it goes in favor of him, oh no, that's the time it was truthful.
It's just like regular voting.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Listen, I think Aaron Rupar should be banned off Twitter for engaging in voting fraud. Okay. By daring to call into question the validity of Elon Musk's Twitter poll.
I wanted to tweet out the fraud thing, with Elon's thing, but
Elon, we need to count the votes.
I resisted. Okay. The fraud
That's what happened
with the vote jumping up, the fraud meme. I like that meme.
Listen, yeah, you're gonna post a picture and say this was the votes for no. Elon should remain as CEO before 3 a.m. But then after 3 a.m.
Look at this.
Oh my God! Look at all these yes votes. They just jumped up all of a sudden.
He was dying from the beginning on that poll.
Yeah, he was.
I was like, "Stop it, Elon! I want my Tesla stock to go back up again. Please stop tweeting."
he initially ran up on, I think it was Thursday evening, asking how long we should be suspended. And one of the options was for longer. Didn't say exactly what that meant. I was worried that that option would end up winning. But even though the polls usually turn out the way that he wants it.
That's the one I voted for, longer. But I was thinking forever when I clicked it.
To turn out, it ended up that people wanted us to be reinstated. And so I'm happy to be back.
You know what, Aaron, let's be clear, right? There's terms of service for different platforms. You didn't get any notice that you had violated any of those terms. And frankly, it was just literally the flick of a switch. And it was done arbitrarily and capriciously, as it seems, by Elon Musk. Have you gone back to try to look at the breadcrumbs to see what you did to be able to merit this, if at all?
So again, does she know what the word arbitrary means?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, obviously not.
Yeah. Arbitrary means, without reason, seemingly at random, right?
Yeah.
If he posted the link to the thing you're not supposed to post, that's the exact opposite of arbitrary. That's very directed. That's very specific.
That's on purpose.
Yes. It was arbitrary. We don't know. I could never have foreseen. Someone said to me, they said, Rupar, if you take one step forward, I'm going to kick you right in the dick.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at that gentleman square in the eye and I said, what? And then I stepped forward and he kicked me right in the dick. And I thought I could never have foreseen this circumstance happening to me. It was just a complete shock.
You should have whispered it to him so he couldn't hear you.
You should have said, Aaron, it's going to be worse than Watergate. Okay.
Exactly. That's right. You know the opposite of arbitrary? You know the word that means the opposite of arbitrary? I looked it
intentional? On purpose?
That would be good. Non-arbitrary.
Non-arbitrary? Yeah.
Intentional, I think, is better, though.
Yeah, it took a few hours to piece it together after I had been suspended, and it actually took some help from reporters who had been reporting on the story to get to the bottom of why we were suspended. And, I think there were a couple things that all of us had in common. One is that we had shared a link to the ElonJet page on Facebook.
Mm-hmm. Look, he gets it. It's so simple.
I think one of the things that got us in trouble is we did the very thing we were supposed to do. I don't know. Could be case closed at that point. Shocking, really.
But that was the publicly available data.
I had actually shared a tweet with that information on Wednesday morning when the Twitter account for ElonJet was banned. And so I was just sharing that link as kind of a bit of news reporting to pass along to my followers.
Oh, yes.
Just a bit of news reporting.
Just a bit of reporting. Oh, listen. I'm not saying fuck you, Elon Musk, when I post this link here. I'm just saying fuck you, Elon Musk, as I post this link here.
Just a bit of news reporting to my.
There's a bit of reporting, yeah.
My 250,000 Elon Musk hating followers.
Listen, if I give you the middle finger and you say, why are you flicking me off? And you say, listen, I'm just reporting that I'm flicking you off, okay? I'm just reporting that me is flicking you off. You're like, what the fuck, dude? And if I just went up to you and I called your wife a cunt, and you said, what the fuck? Why did you call my wife that? And you said, listen, I'm just reporting that I called your wife a cunt. Okay, you can't be offended. I'm just reporting on what I did to you. Yeah. It's totally different. It's a totally different thing. Those are your magic words.
News reporting.
Yeah. Whenever you insult someone or you piss them off, you just say, listen, I'm just reporting on the fact that I'm doing this thing. So it's totally different action.
Yeah. Non-capricious.
If I shoot someone in the face, I'm not liable. I'm not responsible for murder. I'm just reporting that I shot them in the face. It's completely different. It's a different action. I'm just a reporter. I'm a journalist.
Yeah.
Is that, hey, this account might be dead on Twitter, but if you want to follow it on Facebook, here it is. So we'd all done that. But then the second thing we all had in common was that we had all been critical in one way or another of Elon Musk. And so it seemed like kind of a convenient pretext.
No, it was a conspiracy. Oh, this is a convenient pretext. We did the very thing we were supposed to do. But no, it's clearly because we're insulting Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Was there any journalist that was neutral or pro Elon Musk that tweeted out the link and then was not banned?
I don't know.
Wouldn't that be you need to have that as evidence, Aaron?
They wouldn't be on this list, though.
No? Okay.
They'd be like, yeah, they should have they should have Ben Shapiro tweet the link out and see what happens. See if he gets banned. Why would he do that,
these journalists.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, it's all the people that tweeted out are people that are shitty to Elon Musk.
Yeah. They're all Elon Musk haters, basically.
They're all Elon Musk haters. And then they say, well, is it a coincidence that he banned only Elon Musk haters? Well, no, because only Elon Musk haters were the people that tweeted this thing out in the first place.
Is it a coincidence that it's only Elon Musk haters that tweeted out the fuck you? No, I don't think that's a coincidence either.
That makes sense logically.
Are in danger, so we're going to ban them. Even though I don't think there's really any merit to that. But, I think what this will end up doing, which is unfortunate, is have a chilling effect on coverage of Elon Musk, because now, if I'm in a position to either publish a newsletter or a tweet that is looking at him harshly, I have to think twice and wonder if he can manipulate the terms of service kind of on the fly to come up with the reason to ban me.
Aaron, it's now clear, though, that if you're an avid Twitter user like me and you want to avoid suspension, kind of seems like they're trying to send you a message, right? You better not run afoul of Elon Musk. Do you have a concern that this is going to make you more cautious about choosing whether to even report on Elon Musk or Twitter? I mean, it sounds like a potentially chilling effect.
Yeah, and I think that is something that, is probably part of the goal here, is to have that chilling effect. And it'll definitely make me think twice about taking little pot shots at him, because it's not really worth the cost. I mean, I've spent a decade building a huge following on Twitter of nearly 800,000 people, and I'm grateful for all of them.
Oh, well, then it worked, right?
Does anyone for a second think Aaron Rupar is going to change his behavior because of this?
Maybe, I don't know.
Even though he said, it's funny, he admitted he's taking pot shots at Elon.
Yeah, I know. He literally said that, but.
Right. No, he's not going to. Are you kidding me? This is the best thing that ever happened. If he gets banned on Twitter again, he's going to be doing backflips. He wants it. This helps him. This helps his career. I was silenced. I was oppressed. Where were you on Bloody Thursday? I was playing with my child. Where were you?
I'm looking up Katie Fang. The Katie Fang Show.
But as an independent journalist, that's my professional currency. And so being cut off from that audience not only was just kind of frustrating, and annoying in terms of my workflow, but really, endangers my...
God.
Frustrating in terms of my workflow.
My
You gotta
work.
understand. Listen, I stay on Twitter all day long. Look, I'm pot shots at Elon Musk. That is my workflow.
Essentially, that's technically.
Sort of interrupted my workflow.
Right.
Like getting no work done.
my livelihood in a certain way. So it's unfortunate that Elon
Oh,
Musk...
look at this. Look at this. Oh, it kind of fucked with my livelihood a bit. See, maybe he will think twice about it. Maybe there's no more pot shots at Elon. Maybe Elon solved the problem.
He's gonna double down on pot shots. Watch.
I'm gonna be looking now. Now I have to pay attention to the storyline. I want to know how long it takes. Is he back on now?
Yeah, he's back.
I'm gonna look.
Musk has that sort of power over me, and again, I'm trying to kind of branch out to different platforms that I
So
think will
this is
have
how
more.
afraid he is. He's so afraid that after coming back on Twitter, he immediately posts and retweets his Substack article called "The Upsides and Downsides of Angering One of the World's Richest Men," and circling a picture of him trending, his name trending. So there you go. That's how scared he is of attacking Elon Musk now.
Well, but I mean, that's not really attacking Elon.
Okay. Do you say so?
Well, I mean, is it?
I think it is.
Well, does he call Elon like a meanie or anything?
Well, let's see. I'll have to go through it.
I'm just saying, like, do we have any? I'm going to the tweets and replies. Let's see. How many of these replies are there to Elon Musk? Well, I guess Elon hasn't. Oh, right here. Suck it, Elon. You lost the vote.
There you go. There you go. You found it.
No, it doesn't say that. I wish. That would be awesome, but nah. Maybe he did learn his lesson. Because look, if you're going to jump in and take a pot shot at Elon Musk, that should I step down tweet is the one to do it on, is it not? I mean, let's be clear here. Don't you think? If you're if you're Aaron Rupar and you want to be a giant dick, I mean, you're retweeting that all the way. Like, look at this sucker.
CT said some people can't chat. I don't. I'll check. I didn't ban anybody.
Some people can't chat.
Some regular people.
I don't know.
And I mean, Adam didn't, unless some mod went crazy or something off stream, which I'm assuming didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, we have a bunch. I mean, I've seen mods trying people out and stuff that I'm like, I just don't necessarily know what's going on, so I don't really jump in. But who is it
today?
No, like last stream.
Right.
Just have them DM us and we'll look into it. Unless you want to bring like the whole show.
I see Elon Musk was banned from our chat. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Elon. Don't ban me from Twitter.
Really? Come on, we like Elon.
I'll hit to bring Elon Musk back. Allow him back on.
A lot of
our chat.
regulars are shadow banned or something. What? I don't know. Okay. There's been no like heavy ban hammering going on. I don't know.
Not from my end.
Yeah. Not for me either. I mean, I don't know.
I don't see any of the names you listed, CT, in the blocked user thing. So unless they have some problem with
and
YouTube specifically or something.
And the one that goes up on stream is like by default the top chat and not the live chat. So I mean, we could see them in the live chat, but they might not see their chat on the screen.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
You get what I'm saying?
I don't see
Hey, it says, "Hey dude, yeah, unban me." Well, I mean, I can see you, so obviously you're not banned. Ban me
like
now.
I don't see EquaShadox or
Yeah.
Or any of those, or Zero Fucks. I mean, I saw Zero Fucks earlier in the chat, so
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe there's something on their end or YouTube's end, but
Isn't Equal Shadox like a member?
he is. Yeah.
Yeah. There's no way. Come on.
So I don't know. I can't see Zero Fucks normal account even in live chat. I don't know. It's not from our end, so it's very
Zero Fucks? No, there's no way. Well, unless one of you guys banned him. Look.
No, I just looked through the list. I didn't.
Do we have to call the wrenches?
Nope.
Do we have a rogue mod on our hands?
Well, I would see it. Well, I would see it when it happened, and all the other mods would see when it happened. It would say like, so and so has banned so and so.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Not sure what's going on, but not on this end, not on our end. You'll have to see if they can talk in other people's chats. That'd be the way to test it.
And more rules rather than just what the owner wants them to be on a given day. But yeah, I mean, I think beyond my personal situation, as you mentioned, Katie, just that chilling effect, Lynette Lopez of Insider was suspended yesterday, and she is best known for having done some really hard-hitting. And that to me is almost a more chilling precedent than my situation, because at least there was some sort of pretext. Hey, these people shared this link to this Facebook page we don't like. In Lynette's case, it seemed like she was just suspended for doing fair and hard-hitting reporting on Elon Musk. And I think if that's the standard, then that's not a very sustainable or good standard for Twitter to have in terms of the terms.
Who's he talking about?
Liar.
Of service, fair, and because at least there was, I haven't seen many hours later any sort of explanation for why she was suspended yesterday. Wants them to be on a given day. But yeah, I mean, I think beyond my personal situation, as you mentioned, Katie, just that chilling effect. Lynette Lopez of Insider was suspended yesterday, and she is best known for having.
It also kind of reminds me, Aaron, of the Wizard of Oz. You pull the curtains back. There's the wizard that's there, that's controlling all the levers. There was supposed to be a content moderation council. I'm still looking for it at Twitter. Aaron Rupar, we are glad to have you back, though. I am one of your 800-something thousand followers, but all kidding aside, thanks for joining us this morning and for sharing your.
We're not gonna watch this. We're gonna watch just like the first 2 minutes of this.
No, show it.
This is Lynette Lopez.
I mean, crazy.
He just said, "I don't know why she was banned."
Based on the JFK assassination committee report is guessed. Now the EU is threatening sanctions. What is Elon Musk risking?
Oh, those sanctions are like insane.
The European Union has threatened Twitter with sanctions after the accounts of some high-profile journalists were abruptly suspended. The reporters had been covering Twitter and Elon Musk's acquisition of the platform. But according to Musk, their accounts were banned after they posted his, quote, exact real-time location. Musk maintains that he feared for his family's safety. NBC News has been unable to verify those allegations. EU Commissioner Yera Jourova called the suspensions worrying, saying there are red lines and sanctions soon. Joining me now is insider columnist Lynette Lopez and Politico Europe editor-at-large Nicholas Vinocourt. All right, Lynette, you just got suspended. Were you tweeting Elon Musk's real-time location?
I was not tweeting Elon's location. I was actually tweeting court documents from a lawsuit that he brought against one of my sources, where Elon conspires to dox critics, and also where his security team admits that they hacked, harassed, and stalked my source, including hacking his wife's email, looking at pictures of his kids. And I was putting up all these documents because...
So if this is, if any of this is true, obviously horrible stuff. If it's true, I don't know anything about any of these accusations.
Yeah, this is insane.
Right. If it's true. But keep listening.
As I was saying, Elon says he doesn't believe in doxing. He says he doesn't believe in stalking or posting someone's real life. Well, let me tell you, this guy has done a whole lot of doxing and stalking and harassment in his career.
So have you gotten any explanation for why you were suspended? Was there another person's information in there? Anything that you can think of that might have triggered this?
To be fair, I think that the court documents might have had Elon's 2018 email, this is a man who changes his email every couple of weeks.
Are these public court documents?
I don't know. Who would, who's to say? But
oh shit! Busted. She's like, oh, he likes to dox. She likes to dox. She's like ready to box. She's like, look, we're fucking all doxers here. Fuck you.
I love that reaction. Let's play it again.
Email, which is this is a man who changes his email every couple of weeks.
Court documents?
I don't know. Who, you know, who's to say? But
she looks into the camera.
Hey, I don't know who's to say. I don't know. Who's to say, Adam?
Look,
who's to say?
Public, private, you know, it's just, it is what it is. What a piece of work.
Say?
Here.
Who's
what a piece
to say?
Of work.
I mean, I don't know.
What is the purpose? What was the purpose of that?
I just thought it was like they're like, oh, why was she banned? No one knows why she was banned. Why was she banned? Well, I posted some, email address, some private email address they had. Well, that's public, right? No. I mean, who's to say if it's public?
So I guess you did post private information.
So okay.
Look, he changes his email account all the time. So
there you go. It's fine. It's totally
must
fine.
be the one he has all his bank information.
Yes. I bet you that EU lady that tweeted that it's just like total bullshit. Yeah, look at this. There's gonna be sanctions against Twitter for Jesus Christ. That would literally
Lance
EU
has
would be
been tweeting. Lance
EU would be a
tweeting
literal
that, like,
fucking joke for this. Like
Lance
if they're
has
like
been
we're
tweeting
gonna
that like mad.
I'm sure Lance is like salivating. He's probably got like a full on chub.
You violated every single EU regulation. You're in big trouble, Elon. Big trouble.
Yep. Literally nothing will happen.
I know. I'll be right back.
How dare. The Dark Conservatarian for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I'll have to go back and watch this all over again. For right now, here's some shekels for your hard work, guys. Thank you. And remember, S-Class is the best class. And Adam's okay too, I guess. Well, there you go. I'll read it back. When Adam. Insensitive for $5 says, Ben Collins has his own Kiwi Farms thread and it's well earned. Oh, let's check that out. Sammy G for $5 says, I can't say anything around you, Sammy. I can't say anything around you, Sammy. Sammy G for $5 says, PP equals D, potential name for the Sitch and Adam Doge. Thoughts? It works on multiple levels. Am I right? No. I can't say anything around you, Sammy. I can't say anything. I can't say innocuous sex jokes. Anything. No. Oh my God.
Look, that
Recluse.
was quick.
Thank you for being a free will seeker for 3 months. Recluse says, I got banned too. I went to another stream and he had the same issue. I checked with incognito private mode on both of you. It's probably YouTube. Oh, okay. I wonder if maybe YouTube's doing something to like, well, maybe I'm hoping it's just like a bug and not like YouTube is attacking your guys' individual accounts.
Yeah, that would suck.
The Dark Conservatarian Adam said that S-Class is the best class.
Unbelievable. I can't believe
They also said that you're okay too, I guess.
Oh, good. At least I'm okay.
There you go. You're okay too.
You should check out my new sweatshirt.
Oh no.
What? Look, I got a badass sweatshirt.
Are you wearing a did you go out and buy a $2,000?
No, I got the Kanye
look at you.
special.
Look at Nick Fuentes has entered into the stream.
I love these sweatshirts, and my wife got one for me and brought it home, and I was like, that sweatshirt looks extremely familiar to me. I was like, holy shit.
I mean,
that's
the way
Kanye blue.
The top of it kind of looks like a KKK hood too. It's got that little point.
Oh yeah, that's why I took it down.
Yes.
Don't look at that part.
Okay, Adam. Too late.
Kanye 2024, man.
Yeah, there you go. I knew it. Is it a coincidence Adam voted for Kanye in 2020? Now he's wearing a blue hood.
A blue hoodie. Come on, this is for Trayvon Martin.
So according to my Watch Together ad at the bottom, they've remade Interview with a Vampire and they're putting it on AMC. But why?
Yeah, that's a huge question.
I mean, I don't think it's dated. It's still pretty good. You can't really replace it. It's like fucking Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise. It's like the ultimate power couple of somewhat gay vampires. You can't replace Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise, vampire power couple. Okay, I'm sorry. Just not possible. Who's even in this? I don't know these people. I've never seen people in my life. Get them out of here. Not my interview with a vampire.
Of course.
Of course, they apparently... Oh my god, it's Grey Worm. What the fuck? They race swapped one of the vampires? Oh no. Which
Grey Worm?
They made Louis Grey Worm. That's so weird. I don't... Okay. I don't agree with this. I don't agree with this, but whatever. Anyways.
Tonight,
Sounds
Elon
like
Musk,
bad news.
multiple tech journalists from Twitter with no explanation. The suspensions come just hours
That's
after.
such a lie.
Do you
CNN, the most lying name in news. Jeez.
Do you feel like the weird smugness from this lady? I've never even seen this lady before.
For absolutely no reason.
No reason.
Multiple tech journalists from Twitter with no explanation.
With no explanation.
Durr.
The suspensions come just hours after Twitter shut down an account belonging to an emerging competitor, Mastodon. The ban includes the New York Times' Ryan Mack, the Washington Post's Drew Harwell, and
I love this. Like, we have to show you all the pictures of their saying account suspended.
Yeah,
Which
that's
they
how
didn't
you know
even.
it's bad news.
I know they didn't even take the screenshots themselves. Whoever made these graphic, look. See, look, we have dark mode.
the Washington Post's Drew Harwell.
We have night mode. It was the same. He just took screenshots from someone else.
Well, and our own CNN's
Nope, and then we have bright mode.
Tony O'Sullivan. Here with me to talk about all this, we have John Berman, also Tony O'Sullivan, and CNN's Oliver Dorsey. What did you do that was so bad, Tony?
We reported on Elon Musk. We were talking about formerly the world's richest man, world's second richest man.
It's a leprechaun.
Who runs Twitter. He has taken particular... he's been annoyed that there's been this account, which has been active for years now, which tracks the movements of his private jet.
Right, but you're not doing that. Why did you get banned?
So we reported how yesterday he shut that account down, and tonight we continue to report on it. He is claiming on social media that I and other journalists shared the precise live location of his jet, and therefore that's why he kicked us off, because we called...
So, okay, let's see if this guy lies. Because it sounds like, I don't remember exactly this clip, but I feel like this guy is just 100% going to lie to you. He's not going to say, we'll see, I could be proven wrong. Do you think this guy...
reporting the story.
You think he will? Because so far, he had an opportunity. She said, why were you banned? And he could say, well, I tweeted out the Facebook link to this account that was now banned or not allowed on Twitter. But he didn't say that.
No.
He didn't say that. He just lied. He said, well, I was just reporting on it.
I just did some reporting. I'm
Just
a
journalist.
reporter.
Yes.
was danger to him. Certainly, in my case, I didn't. We just posted stories about what was happening, him shutting down those accounts. But look, I think the bigger...
Oh, so there you go. What a liar. He had the opportunity, didn't say what he did.
Mm-hmm.
You could disagree with it. You can agree with it.
You know what you did.
Yeah.
Look,
she's totally innocent. Totally innocent. Totally innocent.
You know what you did.
And he's this big smile on his face.
Oh yeah, he's got duping delight right now.
Yes.
He's like, oh look,
yes.
I'm lying to everyone and getting away with it.
Yes. Well,
Everyone
leprechauns
will
are known
hate
for
Elon.
enjoying lying, but
yeah, of course.
issue here is, of course, this is supposed to be the guy who's the free speech absolutist, right?
Wait, are you saying that Elon Musk is saying something that isn't true?
I think that seems to be the case.
Well, I mean, it actually goes further than that, John. He was touting, freedom of speech as this beacon, that Twitter would be a beacon of that until it comes to anybody saying something about something he doesn't like.
There's a word for that.
Is it called hypocrisy?
It might be called hypocrisy. Yeah. Look, first of all, Elon Musk's understanding of freedom of speech has always been somewhat limited. There's no constitutional freedom of speech for a private company. Never has been, and as far.
Oh my God, these people.
I don't know if I can take this. Is like mega cringe. This is cringe off the
This is the worst
here.
one yet, yeah. This is just horrible. There's no freedom of speech for private companies. I'm a very smart individual.
I mean, this is all just. This is like the Karen panel right here.
Isn't it?
Oh my God! Did you hear what happened?
Look at his face. That is a great pause. Look at Donnie's face.
O'Sullivan.
Yeah, he's like trying to contain the amount of bullshit. It's like he's trying to prevent it from just spewing out of his entire body.
Donnie, you know what you did.
Donnie.
You know what you did.
Donnie don't know what he did.
I'm just reporting. What? I'm just an innocent reporter.
It's always bad when you hear on TV, like a journal. Well, I guess it said this guy's an actor. I don't know who this guy is. Some pundit talking. They're like literally giving the arguments you'd expect to hear from like a bunch of Facebook moms. Like you overhear like the Facebook moms that like just randomly out in public at like a cafe somewhere. You're expecting that level of argument. No, freedom of speech doesn't apply to private companies. These Republicards need to shut up.
As far as I know, there never will be. So his criticisms of Twitter from before were off base. It's his company. I mean, he can ban Donnie if he wants to. It's just wildly hypocritical.
Oliver, what is CNN going to do about this?
Well, I think this raises a big question about what the free press, what the future of the free press on Twitter looks like. You know, are news organizations going to stand by as the reporters are just, hastily banned without explanation? CNN is
okay.
saying it's going to reevaluate its relationship with Twitter based on the response it gets. I want to read you the.
Oh, sure. Does anyone believe for a second Twitter's going to like stop posting on CNN's going to stop posting on Twitter? Does anyone believe that for a literal second? No.
What?
No.
No, I didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I know you did. No, you did.
I keep feeling like I'm smelling something burning.
Are you having a stroke?
Maybe that's what it is. Could I be having a stroke on stream?
I hope not. Are you home alone?
Yeah, I am. Well, I mean, Wormy's here, so.
Wormy's not. If you have a stroke, Wormy's just gonna eat your eyes out, Adam. Wormy's not gonna help.
I've trained Wormy to dial 911, so we should be good.
Turn your camera on, so if you faint,
if anything happens, I'll be fine.
Right.
Turn my camera on?
Yeah. So if you faint,
I don't want
know.
everyone to see me pass out. Jeez.
Well, we need to be able to. We need to be aware so that we can call the police.
I mean, we have a smoke detector. So that would go off, right?
I thought you were going to say we have a stroke detector.
I don't know.
Are there any forest fires in here?
That's what I thought. I was like, sometimes every once in a while there's a fire, and all of a sudden it smells like a tire fire blows through.
Maybe someone's just like burned something outside.
I don't know. I'll be fine.
Huh? Turn your camera on.
No. No.
Stop being obstinate, Adam.
You turn your camera on. Look,
I'm not the one who's smelling smoke.
I've done the first 200 episodes. Now it's time for you to turn your
camera
camera
on. I see. Okay.
You can do the rest of the show. It's cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'll scream if I'm about to pass out.
Oh, thank you. That's just exactly how it works. I'm sure that's exactly how it works.
I'm not going to pass out. it's
okay.
For some reason, all of a sudden, there's an odd smell. I went and turned the heater off, and then I turned the fan on. So
okay,
that might help.
You have the heater on?
Yeah, it's fucking freezing.
What's the temperature like there?
I don't know, like 70.
Oh, it says it's 51.
I don't know.
Jeez, it's 51. That's actually like cool where you live.
That's the temperature there?
No, that's where you are, 51.
It's winter time now.
Yeah, you know where it is where I am?
70.
73 degrees, man.
That's so bitchin'.
That's not really. I'd prefer if it was 50.
To be honest with you.
51 is better than 73.
Let's see, New York. 32 degrees.
Oh, man.
Fuck that.
Terrible.
Yeah, you're right. 51 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Full statement,
Please.
Allison. It says, the impulsive and unjustified suspension of a number of reporters, including...
Is your arm feeling numb, Adam? Do you have any chest pains?
What?
Jesus Christ. Okay, I want everyone to know that when Adam dies on stream...
What? I'll just take a little nap here. I'll just chill for the rest of the stream.
There you go.
I'll be good.
I want everyone to know when Adam dies on stream, it's not my fault. Okay.
It is totally your fault.
No. I tried my best.
To what? To like finish the stream before I die?
to finish
Obviously
you off.
not.
To finish you off.
CNN's Daniel Sullivan is concerning but not surprising. And it goes on to say Twitter's increasing instability and volatility
You can't even read.
should be of incredible concern for everyone who uses Twitter. And then it goes on to say, we've asked Twitter for an explanation and we will reevaluate our relationship based on that response. And I think it's so important to point out that Twitter really needs...
That you understand that's a nothing complaint, right?
Of course.
That's like, yeah, if Twitter says, fuck you, we hate CNN, then okay, yeah, I guess based on the response. Shit. But Twitter says, hey, we said that you can't post this, and they posted it. Well, eat shit then, I guess.
Nobody is even contesting that.
I know.
They kind of are because they're saying, oh, it's publicly available data. Let's be real here.
I was just being a journalist.
Yeah.
This is just normal journalism.
They are arguing.
It really relies on news. I mean, that's what the kind of the lifeblood of
And
Twitter, current
journalists. I
events.
mean, they're all on Twitter.
And so if you see news organizations start to pull their reporters, pull their brand accounts, pull their content off of Twitter, that's going to be a real blow to the platform and make it less usable, I think, for the average person.
Doing my job here and to play devil.
There's no way that can happen.
Okay, so wait. He just said...
Impossible.
He just said... I want you to listen to what he just said. He said, I'm doing my job here. I'm going to play devil's advocate.
Okay.
Okay, I want you to give me on a scale of 0 to 100%. What are the chances that Daniel Leprechaun is going to actually correctly do a devil's advocate here?
Oh, yeah, 0%.
Okay.
He's going to do like a straw man.
Yes. Yeah,
Straw man
wow.
devil.
Did you see this clip already?
No, obviously. Look, this guy looks like a straw manner.
I can see the straw manners. He looks like one.
Yeah. He's getting ready to erect a huge straw man.
He's a squealer.
Against myself, I guess. Look, when Trump got suspended, everybody pointed out that was also, a concerning thing for many people, kicking off the then president of the United States, regardless of the circumstances.
Yeah.
But, I have a platform. I'm here talking to you on CNN. There are other social media platforms. The First Amendment, despite what Musk and a lot of his supporters say, does not actually apply to Twitter. I think what is more concerning here, though, is independent journalists, freelance journalists all around the world, many of whom are covering maybe abuses and ongoings at Musk's other companies, Tesla, SpaceX. Think about the chilling effect that might have because, as Oliver said, many journalists rely on Twitter to get their work out.
Where was the devil's advocate there?
Yeah, well, keep waiting. Devil's advocate what?
Devil's advocate was people said it was bad that Trump got banned from Twitter, I guess. That was the devil's advocate.
I mean, devil's advocate usually would be something along the lines of Elon has security risks that he's worried about, and he probably doesn't want real-time information that's
Mm-hmm.
not completely public.
Nope.
You know, that lives in this quasi-private area
Mm-mm.
you know, broadcast to the world. That might be a good devil's advocate.
Nope.
If Elon's the devil in this scenario, but I think the leprechaun is the devil in this scenario, so.
You're
Look,
right.
I
We
did
misunderstood when he
nothing wrong.
said when he said playing devil's advocate. He meant he was just going to keep defending himself because
Right,
he's the devil in
exactly.
the situation.
I
You're
didn't
right.
do anything. I was just reporting the news.
Okay, Ringo.
I was just reporting the news.
Oi, love. I was just reporting the news. Thank you.
There, particularly if they are independent freelancers.
But furthermore, one of the things that I think where the hypocrisy comes in is that a lot of people felt that hateful, vitriolic, violent speech shouldn't be allowed on there because of personal safety. Elon Musk doesn't want his personal safety violated. I mean, that's what it comes down to. He doesn't want people to know where he is. It's about personal safety and danger.
There you go. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Ooh.
What's the response?
She's like, oh. Look, I thought we were supposed to have a safe environment.
Right.
About him, he doesn't like it so much. Look, I said this before to you. Elon Musk is a very successful businessman. He's a rich guy. He's a rich guy
So the way he's going to address that is by to not address it.
who bought a media company, but because he bought a media company doesn't mean he understands a thing about the media business or about how this all works. And I think he's just proving that again and again and again.
And if I may, I think we should say that he is actively smearing people like Donny, saying that they effectively posted assassination
Donny.
coordinates on him for reporting
That's
on
his
this
name, Donny.
ElonJet account. That's obviously not true, totally false, but that's what you're hearing him say on Twitter tonight.
Also, the location of his jet is publicly available information.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wrong.
I mean, that.
Look,
Okay.
what a dumbass. What a dumbass.
He's just playing devil's advocate.
It's just publicly available information. I just like, do they really believe that? I guess they do. They think because it's on some dude's website that it's publicly available information.
No, I think they know because I actually found.
Well, I mean, I'm just curious if they published a bunch of, you know, names and social security numbers on a website, would Donnie come out and go, oh yeah, this is just publicly available information?
There's actually, of all places, an NBC article, NBC, not MSNBC, an NBC News article that talked about, it said, how is it legal to track someone's private jet? And they kind of go over like the steps required to do it. And they talk about it actually, honestly, and say like, it's not just like an easy thing to do. Exactly.
Right.
So no, they know what's up. They know exactly what's up.
Like, yeah. Well, I'm sure if you wanted to, you know, if law enforcement wanted to get that information, they'd have to get some kind of warrant, right? Obviously, they couldn't just go to the website and be like,
Well, they
oh,
could just go to the website. What do you, I mean,
publicly available information.
they can,
website.
yeah, anyone can go to the website, sure. They could definitely do that.
Publiclyavailable.com.
There you go. They go to publiclyavailable.com. That's the name of the website.
Privatejetinfo.com.
Yes. Right.
Trying to get us all banned. I mean, Donny, you got to be careful. Don't drag us down with you here.
I always thought I'd get banned for my bad jokes.
No, that really adds another wrinkle to it. Gentlemen, thank you very much.
All right. I'm still smelling it.
Damn. Well, we can we can end it here. So
Okay. Let's do that.
reading some super chats.
Oh, yeah. I guess we got to do super chats.
I feel like I've tortured Adam enough. I think what's going on is that Adam having to sit through and watch all of this
No, it's insane. I mean,
insanity,
obviously.
it's making, I think what you're smelling is that your brain is melting from the sheer bold-faced lies that you're watching, and that's what you're smelling.
Well, no, I wonder if it's like a bulb that's like burn up or something.
Oh, maybe.
Or I'm going to look around a little.
Okay, you look around. I'll read some super chats. If Adam doesn't come back, I guess we'll know more. John Masters for $10 says, "Hey, Sitch and Adam, I DM'd you an offensively long question. That's neither practical nor likely all that interesting to read on the show, but I'd like to hear your thoughts regardless. Happy holidays." I saw that you sent me a super, super duper long DM. I didn't read it, but I saw that you sent it. I'll try to give it a scanning. I'll do my best. Laura the Brains for $2 says, "Well, now I want to hear what John sent." Well, you have to listen. You'll have to ask John. I'm sure John will be happy to tell you. PC, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Pat Back, thanks so much for being a free here for 1 month, says, "Late team is gay team." There you go. So tomorrow, I believe we have Connor has agreed to come on tomorrow at 8:30 at night. And we will talk about, apparently Connor, also known as Counterpoints, there's some drama. I haven't been following it. There's some drama related to him in Destiny's community. I believe it's over an argument with Destiny about what exactly the Twitter files show. And so we will be having a discussion about what the Twitter files show, or what I believe they show and what he believes they show tomorrow at 8:30. I don't know if that means, I'll have to ask Adam, because I'd be fine with just
from outside. I don't know. I went outside
okay.
and it feels like it smells outside too.
Well, there you go.
Or I'm having a stroke.
Well, I mean,
but somehow I doubt that.
I think if you're having a stroke, we know by now, right?
Yeah. Look, I'm a little young. I'm a little young for a stroke.
I think
let's
other
be honest
symptoms.
here.
I think other symptoms would made themselves clear by now. But
I have a light obviously in here. I turned it off. I feel like maybe it is coming from that light, so that would make sense.
Right.
What? Yeah. What's the deal with the? You want to debate Connor on? Is that what you're?
I want to have a discussion. I mean, it'll probably turn into a debate, but I don't like. Apparently, he was debating Destiny with us and it turned into some kind of shit show, according to some people.
Yeah, where's the shit show? Why aren't we watching that?
So I want to have a nice intervention with Connor.
No, I want to see the shit show.
Okay.
Is it? Have you already DM'd him? Is it like set up? Is it ready to rock and roll?
Yeah. He said yes. I asked him what time. He said he gets home at 8:30. So
PM.
Yes.
He gets home at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, he gets home at 8:30 in the morning.
Funny
So
time to have a debate, but.
So I was gonna say with you is that we could just not stream until we don't have to stream at 4. We could just not stream until 8:30.
Okay, sure, I'm down.
Tomorrow. So, Econs for $2 says, "Now I can't promote my other websites on Twitter." Yeah, so apparently they changed that.
But they changed it back. They already got rid of it.
They changed it back. Yeah, they went back. So. Destiny misses the point super hard with Twitter file stuff and went really hard on Connor, which caught him off guard. They dogpiled Connor, those mean DGGers.
Oh no!
There you go.
Did
Rupar
you go
looks
to
like
DGG Reddit.
I did not. I listened to like 10 minutes of a clip of arguing, and I was like, oh no. I was like, oh no.
Why didn't I see this? So disappointed.
It wasn't on Destiny's main channel. It was on, there's like a million of those channels. Rupar looks like a Walmart version of Matt Taibbi. Rupar is like when you say to your mom, "Can we get Matt Taibbi?" and your mom says, "We already have Matt Taibbi at home." There you go.
Counterpoints versus Destiny. Is that a good thing to search?
I can send you the link if you want it.
Well, I thought you were hiding it from me.
Why would I hide it from you? It's on the
Counterpoints gets mad and goes off at Cherry.
No, it's on the I'll just give it to you right now.
6 days ago.
Here we go. No, this is from 2 days ago. Destiny debate completely derails, turns heated, ugly, and very personal.
That's right up my alley.
I know. There you go.
Hilarious. Mr. Girl's abuse investigation against Destiny. Oh, wow.
Dun, dun, dun.
Did he ever turn up anything? Did he ever find out if Destiny like slipped him some Rippin' All and had his way with him? Mr.
my
Girl, while
God.
you were asleep, we all played a game.
Do you see this terrible picture Sammy G just made?
No, but I'm going to bring it up anyway.
It's pretty bad. Well, you have to bring up CT's picture first because it's like a response. So.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, you know, it's the depraved pure. It's in the tweet. You'll see it.
If I pass out, I'm going to blame you guys, but.
Okay. I mean, I'm going to blame you, but.
I mean, I might pass out on purpose.
It's because you put on the blue Kanye jacket, and so the FBI thought you were really Nick Fuentes, so they accidentally poisoned you.
Did they? They gassed me?
They gassed you. Ironically, they gassed not the Jew. Bilbo Balboa. Thank you so much for the 20 Aussie bucks. How did I miss this?
Yeah,
oh, I
read
know
some
how I missed it.
Superchats already.
I missed it because it says 18 reigns supreme.
What? You're supposed to read those first.
So there you go.
Read these in alphabetical order. All 18 reign supreme come first.
Right. Christian Baller for $5 says, I've changed my mind. Adam is the father and Sitch is the mommy, but in the Peter and Lois Griffin dynamic.
What?
I like it. I like it. There you go.
Lois
so
is
you're
the
like
mommy.
you're
Lois
like the dumb
is the smart
buffoon
one.
Exactly. Exactly.
I don't care. Look, I'm smart enough to get by, guys. That's all you really need.
That's true.
Anything
That's true.
extra is just a burden.
That's very true.
It is.
Very wise.
Thank you.
95 Keat for $10 says, I hope we can continue the tradition of Adam bringing up topics, getting a bad answer, and then asking why are we still talking about this and we should move on. Wait, where did this wrench come from? I gave it to you. I gave it to you, Keat. And you're right. I think we should continue that topic. That
I
tradition.
protested First of all, I don't even get that super chat. Second of all, I protested the wrench key, just so you know.
I know. Adam's a bad person. But...
I'm a great person, but...
Cyborg for $5 says, A-Team eats old spoiled sour cream out of the container with a spoon.
Oh, man.
S-class in the bascasa.
You guys have never eaten spoiled sour cream? Oh, it's delicious.
I'm going to vomit in your mouth directly.
Oh, man.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so what's this? There's this weird... Okay, it says... First panel...
Look at it, Sitch.
Yeah. Look
that
at
is a
it.
being of pure evil.
Yeah. I like that
love,
stern expression there.
I love the little chibi face on CT. It's like blank chibi. It's so funny.
That is hilarious.
It's so funny.
Oh my God, you're right. CT, outdone yourself.
The little chibi CT. I think that's my favorite CT drawing I've ever seen.
She looks... I mean, it's so weird. It's like she's totally mentally retarded or something. Well, I'm trying to zoom in on it just to get the full effect. What's going on in this diabolical mind here?
God, and then Adam says, God only knows what depraved thoughts are going through its sick yet tiny mind.
Oh, appropriate. I mean, that's exactly what this comic makes me think. So,
Yes.
yeah. Look at
And
that.
the next panel,
Look at that
CT
diabolical mind.
is thinking of just giving us a nice gift with a heart on it. Oh, there you go. That's pretty appropriate. That's essentially how we look at it. Yeah.
Unlikely. I mean, that face looks like she's a Unabomber.
That's the face of the Unabomber.
I mean, it looks like she's plotting some sort of terrorist attack.
Exactly. That's the joke. That's the
Okay.
joke.
Well, I like
I mean,
it.
when I think of a terrorist, I think of that little chibi face. Little blank chibi face.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to search your bag, young lady. What? My bag? It's filled with like dynamite.
It's filled with just little organs, unknown organs from unknown animals.
Ugh. Okay, and then there's some other. What is this? Is a complimentary?
So then Sammy G saw this and apparently decided to double down on evil. because she is actually evil.
Sammy. I like
Sammy, yes.
Sammy.
Yes.
I mean, she seems
I mean, I like her
a
too,
little
but she's evil.
depraved, but
So, you know, you can like the bad guy sometimes.
yeah. She's like a Darth Vader type, right?
Exactly. That's a good way of putting
kills
it.
the
Sammy is like a
younglings.
Darth Vader type.
Kills the younglings occasionally. you know,
Occasionally, yeah. So,
as you do. Okay,
Mhm.
what's this say here?
so well, let me read the tweet first. Sammy G said, "I'm so glad that Sitch and Adam's show cultivates an audience of only pure souls.
Mhm.
All their fans have clean minds and only create wholesome fan art. Truly an amazing community. But then there's caffeine tweakers art, depravity."
True.
Okay. So then the comic, Sammy saying, "Agreed. CT is pure evil. So many depraved thoughts going on in her sick mind. Unlike all the other Sitch and Adam show fans." And then you see in Sammy's mind, she has some horrible degenerate
Sitch.
Sitch and Adam.
What's
Gay.
going on in this picture here?
Some sort of yaoi gay Sitch and Adam manga going
Look
on
at-
there.
What's that little thing strapped to your head? That's like
I have a little mask of a face making a mid-coitus face.
like a sex face or something.
Yes.
This is really gross. What's
Yes.
going on here?
And then we have even worse. We have Kaval, where
Kavah
you
is
gave a
like-
little PP equals T flag.
Oh my god, you're right. PP equals D.
Oh my god. And Kaval is thinking something that's even too disgusting for Sammy to bring on screen. It's just censored.
Yeah.
The generous.
I
And then
don't
in
know
the
about
bottom
this.
panel, there's me, Adam, and CT all going evil.
Yeah. I love how
So there you
Sammy has
go.
like one eye closed.
I know.
That's like
I
the
know.
total evil eye.
Yep. There it is.
Grrr. But she's still sipping her coffee.
I know.
I mean, she's still in the game.
Classic Sammy. Sipping her coffee while doing something degenerate.
All right. That's,
Thank you, CT
guys.
and Sammy.
So glad you guys have us to troll. I
I
feel like
know.
we keep the internet safe as long as all your hatred is trained on us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that's true.
I mean, we're doing our part for good.
Mhm.
We're good people, Sitch, okay? We take a lot of abuse
Uh-huh.
so that other people don't have to. you
I
know?
see. Are you saying that we're like the Jesus of the internet?
Yeah, we basically are.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they would
see.
be heaping this abuse on other people if
Right,
it wasn't for
right.
us, you know?
Gotcha.
I don't know who else they'd be heaping it on, but
We can take it.
yeah.
Sketch, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 4 months. Says Merry Christmas, gents. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Happy Kwanzaa. Thank
God,
you.
2023, right around the
I know.
corner. What the
Crazy.
fuck? It's insane.
Where does the time go? Lucifer Doman for 5 Canadian says equality feels like oppression when you are used to privilege.
Oh, I
That's
know.
it. You know what? That's actually genius, Lucifer. That's like the best response to, because that's like the classic thing that you know, the leftists say. Equality feels like oppression when you're used to privilege. That's the perfect thing to say to the journalists that got banned when they complain about it. You're like, oh, really? You're used to, like, now that you don't have your special privileged journalist rules and you have to follow the rules like everyone else. Equality does feel like oppression, journalists.
Yeah. Bunch of bastards.
Death by Sloth for $2 says, quote, Musk is banning his critics. His critics tweeted. There you go.
That's great. That's exactly what
Essentially.
happened.
Yeah.
I mean, it's worse than that. They got invited on mainstream media television.
Mm-hmm. Good Emperor for 5 months. Thanks so much. Says, haha, the wallet was left in a public space, so it's public property now. Exactly. Yeah, there you go.
Basically,
There you
yeah.
go. Listen, when you pulled out your credit card in public to pay for something, you should have expected that your credit card information would be doxed. It's public knowledge. You pulled it out in public.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Sion Arakale, thanks so much for the $10. Says one of the craziest excuses. Oh, I read that one already.
Read it again, just for fun.
One of the crazy excuses I've now heard for people going hard on Elon is, quote, why isn't he in the car with his kid? Clearly he cares more about himself than his family.
Oh, yeah. Shame.
Yep.
Shame.
I read these all out of order, so hopefully I don't miss anything.
Shame. Spencer Harmon for $20.
The IJP Mexican, thanks so much for being a Froze here for 4 months. Says, I have to use this super chat or I lose it. I don't know what to say, so subscribe to the I. Thank you for writing E-Y-E. The I, JP Mexican. Sitch, if you say it wrong, I sweet to God.
I sweet to God. Okay.
He said, I sweet to God. Okay. That's what he wrote.
Don't sweet to God.
Actually, he said, I sweat to God.
He did, yeah. He said it wrong, but that's okay.
I said it wrong.
I sweat to God.
The I'm sorry. The QJP Mexican.
The IJP Mexican.
There you go.
Is making videos. I mean, drop a link to your channel in the chat. You can drop links. You're a mod.
Listen, JP. Since I think it's offensive that your name is the IJP Mexican, because that just sounds too much like a Mexican stereotype of someone saying I in a high pitched voice, and I'm very offended by that. And I'm actually trying to help you fight against stereotypes by saying your name incorrectly. So,
drop a link. Come on, I want to watch some IJP Mexican videos.
The JQ Mexican. There's Zero Fucks. I see you in the chat now. So there you go.
Zero Fucks is back.
There you go.
What's up? Look, I can see, but does it? Oh, look, it's even on the screen over there. What are you guys complaining about? Jesus, you're in the fucking video. Bunch of whiners.
Drop the link to Elon's plane.
You guys are worse than Elon Musk critics.
Oh, it's a different account. Interesting. Huh.
Oh, it is?
I don't know.
Old account? Huh.
Oh, yeah, because you have a different logo. Or a different avatar. Spencer Harmon for $20 says the, quote, public info is the cross-reference info. The, quote, list the guy starting with isn't public. So there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Spencer Harmon gave us another $10 in comments, too, which thanks, Spencer. That was awesome.
Right. Thank you.
I looked at some of that guy's books, too. He suggested some books to me.
Cool.
Yeah.
Somebody time out Vinny. He's having like a panic attack in the chat.
Ban me. Why? Don't ban me.
What's our next video about, JP Mexican?
Yeah. I think you should do videos about me. Do videos about the show. It'll be great.
Vinny the Doorman has like a fetish. His fetish is to be banned.
I know, but why are you giving into that fetish? That's so weird.
What's wrong with it?
I mean, you just made him like,
Are you saying that I'm helping him get off?
I mean, you're the one that used the fetish term.
I mean, he acts like it's a fetish, so. Econs for $5 says, I read that one. The right turned liberal into a slur, which caused the left to embrace the word progressive. Very true.
Progressive.
Mm-hmm.
Next you called yourself a progressive at one time, right?
No, I don't think I ever did.
You never did? Really?
I don't think I ever did.
I called myself a progressive, definitely.
Nope.
Mm-hmm. Because you couldn't call yourself a liberal anymore. It was like hated. Right. So I'm like, I'm going to be a progressive now.
Progressive.
And then I thought, it's all bullshit.
There you go. Demon Bunny, thanks so much for being a free here for 5 months. Says, I never know what to use these for. Fun fact. Barn owls aren't true owls, but belong to a family by themselves. Is that true?
Really?
Wait a minute. I don't believe you.
Can't be true.
That can't be true.
They're from the family of barns. They're a very particular type of barn.
Right. Wait. Oh, wait, what? The barn owl is known as the common barn owl to distinguish it from other species in its family, which forms one of the two main lineages of living owls, the other being called typical owls.
Oh my, what a put down.
Well, there's the barn owl, and then there's typical owl.
You're just a typical owl.
Yes. Though it's actually the typical owls are called
kind of insulting.
They're called true owls. Well, what's fake about them? Like what's the difference? Like, why is the barn owl not an owl? The barn owl is a class of its own. It's its own family.
Mm-hmm.
Due to its heart-shaped face, short tail, and small eyes. Really? That's the difference? Okay.
I think it was the
All
light. I'm feeling much better now. I think the smell is going away.
The light?
Yeah, I think one of those bulbs burned out or something happened.
Oh, did you have a light in your room?
Yeah, I have like studio lights for
Right, yeah.
for doing films and shit.
You have some gels?
I do.
Burn some gel.
Remember when I
gels
tried to
melting?
Remember when I tried to put the gel over the thing? That was
Mm-hmm.
funny. Oh, shit.
James Vaughn, thanks so much for becoming a free will seeker. Bruh Moment for $10 says, Adam, you said progressive ideology tries to maximize individual freedom, but how can you say this when they control the type of speech / dictate hate speech regarding pronouns in our personal everyday life?
Yeah, well, that was my point. At one point, when we were all stuck in narrow gender roles, and you couldn't even get gay married to your boyfriend. Like you could only get in a heterosexual relationship, right? The individual freedom was much lower, and they were like, we got to expand individual freedom. Now we've expanded individual freedom to like, well, I mean, I would argue the sweet spot, but they're saying, I mean, yeah, they want to limit individual freedom. No, we can't go too far because hate speech will hurt somebody's feelings, and we want those people to have, I guess, freedom from hurt feelings. I don't know.
Freedom isn't free.
Freedom from consequences is what you want, Adam.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, I kind of do. I mean, it'd be great to have freedom from consequences, right?
Could you gay marry your straight boyfriend? Now that's the real question.
I'd be a Sitch. Let's go have some fun. Freedom
Right.
from consequences, right? I don't know. Breaking windshields is fun. Let's go have some fun, Sitch. Let's go over to the CNN building and see how many of those reporters we can find.
Mm-hmm. Someone just accused. Someone said. Someone accused me of being wrong on Twitter, so I said, "Show me where I'm wrong."
Oh, I saw
they
that.
did not reply to.
Yeah.
Oh, they did reply to.
Was
today.
this like the Barry Weiss tweet or?
No, something else. And then they accused someone who was agreeing with me. They accused of being a Sitch Twitter sock puppet.
Yeah, you are a sock puppet.
There you go, guys. I didn't know. Did you guys know that I have multiple sock puppets on Twitter? And,
Yeah,
I just
he
back
does.
myself up in arguments. So,
Sitch is like a giant sock puppet.
yeah. I mean, that's true. I am like a living sock puppet. But anyway. Oh, there's other art, by the way, Adam. I don't know if we're going to do the art.
Tuesday's art.
Yeah, but since we're starting late, I was thinking, I don't know.
I'll show a couple more pieces of art.
Okay. Show some more art. We won't show any Trump NFTs. Don't worry.
I mean, if we have to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think Danimal did some Trump NFTs that he was very proud of.
I think I did see some of those. Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I do remember that. Yeah.
Merry Christmas week, or Merry Chungus week. Is that what this says? Okay.
I shouldn't say anything. I should just let Adam stumble through it.
It is fun making fun of people who can't read.
Well, it's like you can't read, you don't get the meme. It's just it works on so many levels.
Look, I know this meme.
Okay. Really?
Yeah. Some people see this as a duck, and some people see this as a rabbit.
Really? That's the meme. You got it, Adam. You got it. That's the Chungus meme. So
Yeah.
Zombie Squab did a little Chungus Sitch. So thank you for Merry Chungus Week. I hate it. It's awful. Thank you.
Oh my God, this is amazing. Who did the Feds one?
Oh, Rico Zero, dude.
Rico.
Yeah.
My man.
There you go.
Look at
FP, did I read this one? I read that one.
I mean,
Junebug, $5 says, Sitch and Adam, can you explain the difference between socialism and communism? I need more information that they're both the same.
I can explain the difference. Sitch is not smart enough to tell
You're
the
right.
difference.
Explain to me the difference.
Well, originally, there was... Marx had this idea that economies were evolving over time, and capitalism would lead to socialism, and socialism was like an intermediate stage between capitalism and communism. And socialism was when they would abolish private property, and communism was when they would actually abolish the state. Which, I mean, how we get there is kind of... But those are the two major factors. So socialism...
Well, there you go.
Socialism is like abolished private property. Socialism, and then capitalism is you've actually abolished the state.
You mean communism?
Communism, yeah.
Right.
Sorry.
I don't know if that's true, but there you go. There's an answer.
Yeah. What do you think the difference is?
I have no clue.
Really?
Okay. I think they're pretty interchangeable.
I mean, people use them interchangeably, but that's
right.
not what Marx meant. Capitalism was going to lead to superabundance. Capitalism was going to be so powerful that it was going to produce so much stuff that the stuff could eventually be free, and you wouldn't really need, through automation, obviously, it would be free, and you wouldn't need to have like private ownership of companies and stuff like that. And then soon you'd be so, like, everything would be so cool you wouldn't even need a state to govern over people. Yeah.
So according to dictionary.com, I don't know why they have an article on this, but okay. They said socialism has three main meanings: a theory of system of social organization that advocates the vesting of ownership and control of the means of production and distribution of capital land in the community as a whole. So no private property, everything's owned by the community.
Yeah. Co-ops.
Number two, procedure or practice in accordance with this theory. That's a worthless definition. Number three, in Marx's theory, the stage following capitalism and the transition of a society to communism, characterized by the imperfect implementation of collectivist principles.
Ding, 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 ding. Look at that.
Socialism
Does
is
A-Team not reign supreme or what?
Well, hold on. Socialism is a social theory. It theorizes the collective cooperation of citizens, which will all make government institutions public. For example, no one will receive a healthcare bill when going to the doctor because they and everyone else has paid a hefty amount in government taxes. What is communism? Communism, on the other hand, is a branch of socialism. It's similar in that it's still founded on the idea of collective cooperation, but differs in that communists believe the cooperation should be run by a totalitarian government made up of one and only one government. I don't know if that's the difference.
Well, that's the difference in that one, but obviously I'm referring to the second definition.
Well, here's what's weird. So I looked up a dictionary.com. That's their definition. History.com has a completely different definition. I feel like every website I look, you type in the difference between socialism and communism, they all give me different definitions or different differences. So,
well, that's why I went to Marx, because Marx is the guy who's like the origin of it. So, but yeah, no, people use them differently all the time.
You can use them interchangeably. I don't care.
Oh my, what? Holy shit.
What
character? CT dispensed the Pokemon for.
Oh, nice.
But I mean.
Oh, so Rico Zero did that. That's me and Adam busting someone for having questionable aged pornography on their computer.
Oh, it is?
Yes. We're like,
yeah, everyone's against, look, we're good law enforcement officers.
That's right.
Nobody likes the feds, huh? Okay.
That's right.
I mean, it used
So
to be, you wanted to be like, I mean, it was cool to be an FBI agent.
So do you want to do your who's that Pokemon? You're gonna do that right now.
I need a second. The hat thing is tripping me up.
Okay, well you think about that for a sec.
Fish hat, Curious George. That's it.
That. That's good. That's a good one.
The face. I mean, that they just basically ripped off Curious George here. It's like a
true.
I swear to God. I mean, that is Curious George, right?
True.
Curious George. I mean, you're gonna get it just off the Curious George.
So there you go. Fish hat, Curious George.
Yeah, it's pretty much Curious George. With a fish hat.
Fruges for 800 yen says, giving Musk credit for the research and engineering he didn't and can't do is super cringe. Also, Adam, stop tilting your head to the right so much. Adam.
Why?
You've been tilting your head to the right. I wasn't looking at you at all this stream. Were you doing something weird with your head?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I wasn't doing anything.
Okay.
It was cool to have Phil on, man. That's so awesome.
So Hayden Dill correctly named the Pokemon
in 10 seconds
instantaneously.
flat. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I was like, how can look? That's literally a trace of Curious George.
So someone else, so Nicholas said Lotad. Lotad is a good choice. I've never seen this Pokemon before, but that would have been a good secondary choice for what Adam said. It was Slowking. It was Slowking, yeah.
I should have said I should have said squid hat though, because that hat does kind of look like a squid.
It looks like a conch shell.
Squid hat.
I think that's what it is supposed to be, some kind of seashell.
I'm changing it. Squid hat.
You can't change it after.
I guess it's too late. Well, it's already been won, so who cares?
Right. Oh, there you go.
Your
There's
comments
Slowking.
only add to my backstory character build that will lead me to become a true villain, Adam.
What are you reading?
Sammy G.
Oh.
God, I love Sammy G. Sammy G is the best. She is.
Dun, dun, dun.
She's such.
She
a
is.
True,
She is becoming a
She's
super
such
villain.
a true supervillain.
That's true.
Hmm.
Marx
I
says
like it.
socialism is the authoritarian redistributive state that would reduce society so it would eventually dissolve away into a stateless, classless, moneyless, equal society.
Yeah, that's it. You got it.
There you go.
Everyone knows. My definition is, I mean, that's the scholarly definition. So
okay.
There's a difference between the people arguing on the internet and us, you know.
True.
I mean, I am an academic.
Oh, really?
According to Bosch's academia scale.
That's true.
Because, I mean, I have a bachelor's degree, so hell, yeah, I'm an academic. I mean, it's in art, but that still counts, right?
I'm an academic.
That still counts me as an academic.
Yes,
right?
Adam and me are both academics. Yeah.
Yeah.
Indubitably.
Minor in ceramics.
Matrix 07012, thanks so much for the 100. Kazarkazarks says the stalker wasn't related to ElonJet. It was 23 hours after landing and 26 miles from the airport. Yeah, that's very possible it wasn't related.
Okay,
but to me, whether it was related or not is less interesting. As I said, if people want to say that they should be able to post the jet, you know, you can make that argument. That's so much less interesting than just them posting it, knowing it was not allowed, and then just lying about it on the news. So,
yeah.
Fruges for 500 yen says, my friend's dad developed torticollis/lateral collis. I don't know what that means. I'll look it up. After tilting his head to one side as a habit for years. It's horrible. So be careful, Adam.
Well, I'm not going to stop tilting my head, okay? I get a lot of pleasure out of it.
Torticollis, also known as rind neck, is a twisting of the neck that causes the head to rotate and tilt at an odd angle.
Mm-hmm. Am I going to get that? I hope not.
I don't know.
Look, I think I messed up and pulled a bunch of these in at once.
I thought you were going to say you messed up and pulled your neck.
No.
Now that we're talking about it.
I'm good. Look, I'm trying to... Okay. I'm clearing the palette here for the art. I feel bad because I think this art, I was supposed to show it before and I didn't.
What art?
The art.
Oh.
I brought it
Oh,
up
Asif
already.
Artsy. Yes.
Yeah, Asif Artsy. Yeah.
Asif Artsy sent this. This was from last week. Adam is at a job interview, and like the guy says, "The job is nearly yours, Adam. Last question: do you smoke weed?" And Adam says, "Well, because here in the office, we all smoke. It would be awkward if you don't."
Oh, sure. I smoke a lot of weed.
Psych! Gotcha. Get the hell out of here, dopey.
What?
So there you go. That's how Adam's job interview really went.
What a bastard.
So.
That is not how the job interview really went.
Mm.
And I mean, I'm still friends with that boss. So.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
CT sent you a second Pokemon saying that the first one went too
I know.
quickly.
I saw it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to make this one harder.
Okay. I mean, I already have like a name.
Do you? Just go ahead, drop it.
No.
then.
I want. It's got to be
yours
Adam.
not? Is it an easy one or a hard one?
I mean, what is easy and what is hard, right?
Well, I mean, you should. Well, obviously, the Curious George. I was like, they're gonna get this in 5 seconds.
Well, maybe I'll say mine after you say yours.
Do
I
it.
don't want to like cloud your judgment or
Okay.
bias you. It's very important that you remain unbiased for the Pokemon naming section of the stream.
Okay. Shark Tard. How do you like that?
Shark Tard?
Shark Tard.
No one's gonna get that. Oh my god. That's amazing. Okay, Shark Tard it is. If you can't get it in a while, I'll give you my name. Maybe I'll make it
Okay,
little
that's
easier.
good. That's a good solution.
There you go.
Come
Shark
on,
Tard, everybody.
Shark Tard. You guys can get this. Arr! That's the sound it makes. Arr!
Wow. The DJ Foy for 5 Aussie bucks says, Sitch, are you saying wearing Jinko jeans with pockets large enough for a spare pair of rollerblades while blading isn't cool? Shaking my head. Yeah, there you go. They were cool back then. They were the base back then. Yeah.
Look, I got my spare rollerblades right here in my calf pocket.
Right.
Oh man. Love it.
Man, those Jinko jeans were preposterous. I'm glad there are no pictures of me that exist of me wearing that anymore. I escaped.
You had some? Oh my god.
Of course. I had some.
I know I did so many fucking embarrassing things when I was a kid. And thank God there was no cell phones around to record any of it. I can't imagine being exposed to that kind of stuff now.
People wear the big Janko jeans. They wear the big black pants that had like the million straps and like chains on them.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Yeah.
So far, no one has gotten the Pokemon. I see lots of guesses, but no.
They're never going to get it. That's
They're
the
not.
thing.
Stug for $5 says you can leave high school, but it seems high school never leaves you. True. That's true for a lot of people.
Yeah, unfortunate and very true.
Yep. I've never had that mentality, so I escaped.
I wasn't really like in the high school clique type mode.
I think that's the thing. Yeah, if you're like that in high school, it's difficult to not be like that. when
Like
you
if
get
you're
out.
the social butterfly in high school. Yeah.
Well, not even a social butterfly. If you're like the clique person who cares about like who's in the cool clique, who's in the not cool clique.
Yeah.
That didn't even exist in my school. There weren't. I don't know if it's because my school was so big, but there wasn't really like a cool kids group that anyone knew about. Like, oh, that's the cool kids. Like that just didn't even exist at the school that I went to.
Oh, we had that. Definitely. We had like the cool clique.
How many kids went to your school?
I don't know.
Because I'm just
That's a
wondering
good
if my school was
question.
too big that just literally couldn't exist because there were too many people that people just didn't know.
Geez, I don't know. Like it could be 500, it could be 1,000. I don't really even have a good way of telling, to be honest with you. Yeah.
How many kids? We had over 1,000 kids that went to my school, my high school.
Yeah. Seems like 1,000 would be like a good guess.
So, We had over 1,000.
I mean, we had a giant gymnasium that would, they do assemblies and it would be jam packed. So
Yeah.
is that like 1,000 people in a gymnasium? I don't know.
I don't know. But yeah, we didn't. I don't know. We didn't have like the jocks. We didn't have any of these like standard movie cliques. Just didn't exist in my school. I always thought it was weird.
We had jocks. We had jocks and goths and all that.
No. Well, back. I mean, when I went to school, like goth was super in. So like, there's lots of goth people, but it wasn't like just
Adam
like
was
one
trying to
clique
get a
of
goth girlfriend. That was my goal in high school.
course,
Get me a goth girlfriend.
Of course.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a cool kid clique, but no one told you. That's it. That's it. I was like, I'm in the cool clique, right? I'm in the cool kids clique. But no, I wasn't.
I'm like, I'm gonna have to listen to The Cure in Depeche Mode. I'd put the headphones on. I'd be like, it's so painful. Oh, it's crap. Where's my Iron Maiden?
What was the name of your Shark Tard?
Yeah, Shark Tard. Did
Shark
someone
Tard.
get it? I don't even know
No.
what it's called.
Nobody got it. No one's even close.
Good. I hope they never get it. Let's just make it so let's never tell them what it is.
Okay. Well, I gotta tell them my name, so I'll give
It's
them
so
my-
obvious.
It's not even remotely. Let's see. Stug for $2 says Elon will make Vosh. Oh yeah, we're the one. Vosh, the CEO of Twitter. Yeah.
Calling it now. That's why do you want to live in that hellscape stuff?
I know. Andrew Clark, thanks so much for being a freedom seeker for 6 months. Says modern quote liberals are closer to Rousseau than they are to Locke, and that's a big problem. We need clear definitions so people understand each other. That's true. That's true. That is true.
Yep. Yeah. Definitions are important. Wait a second. Oh, okay.
I want you to read what Sammy just said in the chat.
Sammy G. I thought Adam said sharp.
No.
Did he say
After
shark?
that.
Oh. Well, let me see. Sammy G. We sure Adam was looking at a Pokemon and not a mirror. Sammy, you're so cute. You're so adorable. So adorable. Shark Tard! You're just jealous because it's so fun to say.
It is fun to say, yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Okay, here's my name.
Oh, okay.
Robot Metal Master Ninja Chicken.
What?
There you go.
Robot Ninja Master.
Robot Metal Master Ninja Chicken.
Robot Metal Master Ninja Chicken.
There you go. There you go. Maybe I'll make it a little easier for you guys. When you guys figure it out, you're going to be mad at Adam. You're going to be mad at Adam.
Why? What are you talking about?
I mean, there's only a vagueness of... There's very little shark. I know where you got the shark from, but...
Look. if you're
Yeah.
calling that a chicken wing, isn't that kind of like a gill
There
pattern?
you go. There it is. The Vanilla Queen got it correctly. There you go. Skarmory. Skarmory. I see what they said.
Wrong.
Sacre bleu? No, Skarmory. Yes.
Oh, Skarmory.
Yeah, it looks like a robot chicken. That's
Looks
also
like
a
a
ninja.
shark tard.
I mean, it's got a little shark fin on the top of its head.
Shark tard.
There you go. There's your
Look,
shark tard.
if
See,
this thing-
chat, I knew chat was not going to be happy.
If this thing was swimming in the water, tell me, what would you think?
Yeah, it's a little head.
You'd
It's got a
think
little shark fin on
shark.
the top. Yeah, if it was, it's a bird though.
Well, some birds swim.
Okay.
Yeah. Look. CT
Birds
said
are a shark.
Look,
Well,
CT,
listen.
CT said it was too easy.
There you go.
Look,
Mine was too
I
easy.
can't help it.
Or your first one, yeah. Well, there you go.
Andrew Clark for $2. Amber and Johnny settled. She's paying him $1 million.
Hilarious.
Well, what was the original settlement? Like $5 million or something like that?
I don't know.
$1 million. I mean,
She decided to settle the defamation case brought against her by her ex-husband.
Yeah.
So there you go. So she's saying, I will pay you $1 million, essentially.
Right.
So there you go. Nice.
I was gonna make a very sexist joke, but I thought, nah, I won't do that.
I'm not modding Vinny, Vanilla Queen. I'm sorry. That's not an option. Vinny cannot be trusted with that power. Oh, Equishadoc's got it too. Awesome.
Well, I thought he was banned from the chat. Now he's got the thing.
Well, he probably got it on Discord. So.
Oh, okay.
It was 7 million originally.
Oh, wow. Look, she got off easy.
Camel the Bruce. Over that one. PC, thanks so much for being a discipline equals freedom for 3 months. Says, hi, Sitch and Adam. None of my chats are showing up in stream, so I'm not sure this will go through. Just want to shout out that all the recent guests have been great. Well, thank you. Yeah, it seems like a bunch of people are having this problem. So I hope YouTube
thank you
fixes
for,
whatever.
Thank you for enjoying all the guests. I've been working very hard at booking guests for us. So.
Yep. Yeah, Adam has been working hard and doing a good job.
Yeah, trying to keep the show.
Hey, I got Connor
lively.
on for tomorrow.
I mean, Connor's pretty easy to get. Really.
Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Oh,
I mean, first of all, Connor's been on like 5 times.
Connor's like a whore you fucked like 10 times over, Sitch. Getting her again is nothing.
Well, I didn't call him a whore, but I mean...
That's what you implied, Adam. That's what you implied.
Look. I think I want... Look, if Connor's going to come on and be your whipping boy for 2 hours, I'm down.
No, I'm trying to... Listen, I'm trying to help Connor. I'm trying to help him. I like
help
Connor.
him?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, sure. Look, we don't like to content mine people, so we're the good ones on YouTube.
That's right.
We're the good people.
That's right.
Even though people try to be bitches to us and content mine us and stuff, and are constantly mean to us, totally bad faith all the time, backstabbing. We don't do any of that stuff.
Okay.
We're nice.
Bro Moment for $10 says Trump's NFTs are a limited quantity. Limited quantity in goods causes unrest and conflict among people. Conflict and unrest was present in the January 6th riots. Trump's NFT caused the January 6th riots. Confirmed.
Flawless logic.
True.
Bra Moment.
It's very true.
Flawless. Yes, you're right. I think they could probably bring charges against him just for the NFTs.
They should. They should.
They should get out like the cringe chart. They should be like, here is an acceptable amount of cringe.
Donald J. Trump, you have been charged by this congressional hearing for committing cringe against the country.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, there you go.
Look, we can't have that much cringe going on.
I
hope he stays in. God, I hope he stays in.
Yeah, of course you do. You got $500 on it.
I know. Please, Donald. If he has a heart attack or something, that's another thing that I was thinking. I was like, well, if he dies, I'm off the hook then too.
I should have never given you that out. I'm so nice. I'm way too nice. I'm too kind a soul. I shouldn't have given you the health out. That should count for me.
That's not a good thing.
It's got to be legitimate health, though. He can't fake it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If he dies, there's no question, right? It's like, oh,
he can't
he's
fake
dead.
a heart attack or something.
No, I'm sure he'll be fine.
Adam is trying to pretend like he didn't buy 10 of those Donald Trump NFTs. True. Dr. Diller for $5 says, A-Team leaves bad reviews for movies with blown grades.
What?
And only tips waiters with the intention of insulting them on the check. S-Class is the best class.
Okay, sure.
Is that true? Is that all that true?
What's a movie with a I mean, look. There's only one person here who hates the movie Tenet. Okay. Right? And that's not me.
There you go. You got me. Guilty as charged.
I even loved Batman.
What does Batman have to do with it?
Well, I mean, he wears a black suit, right?
Oh my God, you racist.
Look.
Well, the Bat. No, I mean you could say it had the guy, the guy from
Batman.
Westworld was in it. He was Commissioner Gordon.
Oh yeah, he's a black lead.
Bernard, I don't know the actor's
Obviously.
name.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like anything to me at all.
Tenet's a great movie.
Okay.
I saw Bullet Train, and Bullet Train was pretty good.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
you know I saw that on Netflix, and I
You
put it on my
probably-
watch later because I was like, oh look, I like Brad Pitt.
Did you
Is it
watch
worth
it?
watching? No, is it worth watching?
It's pretty hilarious. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'll check it out.
Good action comedy. Yeah,
Nice.
I liked it.
Rico Zorro for $10 says, first it was Donald, followed by Alex Jones. Then they went for the JRE, then Alex Jones again. Now Musk. Tomorrow it will be S-Class at 80.
Please, no. We have to be safe, guys. Be careful, okay? There's a culture war going on. There could be a civil war break out any second, okay? Have to be prepared.
So
We need lots of
apparently,
weed and beef jerky.
there you go. So according to Kaval and Sammy,
Mhm.
Danimal the Bruce is so degenerate that he managed to unscramble the censored panel in Sammy G's art.
No way. What?
So there you go.
I mean, that's just not a scribble. There's actual.
Apparently there was actually some degenerate art there that's
Really?
included.
Oh yeah, I have some more art to bring up.
You do.
What am I doing?
Deuce Flex for $2, or Deus Flex for $2, says the most appropriate term is mono party.
Mm-hmm. Mono party.
Mono party. There you go.
Mm-hmm. What's that mean? Oh, single party?
That single party.
Nice.
Silence You Idiot for $10 says, hey, Sitch Adam. Question is, I see Taylor Lorenz is back on Twitter and campaigning mask mandates again. Wait, really?
What?
The fuck? Can you even attempt to guess how liberals stigmatized masking and is endangering people of color? Oh no, wait.
No way.
Really? Taylor Lorenz is like wanting to advocate to bring back masking and saying if you don't do it, you're a racist.
That can't be real.
Okay. Wow. I believe that that's real. I just automatically assume that's real. So interesting.
Oh, I remember what I was going to do. I was going to try. That panel can't be unscrambled. What the heck?
Yeah, how the fuck did he figure out what that was?
That's
It's just
not-
like
That's totally.
that's insane to me.
Did he just guess and Kavah said, "Oh yeah, that's right"?
That's a level of degeneracy that's like impressive.
It's got to be some impreg though, right?
Right. Oh, I see the panel now. That's terrible.
What do you mean?
Oh, that's so bad.
How do you see? You're just making shit up.
And no,
man.
he replied to it on Twitter.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Oh no. He made some shit up.
I
lying.
believe it.
I'm closing Twitter right now. Oh no. What is that? The animal, put your shirt on. Jeez. Oh, hilarious. Oh yeah. That's a good
Terrible.
one.
Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Put it house. What's that? Put it house? Kumi bear, put it house. What does that mean? Okay.
I don't know. The degenerates probably know what it means.
I know. Probably shouldn't say that. Probably be on their answering machine now.
Right. You didn't make that picture, right? Did you, Sammy? It looks like, if I recall correctly, someone took a Sitch you made and then they edited it in that, right? That's not a Sammy original. I hope. I hope. Anyways.
Shinto did this, right?
Shinto art, yes. Shinto art.
This is great. It's Sitch looking very dainty, very ladylike.
Mm.
And Adam looking very happy.
Who commissioned this? Shinto says this was commissioned by someone. That's what I'm curious about. Yeah. Someone paid for this.
What are Toho girls?
Toho? I don't know. Toho is a bullet hell shoot 'em up video game series. Oh. So there you go. Apparently it's a shoot 'em up, or it's a bullet hell game with anime girls. So there you go. There's Adam and me as Toho girls.
I'm obviously in labor, getting ready to have my baby.
See, look, I look awesome. I'm like a Shinto priestess / magical girl. I got my Jewish star seals that I'm going to seal some demons. And Adam is just a maid. He's going to sweep up the front porch.
I'm a maid who's been wrongfully impregnated by
the master.
By my master. Right. And I got my legs kind of spread, getting ready to drop the baby.
You're the maid that got impregnated by Karl Marx.
Right.
He's trying to cover it up and hide it.
This is like an impreg. It's like an impreg thing. And I got my broom there to sweep up the afterbirth.
Right.
After we take care of business. Yeah.
Sammy says, I edited that. It's from Food Wars. Oh, terrible.
What?
Terrible.
Oh, the thing?
The thing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Shinto Art.
Put it. Yeah, no, this is great. And thank you for whoever commissioned it. Very generous of you.
Yes.
Let us know how the baby turns out. We want to know if it's a boy or a girl.
Did you just assume that baby's gender, Adam?
Hell yeah. Look, I look for the ding dong. No ding dong.
Hey, Equishidox is back. What happened?
Oh,
How did
look.
What happened?
Look, Equishidox has been a member for, I mean, that's
Forever.
like 4 or 5 months. I don't know.
Yeah.
Why would we shadow ban you? That doesn't make a lot of sense.
We knew it wasn't us, but.
Equishidox.
Biddles for 2 months says, totally taking credit for tweeting you guys the Phil Timcast clip. Well, thank you if that was you.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot. That was awesome.
That was pretty funny. Pretty hilarious.
We'll have to invite him back to talk about the MMT stuff. And we also have to talk about, because I was thinking, I think he brought it up on Timcast, how he leans more towards anarchism. And I started putting some thought into the anarchism with the Gilgamesh problem frame of reference, because anarchism gets rid of one of the brothers. It's a state versus society. And if you just give all the power to society, how does that not?
Right.
Yeah. Then all of a sudden you got the Gilgamesh problem again.
That's true. I forgot. John Smith is our MPreg baby. We've already talked about this.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What a cute little MPreg baby.
So Soldoge made this meme. We have Adam says, ow, this is going to need some stitches.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some Sitches in America saying, that'll be $58,000.
Mm-hmm. Accurate.
And then there's Aiden in Britbong land saying, I can help you in 38 months.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see Adam is bleeding out. And then there's CT and America's Hats, also known as Canada land, saying, kill yourself.
Kill yourself, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God, we should bring up Briggs did a song that's hilarious. Did you see that song?
I don't think so.
Is it Briggs or Bridges? I never know. He does one of those
Bridges?
names.
It's Bridges.
Is it?
Yeah.
He does one of those names with no vowels. Bridges.
He said it was Bridges, I thought.
Okay. We should have him on the show sometime, man. He's a really fucking talented musician.
We should.
Yeah.
He's a cool guy.
I love his music. But he did a song. Here, I'll see if I can find it on Twitter.
Okay.
We'll do a 3, 2, 1. I mean, it's a Twitter song, right? We can't get copyright. Because I don't think we can. Yeah, he's got like a record label. I don't think we can play his music without getting
I don't know.
copyright.
I mean, he wouldn't hit us. But I don't know if it's through someone else.
I talked to him about it. He said it would get dinged.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The Merry Christmas, I Love You Still song?
Well,
if we can't play it.
No, it's on. I'll find it. I think I bookmarked it so we could listen to it, but we just never did. Don't you have super chats to read? Get to work. What are you doing?
Lord of the Brains for $2 says journals are lame at being banned, not even clever. True. FP69 for $5 says Matt Bender's hair is the most offensive thing about this whole segment. He's on national TV years ago.
I mean, glass houses over here. I don't know if I have room to talk.
Get a haircut, hippie. Your hair looks great, Adam.
Better than Mr. Whispers.
Better than Mr. Whispers or Matt. Magor for $2 says, so I agree with Sitch. There's no smoking gun showing the FBI intentionally influenced Twitter to censor the Biden laptop story. But if you had to bet the FBI tried to influence versus the FBI didn't, what would you pick? If I had to bet, I would bet most likely that the FBI did not intentionally influence about the Hunter Biden laptop story. What I think happened was the FBI thought that there was going to be some kind of leak close to the election or some kind of, foreign interference. They honestly thought there's going to be some new story, some new foreign interference story. And they were like, oh my God, there's going to be something crazy. And they're warning about that. And then that didn't even happen. Nothing like that even happened whatsoever. And then the Hunter Biden laptop story came out. Because they've been sitting on that laptop. They had that laptop for like a year. If that was their concern, they would have been raising the alarm to Twitter about that for a long time. They've been like, oh, there's this crazy laptop that's going to come out. So I don't know. I don't buy that they sat on it for a year and then suddenly in summer of that month, they were worried about it coming out. So
do you think
and they would have been specific about it too. If that was the concern, if the concern was the laptop, why would they see, this is a problem. This is a problem with this narrative. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Adam, but
was the FBI corrupt or what? That's what people want to know.
Right. The problem with the narrative is at first everyone says the FBI told Facebook to censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. Like that's
they tricked them into doing it, which is as bad, right?
Well, wait. The original claim was they just directly told Twitter, right? Mm-hmm. That's the original claim. They just told Twitter.
Which is the worst. Yeah.
Right. That doesn't happen.
Right.
That didn't happen. There's no evidence that occurred. So instead of people saying, well, maybe I was wrong, they say the claim changes. Like, well, wait a minute. Maybe the FBI tricks Twitter into censoring the story. And you're like, okay. So we look and it's like, okay, that doesn't really seem to be like there's evidence of that. And so now the claim has changed again. And this is, what Schellenberg literally wrote this on Twitter. The claim has shifted from the FBI directed, the FBI told. Now it's the FBI primed Twitter. Oh, of course, the FBI primed Twitter into, censoring the Hunter Biden laptop story. And to me, when you go from they intentionally told to, well, maybe they primed them to, that kind of goalpost shifting to me is just like, oh, you just really don't have evidence for the claim. And so you just weakened it substantially. So I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. I'm going to have to see something far more direct.
Matt Taibbi thinks that the FBI definitely was like pushing buttons to make things happen at Twitter.
Yeah, but so where's the evidence of it? He can think whatever he wants.
Well, I don't know. Maybe, he's seeing all this stuff. Maybe he's just not articulating it in these long threads.
I'm not going to...
It doesn't seem a smoking gun in these threads.
Right, but here's the thing. If tomorrow there's a new Twitter files and they produce the evidence, I'll say, okay, well, looks like that happened. Like, I don't have any strong investment in protecting the FBI at all. I don't really give a shit. So
that's not what everyone told me. Everyone told me you were like a FBI shill.
I don't really care. I'll say, okay, look, if the FBI, if the FBI either directly or sneakily, tried to get Twitter to suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story, I think all those people should be fired and thrown in jail because they had the laptop for a year. They obviously knew that it wasn't, Russian disinformation or whatever by that point. So
They should be hanged, right?
well, I don't think they hang people anymore, but
Oh.
but I just haven't seen. There's nothing. There's literally nothing. The closest piece of evidence,
But they could bring back hanging just for them, right?
the one and only piece of evidence that we really have so far was something that came out before the Twitter files. It had nothing to do with Twitter files, and it's the Yoel Roth pleading. That's
And
the only time.
Yoel
that they
Roth
have-
is
there's-
like the guy who got Trump kicked, right?
I don't know if he's one of the people involved in that decision. Yeah.
He did the weird, the academic thing.
The dissertation.
Dissertation, yeah, that's the word. What is it
Well,
called?
and so in that thing, his pleading, which I agree, and hopefully the Republicans will have they'll make him testify. And I do want to hear about that. That's what should be looked into.
Mm-hmm.
Get Yoel Roth on record to say what exactly, and even the FBI, get the FBI on record to say what exactly did you talk about. And the Republicans will do this.
Waterboard him.
They'll say they're going to bring him, say, what did you talk to Twitter about specifically? And what did you talk to Yoel Roth about when you talked about hacked and leaked materials revolving around Hunter Biden?
Mm-hmm.
So there was actually something that was very interesting in the last Twitter files. There was a private group not related with the government that was doing like a mock hypothetical for social media companies to like see if they could practice like how they would address like a scandal. And you know what the mock scandal was?
What's that?
It was Hunter Biden leaks from Burisma.
No way.
Yes. Which
that's not a mock scandal. That's an actual scandal.
Well, no, but so it's funny because it's like that makes sense that would be the mock, like that someone would just create that as a mock scandal because that's what Trump was banging on about. So makes sense. That's where the mind would go with these sorts of things. But so no, I'm still. And there's an interesting thing too that Yoel Roth actually, and I think this was in the latest Twitter files too. There were 2 instances where Yoel Roth actually pushed back against the FBI, and he thought the FBI was asking for too much or trying to be too invasive and too cozy with them, and he was put off by it. So we moved from Twitter as an arm of the FBI to, well, the FBI played some sort of magic mind game and tricked Twitter into banning it. In reality, it's most likely just Twitter. The people at Twitter are, and I don't understand why this is so hard to grasp. People at Twitter were obviously left-wing biased, and they made a decision based on those bias to ban the Hunter Biden laptop story based on those biases. It doesn't require the FBI to tell them anything.
Well, and they're pretty good at coming up with their own justifications. If the bias is good enough, obviously. They're like, we don't need you guys to come up with justifications. I mean, it just seems like Russian disinformation to me, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. And the thing is, like, what I said to Rob when we talked about this, it's like we have literally, apparently it seems like the Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss and Schellenberg, it seems like they have literally every single fucking communication that every Twitter employee ever had with each other and with the FBI. It seems like they have every single Twitter communication. And yet none of those things, there's no direct thing about the Hunter Biden laptop story. There's not like when they were this is why this doesn't make any sense, what I said to Rob. When they were going back and forth, when they have a crisis on their hands, which is the Hunter Biden laptop story, Twitter's in full crisis mode. They're trying to figure out what to do with the story. If they had any inkling that the FBI had told them that this was disinformation or hacked or whatever, you can bet your fucking sweet ass that they would have said that in any of those emails. They would have said, well, we don't know what to do with this story, but we have evidence from the FBI, or the FBI is telling us that it's, hacked.
Yeah, because it would have been better justification. They wouldn't have to come up with their own. They'd be like, the FBI said this is...
Think about it this way. You're a biased left-wing Democrat. You're working at Twitter. You desperately want Donald Trump out of office. Then the laptop from hell, the Hunter Biden laptop, pops up. Okay. Every intuition of your elephant is trumpeting that you have to do something about
I
this
know,
story.
of course. Yeah, you're
Right.
screaming inside. You're like, oh my
Right.
God, this is it. This is
Right.
over. Our
We have
election,
to
we're
get
done.
rid of this story. Yeah.
How
And
do
so
we
your
bury
elephant,
this shit?
right? And so your elephant is so desperate for any possible excuse
Yeah.
to bury this story.
That's why I was saying they would be calling the FBI. They would be like, listen, we need some fucking excuses.
Right, exactly. And so it's like
Run
so
interference for us.
you better believe when they're looking for every excuse to get rid of this story, that if they had any FBI person telling them that it was hacked or Russian disinformation, they'd be spamming that to every single person. Oh, we have to get rid of this. We have to get rid of this. You know, the FBI told us it was hacked or it was Russian disinformation. It was fake,
Yeah.
blah, 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 blah.
Well, the smoking gun would be some email that says, don't. Well, would they say that? Don't blame
No,
us. Don't.
The smoking gun, there wouldn't be an email probably. There wouldn't be a smoking gun like the FBI saying, you must censor the Hunter Biden laptop story. Like, that's not going to exist. But you would have them discussing it internally saying, the FBI told us that this was,
Oh, you're right.
Russian
That's
disinformation or hacked. And so, based on that, we're going to censor the story. That would have been the justification they would have given. Because think about it this way. People aren't actually thinking about this clearly. We have evidence that the FBI directly asked for certain things to be removed from Twitter. Right?
Of
we
course.
have that in evidence.
Yeah.
And we
Bullshit
have
things.
evidence. Right. And we have evidence that Twitter, not all the time, but some of the times,
They said
would
no.
would say no, but would also say yes. Right?
Yeah.
So if the FBI asked them to get rid of the Hunter Biden laptop, or even told them that it was Russian disinformation, of course they would use this as their justification. Why? And here's the thing too: if that was a justification, why are those Twitter employees not saying that now? When Jack Dorsey and Yoel Roth and those people, they all admitted that they fucked up with the Hunter Biden laptop story. They all admitted that they fucked up.
They would pass the buck to the FBI if they could,
Yes.
obviously.
Why exactly? Why would they not just pass
Pretty
the buck immediately and
obvious.
say it's not our fault? It's the FBI. They told us. Hold them responsible. It'd be the most obvious thing some corporate America tech bro would do. Like, it's not my fault. It's the FBI.
Unless the FBI showed up and said, listen, we're going to need you to take one for the team. Okay.
Yeah, but now you've brought in the conspiracy to an even further level.
We're going to need you to take one. Now, I know that you're socialist, but we're going to need you to take one for Team America here. Okay.
Are you
They're
saying
going to
that
laugh. They're going to be,
You're saying
bullshit.
So
I'm
so
not
exactly.
taking one for no American colonialist piece of shit.
You imperialist colonialist.
Yeah, no,
That's what
they'd
happened.
flip on the FBI so quick.
They would. So it doesn't.
White male patriarchy.
The facts, and this is going to be what we're talking with Connor about tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yes. The facts that exist that I see, and the lack of information just doesn't fit that narrative. There's a lot of dogs not barking in this story.
Well, a lot of, including Matt Taibbi. You should watch that video with Russell Brand, because they're talking about, this is obvious government malfeasance and.
Yeah, but that's the problem. It's like, I can't trust them because it's their reporting. So obviously they're hyping it up, right? They want this. They're like financially invested in this. They want this to be their career. We were the Twitter files journalists, right?
Yeah, of course.
But so it's like, okay, if that's true, Matt, then fucking show it. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
It's not there in black and white. He's like, you got to read between the lines, man.
I don't, man. That's a big accusation to quote unquote read between the lines. That's like saying, well, it's not there black and white that Trump colluded with Russia, but you have to read in between the lines, Sitch.
I don't know if this is. First of all, okay, I found the thing.
What thing?
I found the video. I sent you a link.
Oh.
And but evidently it got deleted for
Oh, Bridges link, you mean?
Yeah. But he uploaded another one. He said, in case people want a version that won't potentially get them in trouble for naughty words. So maybe the other one got deleted for naughty words. But I'm worried because, I kind of like the naughty words, but maybe you saw this because I retweeted it. Are you ready for like a 3, 2, 1?
Where did you send it to me? I don't see it.
I sent it to you on Twitter. Hit refresh on Twitter. Yeah.
Right.
Sometimes
Twitter,
Twitter's
the
a
DMs
bitch.
are weird on Chrome.
I know. I blame Elon Musk. He needs to stop
I do.
fucking doing all these polls and just fix the
Okay.
DMs. Ready?
I'm ready.
3,
This is
2
Bridges?
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Hey guys, so I was actually hired by the Canadian federal government to write an encouraging song that if you're going through something, there is help out there.
Are you depressed? Are you feeling lonely? Are you in pain? I wish that you'd have told me. 'Cause if you feel like you got nothing left to lose, trust me, I know there's something that you can do. Yourself, you don't wanna be a burden weighing down the system anymore. If your mental health is way too much to carry, life is way too scary, say no more. It's painless and it's simple, euthanizing sad people. The healthcare system isn't designed to cure disease of the mind, so just yourself, stop being everybody's problem. We don't wanna wait, so sign right up today to yourself.
He had to beef out the kill yourself. Like, it's not obvious that that's a joke. Come on.
Yep.
Like,
I actually had seen that from when you tweeted it.
Elon fucking lied. Elon said comedy was back on Twitter.
There you go.
I
That was
can't believe
very
that
funny.
got deleted. The best part is when he says kill yourself. Just kill yourself. It's like, oh.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, beautiful music.
Mm-hmm.
I want to send that to all my ex-girlfriends.
Oh my god.
Hey guys, so I was actually
Now I don't know about that one, but that's I don't know about that. But
Come on, Sitch.
Thank you, Bridges.
Look, that's a joke. That's
There you
just
go.
a joke. Look, come on. You never had a relationship go south on you, Sitch? Come on, we've all been there
no,
before.
never in my entire life.
Look, all Sitch's
Listen, all my relationships, they've all ended with an amicable handshake and a parting of the way. It's okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Of course.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
They always
Every
end
single
on,
one.
always. Love always ends on good terms.
That's true. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Sitch, check your DMs. I really do feel like a graphical timeline would improve those deep dive discussions. Something like Timeline Maker Pro looks good, but it's a bit expensive.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Timeline for what?
Oh, for like the debates and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably not wrong. That would be helpful.
Do you hear that? Do you hear Wormy complaining?
Yeah, no, you're probably right. It's just
Oh, are you
the
looking
problem,
into it now?
The problem is, I should do it.
Who did the NFT?
Oh, so yeah, the NFT. Donkey Doggy.
Uh-huh.
Donkey Doggy did the NFT.
Look, Trump NFT, super good.
There's Trump's latest NFT. So there you go. From Donkey Doggy.
Oh, look, it's got Shark Tard there.
For Shark Tard. There's Donald Trump jumping Shark Tard.
This is when Donald Trump officially jumped the shark.
Exactly.
Is the NFTs.
Yes.
True. Very
Thank
true.
you, Donkey. I want to say Donkey Doug because I've been watching. I finished watching The Good Place, which the first 2 seasons are great. Last 2 seasons are kind of okay.
The Good Place?
Yeah.
Well, my wife watches that all the time.
You've never seen it? You'd probably like it.
Seems like a, kind of
It has a lot to do with morals.
like a
and moral
woman's show.
systems.
Seems
I
like
don't
something ladies would watch.
know why you'd say that unless you're sexist, because the main character is a woman. So,
No, it just,
but she's an asshole, so it's funny.
It's kind of like a soap opera.
Not even remotely. Okay.
It's Ted Danson. He plays like
I love
the
Ted
devil or
Danson.
God, Ray.
No, he's an angel.
An angel, okay.
Yeah. He's the architect of the plot is, don't look anything up because it will spoil it. The plot is essentially that a lady dies and goes to heaven, and Ted Danson is the angel who created the heaven neighborhood that they live in, but she's actually an asshole and doesn't belong in heaven. So she's trying to like fake her way to being a good person, essentially, to make it in heaven.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. I liked it a lot. I like the first 2 seasons a lot anyway, but
I mean, I watched it intermittently.
okay. You kind of have to watch
It's got
it
Veronica Mars in it.
sequentially. It has I didn't even realize it. It has the lady from She-Hulk in it. I didn't even recognize her.
Oh, really?
Oh,
you're right. It does. Titania or whatever.
Titania, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I mean, I do remember her from The Good Place before Titania. Yeah, no.
Anyway.
Is this it? Are we good or?
No.
Oh, okay.
But no, what I was gonna say is, yeah, I should getting a timeline would be good. It's a I should do it. I should just force Adam to do it because part of the annoyance is I have to give it to Adam to do it. Like I can't just set it up myself. So
why? Just
because
log in and do it, and then
you're running the stream. What do you mean?
yeah, but I'll
You have
just
the OBS.
log into the account.
The OBS account that you set it up?
No, I mean what? It's like some timetable software. What do you mean? You just share your screen.
Oh, I guess I could do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I just bring it up. Share
That's
your
true.
screen. I bring it up. Jeez, gotta make things so difficult.
I know. Cyborg for
Terrible
$2 says
work
liable. Oh, do you mean libel or liable? I'm assuming you meant libel. Libel is damaging to someone's property. In the vast majority of states, it's a civil case with no criminal charges. Distribution of CP is also not free speech because it's the product of violating someone's rights.
Right.
Owning CP in and of itself is considered to be having contributed to making it because by wanting it, you are creating demand and leading to the creation of it. You cannot hold CP and not be participating in its creation. It doesn't matter. Well, okay, let me finish reading before I continue. Because you put $2, $4, $6, $8, $10. Thank you, Cyborg. There is no limitation on free speech involving the banning of CP. It is solely for the purpose of punishing people who participate in the violation of people's rights. If you incite a riot but don't participate, you still will be charged for it. It's not a violation of freedom of speech because you participated in the destruction of property. Buying or owning CP is the same in that you didn't participate in the act, but because you want it, you are creating demand. In the same vein, if you incite a riot, you are, quote, creating demand for a riot. It's participation in the act. That's why distribution of CP is illegal. So you're correct about why it's illegal. You're completely correct about that. And that's why it should be illegal. So that's true, but that doesn't have anything to do with what I said, which is, and I maybe I can't use CP because it's too emotional of a topic for people to conceptualize.
I know it is for me. I don't like when we talk
but
about
it is. Someone could say it's a speech issue, having that image be out there. And basically what's happening is essentially what we're saying as a society, which is a good thing, is that, the fact that this child's rights have been violated, that's more important than simply the free speech component that anyone should be able to display this image. That's what's happening in that situation. So
where it gets dicey is if it's not actually, like if it's created, if it's like, animated or a cartoon.
That's why all those cartoons are allowed.
Yeah, but I just think they shouldn't be allowed. I think.
Okay, I mean, you could think that, but I'm saying that's why those things are allowed. That's because in that situation, we say, well, not we, but society or the courts rather say that the free speech component is more important than, whatever the other component is. I can guarantee you, I can literally guarantee you, if you were to look up some case involving distribution of CP, that they will talk about the free speech element of it. So there's speech that's not. This is I think it's just emotional, but I understand there's speech that we've decided is not protected speech, and that's fine. That's totally fine. Libel is not protected speech. Slander is not protected speech. Stealing someone's copyright is not protected speech. And you say, but wait, Sitch, that's stealing someone's property. You're right. And what we're saying is that the destruction or stealing of someone's property is more important than speech in that instance. That's what that is saying. It's still speech, but we're not free speech absolutists. America is not a free speech absolutist country, never has been. So, and I don't think any country has ever been a free speech absolutist country, and never will be, because it's not a position anyone can really hold. So, but anyway, it doesn't really matter because people aren't really advocating for this. I'm just being a stickler for when people say they're free speech absolutists. So I'm being a stick in the mud about it.
Yep. That's his MMT.
Well, no, I feel like.
No, it is.
People say I'm a free speech absolutist, so they don't have to construct an argument. And the thing is, well, no, because there's reasons you have to construct an argument for why we're in favor of certain things and why we're not in favor of certain things. So
I don't.
Well, that's true.
I just ban them. I
That's
say,
true.
listen, I told you not to post that, and you did, so fuck you. Your account's gone.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, careful now. This is Elon piss drinking. If you defend someone on blatantly crazy allegations and they're a billionaire, you're basically bootlicking. Agree or die. Yeah, a lot of people have that weird take. Yeah. Yep, essentially. Dr. Dealer for another $3 says, it's super duper interesting to me that all the people that hate on Elon all happen to be very left wing. And they only started to care the second he announced he was changing Twitter to be more neutral. Makes you think. Yeah, it's true.
It makes you think they have no principles.
Right. All those left wingers, they were like totally like when Elon was like, he's the guy who's making electric cars. And then as soon as he started to be like, I don't like the COVID lockdowns. I don't like some of this woke stuff. They're like, he's evil.
I wonder if it'll hurt his sales on Teslas.
I don't know. It's a good question.
Because it seems like a lot of people buy Teslas because it's like the virtue signal. Look, I'm so good for the environment.
That was at first. I think I wouldn't be surprised if it wouldn't have that much of an effect, really, honestly. But
I hope.
Arithmus for $2 says, quote, the internet town square is when only I get to speak. Joe Scarborough, probably. True. True.
What a bitch.
Right. Lion MX for 25 Mega Man X dollars says, Phil, explain the John Schaefer thing to Sitch and Adam. No, we didn't ask him that. What's the John Schaefer thing?
I don't know.
Phil, what's the John Schaefer thing?
It's
John
so nice
Schaefer.
Oh,
John Schaefer is an American heavy metal musician. He's a rhythm guitarist and principal songwriter for the Indiana-based heavy metal band Iced Earth, which was formed in 1985 under the name Purgatory. He's also lead singer in a political side project called Sons of Liberty. Until 2021, he played guitar for Demons and Wizards.
Did they? I mean, Phil's been in half a dozen bands, so maybe it's some kind of falling out or something.
Well, I think it's probably about this. On January 6, 2021, Schaefer, a founding lifetime member of the far-right Oathkeeper militia, was photographed among those who stormed the U.S. Capitol building. After appearing on the Most Wanted section of the FBI's website, he turned himself in on January 17th and was held on 6 felony charges. Wow.
Ouch.
And
that he was friends with Phil, or?
I don't know. Well, maybe Phil just knows about it because they're musicians. I don't know if they know each other. Let's see. He said... Oh, wait, what? Oh, that's unrelated. Anyway, on April 16, 2021, Schaefer agreed to plead guilty to 2 charges: obstructing an official proceeding of Congress and trespassing on restricted grounds of the Capitol while armed with a dangerous weapon. He was the first participant in the storming to plead guilty.
Was he the zip ties guy? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Dangerous weapon.
Prosecutors agreed to a recommendation of between 3.5 to 4.5 years in jail. Wow. Depending on his cooperation in prosecuting other rioters. He also would be granted sponsorship for the United States Federal Witness Protection Program.
Really? Wow.
According to Schaefer's attorney, while Schaefer was held in Indiana jail, other inmates made death threats against him and threw feces at him. He was subsequently transferred to a jail in Washington, D.C. Jeez.
Wow. They were like, Trump supporter.
Well, no, I'm assuming because it was for ratting people out, supposedly, not for...
Oh, really?
Trump's. I mean, I would guess. But... Unless he really did, like, 3 to 4 years... I don't know, what did he do? Like, if he attacked the cop, then I'd say, yeah, definitely. But, I mean, what did he do to merit that? Oh, okay. So they're accusing him of rushing an officer. Okay. Well, if he attacked an officer, I think he deserves that. So I don't have a problem with that. But, anyways. Sodoge conspiracy that S-Class suppresses A-Team. That's not conspiracy. That's true. For $2.
Oh, my God. You're just full mask off here.
Full mask off.
Why would you say that?
Happy Hanukkah, Sitch, and the rest of you Goyams. Thank you.
After
Liam
admitted being totally biased towards S-Class.
You mean A-Team?
No, towards S-Class.
Who?
You.
Oh, I'm biased in favor of, yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
Right. Of course, because S-Class
against
is
A-Team.
Sure. A-Team is lame team.
S-Class all pass.
Liam S. Thanks so much for real for 5 months. Says Taylor Lorenz sold her soul for a painting. Oh, I read that one. That resides in her attic, which is getting younger and younger each day. She misunderstood the agreement.
Yeah.
Electro Master for 3 months. Thanks so much. Says you moved it to Monday instead of Sunday. Scree. Yeah, it's not. This isn't permanent, by the way. This is just for this week and next week.
Maybe next week. Yeah.
Well, I don't think we're gonna stream on Christmas, but
I'm going to see a movie on Christmas.
Right. So, but then after that, we should return to our regular scheduled program.
Of course. Yeah.
Val Marie for $5 says, remember when Matt said if he had a young daughter, he would be okay with her being in a well-written film like Cuties? Did he say that? He didn't say that on our stream, did he?
I hope not. Jeez.
That's crazy. Matt Binder.
Did he really say that?
Did he say that?
No way.
No. That's crazy.
Maybe he did. And I was like, what?
Oh, man.
Maybe he was joking. I don't know. I like to think he was joking if he said that.
I don't know. Well, maybe we'll ask him about it. That's pretty. Wow, that's pretty brain rot. The Formid for $50 Donkey Kong dollars said, if I recall correctly, Crystal and Sauger called it earlier on MSN that the MSN would turn Elon to Trump 2.0 when they realized they would sync without Trump. Kudos to them. Well, I mean, it's a good prediction.
Totally nailed it.
So we are streaming tomorrow, but late. We're streaming at 8:30-ish.
Eastern?
We talk Eastern time. Having a conversation with Counterpoints.
My time.
Yes. A conversation with Counterpoints about his DGG woes.
Yeah.
So.
About why he's so foolish on the internet.
Yes.
Well, I guess he got attacked.
He has tweets 100% serious. Oh my God, that is crazy. Man.
Who does?
Not joking. Matt, about the kid being in Cuties. That's... Oh man, I don't even know how to respond to that. It's okay. That's a take. That is a take. That is indeed a take. Interesting. I kind of want to talk to him again just to ask him that. Ask him that once. I don't care about him lying on MSNBC. The Joy Reid. Why would you? You thought it would be okay for your daughter to be in Cuties? What the fuck? Lord of the Brains for $5 says, until Elon unbans rank and file banned accounts, this is all just him conducting a PR war. He can cry me a river till more than names are unbanned. What do you mean? Unbans rank and file banned accounts.
Smaller accounts.
Oh, gotcha.
Like it
he did,
makes
didn't
sense
he?
to unban the bigger accounts, obviously.
I thought
'cause
he
they have a following.
unbanned I thought he unbanned most people that were banned.
I mean, there's still a bunch of banned accounts. I see people talking about it. Yeah.
Okay. JDM John Face, thanks so much for being here for 4 months. Says, woo! Alan Finder and TSA Stitch are my favorite. Seriously, though, thanks for what you do. S Team is the A class.
But really?
S class. Thank you. Lord of the Brains is mad because he's banned.
What?
Lord of the Brains is banned on Twitter. That's what he was
is?
talking about.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Everyone who isn't Carl Gone is banned.
I mean,
I thought a bunch of people got unbanned, but
I've DM'd with Lord of the Brains on Twitter, but I guess he lost that account or something.
well, I guess it's gone now.
I don't know.
What'd you say? You canceled Brains. Or sorry, banned.
Who knows?
Fire Everything for $10 says, you guys need to have Phil on more often. He's great. Awesome stream so far. Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
No, it's so nice to have a guest that's like not trying to dunk on us every 5 minutes.
Oh, hey, Zero Fox is back with his member account. That's good.
Oh, nice. You must have unbanned him. Why you secretly banned Zero Fucks? What are you doing?
Oh, this is great. Shadow Who Walks says, Matt Binder's tweets on cuties are like a silver bullet Shoehead uses when she gets into a fight with him.
Really?
That's hilarious.
Hilarious.
That's so funny.
That is so shoe on the head, too.
Right.
You said you would have your daughter being cuties.
Yeah.
You pervert.
You're not really a good... I think we did talk to him about some... I don't know if we talked to him about some drag... No, we talked about something trans. I don't think we talked about like drag queen and stuff. Because I'd be like, listen, Matt, if you think your kid would be in cuties would be okay, I don't think you're a good judge of character on what's acceptable for children.
Yeah.
At all. Lord of the Brains says, it's not what I said, it's what I said to the person who reviews the appeals. Oh, come on, Brains. Come on. That's a classic rookie mistake.
What the?
You got to be nice to the person that looks at your appeals. You don't cuss out the person who is doing the appeals.
Yeah. Buttering
Rico's
up
offer
the appeals person is not.
Yeah, you gotta butter them up a little bit.
suit.
Rico Zorro for $10 says, mainstream have to speak in Trump derangement language to communicate current news to their audience.
I know. Oh, so sad.
That's true.
They won't understand unless we frame it in terms of Trump. They only know Trump now.
Right.
What? Who is this other person? Where's the orange guy?
I don't understand this story. It doesn't have Donald Trump in it?
Yeah. It's true. It's totally true.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, journalist breaks the rules. Also journalist, why am I being punished for breaking the rules? Don't you know I'm special? This is affront to democracy, free speech. I don't know, just pick one.
It's publicly available data.
It's publicly available.
It's not my fault. It's publicly available secret data.
Exactly. Magora for $2 says, went to the dentist today. Didn't try to scam me, but I still hated it. Gonna have to be A-team reigning supreme for a while, at least until Christmas. Then I'll probably go back to appreciating investigativism. Thank you. There you go.
That's right. Dentists are fucking bitches.
There you go. Solido for $2 says, missed the stream because of family. Boo, family. I'm assuming Anna made the guest cry. Amazing how libertarians are still the only consistent ones in this. Elon owns Twitter, so he can ban whoever he wants, even if I disagree with him. So there you go. You didn't make Phil cry. That's true.
No, there's no crying.
There's no crying in streaming.
Lord
of the Brains for $5 says the Frankfurt School was established by European intellectuals, and Carl can get bent trying to blame the U.S. for British problems. Cry back to the Shire.
Ooh.
Oh, Carl. Are you blaming us for the Frankfurt School? That's the damn Germans.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Come on, the Frankfurters.
The Frankfurters, yeah. Come on,
So
it's in the
obvious.
name.
Yeah.
If it was called the Hot Dog School, then maybe... Maybe then you could blame America. Rico Zorro, thanks so much for being a free will seeker for 9 months. Says, as a free will seeker, I stand somewhere right of XQC and left of Tim Pool's audience. Thank you, S-Class and A-Team. Feliz Navidad, centrist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feliz Navidad.
There was the hate. They always play that song in Spanish class. It made me want to die.
Feliz Navidad. Do 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 do.
I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. So, God, fucking Christmas music.
Oh, I know. It's the worst.
It's the worst. I think that's the best. I'm so happy. That was like the worst experience when I was like a kid. My mom had to drag me to go shopping with her. We'd be in Christmas times, nonstop Christmas music. Whenever you went to a store. Oh, God.
I know. You said it a bunch.
I know.
That's how I know.
So. Ugh.
Do they know it's Christmas?
Do they still do that?
time?
And I just don't experience it because I don't go to these stores anymore.
World.
I feel like I just don't hear Christmas music anywhere near as much as I used to.
Time. Free the
Someone sent me I only watched a little bit of it. I haven't got that deep into it. Someone sent me an XQC debating Hassan about there was some streamer.
Is that
who
the retard?
Hassan, yeah, that is the retard.
No, the XQC.
What do you mean? Is he a retard? I don't think so.
I mean, he has like a weird lisp or something.
Oh, he does have a slight speech impediment, I think.
Is it a speech impediment or an accent?
Well, is there a difference? Oh, wow! Baka, 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 baka. Anyway,
guess.
so there's some.
She was like in a a railroad tie.
I don't fucking know. Who
Blew
knows?
up through his brain, or
who knows? But anyway, there's some controversy because there was some streamer on Twitch who apparently she was, the story goes, receiving hate donations, and so
she was
apparently.
Okay.
I don't know what the content of these hate donations were, but so apparently she didn't like these donations, so she publicly doxed the person's name to her stream.
Ouch.
So there's controversy now about whether that's acceptable behavior or not.
That's not acceptable behavior.
No.
Of course
Well,
not.
usually not. It would depend on some circumstances.
Doxing is no bueno.
Well, I would say first of all, I don't know how it works on Twitch. Can you not, if you get a hate donation, you can't just block them and prevent them from giving you money anymore? I thought you could. If you can, then why wouldn't you just do that?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think I don't know, if you can't do that. I mean, if you can do that, then you don't really have an option to complain.
Look, all this fuzzy shit about doxing people I don't like. Because I do feel like doxing is the same as threatening physical violence, which, I mean, that's not acceptable. This is the punch the Nazis debate all over again.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
It's okay to dox people who are Nazis. That's basically what they're saying.
But here's the counter. That's why I said it depends on the context. Because what if there's a guy he keeps sending her message like, I'm going to, rape your family, right?
Dox him to the police.
Wait. Let me finish. And she's like, okay, I'm going to block this guy. And the guy keeps creating new accounts and he keeps sending that donation. I'm going to kill you and rape your family. And then she goes to the police and she says, this guy, he keeps fucking...
And rape the family or?
Both.
Okay.
She's going to kill them and then rape them.
It's pretty bad.
Right.
Yeah.
And then so she goes to the police and she says, this guy, I have his name. This guy keeps sending me these threatening messages. And the police say, yeah, we're not going to do anything about it. What do you do then? Is it okay to dox him then?
No, you dox the police. You'd be like, here.
Well, see, because at that point, I'd say, well, then that's totally fine. Fuck that guy.
I mean, yeah, you gotta. I mean, that you make a powerful argument.
So I'm saying it depends on. I don't know what the circumstances of this situation are. I doubt that they're that straightforward, obviously.
Right.
But.
Look, she probably just did it because.
Because it was her time of the month.
Oh my God!
Is that what you were gonna say? You sexist bigot, Adam?
Not even close.
That's what he was gonna say, Chad. Don't let Adam say otherwise. That's what he was going to say. We could all sense it. We could all feel it. That's what he was gonna say.
You are the sexist piece of shit.
No, that's what you were. You just said it. You just said it. I just happened to be the one that voiced.
I
what you
just
were
laughed
thinking.
at it. I laughed at it when you said it. But
I just voiced what you were
gonna
thinking.
say it.
Okay.
I was gonna say he was probably nice to her, and she was just like, he was probably picking up on her.
Right. Right.
Yeah. And she was like, "No, I'm on my period."
But anyway, supposedly Hassan and XQC were debating this topic,
Okay.
and supposedly, you know, Hassan has some really shitty takes, which wouldn't even remotely.
Oh, this
surprise
is
me.
Hassan was defending doxing.
Yes, that's the.
See, this
Hassan was
is
defending doxing.
look. You can't. This is the same thing. This is the punch a Nazi debate all over again because you just can't win. Like either you're defending Nazis or you're defending physical violence. It's like, oh great. That's like a lose-lose. You can't be in a situation where you're like, yeah, just don't do that debate. That's not a good debate for anyone.
Yeah, I'll listen
I
to
mean,
it if it's good.
Look,
We'll
Hassan
cover
and
it,
QVC can do it, but
we have that. We still have the Alex Jones versus Nick Fuentes.
yeah, I want to watch that. Are we gonna watch
the commercial
that now?
breaks get so annoying though. Oh my god, he literally breaks commercial like every 10 minutes.
We'll fast forward.
I know, I'm just like it just ruins the flow of the entire conversation.
Look, just edit that shit out. And then we're good
Mystery
to go.
guests, thanks so much for being a mystery guest. You're one, our Sergeant Uncle. Thanks so much for being a Freewheel Seeker for 3 months. Says Phil is great, a rarity among informed, famous TM people. He actually is informed and intelligent enough to process information independently. True.
Yep.
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
A very dead
Phil's
horse.
great.
Thanks so much for being a Freewheel Seeker for 4 months. Says you forgot to ask Phil the 3 questions. We're not asking those anymore. Or actually, no, we replaced the 3rd question with what is your favorite dinosaur? So
that's so
a question
cringe.
Adam doesn't like. But
That's so cringe.
listen to this guy. All right. Let me ask the chat.
What?
Should we ask people, should we ask guests what their favorite dinosaur is?
That's just such a mega cringe.
So I think the majority of people
Mega
in the comments
cringe.
and in the Discord kind of completely disagreed with your dinosaur take, Adam. I thought your dinosaur take was weird.
Because my favorite dinosaur is Megasaurus.
No, that you just didn't. You're like, I don't have a favorite dinosaur. I was like, what? Wow, this poll is like vacillating. I've never seen one of the polls vacillate so quickly.
It's only I'm not even gonna. Oh wait. Should we ask?
Well, there you go. There's your poll, guys.
No. Where's the
The
hell
real
no?
question is not. If you're voting based on the real question, don't, because Adam has banned the porn question.
Why do you keep blaming me on this? This was a group
Because I don't want to
decision.
take the responsibility.
I know. Look, this is like a group
Listen,
decision.
Adam banned the porn question, and I just happened to agree with him. Okay, I just left out the second part.
But suddenly I'm the bad guy here. I really feel like it's like, you got the 2 parents and you're like, oh, your mom said you can't do that anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. Your mom said, Adam, your mom said we can't do the porn question anymore.
Your mom said no way.
Right.
Yeah.
No, the POV question is not on the poll. That's not an option anymore.
Right.
That won't be asked regardless. So
The
it doesn't
dinosaur question is just, it's just nobody.
Okay.
A lot of people do not have a favorite dinosaur.
I think that's weird, and I think we need to expose that.
It exposes more about you than it does about them. Let's just put it that way.
Does it though?
It does. It does.
Does it really?
Yeah.
I don't think it does.
It says you're a dork.
The fact that you think that makes
time-
you the dork, Adam.
Every time you ask it, I'm gonna fucking burst out laughing because it's so stupid.
And then when you start laughing, I'm like, okay, because Adam's making fun of the dinosaur question, I have to ask the real question.
When you watch dinosaur porn, do you picture yourself as one of the dinosaurs?
How about this? How about this? I say, okay, I can ask you a question. Okay.
Uh-huh.
It can either be a dinosaur question or a porn question. How about I give I give the guests the choice?
Oh God, that's the worst. This is mega cringe.
You don't want me to ask Jordan Pearson? I'll say, Jordan Pearson, I can ask you a question. It's can either be about dinosaurs or pornography. Which one do you want to answer?
Can that be one of the questions?
That will be one of the questions. That'll be the new second question. I ask the topic of
No, that's the third question. That's just
the second question. No, the third question is the question. The second question is I ask what topic they want.
No. The third question is which you prefer, and then you just like, okay, now we know.
That's the question.
Yeah, and then it's
Okay.
over.
Okay.
You're like, I would rather you ask a porn question. Okay, thanks. That was a great interview.
That was it. That was
because
just
then
it.
you know, you're like, listen, is this person a dinosaur weirdo or a porn weirdo? Right? But you don't have to get into this, the gory details about the actual, what kind of weirdo they are, the specifics.
Right.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, our owls birds question is a good one because everyone pauses. They're like, what?
That's
what makes it funny.
Yeah,
me.
I know.
The pause. Because everyone thinks it's a trick question.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what?
Yeah. But you passed. It's not, I don't know. Can't we just ask people, like, where do people find you online?
That's so boring. Oh my God.
Yeah, it is kind of boring. How do people stalk you online?
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, where was I?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Zero Fucks for $2 says super chat test. Reason in during show Discord chat. Huh. Well, I'm glad you apparently fixed or YouTube fixed whatever the problem was.
Yeah. We didn't ban you, I promise. Sitch wanted to, but I told him no.
That's true.
Oh, look. It's FP69. Is that Fraser Park?
Fraser Park 69 for $5 says it's not, quote, it's not like I meant to tweet out your docs. I just thought it was newsworthy, Elon Chan. Gosh, not like I want to report on this or anything.
Yeah. Jeez, why does he got to get so upset about it?
There you go.
Fucking loser.
Oh, Lord of the Brains for
Elon is
$5.
such a
He has here's his pick for the next question.
Oh, okay.
Quote,
New
in a hierarchy of evil with murder at the top and jaywalking at the bottom, where do you place racism? It's technically a trick question.
Right.
Why is it a trick question?
Because racism is obviously worse than murder.
Oh, okay.
Wait a second here. Shouldn't jaywalking be at the top and murder be at the bottom?
Why?
Oh, I don't know.
No. Where was I? I read that
Incentives.
one. I read that one.
Oh, you did?
Read that one.
Dark Conservatarium.
We Reclusive. Thanks so much for being a Free Seeker for
Ben
3
Collins
months.
has his own Kiwi Farms thread.
I read that one, yeah.
And as it's well earned.
Yep.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Putting the shopping cart back.
Okay.
That's the third question.
Do you
one
put
is
the
material
Nobody's-
racism is motivation. Well, I guess.
The
I don't think that
second
makes it a trick
question should be asking about the shopping cart, and the third question should be asking if they're lying about the shopping cart.
There you go. There you go.
Just ask the questions during the interview.
Reclusive. Thanks so much for being a free seeker for 3 months. Says, I got banned too. I went to another streamer and he had the same issues. Oh, yeah. I checked with incognito private mode on both of you, but it looks like it's probably fixed now, so that's good. Good.
It was Susan.
Susan. A very good horse for $2 says should have put up a counting ticker for chilling. Yes, it's a chilling effect. Ding. It's a chilling effect. Ding. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right. Fucking chilling effect. Chilling effect.
Curse my circuits for $5.20. Says S-Class dots their eyes with little hearts and leaves their shopping carts strewn about the parking lot.
True.
Fake news. A-Team I-beams give the ladies cream drains.
Hell yeah. That's exactly right.
There you
Crazy.
go.
Crazy for my baby blue eyes. The yeah. Interesting.
Of course the robot likes Adam.
That chilling thing. I feel like, wasn't there a time when you really couldn't say anything about trans issues without being like yeeted from the platform? Well, how come that
I was
wasn't
thinking
like a chilling thing?
I was thinking about that exact issue. No one can talk about trans issues. No one can either, they couldn't on Twitter, really, and they couldn't in the science community because of the chilling effect.
But nobody ever talked about that chilling effect. Oh my God, we could have a
Right.
chilling effect here if we make it so if anyone says anything like woman is an adult human female, they get kicked off the platform.
Right.
Yeah. That's quite
True.
the chilling effect.
Not returning the cart is a dark triad.
Is a dyke
yes.
move.
Is a dyke. Not returning the shopping cart is a dark triad trait. That is true.
I mean, I've had a couple lesbian friends, and they really don't return.
They really
shopping.
didn't put the cart back.
Yeah.
Well, it's not their fault, Adam. They're lesbians. They don't like putting things into things. Okay.
As soon as they get back, to the line of carts, they're like, "Oh, can you do this part? It's very painful for me."
This part disgusts me personally.
I back way up and I get a good run at it.
Oh my God.
And I smash that cart in there.
I think you're
That's
doing it wrong.
right. That's
I think
right,
you're doing it wrong,
bitch.
Adam.
I want to hear a loud clack when I lock that cart together.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I think you're doing both of these things wrong, Adam.
Look, if I have to take that cart all the way across the shopping.
I think you're doing the cart wrong, and you're doing the comparable activity wrong if you have to take a running start.
Oh yeah, it's good. Lock and load.
There
Get
you
that
go.
cart in there.
There you go.
I'm going balls deep with that cart.
EqualShowDocs for $2 says, banning issues aside, nice surprise stream tonight. Well, I guess. I mean, I don't know if you can call it a surprise stream. It's more like a makeup stream.
Yeah.
But I'm glad it surprised you. I put out a post on Saturday. A lot of people don't see the post.
Yeah.
But there was a post saying that it was going to be on Monday.
We should have put a video up. But
I guess we should have, but whatever.
We need to put a video up.
We had a
that
number of
says-
people saw. So.
Yeah, no, we had a great audience tonight.
Right.
We need to make a video. Well, I'll end up making this, obviously, that just says, our channel is still alive. I mean, I contact people to do live streams, to hook up guests and stuff, and they're like, are you still? I mean, you haven't published a video for 3 months because they added this live tab.
Oh.
So everyone's like, the channel's dead. No.
Really? That's
Yeah.
terrible.
So we need to make a video that says, hey,
Okay.
listen, look at the live tab.
Right. Okay.
We're still publishing. We're just not clipping out videos. But
Right.
I mean, we
Okay,
should
that's a
clip
good
out videos. We just haven't done it because we're working on
I don't know.
other
People
stuff.
didn't really like the clips on this channel anyway. But
Well, I mean, we did get a lot of, I mean, it did grow our audience considerably though. Yeah. And we did make a lot of
If you say so.
We made a lot of ad money off of clips. We did. So
A-Team puts truck nuts on their shopping carts.
Mhm.
True.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Drew the Dogman for $2 says, so Connor's gone till 8:30. Is this his public? Is his address public? We're gonna dox Connor. There you go.
Don't say that.
He's got guns. He'll shoot you. Okay. So.
Yeah, well, I think he has a wife that's at home too. So.
Yeah. Fat Brown Buffalo for $5. Our favorite Young Turk says, who is more smug, Chris Hayes or David Pakman? Oh my
man.
God, what a question! Jeez, this is like when
It's like a tie.
This is like when an immovable object meets an unstoppable force.
Yeah.
What happens? Yeah.
Just imagining both of them in the same room and how badly I would throw up.
I'm gonna give a slight edge to Chris Hayes.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, slight edge. It's very close. Very, very close.
Yeah.
I think being on cable TV just adds an automatic
smugness.
Yeah, an automatic smug modifier. So
yeah. Yeah.
LSU student for $20. Thanks so much. Says, hi, first time chatting, long time listening. I'm a chemical engineer, and what still annoys me today is Sargon's distinction between scientists and engineers. I know this was a discussion had 6 months ago, but that's right. That was an old conversation. He was pro engineer but anti scientist. I forgot about that weird take.
I know.
That was a weird take.
That was fun though.
That was like, what are you, Sargon? Don't you like having internet and technology? And he was like, no, Sitch, those are engineers, not scientists. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, that was a weird take. Yeah. I don't know if he still holds that one. But
I used to always see those LSU stickers. I wonder if you're...
Well, there you go. Is that stand for Lick Sucking University?
Is Tulane University and LSU part of the same? I don't know. Louisiana State University, I think, is LSU.
Well, there you go. Well, you were in Louisiana, so that makes sense.
I always wanted to get one of those LSU stickers and take the U and cut it off and turn it sideways so it was a D. So it'd be like the perfect LSD sticker.
I was like, what? And then, okay.
But I never got one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You see LSU stickers all over the place, though. Don't steal my idea.
Don't get torticolis item with the neck.
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
RRA41, thanks so much for being, or for 50 AEDs. What is this? Have we ever gotten AEDs before?
Those are yens. Oh, 500 yen?
No, it's AED. Yen is the little yen sign. I think we have. This is a United Arab Emirates.
Did you skip one? Frudgies?
I already read that one.
Oh, okay.
That was the one about your neck.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you for the 50 AEDs. Says, I guess the more interesting story would be if Twitter employees should have allowed their biases affect the dissemination of laptop story, even with the warning from the FBI. Well, that's my position, is that I think that they should not have, obviously. The Twitter employees should not have, and they've royally fucked up.
Well, there should be safeguards in place so it doesn't happen.
Well, the problem is, and this is what I said before, it's not Twitter's job to fact check anything. So in my opinion, it's like the New York Post has some story, and in the story they claim, that it's true, and they claim that the materials were not hacked and blah, 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 and that they were gotten, through the channel that they were gotten through. It's not Twitter's job to fucking fact check the New York Post. They say, well, it's a New York Post story. People want to post it, they can post it. It's not our job. We're a fucking platform.
True.
It's not their job.
Yeah.
It's not their fucking job to fact check stories.
Well, they explained where the laptop came from and all that stuff. I mean, it did seem kind of shady, but it is what it is.
Right.
But then they were like, oh, but this was hacked materials.
Yeah, they're like, well, we couldn't confirm whether it was hacked or not. It's like, well, it's not your fucking job, Twitter. I don't know what you think this is. If the New York Times says that they want to make confirm the story, then okay, they're newspapers that they can do that.
That's their job.
That's their job. That's not your job, Twitter. Yeah, that's not your job, Twitter. It's not your fucking job. So.
Yeah. Cost Trump the election. Now he's got to do NFTs. What a terrible travesty.
Bum, 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 bum. Lord of the Brains for $5 says, oh, I read that one. That was about the hierarchy question. Dill's
Did
bonus
you answer that
elephant.
question?
I didn't, no. It's a trick question, so I don't have to.
Oh, okay.
Where's racism on the hierarchy of evil?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know. I
It's
don't even know how to
above
answer
murder,
that.
right?
Oh, yeah, right, obviously. Well, no, I would say it's above murder, it's above necrophilia, it's above cannibalism. Let's just say racism is literally the most evil thing any person
It's
can do.
above genocide, way above genocide.
Above genocide, yeah. It's at the tippy top.
Yeah.
It's above Satan incarnate. There's
What's
racism.
that thing that Thanos did in that movie?
When he snapped half the universe away?
Yeah.
That's above at least Thanos wasn't racist.
Yeah.
I mean, see, there's well, technically, if you count, Thanos snapped away a disproportionate number of non-white people.
Right.
I knew Thanos was racist.
Oh, you're right. What? Oh, yeah. They never talk about the demographics of the snap, do they?
Yep. I knew Purple Thanos was a big bigot the whole time. Right. He snapped away too many black people.
What if he snapped and all the guys were gone? It was just Thanos and a bunch of chicks.
Well, then that would just be sexist. So
Thanos is like, ha ha, baby.
Dr. Doolittle for $2 says, the fact that they'll defend the previous Twitter regime in the same breath that they'll condone Elon Twitter should tell you everything you need to know. This is tribalist brain rot. True. Dr. Doolittle for $2 says, Matt has really raised his profile after lying about this and deliberately misreading the whole libs of TikTok, quote, do not take action thing. Sounds to me like he's a grifter.
Well, yeah, he'll soon have his own show on MSNBC, though. That's the problem.
CT, thanks so much, CT, for the $2. Says, happy holidays. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I got CT's package today.
Oh, really?
Parker sent me a package, yeah. So, I guess I'll open that after the stream. Or tomorrow. I don't know if they want us to open it on stream or not, but
I think I got mine today, too.
Nice.
I got it yesterday, and it sat on the porch all night long.
Oh, no.
Which I thought, well, I mean, it didn't get stolen, so.
That's good.
But it does scream, steal me, obviously. It's like wrapped in Christmas paper.
Oh. Well, anyways.
Oh, that's it? All right.
So the poll is ended. 64% said that I should ask the dinosaur question, and 35% said no. I think that means I have to ask the dinosaur question.
Well, at least
right?
one person you have to ask, but that person's going to definitely.
Right.
You have to promise to ask them as well. On a scale of 1 to 10, how cringe is this next question?
I skipped your super chat, Hayden. Where?
We skip all super chats on this show because that's right. We're mean.
Did you send a super chat or Streamlabs? I don't even see a super chat from you, Hayden.
Wormy. Wake up, Wormy. Say goodbye to everyone.
No, I didn't even see a super chat from you, Hayden. You joker.
What?
It's not even on my thing. It's not even on my thing.
He's just making stuff up,
I guess. Bonus Elephant 1 Streamlabs.
There it is.
Oh, I read that one, didn't I? Dill Bonus Elephant. I didn't read that one. Thank you. How did I miss that? Dill's Bonus Elephant for $3 says, "Hey guys, I got a bonus check from work today. So though I upgrade from $2 to $3."
Woo!
Thank you, Aiden.
Woo!
Maybe don't be wooing yet. Maybe Adam can finally get that free drag show lap dance he wanted.
Oh, whoa. What? Did I really want that? I don't know.
Apparently you did.
No. Seems like
S-Class is the superb, sumptuous slice of life class we need. Well, thank you, Aiden. And true.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Diller for Jar says, "Where's my
sharing your bonus with us?"
Yes, thank you. I'm glad you got a bonus. That's awesome. Dr. Diller for 3 hours says, "Where's my Poke Rap?" Diller want Poke Rap. Listen, we're just doing oh, I guess one of these days, I should try to record Adam doing the entire Poke Rap. So
Poke Rap? What's
yeah,
that?
it's the Poke Rap. What do you mean? What's that? Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Phil, for coming on. You're always awesome, Phil. Phil's Twitter is in the description. And thank you, the true heroes that made it to the end of the stream. You are the true enlightened centrists. You are the true truth seekers. You are the true heroes of reality. We'll see you tomorrow at around 8:30 Eastern. Take care.
Bye-bye.
There you go.